Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
This was phrased as a question, but it was obvious. Since Lin Jing had taken the initiative to ask, he clearly already had the answer. Looks like he had gained some understanding of Jiang Ye's background. He probably even knew. There were two Jiang Yes existing simultaneously in apartment 1010 and apartment 9999. But that didn't matter. Jiang Ye didn't have the black and replica skill early on, so the replicas he generated were bound to be exposed sooner or later. Besides, both the white-clad woman and the apartment administrator hadn't reacted much to the existence of replicas. In fact, whether it was Wang Lingling's talent skill, Wu Ying's glyph pattern ability, or items like the replica reflection mirror or phantom lantern, they all indicated that replicas weren't uncommon in the Doomsday Apartment. You could even say they were quite common. Even in Jiang Ye's duel against Zhao Yudi had used a replica ability. In such an environment, Jiang Ye's replicas didn't have to stay hidden. He directly replied, "Whether he's my classmate or not, you've probably found out even better than I have, haven't you?" Lin Jing replied again, "Don't worry, I mean no harm. It's just that if you don't trust me, then maybe you'd be more willing to trust a former classmate. If you come to apartment 4444, maybe you'll get to catch up with your old classmate, and you'll also be more certain we're not lying to you, . As for your doubts about such a coincidence, like why a light type just happened to go to apartment 4444, I don't think it's a coincidence. That special numbered apartment, 4444, just happens to be better suited for light type growth. How much do you know about the eerie graveyard? In the Doomsday Apartment game, players usually go to the graveyard to dig up graves. Every grave mound could yield good or bad things. The good ones might give overpowered items. The bad ones might release powerful eerie beings. Ordinary players treat the graveyard as a gambling game. High risk, high reward. But for a light type, there's almost no risk. After all, no matter how strong the eerie being is, it's no match for light types. So those grave mounds, a light type can open them freely without a care. I think that might be why he ended up in apartment 4444. It all sounded logical. If Jiang Ye weren't a light type himself, and didn't know that the light type had hidden away in the Void Mirror Palace, he might have actually believed it. RNS. Of course, there were still holes in this argument. But Jiang Ye understood. If Lin Jing wasn't on his side, no amount of questioning would get anything useful. So, seemingly accepting the explanation, he replied to Lin Jing, "The white-clad woman hasn't responded to me yet." Lin Jing quickly replied, "Try to hurry. After all, the light-type player isn't under our control. The longer this drags on, the more likely things will change." Jiang Ye didn't reply again. He furrowed his brows deeply. But it wasn't because of Lin Jing's secrecy or deception. It was because, inside the Void Mirror Palace, the dice of fate had fallen a second time, and the symbol it landed on was still skull. At the same time, Jiang Ye had lost another replica. Based on ability rank, it should have sacrificed the weakest D-tier replica. But the unspoken rule of replica substitution wasn't based on talent rank, but on attributes. So this time, it was the C-tier spatial affinity replica that got wiped out. Thank goodness the skill scroll hadn't been used early, or that would have been a massive loss. But rolling skull twice in a row made Jiang Ye seriously wonder if the item itself was faulty, or if his light-type condition was somehow special. He thought for a while, then decided to try a third time. The result? Still skull. This time, his C-tier with affinity replica was sacrificed. Of all the replicas created by his light type, only one D-tier stamina enhancement replica survived. Because the stamina enhancement raised his stamina attribute, it ranked lower on the list of candidates for substitution. After losing 3 replicas in a row, Jiang Ye had a moment of going off the rails. It was like a desperate gambler thinking he was bound to win next round. a thought suddenly popped into his mind that he'd definitely roll something good next time. But he quickly forced himself to calm down and decided not to be stubborn. That strange dice of fate was promptly returned to the replica shared space. Since he couldn't forcibly raise his luck, his light type went ahead and generated 3 more replicas. But again, 3 duds. C-tier Keen Instinct, D-tier Energy Enhancement, E-tier Combat Mastery. That C-tier Keen Instinct was at least passable. It made him more aware of danger and killing intent, even hidden gazes and the emotions within them. A kind of enhancement to Combat Instinct. Unfortunately, despite being C-tier, its base stats were low at level 0. It ranked high on the substitution list. Even the E-tier Combat Mastery had higher base stats. 3 more junk abilities in a row left Jiang Ye speechless. So he just went ahead and generated 10 more replicas. And finally, he got 2 decent ones. 1 A-tier Comprehension Enhancement. 1 S-tier Eye of True Sight. No need to say much about Comprehension Enhancement. His old classmate Xiao Likuan had awakened a comprehension ability too, but had no skills to use. Now that Jiang Ye had this ability, any future skill scroll usage would fuse with this replica, increasing the chance of learning advanced skills. As for Eye of True Sight, it seemed like the top-tier version of the F-tier talent Vision Enhancement. At first, Jiang Ye felt pretty disappointed. Finally got an S-tier talent, and it was just a visual enhancement type. Useless. But he quickly realized, once this visual enhancement talent reached S-tier, it had a qualitative leap. The effect of the Eye of True Sight let him see clearly even in extreme environments. For example, in the pitch-black abyssal zone, where regular players' vision would be severely affected. With Eye of True Sight, darkness wouldn't impair his vision at all. And the skill that came with the replica of this talent let him directly access environmental data, item info, and even some hidden details compared to the D-tier detection that often returned. Results, this was on a whole other level. The key was, Jiang Ye wasn't a game player to begin with. He didn't recognize many items and didn't understand many scenarios. Even though he later got a walkthrough from one XIN, it was all just text. But with this Eye of True Sight, when he encountered something unfamiliar, he didn't need to ask anyone. He could rely on his insightful eye to figure it out himself. All in all, this S-tier ability didn't boost combat power, but it was incredibly practical. By now, Jiang Ye had finally surpassed 20 replicas, 6 generated by the main body. The remaining 14 all created through his light type. Among them were 2 SS-tier abilities, 1 light type, 1 dark type. 3 S-tier abilities, 1 ice type, 1 hard work pays off, and 1 Eye of True Sight. 3 A-tier abilities, besides comprehension enhancement, there was 1 earth and 1 water, both considered trash replicas by him. As for anything below A-tier, he regarded them all as trash replicas. Even if they died via replica substitution, he wouldn't feel bad. What was unfortunate was that he didn't get another spatial type replica. Of course, with the survival points held by the light type, he could do another 10 draws. But after organizing the current replica situation, one thing was very clear. Luck absolutely had a huge influence on replica generation. No doubt about it. First of all, the 2 SS-tier abilities had only been generated under the lucky bonus effect of the Dice of Fate. Second, the reason his S-tier count was on par with his A-tiers was because 2 of those S-tiers were also rolled during lucky boosts. So rather than generating a bunch of useless trash replicas under normal conditions, he'd rather wait and do another mass generation under a luck boost to get stronger ones. And so, the replica generation effort paused for now. Jiang Ye began planning how to allocate his replicas. First, the main body's personal instance. He'd only feel safe sending in a few more replicas. Second, the various apartments. His ultimate goal was to place a replica in every one of the 9,999 apartments. That way, he'd have a grasp on the overall situation of the beginner apartment. And with replica swap, he could travel freely between apartments without loss. Of course, his current number of replicas was far from 9999. For now, he couldn't implement a full layout. he'd have to focus on a few key apartments. The first ones worthy of attention were the two flanking the Void Mirror Palace, apartments 6996 and 9669. Conveniently, both were in chaotic periods, so player activity in and out wouldn't be suspicious. Plus, the special environment of the Void Mirror Palace could serve as a kind of cover. So, his light-type replicas escorted the A-tier Comprehension Enhancement and S-tier Eye of True Sight replicas toward the Mirror Palace sections of apartments 6996 and 9669. Just like that, the two replicas remained inside the Void Mirror Palace, but were now classified respectively as members of apartment 6996 and 9669, and they didn't draw any attention. This way, two fairly valuable but non-combat replicas could safely monitor two different apartments. At the same time, Jiang Ye assigned one of his weakest F-tier trash replicas to roll the dice of fate, again at the center of the Mirror Palace. Meanwhile, two B-tier replicas were transferred to room 2025 in apartment 1010 through Mirror Replica Swap. After that, both B-tier replicas immediately entered their personal instances. At the same time, replica number 1 received further information from the white-clad woman through the glass bead. Looks like this might be a scheme by the apartment boss targeting me. Or maybe it's killing two birds with one stone, to wipe out both of us rebellious types at once. Jiang Ye still had a lot going on. It took replica number 1 a second to respond. So, is this about the mission to kill the apartment boss? The white-clad woman's voice sounded heavy and tired, pretty much. Jiang Ye had a vague feeling that her condition wasn't great, so he said bluntly, "So we're not going to apartment 4444 then?" "No, I'm going." Even though her voice was tired, her tone was firm. Running won't solve the problem. The administrator of apartment 4444, I need to take him out. Because even if I don't, he can still trigger apartment fusion. Fuse apartment 4444 with 1010 and raid me directly. And you too, you should hurry and complete the first phase of the mission. Kill an apartment administrator. Jiang Ye was a little surprised and double-checked. Actually go kill an administrator? You're sure it won't backfire? Don't worry, I've got a plan. Just pass the message on to those two. All right then. The white-clad woman seemed confident. And Jiang Ye really did want the third part of the reward from Lin Jing and the other's contract. So, replica number 2 replied to Lin Jing. Lin Jing responded cautiously, saying that since the white-clad woman hadn't signed a contract, he didn't dare contact her directly. To verify the video evidence of the Raven Egg, it had to be traded to Jiang Ye first and then passed on to her. Jiang Ye agreed to this, and the video trade didn't require a meeting. It was done through the player trading function in the apartment's high-end mall, where Jiang Ye spent 1,000 apartment coins to buy a recording talisman. The recording talisman was a black iron tier item and had some value on its own. It could record, store, and replay a video, and could be reused after deleting the current recording. Since the white-clad woman had already agreed, Jiang Ye just needed to go through the motions. He didn't think much of it at first, but now that he had just generated an S-tier Eye of True Sight replica, of course he was going to put it to use. So the replica with Eye of True Sight in the Void Mirror Palace fused into the second replica that was receiving the recording talisman. Thanks to the innate effect of Eye of True Sight, he didn't even need to activate a skill. Information simply surfaced on its own. Recording talisman, black iron tier. Effect, record video, store video, play video. Can be reused after deleting the video. Note, this talisman has been enhanced with runes. The enhancement disappears once the video is deleted. Enhanced processing? Enhancement disappears after deletion? That meant the enhancement was applied to the existing video? So Lin Jing had done something to the video, but he'd signed a contract and the Raven Egg was clearly specified. That couldn't have been faked, right? Jiang Ye checked the contract again, but didn't find anything suspicious. Time with the fused replica was limited, so he played the video in the high-end mall right then. Using Eye of True Sight, to carefully observe. A floating image appeared on the talisman like a projection, pretty clear. The scene was indeed the eerie graveyard. More precisely, a close-up of a specific grave mound. A dark green, egg-sized oval object was half buried in the top of the mound, with the upper part covered by a special dome. The dome's material was unknown, covered in moss-like dark green markings. Additionally, the dark green hue of the egg itself looked like it had been applied. And to Jiang Ye's surprise, his eye of true sight could extract data even from this kind of virtual video. When he focused on the dark green egg, information surfaced before his eyes. Raven egg, mythic tier. Holy sh*T. It really is a raven egg. And mythic tier. No wonder the white-clad woman's tone completely changed just from hearing those 3 words. Even a light type didn't scare her anymore. Jiang Ye immediately focused more on his eyes and saw more detailed information about the raven egg. The divine bird raven lays this seed of death with endless death energy. From a moment of its birth, it feeds on death energy, undying, indestructible. Once the raven egg is laid, its mother raven sacrifices herself for the egg, nourishing it with her blood. Each feather transforms into endless death energy to nurture the raven egg. The raven egg can only hatch during the destruction of an apartment. If it fails to hatch, it must wait for the next apartment's destruction. A newborn raven is guaranteed to possess undying body and undead heart. Based on a number of cries it lets out at birth, it may gain traits like plague, virus, or voice of the death speaker. According to the rune on its beak, it may have traits such as necroprophecy, prophecy fulfilled, or words become reality. Of those, the words become reality bloodline is the highest tier, capable of human speech and deciding life and death with a single sentence. An adult raven can enter the mists. Raven feathers can form a death shield that allows other beings to enter the mist safely. Besides that, raven feathers, raven blood, and the raven's beak are highly nourishing for dark-type beings. The death energy released when a raven egg hatches is also a powerful tonic for the dead, with miraculous effects on resurrection. In summary, 2 words, insanely powerful. Raven blood, raven feathers, raven beak. Why didn't it mention raven meat, though? Could you eat it? Maybe. As for the raven's traits shown with probability, the eye of true sight could only reveal the names, not any deeper info. But Jiang Ye guessed those raven traits were probably akin to human players' talents or the glyph pattern abilities of eerie beings. The kicker was the raven had a lot of traits, especially that words become reality. 1. Just from a name, you could tell how F******INGOP it was. It was literally speech equals law. Then again, maybe it was just a superpowered version of what people call a jinxing crow mouth. But seriously, if this ability was concept-based, couldn't it just say a sentence and instantly wipe out all of Jiang Ye's millions of replicas? Just when Jiang Ye had been feeling unbeatable, this raven made him realize he was nowhere near that level. Undying body. Words become reality, sheesh. Fortunately, this thing was still just an egg. Whether it could hatch or not was still up in the air. Jiang Ye focused in, actually hoping to check if the egg had been tampered with. But after a thorough scan, he didn't see anything suspicious. So he turned his attention to the rest of the scene. That's when he quickly noticed the actual spot that had been tampered with. The grave mound where the raven egg was placed. To the naked eye, nothing seemed wrong. But the eye of true sight repeatedly threw up recognition errors when reading the mound. It was like Jiang Ye's vision was glitching. 1 second the info said, ordinary grave mound, contains a basic coffin. The next second, soul-devouring tomb, contains something about to be resurrected. What was about to be resurrected? The rest of the info was just garbled code, completely unreadable. The 2 descriptions flickered back and forth, making his head spin and his skull throb. Jiang Ye pressed on his temples and ended the video playback. Then he tossed the recording talisman into the replica shared space, where replica number 1 in apartment 1010 could retrieve it. Replica number 1 was still at the ruins of the white-clad woman's apartment. Holding the recording talisman, he asked the glass bead. This bead only transmits voice, right? Can it handle video? Right after he spoke, a gust of ghostly wind swept past. A small black snake slithered out of nowhere and coiled around his feet. It took Jiang Ye a moment to react. He played the recording on the talisman for the black snake to see. At the same time, he asked the glass bead, "Is it possible this video was tampered with?" He was trying to give the white-clad woman a heads up. But unexpectedly, her voice came back from the glass bead, crisp and direct. Of course it was. You don't even need to think too hard to know whoever's behind this pulled something. No need to look at the video, just show me the contract you signed. So over on replica number 2's end, the contract was placed into the replica shared space, and replica number 1 took it out. The little black snake slithered up for a closer look. After a moment, the white-clad woman's voice came back again through the glass bead. "As long as the contract's legit, we're good. Tell those two I'm going straight to apartment 4444. Jiang Ye blinked. "You're going now? Should I go with you?" Her tone, which had previously sounded tired, now came back full of energy. Had she taken some kind of booster? "What does it matter to me if you go or not?" As she spoke, the little black snake vanished with a whoosh. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then spoke into the bead. "I don't even know if they're really trying to gang up on the light type. If they really lured the light type to 4444 and trapped him, maybe I can use the chance to help him. Then maybe I can use the opportunity to team up with him and deal with the apartment administrator together." But the glass bead didn't respond again. The white-clad woman was seriously action first. No nonsense. Jiang Ye gave it some thought and messaged Lin Jing that the white-clad woman was making a move immediately. Then again, even if he didn't, if Lin Jing was really at 4444, he'd find out soon enough. Jiang Ye, on his end, started arranging for replicas to be sent to apartment 4444. But he had none stationed there, so he'd need to spend survival points to cross apartments. He really didn't want to cough up the points, and found himself thinking something devious. What if the white-clad woman turned into him upon arriving at 4444, and then he used replica swap with her? That way, he could enter 4444 without any cost or loss. Of course, it was a sneaky idea. If he actually tried it, the white-clad woman would definitely catch on. Still, that devious thought sparked a new idea in Jiang Ye's mind. His eyes suddenly lit up as he turned toward his blackened replica. "Hey, little Blackie, I remember when the light type showed up before, you were the first to bolt. So, does that mean you can actually cross apartments directly?" Little Blackie didn't answer directly. He only said, "I don't really want to go to the apartment where the light type might be." He said don't really want to, but his stiff-as-a-board body language screamed, "Absolutely do not want to. No way. Never, ever, ever." Scream.jpg. Jiang Ye had a knack for catching the important parts. He immediately said, "Not wanted to means you can, right?" Even the blackened replica's eternal grin twitched a little at the corners. His pitch-black eyes stared helplessly at Jiang Ye's gleaming ones. Jiang Ye clapped a hand on his shoulder and confidently reassured him. "Relax. I got insider info that the light type isn't at apartment 4444. He's somewhere between 6996 and 9669 inside the Void Mirror Palace. Plus, once you get to 4444, I'll instantly pull you out. Sound good?" Little Blackie didn't answer, but in the very next second, his body turned into pale gray mist and sank into the ground. Meanwhile, in the Void Mirror Palace, Jiang Ye had swapped in an F-tier trash replica to throw the dice of fate, and the result was in. Looks like the problem really might have been with the light type. Earlier, the light type threw 3 times in a row and got skull, but after changing replicas, he now rolled Holy Grail. A beam of holy light hit the F-tier trash replica. And then, nothing happened. The effect of Holy Grail is healing, but he had no injuries, so naturally, nothing happened. Now that he thought about it, this dice of fate was kind of useless. Like if you're dying and want to roll Holy Grail but get Skull instead, game over. But if you're perfectly fine and roll Holy Grail, then it heals nothing. But thinking deeper, it made sense. The usual use case for this dice of fate would be when someone's backed into a corner, life hanging by a thread. You're already on death's door, so you take a gamble, try to defy fate. Like tossing it around when you've got nothing better to do, like Jiang Ye. That's probably one of a kind. Holy Grail wasn't a loss, so he threw it again. At the same time, he was thinking, should he send the S-tier, Eye of True Sight, replica into his personal instance? Sure, Eye of True Sight was useful in all kinds of situations. But outside the instance, if he didn't understand something, he could always ask the white-clad woman or the blackened replica. Inside the instance, though, he had no idea what he'd face. Maybe that S-tier Eye of True Sight would actually be really helpful to the main body. The only worry was that this replica wasn't strong and might become a burden or get into trouble. After all, he didn't know what the instance environment was like. So he fed the Eye of True Sight replica a full set of attribute fruits before swapping it to apartment 1010. The one swapped out was the Ice-type replica number 3. This replica was also named Jiang Ye. As soon as he appeared near the section of the Void Mirror Palace that bordered apartment 9669, the name Jiang Ye showed up in the 9669 apartment member list, immediately drawing attention from room 6996. That arrogant young man who'd been loud with Zhang Hao earlier, Lu Feng, shouted out from a dark room. Holy *T. Brother Lu, look, your classmate Jiang Ye just entered our apartment. Lu Shun's expression shifted. The two middle-aged men present, including Sha Bo, also couldn't hide their reactions. How'd he get here? Did he figure out the light types here? Isn't someone stationed on the rooftop? Why didn't we get advance notice? In an instant, the already dark room turned grim. Suddenly, a cool voice of a female college student came from the shadows. Jiang Ye? That guy on the war god ranking? Is he that important? Then a middle school-aged boy scoffed. The war god ranking doesn't mean much. Plenty of strong people have better things to do than enter duels. Lu Feng shot him a glare and scoffed. Little brat whose baby teeth haven't all come in. Talking big like it means something? It sounded like he was just muttering, but then he looked back at Lu Shun. Brother Lu, this classmate of yours. But whatever he was going to say was suddenly cut off. He gasped again. Holy *T. Your classmate just tagged you in the group chat. Yep, since Jiang Ye was here, and using his real name in the same chat group as his old classmate, of course he had to say hello. A message popped up in the group. Lu Shun? Are you Lu Shun from Shun City number 3 High? Or just someone with the same name? At Lu Shun. Same name, huh? Right. Say it's someone with the same name. Lu Feng offered helpfully as soon as he saw the message. Lu Shun shot him a look and replied firmly. Jiang Ye's not stupid. Not only was he not stupid, the guy was totally playing the long game. Back when they registered for the mutual aid group, Jiang Ye only had a C-tier golden light technique. But then, he hopped apartments, got connections, made the war god ranking. The way he worked the beginner apartment? Flawless. At first, Lu Shun hadn't believed it. But reason wouldn't let him deceive himself. Jiang Ye really was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Even though Sha Bo, fresh from apartment 9999, claimed Jiang Ye was a non-gamer who'd stumbled into 9,999 by accident. Lu Shun, scarred by being fooled before, didn't believe a single punctuation mark of it. Jiang Ye was definitely a gamer, and one who was damn good at it. No wonder things between him and Yang Wenchao had always felt a little off. Yang Wenchao even went up to the rooftop to rescue him. Their classmates all thought Jiang Ye was clinging to Yang Wenchao's leg. But now, looking back, who was really the big leg in that situation? The more Lu Shun thought about it, the more convinced he became. Jiang Ye was a schemer through and through. The whole thing with killing Ding Ding? Probably not self-defense. Later, killing Xing Man? Probably not just luck and connections. Probably pure strength. Once you've been burned by someone playing dumb, you just can't help but assume they're hiding everything. Lu Shun didn't believe for a second that Jiang Ye bought the whole same name excuse. And just as he was carefully crafting his reply, someone tapped his arm. It was the round-bodied Sha Bo, giving him a look and whispering. Lin Shun says the light type is in apartment 4444. Lu Shun frowned, but Jiang Ye isn't dumb. He's already come to 9,669 himself. Sha Bo's chubby face and beady eyes held a businessman's sharpness. Then that's your problem. How do you get him to believe you? Or better yet, get him to want to believe you. You've got a C-tier talent and think you're clever? Then use that brain of yours to prove you're worth keeping around, yeah? That was a threat, barely disguised. Lu Fang's face clearly changed, but quickly returned to normal. He was younger than Lu Shun and not as smart. But he wasn't stupid. Lu Shun was his cousin, not his real brother. And in this dog-eat-dog game, the fact that he hadn't killed Lu Shun and even helped him out was already more than generous. If Lu Shun had value and could bring him benefits, then sure, being relatives was great. But if Lu Shun was dead weight, then Lu Fang had to weigh his options. Besides, before entering this Doomsday Apartment game, adults always compared him to Lu Xun. Lu Xun was good at this, good at that, grades, reputation, loved by classmates and teachers. And what about Lu Fang? Just some gaming delinquent. Like he was born to be inferior to Lu Shun, doomed to be the disappointment. But now, tables had turned. In this new world, he was the one doing well. And Lu Shun, aside from knowing Jiang Ye and being kind of smart, was nothing. Of course, Lu Fang didn't totally want to abandon Lu Shun. But he felt Sha Bo's little threat was just the right thing to take Lu Xun down a peg. Get him off that pedestal he used to be on, help him see the brutal truth. Otherwise, with no real power and that old arrogant attitude, he just caused trouble. Lu Xun didn't even need to think to know exactly what that idiot was thinking. His face darkened slightly. Sha Bo gave another of his shrewd, small-eyed grins and added kindly, "If this really is too difficult for you, then maybe dying would be easier?" Lu Xun lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice. I replied. In a group chat, after several other messages, he finally responded to Jiang Ye. "Yeah, I'm your classmate. But how did you end up in apartment 9669? At Jiang Ye, he didn't go with the same name excuse. Instead, he directly acknowledged his identity. Sha Bo immediately frowned. In the chat, Jiang Ye's reply came instantly. "Well, that's weird. From what Lin Jing said earlier, I got the impression you were in apartment 4444. But here you are in 9669. Did Lin Jing lie to me?" As soon as that message popped up, Sha Bo's face darkened even more. He even shot Lu Shun a sharp look, clearly warning him, "Watch what you say." But Lu Shun stayed calm and replied plainly, "It's hard to talk in a group chat. Why don't you come to room 6996? We can talk face to face." That reply made Sha Bo's face change instantly. Let him come to 6996? Who the hell do you think you are to make that call? What a joke. Back in apartment 9999, they'd already figured it out. Wang Qingjin had died at Jiang Ye's hands, which meant Jiang Ye probably had the strength to one-shot him. Letting him come here? That was like inviting a wolf into your house. But before Lu Shun could even reply to Sha Bo's panic scolding, a familiar voice suddenly rang out near his ear. "What's the matter? I'm not allowed in room 6996 now." In a flash of darkness, Jiang Ye's figure appeared like a phantom, seemingly out of nowhere. In that instant, it felt like the air pressure in room 6996 dropped by several pascals. The 8 players stationed around the room tensed up, their bodies stiff with dread. Especially Sha Bo, who'd spent time in 9999. He felt like he'd been clubbed in the head, overwhelmed with a paralyzing fear of death. He was instantly focused on how to react or survive, barely even considering how to answer Jiang Ye's question. A top-tier player like him was scared ** less of Jiang Ye. And yet Lu Shun, with his C-tier talent, looked way calmer in comparison. In fact, standing beside these panicking elites, Lu Shun suddenly remembered something he'd read online. The anxiety of the poor comes from having no money. The anxiety of the rich comes from fear of death. The calm of the rich comes from being wealthy. The calm of the poor comes from knowing everyone dies anyway. If all 8 of them got wiped out by Jiang Ye right now, the strongest, richest ones had the most to lose. Lu Shun, the weakest, poorest, was actually the most at peace. Thinking that way, he felt more relaxed. He tossed out the reply he hadn't dared post in the chat just now, directly at Jiang Ye. Lin Jing said, I was in 4444, but I'm here in 9669. As for that, I figured someone who could exist in both 1010 and 9999 apartments at once, like you, would understand. That statement made Shabo, who was also part of Lin Jing's 9999 crew, pause. He didn't react outwardly, but inwardly, he was impressed at Lu Shin's guts. The red handkerchief woman and the middle school-age boy also looked mildly surprised. Clearly they hadn't heard this theory before, and gave Jiang Ye another once-over. At this moment, Jiang Ye still had eye of true sight fused in. Even in the darkness, his vision was perfectly clear. But he wasn't here just to catch up with an old classmate. He wanted to use the eye of true sight one last time before sending it into the personal instance, to investigate just who these 8 people were and what anti-light type measures they'd laid out. So, in the dark, those pitch-black eyes casually swept the room. But the first person he focused on was the red handkerchief woman. It wasn't because he had any special interest in her. It was just that when he'd come here as the light type, he'd felt something strange about her. Her previous battle with Lin Jing had also seemed weird, like she had a split personality. The blackened replica had even speculated she might be reincarnated Eerie, but she hadn't shown any signs of being affected by light-type skills like Light Scorch. Jiang Ye was dying to know. Was it because she wasn't a dark type at all? Or did she have some insane ability that could block Light Scorch? With that thought in mind, his gaze swept casually across her. At that moment, he concentrated all his energy into his eyes. Logically, her information should have immediately popped up, but instead, it felt like something attacked him. His eyes stung sharply, and his brain buzzed loudly. It was like someone had plucked a string in his mind hard. He felt nauseated and ready to puke. At the same time, an intense mental fatigue washed over him. It felt just like when his main body had weak stats, but tried to control too many replicas at once. Utter exhaustion. This sudden reaction made Jiang Ye's heart jolt. He kept his expression neutral, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw a faint glimmer in the girl's otherwise calm eyes. He maintained his usual expression, but inside, he was stunned. Did this girl have some secret, even an S-tier, eye of true sight, couldn't penetrate? He'd been able to scan the mythic tier Raven Egg just fine. How could she possibly be harder to read than a mythic tier item? No, that couldn't be it. Jiang Ye quickly realized. The reason he'd been able to inspect the Raven Egg was because it had no defense against probing. But this girl, she must have been using some kind of concealment item to hide her secrets. Looks like she was carrying something big. Without changing his expression, Jiang Ye moved on to scan the middle schooler. This time, there was no resistance. The info appeared immediately. He Yuyang, level 3, stamina 68, energy 52, combat power 568, survival points 0, talent void stomach SS. Effect 1, devour metals, equipment, and items to gain boosts in stamina and energy attributes. Effect 2, devour corpses of players or eerie beings to gain enhanced resistances. Physical, mental, poison, elemental, etc. Skills. Void Ruminate. S. Stomach acid spray. B. Void Ruminate. S. Store multiple corpses in the void stomach for nurturing. Over time, gain a chance to extract their memories or awaken their talents. Stomach acid spray. B. Spray corrosive acid from the void stomach to inflict corrosion damage on the target. Holy SHD. Asterisk. Only level 3, but his combat power was already over 500, and both main attributes were way above average. Most importantly, this brat actually had an SS tier talent and an S tier skill, which meant even Jiang Ye's Shadow Curse couldn't seal that over S tier ability. Of course, that SS tier talent didn't directly boost combat much, but it had insane growth potential. As long as he keeps devouring, his attributes will keep going up. Even the S-tier skill, Void Ruminate, had a chance to awaken new talents. Changkun had been willing to pawn the dice of fate just to get a Bodhi Enlightenment fruit that might give him one more talent. But this brat, He Yuliang, could gain new talents just by killing and eating corpses. Still, judging from the data panel alone, He Yuliang seemed to have raw stats but lacked real combat methods. Who knew what powerful items he might be hiding on him? With that thought, Jiang Ye subtly shifted his gaze downward. Next up was the low-profile bald guy. Back when facing Zhang Hao, this bald guy had remained calm and almost invisible the whole time. But when Jiang Ye checked his panel now, he was shocked again. Chun Song, level 8. Stamina, 32. Energy, 33. Combat power, 358. Survival points, 0. Talents, Divine Favor, SS, with Element Affinity S. Divine Favor, SS when you follow the flow of fate, the god of fortune blesses you. When you defy fate, destiny bites back. Skills, Non-Action, S. Wall of Thorns, S. Wrath of Nature, S. With Spirit Summon, Root Bind, B. A double talent user. And not just that, one SS tier and one S tier. That Divine Favor sounded like a luck-based boost talent, though it came with a possible downside. Still, based on the description, this Chun Song could basically just sit around and wait for good fortune to drop on him, especially with his S-tier skill, Non-Action, which automatically reduced his presence and made all nearby beings less hostile toward him, as long as he did nothing. This guy could probably turtle his way to the end of the world. Wait, no. If the Doomsday Apartment really does blow up on day 11, then turtling to the end might not be something worth celebrating. Jiang Ye gave Chun Song another look, feeling oddly conflicted. This guy came all the way to room 6996 in apartment 9669 just for the light type. Wouldn't that break his go with the flow and do nothing conditions? He really wasn't afraid of triggering Destiny's backlash. Jiang Ye turned his gaze to Lu Fang. From the perspective of his replica Zhang Hao, he remembered Lu Fang tossing a black talisman paper at him. He'd assumed it was just an item. But now looking at Lu Fang's panel, he realized the guy had an S-tier Rune Mastery talent. And with good comprehension, too, his S-tier talent came with an S-tier skill, Death Mark Rune, plus 2 A-tier skills, Dream Rune and Tracking Rune, and 2 B-tier ones, Fire Serpent Rune and Rune Analysis. Death Mark Rune could lock in a kill on weaker players, delivering instant death. Dream Rune was for illusion-based attacks, highly effective against ordinary players. Tracking Rune could be used for locating targets, while Rune Analysis acted like an advanced detection skill, deciphering items or environments with complex rune structures. Fire Serpent Rune was a fire-type attack. From this angle, Lu Fang really was a jack of all trades. Most players with elemental affinity talents only specialized in one element. But Lu Fang could use gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. Not to mention mental type and eerie-style attacks, too. Of course, being a jack of all trades usually came at the cost of mediocrity. His B-tier, Fire Serpent Rune, probably wasn't as powerful as the same skill cast by someone with fire element affinity. After all, elemental talents typically boosted the power of matching skills. So it looked like Lu Fang's path required tons of skill scrolls to build out a wide variety of attack options. He was the exact opposite of He Yuliang, who had high stats but lacked combat techniques. After glancing at Lu Fang, Jiang Ye turned to Lu Shun. He already knew his situation from the mutual aid group. C-tier Fire Element Affinity. Level had climbed to 3, but in a group like this, he was still just small fry. Next was Xiaobo. His talent was the same S-tier Lightning Affinity as Gao Chong. But unlike that guy, who only had a C-tier and B-tier skill even with an S-tier talent, Xiaobo was far from disappointing. He'd reached level 10, had over 40 attribute points, and even had 2 S-tier skills. Lightning-type skills already packed serious punch, and Chabot likely had more powerful items on hand too. If he ranked high on the war god ranking, his combat instinct had to be solid as well. Still, to Jiang Ye he was just meh. Finally, Jiang Ye looked at the mismatched, middle-aged man and woman. They stood out more than anyone, especially since they were openly holding items in their hands. With eye of true sight, Jiang Ye first targeted the compass in the man's hand. But before he could see more than the name Dark Spirit Compass, the man instantly stored it into his spatial item. Then, with eyes sharp and dangerous, he locked gazes with Jiang Ye. Following up on what Lu Xun had said earlier, the man opened his mouth. 1,010, 99.99, and now 9,669. The name Jiang Ye has appeared in 3 apartment rosters, hasn't it? Jiang Ye focused slightly, but felt the sting in his eyes and gave up on probing further. He didn't respond to the man at all. Instead, he turned to Lu Xun and asked in a casual, old friend tone. So, Lu Xun, you have a replica in apartment 4444 too. Man, he was generous. He even called him Lu God. Lu Xun looked back at Jiang Ye, his mood complicated. His reply came out a little stiff. I don't know if our old classmate bond means anything to you anymore, but Jiang Ye cut him off with a wave. That's not needed. As he spoke, his gaze swept the room again, and he spoke boldly as he looked around. Lin Jing wants to seal off apartment 4444, or maybe someone backing him does. Whether it's to hunt the light type or for something else, doesn't matter to me. I didn't come to room 6996 just to catch up with old classmates, either. The blockade on apartment 4444? An NPC big shot on my side has already agreed to intervene. So yeah, it's about time I went to apartment 4444. It's just for that cross-apartment teleport fee. I was thinking of borrowing some survival points from you guys. That sentence sounded casual, but the fire underneath, it was unmistakable. Borrow survival points? How? The most direct method was taking lives. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the entire dark room turned stiff again. It felt like a brutal battle was about to explode at any moment. Arrogant brat. Amidst the tense and anxious atmosphere, the middle-aged man's face was grim. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out the compass again. The intricate mechanisms on the compass made clicking and clattering sounds as they were manipulated, accompanied by the man's gloomy voice. You'll pay the price for your arrogance. Jiang Ye's face in the darkness looked calm, but in reality, he was already in full combat mode, not daring to let down his guard for a second. The replica he used most often in duels was replica number 2, but this time he fused a whole batch all at once. Replica number 2, the blackened replica's mirror replica, and several other A-tier, B-tier, and C-tier replicas, 7 or 8 in one go. The fusion was already complete when he first started talking tough. Now that the middle-aged man was throwing out threats, he naturally wouldn't hold back either. He led with an S-tier ice-type domain skill, Frozen Domain. This domain skill, more than anything, was a form of crowd control. But now that he had fused so many replicas and his attributes had skyrocketed, the chilling cold itself carried an invisible, terrifying threat. Even Yu Liang, a middle schooler with over 500 combat power, couldn't help shivering under the pressure, blurting out a holy sh*T. Chen Song, the bald guy, had a slight change in expression, but quickly regained composure, as if unafraid. But Lu Fang's eyes were full of fear as he suddenly pulled out a copper coin item covered in runes and dragged Lu Xun back with him. Lu Xun's attributes were too weak. He was frozen solid instantly. Ice crusted over his hair and eyelashes, and his face turned ghostly pale, completely bloodless. And that wasn't all. The blood mist from the black replica also exploded out instantly. With his previous battle experience against Wang Chengjin and the continuous growth from battles under replica number 2's hard work pays off effect, his deployment of both the ice-type domain and blood mist was incredibly fast. His reaction speed crushed the other 8 people present, and at the same time, several eerie, severed hands appeared out of nowhere, each holding different weapons, slicing through the air as they rushed at the middle-aged man and woman. Alpha Talon body. Just moments ago, the middle-aged man had been talking big. Now his expression was tense to the extreme. The black hair on his head lifted as if windless, amplifying the intensity. He clearly noticed Jiang Ye's attack, but kept his attention locked on the compass. The woman beside him raised a hand, controlling two wooden combs. The teeth of the combs were particularly strange, uneven, and razor-sharp. From their tips, strands of black thread-like lines shot out, trying to block the oncoming weapons aimed at Jiang Ye's enemies. In the dark air, a cacophony of sharp metallic clangs echoed non-stop, occasionally sparking bursts of metal. At the same time, streaks of lightning flashed, Shabo's lightning-type skills. But under the blood mist shroud, his attributes were severely nerfed. The resulting effects of his skills were so weak, it was pathetic to watch. Shabo looked terrified. Only now did he truly believe. Wang Chengjin didn't die in vain. With the battle triggered, both sides seemed to be going all out. But in reality, after just a brief clash, the man controlling the compass moved his hands swiftly, and with one final push, slammed his palm down on the top. Jiang Ye had already realized the woman was buying time for the man to operate the compass. So in this 1v8 battle, his main focus had been on that middle-aged man, trying to interrupt his control of the compass. But the duo was in perfect sync, and others kept interfering with Jiang Ye. In such a short time, he simply hadn't managed to break through the woman's defense and interference. He could only watch as the man's hand slammed into the compass. Then, boom, Jiang Ye felt like the entire space had been torn apart. Force from all directions threatened to rip him to shreds. In that instant, he instinctively thought to use replica swap to escape. But then he realized he wasn't the only one in pain. Even the middle-aged man who had pressed the compass was now twisted in agony, his expression contorted with a pain 1,000 times worse than Jiang Ye's. And as Jiang Ye took note of that, he saw the man's grotesque face with blood-red eyes glaring at him. Then came a clenched, teeth-grinding snarl, words forced out through gritted teeth. "You'll pay the price for your arrogance." As he spoke, the darkness in room 6996 seemed to shatter completely. It was a bizarre feeling. It was Jiang Ye's first time witnessing this kind of darkness breaking apart scene. It felt almost like the Big Bang and the birth of a universe. From a perspective of someone who had been stuck in darkness for so long, it really was like something had torn the dark apart. But from the view of someone raised under sunlight, the scene looked like beams of light piercing the dark. A strange and surreal experience. Jiang Ye suddenly remembered how Ouyang had once explained entropy increase and the cycle of world destruction and creation. Back then he thought the jump from destruction to creation might just be light emerging from the dark. Like that phrase, "let there be light." He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now, the world needs light to be born. But in Doomsday Apartment, there's no place for light. This strange and mysterious light type. Could it be tied to the apartment's destruction and creation? So, have massive groups like the Duo organization considered this? Maybe the secret they've been desperately searching for is hidden in the light type they fear the most? Those thoughts flashed through his mind. When Jiang Ye snapped back, room 6990 SXS darkness had completely shattered. The whole room was filled with light again. And his perception had changed too. The middle-aged man and woman had vanished. Jiang Ye didn't let his guard down. His nerves were still tightly wound, eyes scanning his surroundings. And then he realized the dark setting of the room had been specially prepared by the duo to suppress light type. Something like dark spirit barrier? And the entire effect of the barrier felt similar to the abyssal zone. Now, had those two just run off? Jiang Ye wasn't sure, until he suddenly saw a message in the apartment group chat. The two of them had left something before fleeing. But the message wasn't for him. It was Wang Hai. The barrier in room 6996 of the Void Mirror Palace has been lifted. This is your best chance to escape at Huangbo. Oh, so the man's name was Wang Hai. And the pay the price thing Was he actually calling on Huang Bo to give Jiang Ye hell? Right after the message, Wang Hai and Wang Lin's names went gray in the apartment 9669 member list. Looked like they weren't a couple, but siblings? Jiang Ye wasn't the least bit scared by their threats. With limited fusion time, he instantly shifted focus to the 6 people still in the room. But now that the dark spirit barrier had vanished, spatial-type teleportation was no longer restricted. In the blink of an eye, while Jiang Ye was reading the chat, Shabo had disappeared. The room really did only have 6 people left. Well, 5 if you don't count Jiang Ye. And dealing with 5, that's a lot easier. Jiang Ye was about to strike again. But suddenly, a strand of red covered his eyes. When did that happen? From what angle did the red come flying in? He hadn't noticed it at all. Jiang Ye's nerves instantly tensed. He was about to rip off the red ribbon while strengthening his frozen domain. But just then, he heard a familiar female voice. That college girl's voice was a kind of cool, younger-sounding one. However, instead of provocation, she followed up on Jiang Ye's pre-fight words and offer suggestion. If it's just borrowing survival points, how about the 5 of us here each give you 2? 10 survival points, enough for 5 round trips between 4444 and 9669. By then, Jiang Ye had already pulled off the ribbon. To be precise, that faint red strip disappeared on its own the moment his fingers touched it. His sight returned, and he fixed a sharp look on the red handkerchief woman, his gaze unfriendly. Naturally, his tone wasn't any nicer. If you've got something to say, then say it. What was the meaning of that red thing covering my eyes just now? The woman, however, looked completely calm. Nothing special, just wanted to get your attention. As she spoke, she flipped her hand to reveal a survival jade token. Holding the token between her fingers, she showed it to him and gave a slight chin lift. 2 survival points. Survival points shown on a player's data panel can't be transferred, but the ones on survival, jade tokens can. That's what that traveling merchant from the apartment told him when he gave him the token. However, even though Jiang Ye had killed plenty of people before, he'd never gotten any survival jade tokens. If he really could get 10 survival points all at once, it wouldn't be a bad deal. The real issue was this woman was way too eerie, and besides, Jiang Ye had also noticed out of the corner of his eye that bald guy with the SS tier divine favorability seemed like he'd been waiting for Jiang Ye to attack ever since the battle started. Back when he killed Wang Qingjin, Jiang Ye had thought about it. In this Doomsday Apartment, survival was hard, and killing wasn't simple either. One misstep and unexpected things could happen. And 10 survival points could be used to generate 10 replicas, which worked out. What he needed most right now was more replicas. In his personal instance, he needed to invest more replicas. And over at apartment 4444, he needed more combat power too. After a moment's thought, Jiang Ye also pulled out his survival jade token. At the same time, the red handkerchief woman transferred the survival points to him. She also sent a friend request. That's how Jiang Ye learned the college girl's name, Guanhe. And right after that, Guanhe sent him a private message. Guanhe, you know light type? Jiang Ye frowned, glanced at her, but didn't reply. The replica fusion time was limited. Especially the replica fused with the Eye of True Sight had already run out. He immediately swept a cold gaze toward the remaining 4 people. Bald Guy Chunsong had an unreadable expression. He Yuliang, the middle schooler, had previously been pretty snarky about so-called war god-ranking powerhouses. But right now, he seemed to know the drill. He transferred 2 survival points on his own, then politely asked, "Can I go now?" Jiang Ye didn't answer, and he Yuliang didn't dare move. Next were Lu Feng and Lu Shun. Lu Shun looked particularly miserable, because Jiang Ye's strength was far beyond what he'd imagined. When he saw Wang Hai and Wang Lin fighting Jiang Ye, he thought a real brawl was about to break out. But holy *T, those 2 just dismantled the dark spirit barrier and bailed. Even top-tier apartment 9999 fighter Sha Bo took off right after. They didn't even have the guts to fight Jiang Ye. Lu Shun had already suspected that Jiang Ye was hiding his strength. He'd even let his imagination run wild. going for the most exaggerated guess. But even so, he never imagined it would be this exaggerated. He remembered after Xing Man died, Wang Lingling and Gao Chong had argued about how to deal with Jiang Ye. Lu Shun had even chimed in with some analysis. Now that he thought about it, what a joke. Xing Man was a joke, Yang Wenchao was a joke, Wang Lingling, Gao Chong, all of them just a bunch of ordinary classmates and jokes. But now Lu Shun couldn't laugh, because he didn't have any survival points. And whether Lu Fong would be willing to cover those 2 points for him was still a big question. More importantly, if Lu Fong didn't read the room and try to play the "we're classmates" card with Jiang Ye now, Lu Shun was very clear. Jiang Ye accepting this 2 survival points per person deal was entirely giving that college girl face. The 4 of them were just riding her coattails. Being classmates with Jiang Ye had nothing to do with it. But just as Lu Shun was thinking that, he heard Lu Fong actually pulling the classmate card. Lu Fong was a real chameleon. Back when dealing with Zhang Hao, he'd been cocky as hell, always threatening torture. Now, facing Jiang Ye, he was acting like the teacher's pet, politely saying, "Brother Jiang, Brother Yi, I've heard my brother talk about you all the time back in school." Total BS. Came out of his mouth like breathing. Lu Fong wasn't worried about being exposed, since he knew Lu Shun had a good reputation and got along with everyone. After that line, he smoothly added, "Since we're classmates." At that moment, Lu Shun honestly wanted to die. No, scratch that. He didn't need to want to die. He was about to die. That Dumba *** couldn't read the room to save his life. Lu Shun was cursing in his heart, but his frozen body was so weak he couldn't even make a sound, let alone signal anything to Lu Fong. Yet surprisingly, what Lu Fong said next totally threw him off. "Since we're classmates, of course we won't shortchange you. I've got exactly 6 survival points left in this token. Take them all. My brother and I, 3 each." The moment those words landed, Lu Shun was dumbstruck, and even Jiang Ye looked a bit surprised. Lu Fong thought to himself, "I've played games for years. I've never sucked up to anyone, but I've had plenty suck up to me. In peacetime, broke people still know how to speak politely to the rich. In a world of blood and killing, if you're not smart, how do you expect to survive?" This Jiang Ye, his strength was off the charts. Lu Fong didn't have time not to curry favor, much less try to pay less. Not only did he not short Jiang Ye, he gave him 2 extra points. And he didn't even highlight that he'd given more. He said it was 3 from each of them. Jiang Ye was surprised too, thinking this arrogant punk might be another one pretending to be weak. He accepted the 6 survival points from that guy, then finally set his gaze on bald guy Chen Song. Chen Song was still standing there, completely unmoved. That calm gaze wasn't provocative, but it was as if he was waiting for Jiang Ye to strike. This guy, he definitely understood his own SS tier ability, divine favor, better than Jiang Ye did. Right now, he was clearly relying on that ability to remain fearless. As if Jiang Ye attacked him, the one who'd suffer would only be Jiang Ye. But for Jiang Ye, rather than just taking this guy out, what he really wondered was, did this guy's blood also have some special property? Even more, if this guy got some of Jiang Ye's blood on him, would divine favor mutate somehow? He actually wanted to try it. But spilling blood directly, wouldn't that be too weird? Could he mix his blood into the blood mist using the glyph pattern ability of the blackened replica? That way, he could infect this lucky guy with his blood more discreetly? Thinking that, Jiang Ye really did start sneakily trying to mix his blood into the blood mist. His fingernails had gotten a bit long, just enough to quietly scratch a cut from beneath the nail. In an instant, the blood dyed the skin between his fingers red and silently dispersed into the blood mist. However, his blood in this eerie blood mist didn't seem to fuse easily. Still, because the blood mist was there, this faint trace of blood was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Under cover of the mist, he subtly manipulated the trace of blood to drift toward Chen Song. But with so little blood, what part of Chen Song's body should he aim for? Jiang Ye considered 2 options, the eyes or the nostrils. Near the eyes, he might be noticed. Toward the nose, who knew if it would actually get inhaled? Jiang Ye tried both. But just as a trace of blood neared Chen Song's nostrils, A voice suddenly broke the tense silence. Then how about I cover his 2 survival points instead? It was Guan Yi who spoke. Chun Song immediately turned to glance at her, frowning slightly. Jiang Ye took the opportunity to let the blood thread drift into Chun Song's breath. Of course, he didn't show anything on his face, and also turned to look at Guan Yi. Guan Yi gave him a faint smile, waved her survival jade token. Jiang Yi frowned again and looked at Chun Song. Taking advantage of this eye contact, his aura surged suddenly. Even a blood mist seemed to erupt explosively. It really looked like he was about to attack Chun Song. But in reality, Jiang Yi used this bluff to push another trace of blood toward Chun Song's pupil. With the blood mist density spiking so suddenly, Chun Song didn't seem to notice anything unusual. In fact, he seemed excited by Jiang Ye's sudden move. But just as the bluff ended, Jiang Ye suddenly dispersed the blood mist. Then he turned to Guan Yi, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. All right, as long as the survival points arrive. And just like that, Guan Yi transferred 2 survival points for Chun Song. After the transfer, she even gave Chun Song a slight smile. Chun Song's expression turned a little dark. He gave her a meaningful look, then vanished from spot. Seeing him disappear, He Yuliang wanted a bolt too. He'd asked Jiang Ye earlier, but with no response, he hadn't dared run. But now, even the blood mist was gone. His attributes were back to normal. He Yuliang was just about to make a break for it when Guan Yi's voice rang out. She wasn't speaking to him, but looking at Jiang Ye. You came here specifically to go on a killing spree. It must have been for Huang Bo, who's trapped in the Void Mirror Palace, right? With the Dark Spirit Barrier gone, Huang Bo can now escape easily. Hearing that, He Yuliang's urge to run stalled. Because if that were true, then Jiang Ye's real target was Wang Hai and Wang Lin. No wonder he let the rest of them off so easily. But why help a light type? Must be aiming for the kill on sight or the reward, right? Actually, He Yuliang wasn't like the others. He wanted the reward too. But he knew very well that kind of high-profile prize isn't something you can get just by wanting it. Luck plays a big part, and he didn't trust his luck much. Still, he was curious. Maybe he could seize the light type's corpse while he had the chance. If Jiang Ye was also aiming for the light type, then by staying put, maybe he had a shot at it too. So He Yuliang stayed where he was. But what Guan Yi said next crushed his hopes. Seeing Jiang Ye silent, she continued, with your power, you probably can't kill the light type. But at the same time, you're not really afraid of the light type either. And we're the same in that regard. He Yuliang frowned. With Jiang Ye's strength, even Wang Hai and Wang Lin had to flee. How could he not be able to kill the light type? Was it because the dark spirit barrier was gone and couldn't trap the light type anymore? But if that were it, why scare off Wang Hai and Wang Lin? Wait, He Yuliang suddenly realized. The blood mist Jiang Ye had just used clearly had a dark type aura. He must be a dark type being. But then why did Guan Yi say he wasn't really afraid of light type? How could a dark type not fear light type? And that we're the same? What did she mean by that? He Yuliang was totally confused. But Lu Shun, whose head was sharper, had started to put some pieces together. Jiang Ye, more than anyone, understood his own condition. He naturally understood what Guan Yi's 3 sentences meant. From Guan Yi's perspective, with his current ability, he couldn't kill the light type. Because in combat mode, his abilities clearly had a dark type aura. In other words, even though he overwhelmed Wang Hai and Wang Lin enough to make them run, that power was still countered by light type. So he couldn't use it to fight the light type directly. But at the same time, he wasn't that afraid of light type. Because in his normal state, he wasn't a dark type being and not subject to light type suppression. As for we're the same, that meant we're both able to switch between dark type and non-dark type forms, right? That's what Guan Yi seemed to mean. And also, a hint at her secret. No wonder Jiang Ye had found her strange before. Based on what he knew, she had a high chance of being a dark type being. Now it made sense. She could be a dark type, but she could also switch between dark type and non-dark type. That kind of bizarre situation was honestly amazing. Just like how during her duel with Lin Jing, spectators compared her to Blue Dragon Kuei and Red Dragon Kuei, which meant when in Red Dragon Kuei's state, she was a dark type, and in Blue Dragon Kuei's state, she was not. Aside from that, Jiang Ye couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Could she actually be some kind of light-dark hybrid? When she's not in dark-type mode, could she possibly be light-type? No way, no way. Absolutely not. Aside from his own replica fusion, no one should be able to be both light and dark-type. He quickly shut down that unrealistic train of thought and refocused on the girl in front of him. We're the same. Jiang Ye repeated Guan He's last words, then raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "So, you're also looking to cooperate with the light type?" Guan He nodded and said directly, "I want to find a light type and join forces to kill the apartment boss." As soon as she said that, He Yuliang, Lu Shun, and Lu Fong were all utterly shocked. Especially He Yuliang and Lu Fong, who'd played games before. When they looked at Guan He, it was like seeing a ghost. Even Jiang Ye himself was somewhat surprised. He stayed silent, but Guan He offered an explanation on her own. "You should have seen me in the spectator stands when Lin Jing fought, right? Like I said in the arena, I've been through Midnight Ring. What I didn't say is that Midnight Ring also brought me something unusual." She paused here, sweeping her gaze over He Yuliang and the other onlookers. After thinking for a moment, she continued, "There's a reincarnated Eerie coexisting inside my body. Symbiotic reincarnated Eerie." He Yuliang and the others were still stunned by the idea. But Jiang Ye stayed rather calm. That's what he had suspected too. He could switch between dark type and non-dark type thanks to replica fusion. This woman must also have a special reason for switching forms. And now it seemed that special reason was the symbiotic reincarnated Eerie inside her. According to what the blackened replica had said earlier, reincarnated Eerie in the beginner apartment kept reincarnating because it refused to invade players. So the one inside Guan He should have also refused to invade players. Yet, somehow, it had invaded Guan He. But not completely. It had formed some kind of symbiotic relationship. That caused Guan He to have a dual soul state, with both red and blue forms. Still, for a reincarnated Eerie to break its own principles and enter her. Then her body before being invaded must have been something special too, otherwise the reincarnated Eerie wouldn't have taken interest. And this idea of killing the apartment boss clearly didn't originate from Guan He. It must have come from the symbiotic reincarnated Eerie inside her, which meant they might even know the white-clad woman. But isn't that too much of a coincidence? What? Two reincarnated Eerie's in the same reincarnation cycle, both planning a revolt? Was it just that they'd reincarnated too many times, and the risk of continuing was too high? Or was there some other reason? Jiang Ye suddenly thought. How many days had passed on the moon phase clock in Doomsday Apartment? In this perilous moment, maybe not just the reincarnated Eerie's, but even light-type reincarnated players wanted to kill the apartment boss. Man, being an apartment boss really was a high-risk profession. Still, actually pulling off the kill probably wouldn't be so easy. Jiang Ye's thoughts shifted. The light-type replica in the Void Mirror Palace transformed again via light and shadow escape, fleeing toward apartment 9669. Meanwhile, during the time the replica number 3, Ice-type, had driven off Wang Hai and Wang Lin, replica number 2 had returned to the dual machine, continuing his win streak. Replica number 1 had swapped places with the blackened replica that had reached apartment 4444, arriving there without any cost. The Eye of True Sight replica, which had exited fusion, entered the personal instance. At the same time, the F-tier trash replica in the Void Mirror Palace rolled the dice of fate 5 times. It was the results of those 5 rolls that made Jiang Ye form a new theory about the repeated rolls of the skull symbol. In those 5 rolls, the first 3 landed on Scepter, Sword, and Holy Grail. The Holy Grail effect was nothing new, just healed some non-existent injuries again. The sword summoned a weapon, Scythe of Entropy Erasure. The weapon looked like a black scythe, but its material didn't seem to be metal. It felt like some eerie kind of energy. The dark energy made the blade look like a twisted space rift to the naked eye. To Jiang Ye, It felt very similar to the dark spirit barrier created by Wang Hai's compass. And the scythe of entropy erasure was absolutely broken in power. It had three main effects. Entropy slash. Targets struck by the scythe will disintegrate at the molecular level, the wound will not heal, and the disintegration spreads until total destruction. Entropy drain. Each enemy killed causes the scythe to absorb some life entropy. The wielder can extract it to temporarily boost their stats. Void entropy state. Consumes large amounts of life entropy, letting the user enter an entropy state immune to all attacks for a short time. The scythe of entropy erasure was clearly a concept-level item, absurdly overpowered. Unfortunately, weapons summoned by the dice of fate came with time limits. No matter how strong, Jiang Ye didn't get to keep it. It only lasted 1 hour. A 1 in 6 chance of death, traded for an hour with an insane item. Guess it was kind of worth it. As for the scepter, it gave a flat attribute boost. After the F-tier replica rolled the scepter, both stamina and energy went up by 10 points each. These boosts were permanent, not timed. So the effect? Insane. The first time you eat a silver tier attribute fruit, you only get plus 5 points. Only the golden tier attribute fruit gives plus 10 per stat, which meant the scepter was equivalent to eating a golden tier stamina fruit and a golden tier energy fruit. Even the exchange list on a golden tier duel machine didn't offer golden tier attribute fruits. You had to find a traveling merchant and trade survival points for them, and they likely weren't cheap. Plus, there were limits on how many attribute fruits you could consume. Those limits meant top players couldn't just widen the gap endlessly through attribute fruits. But if you could roll the scepter several times, wouldn't that mean skyrocketing attributes and crushing top-tier players? Too bad. After 5 rolls of the dice of fate, Jiang Ye finally noticed a pattern, because the last 2 rolls both came up as skull, just like the light type before. Now Jiang Ye suspected. Rolling a skull wasn't about the light type. It was about the player rolling the dice. He figured the dice of fate considered the light type dead after the first skull roll, even though the light type had survived thanks to replica substitution. From the dice's perspective, the light type was already a skull. A skull rolling dice gets a skull result. Simply put, even if his replica avoided death through replica substitution, once a skull was rolled once, that replica would always roll skull from then on. A single replica couldn't use replica substitution to endlessly roll the dice of fate. So the idea of one replica rolling the scepter 100 times and stacking infinite stats? Not going to happen. But that was fine. He could still fuse replicas. By having multiple replicas roll multiple scepters, then fusing them into the main body, he could still raise his main body stats high. To generate more replicas, his main body needed high base attributes, and the dice of fate was another shortcut to power aside from attribute fruits. Such a great item obviously had to be put to good use. The F-tier replica would now always roll skull. So Jiang Ye passed the dice of fate to a replica with A-tier comprehension enhancement through the replica shared space, continuing the dice rolls. At the same time, in room 6996 of apartment 9669, a flicker of light, barely visible to the naked eye, flashed by. Right after, a low voice rang out. Symbiotic reincarnated Eerie? TSK, TSK. So because it's symbiotic, you're not afraid of me. This was in response to Guan He revealing she had a symbiotic reincarnated Eerie. And the sudden voice instantly froze the just relaxed atmosphere of room 6996. However, people like He Yuliang weren't dark-type beings, so they didn't have that instinctive fear of light type. On the contrary, they were all eyeing the kill on-site order reward, especially Lu Fong. His eyes were practically glowing red, but they also knew very well, without Wang Hai and Wang Lin's dark spirit barrier, their chances of hitting the light form Huang Bo were almost nil. And right now, they didn't seem to be the main players here. Their eyes all drifted to Guan He, occasionally glancing at Jiang Ye. Both Guan He and Jiang Ye stood stiffly, their expressions a bit unnatural. Of course, Jiang Ye was just mimicking Guan He to keep up appearances avoiding suspicion. And more importantly, at this moment, he was literally playing two roles in the same scene. His real focus was naturally on the light type. Jiang Ye, likely due to the symbiotic reincarnated Eerie, still had an instinctive fear of the light type. She was honest about it, though. While glancing around, she replied, "Of course I'm afraid. That's why we can keep each other in check." That statement sounded strange. Then a voice from above drifted down. "We?" Jiang Ye nodded. "That's right, we. Me, Jiang Ye, and you." The light-type Huang Bo let out a deliberate laugh, his tone faintly mocking. "Keep each other in check. And then what? You want me to help kill the apartment boss? But this kind of high-risk move has no benefit for me at all." Jiang Ye still gazed upward as she wandered her eyes around, expression feigning confusion. "How could it be no benefit? Killing the apartment boss would help you get rid of the kill on-site order, wouldn't it? Kill the apartment boss to lift the kill order?" Jiang Ye hadn't heard that before. The light-type companion had told him the way to break free was something like the reincarnated Eerie's fake death. Just more complicated, requiring rare and special items. Was it possible those items came from killing an apartment boss? As he was thinking, Jiang Ye's calm, cool voice continued. "All you have to do is kill all 26 apartment bosses, and the kill order will be lifted naturally. If you don't believe me, I heard the administrator of apartment 9999 also issued a small kill order on you. If you kill that one, the small kill order gets lifted. Should be proof I'm not lying." Jiang Ye made it sound so logical, but Jiang Ye was speechless inside. "Is this seriously about whether I believe you? Kill all 26 apartment bosses. You've got some guts saying that." Even the white-clad woman didn't set him up with something this outrageous when she gave him a mission. Not just Jiang Ye. Even Yu Liang and Lu Feng were mentally screaming that maybe they weren't even playing the same game as Jiang Ye. Lu Feng could barely stop himself from shouting, "Have you read the stuff you're saying?" Jiang Ye wasn't stupid. In the eerie silence, she slowly spoke again. "Actually, once we get started, we'll realize there's not that much difference between killing one apartment boss and killing 26. Jiang Ye thought, "Yeah, sure. Just like there's not much difference between positive infinity and positive infinity." Smiley face. "The thing is, if he really wanted to lift the kill order, he didn't need to go through all that. Hell, under the right conditions, he could even claim the kill on-site reward himself." So Jiang Ye's proposal didn't really appeal to him. Just as he was thinking about throwing out a snarky line to keep up his reckless persona, Jiang Ye suddenly raised her hand, holding a black mask-like item between her fingers. His eye of true sight replica had already entered the personal instance, so it couldn't fuse or be used directly. But skills possessed by the main body were still easily usable by replicas. So he cast detection and immediately got results. That black mask was actually the legendary Madman mask. Wait, what? No one in this zone had hit a 100-win streak, right? So how was the Madman mask showing up? Jiang Ye thought for a moment and quickly realized this Madman mask probably belonged to the symbiotic reincarnated Eerie. That thing had gone through who knows how many beginner apartments. It was possible it had gotten the item early. In his light form, Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. He hadn't even spoken yet when Jiang Ye raised the Madman mask and said, "You should know very well. Running away will never solve the problem. Team up with us. Go big. This is practically your only way out. Because when day 8 comes and the veteran players arrive, barriers like the one Wang Hai and Wang Lin used on you, the Dark Spirit Barrier, will flood in like a net. And even if you survive those, what then? Go to Doomsday Apartment. You think you'll be able to do whatever you want once you get there?" Jiang Ye made a lot of sense. If Jiang, you were just a regular light type, yeah, chances of survival were slim. You might as well go all out. But the thing was, Jiang Ye wasn't a regular light type. He had an entire army of replicas backing him up. Hell, if it came down to it, he could even sacrifice the light type to get a reward. As he was thinking, Jiang Ye suddenly glanced in his direction. Then she swept her gaze through the air and said meaningfully, "Also, if I'm not mistaken, you and Jiang Ye already know each other, right? What's your relationship?" That question was aimed at light form Huang Bo, but also subtly directed at Jiang Ye himself. Neither of them answered. Then a streak of light shot across Guan He's fingers. The madman mask in her hand vanished in a flash. And moments later, the name, Huang Bo, disappeared from the apartment 9669 level ranking. Wait, did he just snatch the madman mask and run? What the actual? In room 6996, He Yu Liang and the others were all dumbfounded. This. What the H asterisk LL? Did a light type just do that? Snatched something and ran off? That's seriously low, man. Even Guan He froze a little, eyes wide as she stared at her now empty, delicate hand. After a moment, she stiffly turned her head toward Jiang Ye, only to see Jiang Ye also looking shocked, cursing angrily. That light type has no shame at all. Isn't there a phrase called the righteous light of the path? With behavior like that, he's just disgracing the whole righteous path. After cursing, he cleared his throat and said seriously, he probably went to apartment 4444. I'm heading there too. See you all if fate allows. With that, he vanished with a flash, leaving behind the four players, confused and scattered like leaves in a windless storm. While things wind down here, the real show was just beginning in apartment 4444. The white-clad woman and the black and replica had both arrived ahead of time. When they first got there, they were each a little relieved, no light type in sight. The black and replica was fine. When replica number 1 swapped places with him, he automatically left 4444 and returned to his native apartment 1010. The white-clad woman, though, wasn't so lucky. To be precise, when the light type arrived at apartment 4444, every dark type being in the place was screwed. That included Lin Jing. Lin Jing, being a dark type with glyph pattern ability, naturally had an instinctive fear of light type. It hadn't been obvious before due to no face-to-face encounter. But now, with the light type landing in 4444, Lin Jing's righteously firm face instantly turned pale. He, along with Ouyang and other elites, was stationed right on the rooftop of 4444. That's also where the teleportation array between apartments was. So they were confident. No one could enter or exit 4444 without passing under their eyes. Well, except the white-clad woman. She had her own cross-apartment methods. When Jiang Ye showed up later, they didn't catch him at the rooftop either. But since they knew he was familiar with the white-clad woman, and that they arrived around the same time, they assumed he'd borrowed her method and skipped the rooftop. But now, light-type Huang Bo suddenly appeared in the apartment 4444 member list, and still hadn't passed through the rooftop. The elite players stationed there all had varying expressions. Dark types like Lin Jing were obviously terrified, but a few non-dark type elites actually looked a bit delighted. Also on the rooftop were Wang Hai and Wang Lin, who had crossed apartments from 9669. When they saw Jiang Ye on the member list, their eyes darkened slightly. But soon, Wang Hai spoke up. If the light type is here, should we set up another dark spirit barrier? Among the rooftop players, Lin Jing wasn't the leader. But because he was connected to Jiang Ye, his status was different. Before the actual leader could speak, Lin Jing replied seriously. Pointless. So what if you set up another dark spirit barrier? Jiang Ye can break through it anyway. On the contrary, the two of you are already on Jiang Ye's hate list. Staying with us might drag us down. So my suggestion, leave 4444 ASAP. Wang Hai and Wang Lin actually wanted to bail. The light type was tempting, but Jiang Ye's pressure was no joke. Especially after learning from Lin Jing. Jiang Ye probably knew the light type. Him suddenly heading to room 6996 of apartment 9669 was likely to break the dark spirit barrier and rescue the light type. If Jiang Ye and the light type joined forces, that would be unbeatable. Jiang Ye breaks the barrier with dark type might. The light type crushes all dark type beings with innate advantage. Together, they'd be unstoppable. Wang Hai and Wang Lin immediately leaned toward agreeing with Lin Jing. But maybe considering something else, they looked toward the real leader among the rooftop elite players. If Jiang Ye were present, he'd be shocked. Among the gathered elites on the rooftop, the leader was someone he recognized. It was the mysterious bald guy who had matched with Lin Jing 5 times. Because Jiang Ye had interfered, Lin Jing had surrendered, and the bald guy didn't get a 6th match. Back in the spectator stands during Lin Jing's match, Jiang Ye had heard Ouyang say that Lin Jing had thrown a fake match, giving up quick battle mode, perhaps to kill the mysterious bald guy in real life. But now, what a twist! Lin Jing and Ouyang were standing with the bald guy, and all the elite players seemed to treat this bald guy as their leader. The mysterious bald guy met Wang Hai and Wang Lin's questioning gaze, thought for a moment, then didn't echo Lin Jing's suggestion for them to leave. Instead, he suddenly removed the disguise mask he was wearing. The bald image vanished, replaced by a haggard young man with dark eye circles. He looked like one of those urban legends, Sanha god, totally slouched, eyes half-lidded like he hadn't slept in 3 days. Expressionless, he handed the disguise mask to Wang Hai and said lazily, "Put on this mask. Find a corner in 4444 to hide. Just make sure the name Wang Hai stays on the member list. Then, hand me your dark spirit compass." Wang Hai felt nervous at first putting the mask on, but then he thought, anyone seeing that bald image would hesitate to attack. Even during match 5 with Lin Jing, this guy had been pulling out all the stops. No one dared take him lightly. So wearing that disguised mask, others would think he was the mysterious bald guy. Nobody would mess with him. With that in mind, Wang Hai put on the mask, handed over the dark spirit compass, and disappeared from the rooftop. As soon as he left, the haggard young man held the dark spirit compass, then waved his other hand across his face. His face changed. He now looked exactly like Wang Hai. His build and aura, too, perfectly mimicked the middle-aged man. Seeing this, Lin Jing immediately understood. He told Wang Hai to leave because he feared Jiang Ye would come after him again. But this guy wanted Jiang Ye to come after him. Recalling all those duels with the mysterious bald guy, Lin Jing's expression darkened, eyes lowered, silent. Ouyang, however, tried to flatter the man now disguised as Wang Hai. With things like this, the setup's perfect. If Huang Bo dares come, the dark spirit barrier will trap him for sure. If Jiang Ye tries to rescue him again and breaks the barrier, then we'll finally know his secret. But Wang Hai only glanced at him coolly and corrected, "Not with I." Ouyang chuckled awkwardly and edged closer to Lin Jing. Lin Jing was now tense all over, and it took all he had to suppress his fear of the light type and squeeze out a line. The light type is approaching the rooftop. Light type Jiang Ye was indeed approaching the rooftop using light and shadow escape. But on the way up, he stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. His light and shadow escape was spiraling upward through apartment 4444, tracing a curved path. And during this winding ascent, he unexpectedly spotted a sneaky figure. What was key was, the figure's appearance was none other than that of the mysterious bald guy who'd matched with Lin Jing 5 times. Since Lin Jing's quick battle could match players across all districts, Jiang Ye thought that guy might not be from the same district, but to actually bump into him here, in their very own apartment 4444. Coincidence? No, this was no coincidence. Back when Lin Jing had tried to get Jiang Ye to throw a match, he'd mentioned some players might be sponsored by NPCs. Lin Jing had even speculated that the mysterious bald guy was backed by the duo organization, which was why he could casually throw out 5 privilege cards to match with him. Later, Lin Jing left apartment 9999 for a while. When he returned to 9999 to negotiate with Jiang Ye, he had a raven egg as his bargaining chip, and according to Ouyang, the Divine Raven was the duo organization's sacred bird. So then, that must have been when he got connected to the mysterious bald guy, or rather, the mysterious bald guy found him. More accurately, the duo organization behind the mysterious bald guy sought him out. Either way, from any angle, this mysterious bald guy had an extraordinary identity, background, and power. Logically, upon running into someone so dangerous, Jiang Ye should have kept his distance to avoid trouble. But instead, he used his light-type replica to chase the suspicious figure. He'd been on his way to the rooftop, but thanks to mysterious bald guy, he veered off course and headed downward. He followed him all the way to the 4th floor, where he saw mysterious bald guy heading to the end of the hallway. Naturally, Jiang Ye followed. Just as mysterious bald guy was about to slip into a barrier space at the hallway's end, Jiang Ye flashed forward and blocked the entrance. This mysterious bald guy was actually Wang Hai. The real mysterious bald guy was up on the rooftop, disguised as Wang Hai. Wang Hai had used a disguise mask to take the mysterious bald guy's identity. They had effectively swapped places, and all Wang Hai had to do was find a hiding spot and make sure Wang Hai stayed on the apartment 4444 member list. That way, the fake Wang Hai on the rooftop wouldn't be exposed immediately. But Wang Hai hadn't expected. This simple task would be exposed by Huang Bo right at the start. Seeing Huang Bo appear in front of the barrier space, Wang Hai panicked. His first instinct was to flee, but Wang Hai was no stranger to chaos. He quickly composed himself. Right now, he wasn't Wang Hai. He was the mysterious bald guy who'd matched Lin Jing 5 times. Anyone who knew that name wouldn't dare strike first. Even Lin Jing, despite all his tricks on the battlefield, had never dared go all out against the mysterious bald guy. And even if this light type didn't know about that legacy, Wang Hai still wasn't scared. After all, he wasn't a dark type being. He wasn't weak to light type. What he feared was the weird and unpredictable Jiang Ye. Confirming that the only one blocking him was Huang Bo, Wang Hai steadied himself and calmly asked, "Why are you blocking my path, stranger?" Jiang Ye didn't know this mysterious bald guy was Wang Hai, but he had a weird feeling. He'd thought the mysterious bald guy was a dark type, but clearly this guy wasn't. In fact, Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow and said, "Hey, that's odd. You're the first player who, upon seeing me, neither fears me nor eyes the kill-on-sight order reward." Wang Hai was screaming internally. Who the H*LL isn't eyeing the reward? But so what if he was? Without the dark spirit barrier, what use was it? The guy could vanish in a flash using light and shadow escape. Still, Wang Hai couldn't help but grow greedy. This light type brat was cocky as hell. If Jiang Ye hadn't helped him break the dark spirit barrier, he wouldn't have escaped the Void Mirror Palace. And now that he's free, he still had the guts to run straight into danger. Charging into apartment 4444? Not scared of another barrier trap. Huh. Even worse, he had the nerve to show his human form. If he could attack this human form light type player. Right now, Wang Hai didn't have the dark spirit compass. So technically, he had no way to deal with light type. But the itch in his heart said maybe, just maybe, he should try. So, he put on the mysterious air of the mysterious bald guy and slowly replied, "I'm not a dark type, so why would I fear you? As for the kill order reward, what good is wanting it? You've got light and shadow escape, don't you?" He said this to draw Jiang Ye's attention. But in reality, he quietly took out an item and suddenly flung it at Jiang Ye. To be honest, it was a gamble, because the light type could easily dodge. Just turn into light and vanish. Wang Hai was betting. This light type player was too new to have developed that instinctive reaction to dodge by turning into light. And sure enough, the ugly human face didn't become light. He instinctively raised his hand and caught the projectile. Seeing that, Wang Hai's eyes lit up with joy. Jiang Ye looked curiously at the item in his hand. He'd assumed it was some hidden weapon, but now that he took a closer look, he saw it was a triangular prism, 3-sided. From the cross-section, it was clearly a triangle. The hollow center looked like a black hole. Each of the 3 reflective surfaces showed Jiang Ye, or rather, Huang Bo's face. What was weirder, Jiang Ye barely gripped the prism, didn't squeeze hard, and the corners weren't sharp. Yet his palms started bleeding, and blood dripped onto the mirror. He watched as the fake mysterious bald guy burst out laughing. Ha ha! A newborn light type. Still too green. And with that laughter, the bloodstained prism suddenly shattered into 3 pieces. Crack! The 3 reflective shards hit the ground, splintering into mirrored fragments. And from those fragments, 3 figures stepped out. Jiang Ye was stunned, and Wang Hai, seeing his shock, became even more gleeful. That's right. Don't be too surprised. Each one of them has 100% of your strength. They won't follow anyone's orders, but from the moment they were born from your blood, they had one goal: to kill you. Until one of you dies, they won't stop. You can run, use light and shadow escape, and flee all you want. But wherever you run, these 3 light and shadow escapes will chase you. Of course, this kill prism-generated replica had one fatal flaw. Light-type Huang Bo could cross apartments by paying survival points. But these 3 replicas couldn't. They also couldn't use light and shadow escape to directly cross apartments. So theoretically, if Huang Bo left 4444 through cross-apartment transfer, he'd shake them off. But to do that, he'd have to go to the rooftop. And up on the rooftop, they'd already set the dark spirit barrier, just waiting for the light type. If the light type went, he'd be trapped. If Jiang Ye went, he'd be baited into killing the fake Wang Hai. And most players couldn't do anything about light and shadow escape. But light and shadow escape itself had to be able to counter it. 3 light and shadow escapes chasing 1 light and shadow escape. This Huang Bo might not even make it to the rooftop before being cornered by his own replicas. And if they could trap him, Wang Hai might really claim the kill on-site order reward and shock everyone. How could Wang Hai not be ecstatic? But what Wang Hai didn't know was Jiang Ye was even more ecstatic than he was. The only unfortunate part was Jiang Ye couldn't show how thrilled he was. So while struggling to suppress his laughter, his face twisted a little. But that twisted expression made his acting look even more real. Jiang Ye shot a murderous glare toward Wang Hai, full of unhidden killing intent. Then, with a grand sweep of his hand toward the 3 identical light-type replicas, those 3 light-type replicas vanished instantly. Wang Hai's ecstasy froze on his face. He was stunned. What? How is this fair? The kill prism, wasn't it supposed to create 3 replicas to hunt the target? How could 3 of them not beat one? How the H*LL did they all just disappear? 3 against 1, and they got 1 shot. Wang Hai was freaking out, but he quickly realized there was only one explanation for this outcome. This Huang Bo must have been holding some insanely overpowered item, one so strong it could crush 3 copies of himself with ease. At that thought, Wang Hai's eyes nearly burst from their sockets in shock. And Jiang Ye, meanwhile, grew increasingly suspicious. He'd already had a hunch. This mysterious bald guy didn't feel like the same one who fought Lin Jing 5 times. That one was quiet, emotionless. But this one clearly lacked composure. The vibe was totally different, and the more he thought about it, the more it seemed likely they weren't the same person. After all, the bald guy's identity came from a disguised mask. So, if the real one lent or sold his mask to someone else, then it was totally possible for someone to impersonate him. Was it lent? Or traded? What was the purpose? A few thoughts flickered through Jiang Ye's mind. But what he cared more about was that triangular prism. So he asked in a low, cold tone, "What's that item that created 3 of my replicas? Got any more of it?" Wang Hai thought Huang Bo was scared of it. That maybe defeating those 3 replicas had come a huge cost? If he had another kill prism, could he really threaten this guy? Unfortunately, he didn't. One-use items were rare enough. But a kill prism, nicknamed the mini-kill order, was ridiculously rare. Having one was lucky. More? No way. Still, wearing the mysterious bald guy's identity, Wang Hai bluffed confidently. "If you got guts, kill me. I dare you to touch a hair on my head." Jiang Ye thought, what a weird request. But he was a cautious man. He only suspected this bald guy wasn't the real one. He couldn't be 100% sure. If this guy was the one who fought Lin Jing, then killing him might be a problem. Still, Jiang Ye didn't show up at 4,444 without being fully prepared. He flashed a grin at the bald guy and said, "Since you're so sincere in your request, I suppose I'll be kind enough to grant your wish." SZZZ. AHHHHHHHHH. As he finished the word wish, the bald guy let out a shriek like a pig being slaughtered. A pitch-black scythe, like a rift in space, sliced straight at his face. Scythe of Entropy Erasure. A concept-level weapon with a mere 1-hour time limit. Jiang Ye had to go wild with it while he had the chance. Otherwise, what a waste. But there's a limitation to Dice of Fate weapons. Only the replica who rolled it can use it. Others can't. However, that limitation could be bypassed by replica fusion. Jiang Ye had fused the F-tier trash replica who rolled the Scythe of Entropy Erasure into his light-type self. So now the light-type could wield the scythe. At that moment, the scythe struck the disguise mask on the bald guy's face. The mask immediately shattered into shimmering particles. With the mask destroyed, the man's true face was revealed. It was Wang Hai. Oh wow. So Wang Hai had fled 9,669 and came straight to 4,444. Sure enough, the Apartment 4444 member list included Wang Hai and Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hai's entire face looked like it had been erased, as if someone had rubbed a drawing clean with an eraser. Like a faceless man from comic. But it didn't stop there. The glowing particles on his face spread like a virus, devouring his flesh without spilling a drop of blood. Wang Hai kept screaming, still barely conscious. He quickly pulled out another item and crushed it. His body vanished on the spot. But the light particles on him didn't disappear. Jiang Ye, gripping the Scythe of Entropy Erasure, chased after the floating light trail, straight to the rooftop. And now he realized, the fake mysterious bald guy, Wang Hai, had come down from the rooftop earlier. Which meant, the rooftop must be a trap, a hungmin banquet. Jiang Ye was even a little excited at the thought. However, as Wang Hai, now horribly disfigured and faceless, stumbled into the dark spirit barrier while screaming for help, the real mysterious bald guy, disguised as Wang Hai, suddenly locked eyes on those glowing wounds. His gaze was one of shock, terror, disbelief. "Who is it?" he shouted, grabbing Wang Hai's arm, losing control. He demanded in a fierce voice, "Who did this to you?" Wang Hai's screams were growing weaker and weaker. After he managed to squeeze out a few yes-s from his throat, the eerie injury in his light spot state spread to his throat. His vocal cords were destroyed, and he could no longer make a sound. It even felt like he could suffocate and die at any moment. Such a terrifying condition made all the players inside the Dark Spirit Barrier feel a chill run down their spines and their scalps go numb. They had never seen such an eerie kind of injury before. It just instinctively filled them with fear. But the fake Wang Hai, the real bald guy, recognized that injury. If you look closely, you'd see the injury spreading across Wang Hai's face looked just like light scorch. But light scorch only occurred on dark-type beings. And Wang Hai clearly wasn't a dark type. The only thing that could cause such a terrifying effect on a non-dark type being was a concept-level weapon. No wonder the mysterious bald guy was scared shitless. What he couldn't understand was, how the hell could a mere beginner apartment have a concept-level weapon? This SHD was just way too outrageous. Could he have fallen into some kind of heaven-defying illusion? Or was this not even the beginner apartment to begin with? Bottom line, the mysterious bald guy was beyond shocked, questioning his entire life. In the midst of this shock, he was already thinking about running away. But suddenly, he sensed a fear like the grim Reaper himself had arrived. Logically, he had already died many times. He should have long gotten used to the feeling of death, shouldn't even feel afraid. But at that moment, he just couldn't help it. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, scalp tingled, and his mind was filled with nothing but sheer terror. Arnob. In that instant, his heart pounded so hard it felt like it leaped into his throat. His pupils shook, and only one word remained in his mind. Run. Get the F*** out. But then, suddenly, a dark flash of light actually broke in from outside the Dark Spirit Barrier. That scene, like a black hole space suddenly shattering, looked exactly like what had happened back in room 6996 of apartment 9669, when Jiang Ye forced Wang Hai to flee and the barrier was dispelled. It was just like a black curtain being ripped apart, a black hole space collapsing, Only this time, as the dark spirit barrier shattered. The dark spirit compass in the fake Wang Hai's hand suddenly let out a cracking sound. Kacha. All the players trapped inside the barrier went stiff, their eyes nearly bursting out of their sockets. Right before their eyes, they all saw a flash of light. A flash of light holding a scythe that looked like a rift in the darkness, charging straight at them. Light moved with blinding speed. In that moment, as the dark spirit barrier shattered, the entire audience was left shocked, terrified. All their eyes widened in disbelief, like their pupils were literally about to shatter. But then, that flash of light suddenly changed direction in the blink of an eye. Bang, 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 bang. Amid those booming sounds, the entropy scythe struck the teleportation consoles on the rooftop at incredible speed. Those consoles, which were used for teleportation, were rapidly breaking apart under the assault of the entropy scythe. That's right. As soon as Jiang Ye arrived at apartment 4444, he made a beeline for the rooftop, not for anything else, but to destroy those teleportation consoles. Lin Jing and Ouyang wanted to seal off apartment 4444, right? Want to seal the apartment? Fine, he'd just do it himself, by force, with the entropy scythe. And this kind of physical lockdown seemed even more effective than an administrator's authority-based seal. Not only were all the players inside apartment 4444 now trapped, even players from other apartments couldn't teleport in anymore. However, just as Jiang Ye, in his light and shadow escape state, was happily smashing consoles with the entropy scythe, he accidentally bumped into someone. Why would someone suddenly appear? Because those consoles themselves were teleportation arrays. Someone had just teleported over from another apartment. And that person was none other than Guan He, who had been robbed of her madman mask back in apartment 9669. Guan He hadn't even had time to react. She saw that scythe, like a rift in darkness, coming at her with terrifying force. Her expression changed drastically, instantly losing all composure, and blurted out, "Holy SHD." Right after that, like a reflex, she turned red in an instant. A red headband appeared on her head, and her entire state shifted. Yeah, just like Blue Dragon Koei turning into Red Dragon Koei in a flash. Guan He instantly transformed into the Red Handkerchief Woman. But even in that form, she still lost all composure and shrieked even louder. "Holy SHD!" Then, she freaked out and turned blue again. No, wait, she reverted to her normal Guan He form. Having gone through 2 rounds of such extreme fear, her face was now ghostly pale, and tears were about to fall. She even instinctively cried out, "Mommy!" and then, trembling, crushed an item. In the next second, her shaking figure disappeared from the rooftop. Yep, Guan He ran away. But she didn't make it out of apartment 4444. Because in that insanely short period of time, Jiang Ye had already destroyed all the teleportation consoles on the rooftop. Any normal player couldn't have done it. First off, the consoles weren't the kind of items you could break with just anything. If not for the entropy scythe, even a light type couldn't have pulled this off. Second was the speed. There were too many consoles. Without light and shadow escape, it would have been impossible to destroy them all this fast. Unfortunately, while Jiang Ye was swinging the entropy scythe and wrecking consoles, Guan He ran, Bald Guy ran, Lin Jing and Ouyang ran, everyone on the rooftop ran. Of course, Wang Hai didn't run. He was dead, and now that the consoles were destroyed, the rest couldn't teleport to other apartments either. So even if they ran, they were still stuck in apartment 4444. And for someone like Jiang Ye, who had light and shadow escape and the entropy scythe, this was basically like catching turtles in a jar. Effortless. So satisfying, smiley face. Lin Jing's reason for wanting Jiang Ye to seal apartment 4444 was to trap and kill the light type. But now, the situation had flipped. The light type sealed apartment 4444, ready to hunt everyone else instead. Jiang Ye, completely satisfied, smashed the final console and eagerly anticipated the upcoming game of cat and mouse. He even publicly posted in the now silent apartment 4444 chat group, Huangbo, weren't you all the ones willing to go all out to seal off apartment 4444? So how come now that I've helped you seal it, you don't look too happy? At Lin Jing, at Ouyang fan. Now, that was the peak of arrogance. Lin Jing and Ouyang were too busy running for their lives to even think about replying. But just then, a sudden announcement echoed in every apartment 4444 player's mind. Ding! Beginner apartment emergency announcement. Administrator of apartment 4444 has issued a kill on-site order against player Huangbo. Any player who successfully kills Huangbo will receive the following rewards. 1. Madman Mask *5. 2. Platinum Treasure Chest *5. 3. Survival Points *5,000. 4. 1 free housing unit in this apartment. The reward wasn't as generous as what the administrator of apartment 9999 had offered before. Still, it was pretty generous. Back when that announcement popped up in apartment 9999, the whole chat group had exploded. But right now, the chat group for apartment 4444 remained quiet as a mouse. Looks like these players had at least a decent sense of self-awareness. They were clearly aware of their current predicament. As for this administrator of apartment 4444, he seemed a bit out of touch. Jiang Ye let out a slight smile, then used light and shadow escape to dive straight for the first floor. At the same time, in just this brief moment, his comprehension replica, far away in the Void Mirror Palace, rolled the dice of fate 2 more times. The first roll landed on Scepter, boosting both stamina and energy attributes by +10. The second roll finally landed on the one Jiang Ye had been hoping for, Crown. The Crown's effect was an increase in luck. His 2 powerful SS tier replicas, the light and dark ones, were both generated after he had previously rolled a crown. So Jiang Ye kept rolling the dice of fate, hoping to get another crown, to create more overpowered replicas. Now that he had the crown, the comprehension replica had no survival points. But that wasn't a problem. Jiang Ye had already planned ahead. Back in room 6996 of apartment 9669, Guan He and 4 other players had transferred a total of 12 survival points to him. Those survival points were stored inside a survival jade token, and the points inside could be extracted into the data panel. Of course, once transferred to the data panel, the survival points could no longer be traded. Jiang Ye didn't care. He immediately extracted 2 survival points for the comprehension replica, testing the waters by creating 2 new replicas. And sure enough, with the added luck, these 2 new replicas were not ordinary. Fushi, level 0, stamina 10, energy 10, combat power 100, survival points 0, ability 1-for-1 extremes SS. Effect: you can choose to die in exchange for the guaranteed death of a target. Both deaths are SS tier. Skills: Artistic Explosion S, Eyes of Hatred S. Artistic Explosion S. You may sacrifice your body or a bound item to explode the target. Explosion power is based on the value of the sacrifice. Sacrificing your body usually yields greater value than sacrificing bound items. Eyes of Hatred S. You can mark a target with hatred. When the hatred value reaches a certain threshold, you may sacrifice your eyes to kill the target. If the hatred value is too low, the target will be injured instead. The death tier is based on hatred level, up to a maximum of S tier. On an average player, this SS tier ability might be a bit of a gimmick. But for Jiang Ye, who had replica substitution, this was basically a point-and-kill move. Could this ability let him directly trade for the apartment boss's death? Wasn't this a bit too OP? That said, the reason why all his replicas currently had access to replica substitution was mostly thanks to the effect of the Soul Link S-tier skill. And that S-tier skill had a time limit. Once it expired, the replicas would no longer have access to replica substitution. And pulling off a 1-for-1 extreme would require fusing the replica back into his main body at midnight, and letting the main body use this game-breaking ability. Of course, there was an even better solution. to make Soul Link a permanently owned skill. That was also one of the main reasons Jiang Ye hadn't rushed to kill Lin Jing and Ouyang yet. He was still counting on those two to help him upgrade the trial version skill into a permanent one. The second replica was also SS tier. Li Ji, level 0, stamina 10, energy 10, combat power 100, survival points 0, ability lofty ambition SS, skill vow S, vow, as you may set a time goal. If you succeed within the time limit, you gain a reward. If you fail, you suffer a penalty. Another growth type ability. No offensive power at the beginning, would need time to grow. Jiang Ye wasn't disappointed though. In fact, he was kind of excited. After all, with his army of replicas backing him up, this ambitious replica couldn't possibly fail in his vows. He was pretty curious what kind of rewards he might get for fulfilling those vows. But the most urgent thing now was to create more high-quality replicas while the luck boost was still active. So he immediately extracted 5 more survival points for the comprehension replica and continued generating replicas. Meanwhile, back in apartment 4444, Jiang Ye just charged down to the first floor, and from afar he saw the white-clad woman's head full of black snakes had all been severed and were lying all over the floor. And surrounding her were dozens of identical white-clad women. They clawed and lunged, the snakes on their heads writhing as if blown by wind, forming an all-out assault against the white-clad woman, a middle-aged man, suspected to be the administrator of apartment 4444, was holding a strange-looking mirror and aiming it at the white-clad woman from a distance. On top of that, the floor beneath the battle was covered in eerie runes. The runes appeared to be under the administrator's control, and, judging from the current situation, it looked like the white-clad woman was losing the fight. But when Jiang Ye saw the floor full of white-clad women, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He put on his madman mask, swung the entropy scythe, and shouted from afar, "Little Bai, I'm here to help you." That one excited roar completely stunned the white-clad woman. The black lines above her head, just the snake bodies with no heads, suddenly stood up straight. It looked like she'd been struck by lightning. She didn't even need to turn around to see where Jiang Ye was coming from. Her mind instantly filled with one thought. Holy sh**t. Can you not? From the administrator's point of view, he also froze completely and didn't even need to look to know the light type had arrived. His scalp tingled, his pupils shook, and just like the white-clad woman, a line popped into his head. Holy sh**d. Are you F***ing serious? At that moment, the whole battle scene seemed to be screaming just one thing. Don't. Come. Over. Here. Unfortunately, no one heard the heartfelt cries of these two suddenly kindred-spirited dark-type beings. Jiang Ye certainly didn't. His eyes sparkled with even more excitement as he charged toward the cluster of white-clad women. In an instant, dozens of white-clad women let out ghostly, blood-curdling screams, and the administrator of apartment 4444 suddenly flung the mirror in his hand at one of the white-clad women. Then, in the blink of an eye, he operated the front desk console, and his trembling figure disappeared. Come to think of it, the reason that guy managed to escape was mainly because he threw away the mirror in his hand. Jiang Ye's eyes had been locked onto that mirror. With a flash step, a beam of light shot forth. Amid the chaotic crowd of white-clad women, the mirror was instantly snatched into his hand. Unfortunately, the Eye of True Sight replica had already entered a personal instance and couldn't be fused back, and the regular detection skill didn't seem capable of identifying the mirror's info at all. No matter, Jiang Ye just stashed the mirror away. In the next second, he noticed that the dozens of white-clad women that had been in the hall were now completely gone. Most of them had simply vanished like phantoms. The original white-clad woman had regrown snake heads atop the black snakes on her head. The snakes wrapped around her, and she vanished in an instant. She ran, likely terrified of the light type. Jiang Ye was speechless. Didn't he just shout, "Little Bai, I'm here to help you"? He clearly stated he was an ally, why run? Helplessly, the hidden replica number 1 of Jiang Ye swapped in from within apartment 4444. He pulled out the glass orb used to contact the white-clad woman and called out, "By no, Big Boss Insu, where'd you go? I've already teamed up with this light type, Huang Bo. He was trapped in the Void Mirror Palace by some setup, and I helped him break the dark spirit barrier to get out. Now he's agreed to join forces with me to go after the apartment boss, and also the apartment administrator. He has the madman mask and can help kill him too. So now, Huang Bo is our ally. You don't have to hide from him." Jiang Ye spoke with all the earnestness in the world, but the glass orb remained unresponsive. The white-clad woman definitely heard him. She just hadn't recovered from the shock yet. In another space, she was calming her shattered nerves while mumbling internally. "Damn it, is this really about being allies? This is about light and dark. Instincts, nature, principle. Don't have to hide," he says. "Even if the apartment boss came, I'd still hide. How could a mere reincarnated Eerie like me not hide?" Still, instinct and fear aside, saying it out loud would be too embarrassing. So once she had collected herself, she deliberately dodged the topic of fleeing and cut straight to the point. "We'll talk about dealing with the apartment boss later. Right now, the issue is that light-type Huang Bo just ruined something big for me. The 4444 administrator got away before I could kill him." At this, Jiang Ye interjected, "But I heard that apartment administrators can't leave their own apartments. Where could he have gone?" "He's probably gone to the underground Eerie graveyard, a feature unique to apartment 4444. And that's exactly where the real trouble begins. First problem, the authority to access the Eerie graveyard lies solely with the administrator. He hid in the graveyard, and we don't have the authority to go in. There's nothing we can do about it. That light type thought I was losing the fight and came charging in to help, but I was deliberately playing weak, waiting for the perfect moment to kill the administrator in one strike. What I feared most was him hiding in the graveyard. RB. Now, thanks to that dumb light type barging in, the administrator really did get away." Seriously? She was faking being at a disadvantage? So he really made things worse by helping? Replica number 1 and Huang Bo exchanged awkward glances. Still, it wasn't the end of the world. He asked the orb again. "You said that's the first problem. What's the second?" "Second problem is, my raven egg is still inside the graveyard. According to the 2 players I made a contract with, the administrator didn't know there was a raven egg in the graveyard. Those 2 even used that as leverage to pressure me into action. But now that the administrator has personally entered the graveyard, he's bound to find the raven egg. If we don't get in there and stop him soon, something might happen to it." Jiang Ye nodded slightly. He'd been curious about that so-called Eerie graveyard for a while now, had always wanted to check it out. So at this point, he switched over to Huang Bo, who addressed the orb. "Here's the thing. My light and shadow escape lets me move freely within the bounds of an apartment. But I've searched all over 4,444 and found no sign of the so-called Eerie graveyard. What gives?" That voice, clearly not Jiang Ye's, was immediately recognized by the white-clad woman. There was a long silence from the orb. Then, when a voice finally came through, her tone had clearly changed. She wasn't nearly as snappy as she'd been with Jiang Ye. "Light can indeed pass through many things, but there are some special barriers that even light can't penetrate." The light type subconsciously weighed the entropy scythe in his hand and asked again, "Do you know where that special barrier isolating the Eerie graveyard is located?" Another pause. Then the white-clad woman replied matter-of-factly, "Usually, it should be between the first floor and the basement. But I'm not completely sure." "All right then." Jiang Ye, hearing this, had the light-type replica immediately transform into light and shadow escape again. This time, he shot straight downward. Earlier, he would sense resistance and get bounced back. But this time, upon encountering resistance, he simply swung the entropy scythe. This concept-level scythe didn't even seem real, as if it were a frozen rift of darkness itself. And when it slammed into the barrier blocking the light, Jiang Ye, still on the first floor, suddenly felt as though the entire apartment 4444 began to shake. It felt just like an earthquake. Not just him, the entire apartment on every floor, including all the players and the shivering, eerie beings that couldn't escape, felt the tremor. And then, along with the shaking, a sharp alarm blared throughout apartment 4444. Warning, warning, this apartment is under unknown attack. Warning, warning, this apartment is under unknown attack. After the alarm blared 5 times, the message suddenly changed. Warning, warning, this apartment is under unknown attack. Destruction time will be moved up by 2 hours. What the H*LL? So the apartment destruction time can actually be moved up? Only now did Jiang Ye fully realize just how insanely overpowered a concept-level weapon truly was. His imagination started running wild. If that's the case, could you actually destroy an entire apartment just by wielding concept weapon? Sure enough, after another 5 rounds of shrill alarms, the message changed again. Warning, warning, this apartment is under unknown attack. Destruction time will be moved up by 4 hours. It really could. Jiang Ye was stunned, but quickly thought of something else. Normally, an apartment administrator should also be responsible for protecting the apartment from destruction. The reason why apartment 4444 could be destroyed so easily by him now was probably related to the administrator running away. Warning, warning, this apartment is under unknown attack. Warning, warning, this apartment is under unknown attack. This sharp, piercing alarm rang out non-stop throughout all of apartment 4444. The entire atmosphere of apartment 4444 became filled with a sense of urgency and tension. For players with weaker mental fortitude, just hearing this warning was enough to drive them into irritation, panic, emotional instability, and complete unrest. Even the light type, still swinging the entropy scythe at the special barrier, couldn't help but think. Was he going too far? Was this too insane? But Jiang Ye thought it over and realized being insane was perfectly reasonable. If he didn't have an army of replicas and replica substitution as a safety net, if the whole world were really targeting and hunting him, he'd probably go even crazier than this light type. Everyone wants me dead, huh? Then fine. None of you are getting out of this in one piece. Smash! Smash! Smash it to hell. He swung the entropy scythe faster and faster, and the interval between alarms kept shrinking. Originally, it took 5 alarm sounds to trigger a warning about the apartment's destruction being moved up. But in the blink of an eye, it became almost every single alarm. Warning, warning, this apartment is under unknown attack. Destruction time will be moved up by 20 hours. Warning, warning, this apartment is under unknown attack. Destruction time will be moved up by 28 hours. Warning, warning, this apartment is under unknown attack. Destruction time will be moved up by 42 hours. The number of hours being moved up kept increasing, as if silently announcing that the lifespan of apartment 4444 was bleeding out at a terrifying rate. And yet, in the entire apartment 4444, it seemed no one could stop it. Inside the eerie red light elevator, Guani pressed every floor button. At this point, she didn't even know what floor she was on. Her hands and feet were ice cold, her heart filled with fear. She couldn't help but ask herself, if this apartment really gets destroyed the next second, what will happen to all the players inside? From within her mind, a cold voice slowly emerged. Ordinary players? Nothing much. They'll just go through the usual procedure. Any player with a survival stone will be sent straight to the Doomsday Apartment. Those without one will be destroyed along with the apartment. Guani actually let out a breath of relief, because she had a survival stone in her hand. But then the inner voice coldly poured a bucket of ice water over her. But you're different from ordinary players. More accurately, reincarnated Eries are different from ordinary players. When trying to survive in a beginner apartment, a reincarnated Erie must be prepared for fake death and resurrection, in sync with the apartment's destruction and rebirth. And usually, even 10 days is barely enough to prepare. But this time, I'm completely unprepared. And without any preparation, I'll be destroyed along with the apartment. And just like we agreed before, if you can't kill the apartment boss and can't guarantee that I survive and make it to the Doomsday Apartment, then I'll replace you and carry your share of life forward alone. Those words were final and chilling. And when the words replace you came out, Jiang Ye's face went visibly pale. This part, after all, had been agreed upon long ago between her and the reincarnated Eerie. What they called symbiosis really meant if they could coexist, they'd live together. But if they couldn't coexist, then Jiang Ye dies and the reincarnated Eerie lives. But Jiang Ye didn't want to die, so she had to find a way to stop this insane Huangbo. Her pale face twitched as her mind raced, just as she pieced together the right words and was about to hit Huangbo in the chat group. The apartment's warning finally reached. Warning, warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. Destruction time will be moved up by 240 hours. 240 hours. That's 10 days. Warning, warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. This apartment will be destroyed at the next midnight. The destruction of apartment 4444 had been directly pushed forward to the next midnight. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and posted her carefully crafted message in the chat group, tagging a Huangbo. Basically, her message said that destroying the apartment early wouldn't benefit Huangbo in any way. If he didn't have a survival stone, he'd die with the apartment. Even if he did, he'd just get sent straight to the Doomsday Apartment. Sure, he could do whatever he wanted here in the beginner apartment. But once he got to the Doomsday Apartment, there were countless heaven-defying items and powerful beings that weren't afraid of him at all. Once the apartment was gone, Huangbo's fate wouldn't be that great either. She laid out a very rational analysis of the pros and cons. But Jiang Ye knew trying to reason with a madman was useless. Even if she said all that in the group, it might not move this crazy light-type player at all. But the result was, she didn't expect that. Almost right after she posted her message, the apartment's tremors and alarms suddenly stopped. Jiang Ye was stunned. This Huangbo, sure, he was ugly, but was he actually open to reason? Or maybe he had always planned to stop and just needed a way out? Well, that was a misunderstanding on her part. The alarms had stopped because light and shadow escape had finally broken a gap through the special barrier and dropped into what was probably the legendary underground graveyard. Back when one Xin gave Jiang Ye the guide, he mentioned that this underground graveyard was an extremely dark-type environment. As soon as the light type fell in, he immediately felt a physiological sense of discomfort. It was the same kind of disgust he usually felt toward dark-type beings, other than his replicas. Only here in the graveyard, the intensity of that discomfort felt amplified 100-fold. Still in light and shadow escape mode, Jiang Ye frowned slightly. He took a sip of diluted moonlight essence to recover and tried to recall the part of one Xion's guide about the graveyard. So this underground graveyard was basically a massive burial site. The whole place had been split into 3 zones. The Tombstone Zone, the Grave Mound Zone, and the Blackened Zone. What players commonly called the Blackened Zone was actually referred to in the official system as the Greening Zone. But because all the plants in this apartment's Greening Zone were pitch black, players replaced green with black and started calling it the Blackened Zone. Most of the plants in the Blackened Zone were aggressive, but as long as players didn't attack them first, they wouldn't actively attack. The Blackened Zone's main purpose was for creating new tombstones or grave mounds. If a player wanted to bury something, they could clear out a patch of these black plants, claim the land, and then turn it into a new tombstone or grave mound. In the game, players would often do this when they were planning to abandon their account or quit playing, but weren't totally committed. So they'd build a grave mound or tombstone in the Blackened Zone and bury their game character. That way, if they ever wanted to come back later, they could return to the graveyard and resurrect the buried character. Interestingly, during the period the character was deleted, it would continue existing as an NPC in the graveyard and go through various experiences. Some purely entertainment-focused players would even deliberately delete a character, let it turn into a graveyard NPC, then use a new character to trigger its events. And after it had accumulated stories, they'd come back to reclaim it, just to see what kind of adventures did their old self go through. A unique and creative gameplay style, for sure. Of course, that was all just in-game behavior. But in real life, building new tombstones or mounds in the Blackened Zone likely had to do with fake death and resurrection, right? Jiang Ye thought for a moment. Should he build a new grave mound and bury a replica in it just for fun? But then he realized this whole apartment 4444 was about to be destroyed, and the graveyard would probably vanish with it. So he gave up on the idea. Besides, his main goal now was to hunt down the apartment administrator. So his gaze quickly shifted from a blackened zone filled with black plants to the tombstone zone and grave mound zone. There were actually very few tombstones. Looking from a distance, there were only 4. Each one had strange glyphs engraved on it, as if telling a story. According to one Xian's guide, analyzing those glyphs could reveal information useful for figuring out what was buried beneath the tombstones. If a tombstone held an item, it was usually something rare. If it contained an eerie being, it was usually powerful. Because creating a tombstone was far more complex than creating a grave mound. And destroying a tombstone was also much harder than destroying a grave mound. Juan Xin had said that during the beginner phase, almost no players could destroy a tombstone. So most players lucky enough to enter the graveyard just played the open grave mound game. As for the grave mounds, there were way more of them. At a glance, there were easily over 10,000. In his light and shadow escape state, Jiang Ye toured the entire graveyard, but found neither the administrator nor the raven egg. So he swung the entropy scythe and casually smashed open 2 grave mounds. After smashing them, he quickly put the scythe away. The reason being, entropy scythe was just too powerful. If a grave mound contained an eerie being, that was fine. They'd be one-shot anyway. But if it contained items, one hit from the entropy scythe would completely destroy them too. To avoid wasting any valuable items, Jiang Ye switched to another weapon. Meanwhile, while the light-type replica Huang Bo was opening grave mounds looking for the administrator. On the first floor of apartment 4444, replica number 1 Jiang Ye held up the glass orb again and asked the white-clad woman, "Big boss, are you still in 4444? The white-clad woman didn't answer directly, but asked in return, "What do you want this time?" "Oh, nothing much. Just wondering. If an apartment is destroyed ahead of schedule, what happens?" "Destroyed ahead of schedule? That's impossible." Jiang Ye instantly realized from that line. The white-clad woman wasn't in 4444, so she hadn't heard the destruction warnings at all. He quickly summarized the light type's glorious achievements for her. During the whole explanation, the glass orb remained silent. Jiang Ye wrapped it up with, "So basically, that guy already broke through the graveyard barrier, and he's inside chasing the administrator now. And the price was that the apartment's alarms kept saying the destruction time has been moved to the next midnight." Still, no reaction. He tapped the orb. "Big boss, did you hear me?" A moment later, the white-clad woman's slightly stiff voice came through. "Give me a moment to process this." "Fine. But hey, you want to come back to 4444 and help us hunt the administrator? The graveyard barrier's broken. You can go in now." "White-clad woman. I said give me a moment." "All right then." Jiang Ye put away the orb and directly used replica swap to enter the graveyard himself. Still a pity that the Eye of True Sight replica was stuck in a personal instance. Otherwise, he really would have liked to use it to inspect the grave mounds. If he'd known earlier, he would have used the replica reflection mirror to leave a mirror replica of the Eye of True Sight outside. Well, whatever. He had plenty of replicas now, and the cooldown on replica fusion could be eased using different replicas with the replica fusion skill. Still, sigh. While the light-type replica and replica number 1 wandered around the graveyard. Replica number 2, located in apartment 9999, came back out of the duel machine. He'd hit a 39 win streak. Now, there was a problem. If he got matched with Wu Ying again for his 40th win, and Wu Ying surrendered again, then the reward he could claim for 40 wins would be drastically downgraded. At 30 wins, his reward of the Void Mirror was downgraded to the Blood Spirit Comb. and 1xin got screwed. Now at 40 wins, he didn't want to screw himself. So he had to think of a way to stop Wu Ying from surrendering and win through real combat to claim a top-tier win streak reward. Just as he was about to go ask 1xin for advice, he suddenly saw some explosive news in the 9999 chat group. After signing a contract with Lin Jing and Ouyang, a new player, namely Aoyang, had arrived at 9999. This guy had been asking around about 1xin in the group, and recently, he dropped a bombshell. 1xin is dead. Jiang Ye immediately checked the level ranking and member list. Sure enough, 1xin's name had vanished from the ranking, and in the member list, his name had gone gray. In the group, Li Aoyang was confirming the truth of 1xin's death with another player. Fangzhe, of course it's true. I heard it from Chung Kun. 1xin and Chung Kun went into a dungeon deep in the 22nd floor hallway, and Chung Kun saw him die with his own eyes. Li Aoyang, but I also see that Chung Kun's name has gone gray too. Fangzhe. Chung Kun didn't come out in good shape either. He left 9999 and moved cross apartment. If you want to find Chung Kun, wait for apartment 0000 to open. He's likely to head there and look for the Zhuang Zhou dreaming butterfly. Li Aoyang. I wasn't looking for Chung Kun. I wanted to find 1xin, but now... Fangzhe. Nothing to sigh about. 1xin was a total unlucky B** start. We all knew he wouldn't last long. And look, sure enough, poof, gone down. Jiang Ye stared at the chat and frowned slightly. The F******. 1xin's gone. But their deal, 1xin hadn't given him the second half of the guide yet. No telling if Chung Kun picked up his body. Maybe he could ask Chung Kun for the other half of the guide later. Jiang Ye felt a little wistful, but wasn't too upset. He had too many replicas anyway, so his attention quickly shifted back to the Void Mirror Palace. The central area of the Void Mirror Palace had become his secret base for replica generation. The Comprehension replica, still blessed with luck, had just generated 5 more high-quality replicas in one go. This batch didn't include any SS tier abilities. But luckily, all 5 had S tier abilities. 3 were element affinity types: lightning, fire, and spatial affinity. 1 was an enhancement type, super stamina. 1 was a weapon mastery type, sword heart enlightenment. Lightning affinity granted the S-tier skills Lightning Prison, Chain Thunderstorm, and the A-tier defensive and counterattack skill Thunder God Armor. With this setup, that replica alone could probably beat Shabo, another lightning type. Fire affinity granted the S-tier skills Infernal Dragon's Breath, Scorching Domain, and the A-tier flame that burns the heart. Even on its own, that replica could go toe-to-toe with most non-dark type powerhouses. The spatial affinity skills were even stronger. 1 S-tier skill, Void Singularity, summoned a 10-second micro black hole to swallow trash mobs. When it ended, it caused a space collapse, dealing massive AoE damage. Another S-tier skill, Spatial Matrix, was a domain skill that created a 30 by 30 meter grid, where gravity direction could be freely manipulated. Within the matrix, attacks could also be controlled to bounce and reflect freely. Overall, a seriously powerful combo. The only downside, the domain's range wasn't very large. There was also an A-tier skill, Rift Storm, which counted as a fairly powerful offensive move. It could deal defense-ignoring damage to targets by cutting through spatial rifts. These 3 element affinity replicas, along with the previous ice element replica, were all high attack types. But it was obvious that the spatial and lightning elements had noticeably higher combat power than fire and ice. As for the other 2 replicas with Sword Heart Enlightenment and Super Stamina, Jiang Ye tried them out as well. Both possess combat power not inferior to the S-tier elemental abilities. Sword Heart Enlightenment significantly increased the power of sword-type weapons. It came with 2 S-tier skills, Thoughtless Sword and Invincible Sword, as well as 1 A-tier skill, 36 sword forms. Super Stamina was essentially natural brute strength. Not only did it provide immense raw power, but more importantly, it allowed 200% efficiency on the stamina attribute. It came with two S-tier skills, Savage Force and Titan's Grip, and one A-tier skill, War Stomp. Even at level 0, the Super Stamina replica could barehandedly snap bronze-tier equipment without using any skill. With skills activated, even silver-tier gear could be snapped easily. If a gold-tier weapon showed up, it would probably still get cracked. These two non-elemental replicas specialized in powerful physical attacks. When fused or used in coordination, the result would be absolutely terrifying. Together, these 5 replicas each had massive development potential. Jiang Ye hoped that once they grew stronger, each one could be powerful enough to stand on its own. So, without hesitation, he fed all 5 S-tier replicas and the 2 SS-tier replicas. A full set of black iron, bronze, and silver attribute fruits. With a team like this, Jiang Ye naturally began to think about replica leveling. Raising a replica to level 10 would grant an additional plus 10 in both stamina and energy. And in his case, leveling up was practically effortless. Of course, there was another important reason. He'd taken time to carefully study the SS-tier replica Li Ji. And this research brought a surprising discovery. Although this SS-tier replica only had a single S-tier skill, Vow, the value of this skill far exceeded Jiang Ye's expectations. When Li Ji activated the skill Vow, 3 options would automatically appear in his mind. Set goal, set time limit, and reward/penalty tier. Among them, set goal and set time limit were input manually by Li Ji. Reward/penalty tier, however, was auto-evaluated by the skill itself based on the chosen goal and time frame. In other words, if the goal was too easy, the reward tier might only be F tier or D tier. But if the difficulty was extremely high, the tier could reach S, SS, or even SSS. Of course, higher isn't always better. If you completed the goal, sure, you'd get an SSS tier reward. But if you failed, the penalty would also be SSS tier. Worst case, the character might just straight up get deleted. If a regular player had this ability, they'd probably need a lot of time to grow. Since it had no offensive moves at the start, they need to start with some small vows, gradually grow stronger, and only then take on high difficulty challenges. But Jiang Ye was different. He had an army of replicas behind him. He could take on SSS tier objectives from level 0. His biggest surprise, though, was, according to the system prompt, if he completed an SSS tier goal, the entire SS tier ability Lofty Ambition could be upgraded to SSS tier. That meant Lofty Ambition might become his first ever SSS tier ability. Even more exciting, when testing an SSS tier goal, he had set the objective as kill 3 apartment administrators. Time limit, 30 minutes. And killing apartment administrators was already something on his to-do list. At the right time, he could simply swap in Li Ji to complete the kill. 30 minutes for 3 kills? Piece of cake. He even had the 3 targets in mind already. The administrators of apartment 4444, 1010, and 9999. Perfect set. Still, to better understand the details of the vow skill, Jiang Ye decided to first use leveling up as the objective, to test what kind of S-tier rewards it would give. And so, 5 S-tier replicas, along with 2 SS-tier ones, used replica swap to head to apartment 9999. Then, they marched straight for the depths of the 22nd floor hallway. He chose the 22nd floor hallway not just for leveling, but also to investigate the cause of one Xian's death. What Jiang Ye didn't expect was, back in apartment 4444, replica number 1 and a light-type replica split up to smash grave mounds. The loot was random, and Jiang Ye didn't study it closely, but replica number 1 used this chance to level up quickly by killing eerie beings. After reaching level 8, he casually smashed open another grave mound, only to find a pitch-black wooden coffin inside. Though it was wooden, special glyphs were engraved on it, making the coffin look quite high-end and radiating a sinister, eerie aura. Jiang Ye's goal was to find the apartment administrator as soon as possible. So he suspected, could the administrator be hiding in this coffin? The light-type replica who had split off earlier, rushed back to regroup. After fusing in a few strong replicas, he cautiously approached the coffin and tried to pry open the lid. But whether it was due to the glyphs or something else, the lid couldn't be opened by brute force, not even by the replica fused with super stamina. No choice, Jiang Ye pulled out the entropy scythe. Even if the coffin was incredibly valuable, finding the administrator was more urgent. The scythe struck the coffin, finally breaking through the glyphs. At that moment, with a gap torn open, Jiang Ye faintly heard something from inside. He focused, and the light type turned into light and shadow escape, circling the coffin with the entropy scythe in rapid sweeps. In no time, the entire coffin was destroyed. The voice inside also became clearer. "Help! Someone let me out!" Once the coffin was fully smashed, a humanoid figure inside suddenly shouted in excitement. "No way! Someone actually heard me and got me out. I am actually alive again. Ha 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 ha." Halfway through his laugh, he abruptly stopped, because this humanoid turned stiff the moment he saw Huang Bo, the light type. His pupils trembled violently. "Me? Holy sh*T?" Apparently, the guy inside the coffin, just like the white-clad woman and the administrator, had an instinctive fear of light type. That stiff body and trembling pupils were exactly like what Jiang Ye had seen with the 4444 administrator when he chased him down to the first floor. But unfortunately, he wasn't the 4444 administrator Jiang Ye was looking for. What was ridiculous, though, he actually was Wan Xin, whom Jiang Ye had just heard had died from a 9999 apartment. Wait, no. Was he really Wan Xin? Even though he had Wan Xion's face, and his way of speaking and mannerisms were identical to Wan Xion's. But back in 9999, Wan Xion wasn't a dark-type being. He shouldn't have had this instinctive fear of light-type. Feeling suspicious, Jiang Ye used his light-type replica and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" I. Wan Xion was so scared he couldn't even speak properly, stammering for a long while before blurting out, "I don't know." Jiang Ye was speechless, so he had his light-type replica back away and switched to using replica number 1 to ask instead. He also remembered that most of his interactions with Wan Xin had been with him wearing the disguise mask as the bald guy. So he retrieved the disguise mask from the replica's shared space and put it on. Then, using the familiar bald appearance, he asked, "Who are you?" Wan Xin was still frozen stiff, but when he saw the familiar bald figure, his eyes clearly showed a flash of shock. He still didn't answer, but instead cried out, "You're Jiang Ye." At that moment, Jiang Ye had a faint feeling that this might really be Wan Xin. After all, if this was some fake Wan Xin trying to set a trap, it would be hard to mimic the detail that Wan Xin only recognized the bald guy persona and not Jiang Ye's true self. Of course, gut feeling was one thing. He still didn't fully trust it. He said in a low voice, "You are Wan Xin, but I saw a message in the chat group saying you already died. Why are you here?" Wan Xin clearly hadn't figured out what was going on yet. He looked around the surroundings, his eyes turning from dazed to shocked. Where is this? Why am I here? I don't know. I'm Wan Xin. I did die. I was invited to help Chung Kun, but that dog betrayed me. I really did die. But after dying, I don't know how long passed. When I regained consciousness, I was already in a dark place, like a coffin. I couldn't get out. I kept calling for help until... He glanced toward the light-type replica digging at the grave mounds, swallowed, and said stiffly, "Until I was rescued. I really don't know what happened. Am I revived? I wasn't a dark-type being before and wasn't afraid of light either, but after reviving, I seem to have become dark-type. But why did I revive? I didn't have any rare resurrection item." As he spoke, sorting through his thoughts, Wan Xin seemed to gradually realize where he was. After explaining what had happened to him, he suddenly widened his eyes and asked Jiang Ye, "This place, isn't it the underground graveyard of apartment 4444? At this point, Wan Xion's expression was utterly shocked, and in Jiang Ye's mind, a bold idea took root. Instead of answering, he countered, "When you used to play the game, did you ever bury one of your accounts in the graveyard?" Juan Xian stared back at him, eyes wide with shock. He didn't answer, but the answer was already clear from his expression. Jiang Ye couldn't hide his own shock either. If this was true, it meant those players who buried accounts in the graveyard actually got a hidden resurrection benefit. Then the Wang Qingjin and Xing man he had killed earlier. Could they revive too? And among the tens of thousands of grave mounds here, could there be second or even third coffins reviving other players? And also, Jiang Yi directly asked Juan Xian, after you revived, is your data panel the one from before you died, or the panel from the abandoned account you buried in the game? This, Juan Xian seemed to check his data panel, and then looked a little stunned. He glanced toward the light-type replica again and swallowed, saying, it's basically my game data panel, but it seems a bit different from the one in the game. I had several accounts in the game. The one I buried was the trashiest one, with only E-tier stamina enhancement. But now it's turned into S-tier super stamina. And I seem to have also. Juan Xian's voice trailed off. He simply demonstrated. He casually raised his hand. A pair of blood-red eyes floated up around him. Swallowing, he said blood-eyed. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the blood-red eyes turned into blood-red hands. He followed up blood hand, then a blood-red gaping mouth. After showing off a whole range of organs, Juan Xian swallowed hard, unable to hide his shock. My revived version seems to have a nerfed version of Lin Shun's abilities. Holy sh*T! He suddenly raised his voice and guessed in shock. Could it be that Lin Jing's abilities were also obtained through resurrection? He also buried an account in the graveyard when he was playing the game. Then after entering the real beginner apartment, he died once, revived, and that's how he got so strong. Obviously, after being revived in the graveyard, Juan Xian had mastered the eerie ability Flesh Weaving. The blackened replica had mentioned before that this was one of the most widespread, most common eerie abilities. Jiang Ye himself had used this ability when he fused with the blackened replica. But what shocked him now wasn't just that Juan Xian had gained an eerie ability. It was Juan Xian's speculation. Honestly, on first listen, it made a lot of sense. It was very possible that Lin Jing had gotten his powerful eerie ability through graveyard resurrection. But then again, Jiang Ye felt something was off, because earlier, the special coffin that had trapped Juan Xian had to be opened with a concept-level weapon like the Entropy's Scythe. Juan Xian, on his own, couldn't seem to open it from the inside. If Lin Jing had also strengthened through resurrection, who helped him open his coffin? So, either Juan Xian's guess was wrong, and Lin Jing obtained his eerie ability by some other means. Or Juan Xian's guess was right, and Lin Jing had a benefactor who helped him. After thinking it through, Jiang Ye felt the latter was more likely. He had always been confused why Lin Jing, after finishing his quick battle, left 9999 once, and came back wanting to seal off apartment 4444. At first, he had simply thought Lin Jing was plotting against him and the white-clad woman. Maybe Lin Jing had already sided with the apartment boss and was working for him. Sealing off the apartment would have been a way to eliminate Jiang Ye and the white-clad woman, both of whom were hostile to the boss. But thinking about it now, that wasn't the whole story. It was likely that apartment 4444 had some other reason it had to be sealed. And that secret, most likely, was hidden right here in the graveyard. Exactly, Jiang Ye remembered. Back when Lin Jing matched with the mysterious bald guy for the 5th time, he had been invaded by the mysterious bald guy. Lin Jing's face changed at that time, leading to him throwing the match and surrendering. Ouyang had speculated that the mysterious bald guy had discovered some secret about Lin Jing. Lin Jing had rushed to end his quick battle so he could kill the bald guy to cover it up. After the duel ended, Lin Jing left 9999. The chat group had guessed he was chasing after the light-type replica. But based on what was happening now, Lin Jing had instead connected with the mysterious bald guy. Obviously, he hadn't managed to kill him. Instead, he'd been forced to join forces with him, gaining administrator permissions and sealing 4444. It seemed to be the mysterious bald guy's idea, and the purpose seemed tied to this graveyard. With this line of reasoning, Jiang Ye repeatedly checked with Wan Xin to see if there was anything else special about him. Wan Xin was very cooperative and sensible throughout. But besides the S-tier ability and one eerie ability, there didn't seem to be anything special about his revived body. However, very soon, Jiang Ye noticed a detail. The blackened replica also had flesh weaving, and the tattoos associated with it were all organs, eyes, nose, mouth that could appear anywhere on the body based on the blackened replica's will. But Wan Xion's tattoo was fixed at the center of his chest, and the pattern wasn't an organ, but a special sigil. Jiang Ye remembered. When Lin Jing was dueling the mysterious bald guy, at the critical moment, his black combat jacket exploded, revealing the tattoo on his chest. However, the time back then was too short. He only saw that there seemed to be a tattoo at the center of the chest, but didn't get a clear look at the exact pattern. And now, judging by the fact that both of their tattoos were located at the center of their chests, it might just be that Wan Xion's speculation was 90% true. Lin Jing had also abandoned an account in the graveyard during the game, and had revived here in the real world too. Including the secret of the mysterious bald guy, it was highly likely related to this graveyard as well. Thinking this, Jiang Ye's light-type replica flashed over to Wan Xian again. Wan Xian immediately stiffened up, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Huang Bo was playing the role of an arrogant villain, directly saying to him coldly, "Out of respect for Jiang Ye, I'll spare your life. If you don't want to die, help us dig up the grave mounds." Wan Xian nodded frantically. "Oh, okay." After that, the light-type replica flashed away again, and Jiang Ye played the good guy beside Wan Xian, explaining to him. The administrator of 4444 also put out a kill on-site order against Huang Bo. Huang Bo is now hunting the administrator instead. So, the eerie beings we dig up from the grave mounds could very well be the administrator in disguise. In a bit, we're only responsible for digging. If we encounter any eerie beings, don't fight back. Just let Huang Bo handle it. Wan Xian listened in shock. He's hunting the administrator. Isn't he afraid of getting erased? Jiang Ye put on a mysterious face and lowered his voice, saying he has the madman mask. Wan Xian's eyes widened again, glancing fearfully in the direction of the light-type replica, not daring to say anything else. Just like that, Wan Xian and Jiang Ye worked side by side, digging up adjacent grave mounds to cover each other. If any eerie being appeared, the light-type replica would rush over instantly to kill it. During this process, Jiang Ye noticed Wan Xian's luck was ridiculously bad. Almost every mound he dug up had an eerie being. He never got a single item. In contrast, Jiang Ye realized, walking alongside Wan Xian, his own luck seemed to improve. Almost every time he dug up an item, he even teased Wan Xian about it. Wan Xian sighed and said to him, "What else did you think? Why do you think someone as unlucky as me still has good popularity? Because no matter how unlucky I get, I never drag down the people around me. I actually make them seem especially lucky. For example, when danger strikes, I'm always the first one attacked, giving others a chance to react. For example, with these grave mounds, I trigger all the eerie beings so the good stuff naturally falls to you. Chinkun, that damn dog too. That dice of fate of his. He only got it thanks to my bad luck rubbing off. When we were running the dungeon on the 22nd floor, same thing, D*M in it. He shoved me forward to take the fall and ran off with the loot. He probably never thought that not only did I survive, but after reviving, I even got an eerie ability. If I ever make it to apartment 0000, I swear I'll take revenge on him. Even if I die, I'll drag him down with me." Nobody was chatting in 4444's group chat, but Wan Xian's chatterbox persona was still going strong. Jiang Ye half-heartedly chatted with him while keeping an ear on his words. Meanwhile, over at 9999 apartment, his replica number 2 made another delightful discovery. Though the surprise wasn't in apartment 9999, it was in the virtual duel hall. Replica number 2 was still stuck at a 39 win streak, deliberately not pushing for the 40th. He had one body gathering intel from one Xin, and another body taking the trial for a title promotion. He upgraded Nameless Black Iron to Stubborn Bronze. Before, he had been reluctant to spend the 1 million required to promote the title. Now that he was rich, upgrading the title was easy. The key point was, with the Stubborn Bronze title, he could now get discounts in the exchange shop. Even though it was just a 5% discount, little savings add up over time. After completing the title upgrade, he gained access to the 3rd and 4th floors of the duel hall. And the surprise was, in the 3rd floor duel space lobby, he actually spotted Lin Jing and Yang. Not only that, there were 6 others who also looked very familiar. Besides one sleepy-looking, slouchy young man, the other 5 had all been seen back when the dark spirit barrier was broken at the rooftop. Wait, he had also seen a fake Wang Hai at that time. So this slouchy young man should be the fake Wang Hai. Back when Jiang Ye dashed down from the rooftop to the 1st floor using light and shadow escape, he had noticed those rats fleeing from the rooftop, and the original 4,444 players were all scrambling to avoid the light-type replica. Some used strange items, some hid deep inside corridor instances, some hid in the red light elevator. Meanwhile, the group inside the dark spirit barrier had hidden inside private duel machines. With the power of the entropy scythe, he probably could have easily destroyed those duel machines and flushed them out. But back then, Jiang Ye's main body lost connection because of the personal assistant robot in the white-clad woman's room. He had been suspicious of those unfamiliar duel machines, and with his priority on killing the administrator, he didn't destroy them immediately. Besides, with apartment 4444 sealed, they weren't escaping anywhere. Now, he hadn't expected that replica number 2 would spot them, sitting together in the 3rd floor duel space. They seemed to be discussing how to deal with the berserk light type. Replica? Jiang Ye's thoughts stirred. He walked straight toward their booth. As he got a little closer, he felt a barrier. At the same time, a prompt popped up telling him that this booth was already claimed and protected by special permissions. He couldn't get any closer. Jiang Ye didn't mind. He shamelessly knocked on the barrier, pulling all sorts of faces at Lin Jing and the others inside. The 8 people inside, of course, saw him. Their expressions varied. Finally, it was the sleepy, slouchy young man who signaled to Yang to go out and meet him. Yang stepped out, looking stiff and a bit forced. What do you want?" Jiang Ye exaggerated his expression, looking shocked. "You're asking me what I want? Don't you know? That Huang Bo has gone nuts. The entire apartment 4444 almost got destroyed. Now, the apartment destruction time has been moved up to the next midnight, and I don't even have a survival stone. When the apartment blows, I'll get destroyed too. How can I not be desperate? What about you guys? Do you have survival stones?" He put on a frantic act, looking at Yang and the others inside the booth with a hint of longing, though that longing only seemed like he was eyeing their survival stones. Yang looked surprised. He fumbled for words for a moment before asking very seriously, "What exactly is your relationship with Huang Bo?" "As far as I know, Huang Bo was able to escape from apartment 9669 because you helped him break the dark spirit barrier." "What relationship?" Jiang Ye thought, blood-related, closer than a real mom. Of course, no matter how close he felt inside, on the surface, he still put on a serious face and argued. "What do you mean I helped him break the dark spirit barrier? Where'd you hear that rumor?" "Totally slander. I just realized what you told me before we signed the contract was unreliable, so I went to apartment 9669. The reason I ended up in that room was because my classmate Lu Shun was there. As for breaking the dark spirit barrier, that's complete slander from Wang Hai and Wang Lin. I only had a little scuffle with them, didn't even fight seriously, and then they bailed on the dark spirit barrier and ran off. Before running, they even tagged Huang Bo to come out and deal with me. And the most important point, after laying out a string of reasons, he also presented the key evidence. You guys saw what happened at 4444, right? Huang Bo has an insanely powerful weapon. It can tear through a dark spirit barrier directly. So he didn't need me to save him at all. If I had to guess, the ones spreading the rumor that I went to rescue Huang Bo are probably Wang Hai and Wang Lin. They had a beef with me, so of course they'd talk sh*t about me. Gotta say, Jiang Ye's defense actually sounded pretty reasonable. The stuff at 9669, they had only heard about it verbally from Wang Hai and Wang Lin. But to be fair, it wasn't like Wang Hai and Wang Lin were totally making things up when they thought Jiang Ye was there to rescue Huang Bo. Ouyang stayed silent for a moment, then said gravely, Wang Hai's words were indeed one-sided, but yours are as well. Neither side is entirely trustworthy. But based on what we know, Huang Bo visited your 1010 apartment and seemed to be hunting a player named Chu Xing. And all that had nothing to do with you? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, his tone getting a little unfriendly. There are tons of players in 1010 apartment, and there are also reincarnated Eerie. 2 players crossed over into 1010. Why should that have anything to do with me? No. Besides, his attitude grew even more annoyed as he shot Ouyang a displeased look, then scanned the 7 people inside the booth with a sharp gaze. Only then did he say coldly, what gives you the right to interrogate me like I'm a criminal? I went at 9669 because you guys lied to me before we signed the contract. If anything, I should be the one interrogating you. When you guys requested to seal off 4444, the light-type replica wasn't even in 4444. The reason you gave to kill the light type was complete bullsh*t. What exactly were you scheming? Targeting me? Or targeting the white-clad woman? A string of questions instantly shifted the momentum to his side. Ouyang's expression kept changing. He didn't answer for a long time. Instead, the booth's barrier suddenly opened, and a slouchy youth inside spoke with a slightly cold tone. Come in. Let's talk. Ouyang exchanged a look with him, then led Jiang Ye into the booth. Jiang Ye didn't hold back at all, swaggering in and slumping into a chair. He locked eyes directly on the slouchy, sleepy-looking young man and spoke first. You guys should have heard everything I just said to Ouyang, right? So, are you going to keep interrogating me, or are you going to give me a reasonable explanation? Clearly, he had figured it out. Among these 8 people, this slouchy young man was the boss. That's why he locked eyes with him straight away. However, the slouchy young man didn't speak. Instead, one of the other guys, an aggressive-looking, hot-tempered youth, snapped at him. Don't get too full of yourself, Jiang Ye. This is the virtual duel space. No matter how strong you are, it's useless here. Jiang Ye thought, how am I being arrogant? I'm just sitting more relaxed, that's all. If being relaxed is considered arrogance, no wonder the internet loves hyping up the whole relaxed vibe thing. At the same time, he analyzed from that hothead's words. These guys' duel machines probably really had some kind of defense feature. Normally, you couldn't fight inside the duel space, but their duel machines were still sitting all over the 4444 apartment. It wouldn't be hard for Jiang Ye to find them. Yet this guy, knowing Jiang Ye had strength, wasn't scared at all. That confidence probably came from the duel machines. The duel machines. Probably another trick by the duo organization. Jiang Ye thought. He noticed the slouchy young man didn't bother to rebuke the hot-tempered youth. A sneer flickered in Jiang Ye's heart. On the surface, his expression stayed cool as he raised an eyebrow. Looks like your duel machines are really something, huh? Even Huang Bo's black scythe weapon can't break them. He said it casually, but there was an undercurrent of threat hidden inside. The hot-tempered youth immediately shot back. And you still dare say you and Huang Bo aren't in cahoots? If you weren't, why would you use him to threaten us? Jiang Ye almost laughed out loud. Dude, were you top of your high school reading comprehension class? Or did you never even go to high school? I use Huang Bo to threaten you? How? Lin Jing, you tell me. Did anything I just said sound like a threat? Lin Jing stayed silent. Because honestly, reading into someone's words is a whole art form. Just like those exam questions where the test makers invent all kinds of author's intentions the author never had. Jiang Ye's words could very well have been just probing about their dual machine strength. Even if he really was threatening them, it could just be him bluffing, using their suspicion of his ties to Huang Bo to intimidate them. Lin Jing, getting called out, could only helplessly answer after a moment. No, that tilted things in Jiang Ye's favor. Jiang Ye chuckled coldly at the hothead. The hot-tempered youth was about to snap back again. Finally, the slouchy young man made a move. He didn't scold either side. He just calmly tapped the low coffee table in the middle. The hot-tempered youth immediately fell silent. Only then did the slouchy young man look at Jiang Ye and introduce himself. My name is Zhou Qiming, considered one of the original residents of apartment 4444. Considered? Jiang Ye immediately latched onto the wording. Considered as in what? Either you are or you aren't. What do you mean, considered? Just as he finished speaking, just as things had finally quieted down, the hot-tempered youth suddenly snapped at him again. Watch your mouth. TCH. Jiang Ye immediately shot back. Were you being polite yourself? I. This time, the hothead was silenced by a sharp look from Zhou Qiming. The moment he shut up, it was obvious he was still full of resentment. The look he gave Jiang Ye remained hostile. Jiang Ye couldn't be bothered and turned his attention back to Zhou Qiming. However, Zhou Qiming didn't intend to answer his earlier question at all. Instead, he simply said, I can believe you weren't trying to threaten us with Huang Bo. But if I'm not wrong, you and Huang Bo do have some kind of connection. Some kind of connection. Through the glass orb and the white-clad woman. And also from what Huang Bo said in the graveyard about sparing one Xin for Jiang Ye's sake, Jiang Ye indeed had been building the impression that he and Huang Bo had a relationship. But that information hadn't been leaked to Zhou Qiming yet. So how had this guy guessed it? Could it be there were surveillance devices in the graveyard? Maybe there really were. Considering what the Eye of True Sight revealed, that raven egg was a mythical level item. It couldn't possibly be discarded in the graveyard like trash. So there might really be surveillance in the graveyard. Fortunately, Jiang Ye had been cautious from the start, worried that the administrator might be hiding nearby and hadn't exposed any real secrets. Especially after one Xin came out, Jiang Ye had been even more careful. Throughout, he and Huang Bo had stayed separated. Even when there was no one else around, their interactions had been normal, without anything suspicious. Thinking this, Jiang Ye decided not to deny Zhou Qiming's guess, and straightforwardly admitted, there is some connection. The white-clad woman wants to kill the apartment boss. And Guan He, whom I met later in 9669, also wants to kill the apartment boss. The three of us all hoped to ally with the light type. So yeah, I'd try to cozy up to the light type. But our relationship is kind of like you and that idiot over there. He naturally meant the hot-tempered youth, jerking his chin toward him deliberately. But before the hothead could explode, Jiang Ye grinned and clarified. I'm basically the idiot, and you're basically Huang Bo. Huang Bo says jump, and I wouldn't dare say anything else. Even when he went berserk and wrecked 4444, putting me in danger since I didn't have survival stone, I didn't dare complain. To him, my only value is probably, when he runs into tough non-dark type players, I might be able to help out. As he said this, he casually glanced at the hothead again and muttered, but what's this idiot's value? It sounded like random trash talk, deliberately insulting the guy. But actually, Jiang Ye was secretly speculating. This hot-tempered youth, and the four other players clearly submissive to Zhou Qiming, were probably players Zhou Qiming had dug up from the graveyard too, including Zhou Qiming himself. Being called an original resident of 4444, what did that mean? He hadn't explained what he meant by considered, but Jiang Ye had a guess. It might mean that this guy wasn't a normal player who entered the beginner apartment at midnight on day one of game time. Instead, he might have been buried under those grave mounds long ago. Maybe he was a player from the previous generation? In other words, a reincarnated player? Maybe even Jiang Ye remembered something Xing Man had once mentioned. In the game, there had been a player who triggered a server-wide kill-on-site order. At the time, after the kill order was issued, that player was betrayed and killed by his own teammates. The weird thing was, the player who was marked for server-wide hunting wasn't just killed in the game. He also coincidentally dropped dead in real life. Back when Jiang Ye first heard Xing Man talk about this, he didn't know much about the game yet. But now, having seen real revival happening in the grave mounds, he couldn't help but wonder, was that player the one hunted and killed both in-game and in reality. Someone who had entered the game even earlier than everyone else. This Zhou Qiming really did seem different from the others. At first glance, with his dark circles and sleepy look, he seemed like a punk who'd spent 3 days straight in a net cafe. But spending a little time with him made you realize there was a certain confidence, pride, and dignity to him, the kind that comes from growing up wealthy. It wasn't obvious, but it reminded Jiang Ye of Lu Shun, who had a similarly privileged background. And if he remembered right, Xingman had also said that the player who suddenly died was a rich second-generation kid, a heavy spender in the game. While Jiang Ye was busy speculating over here, back at the graveyard, Jiang Ye's light-type replica was having new developments. Or more precisely, one Xin. That unlucky guy had dug up a second resurrection coffin. Repeating the same method, the light-type replica flickered over, circling the coffin once with the entropy scythe. But this time, even before the coffin was fully destroyed, there was no cry for help from inside. Instead, before the coffin was completely broken, a black shadow suddenly leapt out, launching a fierce attack at one Xin. In that instant, Jiang Ye really experienced firsthand one Xion's bad luck for himself, good luck for others' curse. There were 3 people around the coffin, and one Xion wasn't even standing the closest. Yet the one attacked first was still him. Luckily, with an eerie ability and S-tier super stamina, one Xion was way stronger than before. A massive palm appeared in front of him, like some divine Buddha's palm, trying to push the black shadow away. The light-type replica reacted even faster, circling the black figure with light and shadow escape, even exclaiming, "You're not afraid of me?" He could clearly feel the dark attribute from the black shadow, something light normally despised. Yet this dark being wasn't scared of light at all. The black shadow looked almost ghostly. No facial features, no human form. If it hadn't come from the coffin, it would have looked like a regular eerie being. But after being tightly wrapped by the light-type replica's light-speed movements, it froze, not daring to move recklessly. Wan Xen let out a sigh of relief, though now that he was closer to the light-type, he was also frozen stiff, heart pounding with fear. While grappling with his instinctive terror, he suddenly heard a stiff yet steady voice coming from the black shadow. Being controlled by instinct is the nature of beasts. The nobility of man lies in restraining instinct, overcoming fear. Light. Huh, what's there to fear? I too was once light. What the H*LL? You were once light. Those words were pure gold. Jiang Ye's interest was instantly piqued. Could it be he guessed wrong? Maybe Zhou Qiming wasn't the player who triggered the server-wide kill order. Maybe it was his black shadow. And maybe the real-world sudden death was because he entered the game earlier than anyone else. But just as he was thinking that, the black shadow suddenly said, "Jiang Ye." That shout of Jiang Ye startled Jiang Ye quite a bit, because right now he was still wearing the disguise mask, looking like the bald guy. The people who knew this bald appearance was called Jiang Ye should only be the top players from apartment 9999. But if it were one of the 9,999 players, they should be more familiar with one Xin. He was even closer to one Xin, so he should have called out one Xin instead. Yet this black shadow didn't seem to recognize one Xin. And the way he said Jiang Ye, it sounded genuinely familiar. Not like how the strangers from 9999 would call him. A sudden answer flashed through Jiang Ye's mind, but he felt it was impossible. Before he could ask, the black shadow, trapped by the light type circling around him, actively returned to human form, revealing his appearance. And sure enough, it was exactly who Jiang Ye had thought of. He was Yang Wenchao. You're here. And clearly, Yang Wenchao already knew that the mysterious bald guy who went up to the rooftop to save Jiang Ye was no savior. It was Jiang Ye himself. Actually, it wasn't that hard to figure out. After the light type appeared and before Jiang Ye's main body entered his personal instance, he had a half-revealing conversation with Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao had realized that Jiang Ye possessed impressive strength. So figuring out that the bald guy was Jiang Ye was a logical conclusion. Even the blackened replica that looked exactly like Jiang Ye, Yang Wenxiao probably realized it wasn't some powerful ally, but just another one of Jiang Ye's replicas. And the fact that Jiang Ye had replicas wasn't much of a secret anymore. Only the blackened replica, with a different appearance, remained a hidden trump card. At this moment, the light type that had been circling around Yang Wenxiao backed off. Before retreating, it left a message for Jiang Ye. I'm not convenient. You go question him. After the light type departed, both Wan Xian and Yang Wenxiao visibly relaxed. Yang Wenxiao scanned the surroundings, frowning slightly. He quickly answered Jiang Ye's earlier question and added, "And you guys? How are you here?" "I entered a secret realm through the red light elevator. Just when I was about to clear it, I found a coffin. I struggled like crazy to open it, but then something inside swallowed me up. After that, I guess, I ended up inside the coffin." Hearing this, it seemed like Yang Wenxiao didn't even realize he had died. Wan Xian immediately pressed him. "You're a game player, right? Did you bury an account in 4444's graveyard?" "Yeah." Yang Wenxiao answered straightforwardly, his expression thoughtful. Wan Xian, the chatterbox, blurted out, "Then you should be the same as me. You died and revived inside the coffin. But you're dumber than me. You don't even know you died." And Yang Wenxiao looked thoughtful, a bit surprised. "So this is the underground graveyard of apartment 4444? Wan Xian, being naturally chummy, nodded quickly, then frowned in shock. "But something's not right. You're the same as me. So why aren't you afraid of light?" Yang Wenxiao, still partly lost in thought, casually answered, "Maybe because I have AIDS." Jiang Ye's face instantly filled with question marks. The next second, Wan Xian abruptly raised his voice, sternly objecting. "No way. Absolutely impossible. I have AIDS too, but I'm scared of light." Jiang Ye. "Wait, what? What are you two talking about? Why do I feel like I can't even join this conversation? Are we even in the same chat room? Why do I suddenly feel so out of place?" Jiang Ye was mentally flooded with question marks, even starting to question life itself. Meanwhile, Yang Wenxiao finally snapped out of his thoughtful state. He looked at Wan Xian oddly, paused a moment, and calmly said, "No, I was just joking. I don't have AIDS." Wan Xian. No, 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 I. Wan Xian looked like he had lost all strength and reason. Finally, Jiang Ye managed to jump into the conversation and asked Yang Wenxiao, "So, what's the real reason? Why aren't you afraid of light? And what did you mean by saying you were once light?" Yang Wenxiao, having worked through his thoughts earlier, answered smoothly and calmly now. "It doesn't mean much. I just wanted to express. I once had a noble, dignified soul. I once was unyielding, with iron bones. I once was my own light. As for why I'm not afraid, because I've experienced fear, experienced despair. Because I overcame fear, conquered despair. Because I tamed my body with my own will and told it who its true master was. My will, not my brain." When Yang Wenxiao spoke, his tone was calm. Wan Xian, still mentally collapsing beside him, was a little shocked. Jiang Ye, too, felt a small jolt in his heart. But more than that, he felt suspicious. Because what Yang Wenxiao was saying, while it sounded pretty reasonable, actually felt kind of empty, boastful, and vague. Yang Wenxiao seemed to sense his skepticism and continued indifferently. "It's actually simple. Fear is just an emotion, and all emotions have thresholds. And humans can, through training, raise these thresholds. For example, a horror movie that could scare you to death. Your first time watching it, you be terrified. Second time, still scared. Third time, still scared. But when you've watched it 10,000 times, you go numb. Just like a forensic doctor, the first time performing an autopsy, they'll be scared, nauseous, have nightmares. But a seasoned forensic doctor? No feelings at all. And He paused, still looking calm as he continued. "Once forced myself, through all kinds of methods, to face every kind of fear head-on. Of course, that process was dangerous. I could have fallen into depression, even self-destructed at any moment. But just like that saying goes, What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. So, the me that didn't get killed personally made myself stronger. Yang Wenchao's expression stayed light and steady as he said all this. It gave the feeling of a small boat passing through countless mountains, everything already behind him. Jiang Ye felt a ripple inside. He vaguely remembered hearing from classmates that Yang Wenchao had some mental problems. He hadn't thought much of it at the time. Gossip was gossip. But now he suddenly realized, maybe what people saw as his silence, his strangeness, his inability to fit in, was actually his own path of self-cultivation. Jiang Ye believed that Yang Wenchao was telling the truth. He had indeed forced himself, through all kinds of brutal methods, to overcome various fears. But he still felt. The tone when Yang Wenchao said, "I too was light," didn't just mean I was my own light. Still, Jiang Ye didn't question him directly. Instead, he had the light type Huang Bo flash over from a distance. Huang Bo's tone was extremely rude, domineering from the get-go. That kind of bullsh asterisk T might fool Jiang Ye, but it won't fool me. I'll give you one more chance. Explain clearly. What exactly did you mean by saying you used to be light? Otherwise, I'll show you. You might not have been able to kill yourself, but I sure can help you. Huang Bo and Jiang Ye had very different personas. Yang Wenchao glanced toward the light, then looked at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye sighed, shook his head, lowered his voice as if warning. He's really the kind who kills without blinking. He even wrecked the entire 4444 apartment so badly, the destruction time got pushed forward to the next midnight. That was a heavy statement. Yang Wenchao's expression grew serious. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. This time, his tone wasn't as calm and casual as before, but serious and deliberate. I once possessed a light-type ability in the game. The moment those words came out, Jiang Ye and Wan Xin both widened their eyes. Yang Wenchao took a deep breath, looked toward the light, and asked, "You're a game player too, right?" The light was still rude and overbearing. "Just talk about yourself. Don't even think about prying into me." So Yang Wenchao didn't ask again, simply continued. "Like I said earlier, the reason I played the Doomsday Apartment game was because of its horror effects. So, my approach was different from others. Wherever it was scariest, that's where I went, always eager to dig up even scarier secrets to challenge myself." He paused. "I came into contact with the main storyline about the Doomsday Apartment being destroyed on day 11. I encountered a concept, entropy increase law, and reversing entropy increase." At this point, he didn't explain much, just gave a simple summary. The basic idea is reversing entropy increase is possible, just like in game data overflow, where the data jumps instantly from the positive end to the negative starting point. So this game universe would cycle too, from destruction to birth, then destruction again, then rebirth. Just like the beginner apartment, it endlessly loops. Of course, I didn't join any big factions in the game. So even after touching the main storyline, I didn't follow the big factions to explore. I used my own method. I created tons of accounts specifically to study the beginner apartment cycle. During this process, I discovered, in the beginner apartment, there are lots of starting abilities, and dark-type ones were almost as common as the elemental ones. But light-type abilities were nearly non-existent. And combining that with the game's main story, about the birth of the universe, God said, "Let there be light." I started wondering, was the birth of the Doomsday Apartment also tied to light? Is that why light-type abilities are so rare? In order to explore this secret, I kept creating and abandoning accounts, trying to roll a light-type ability. At this point, One Xin was completely stunned. He swallowed hard, the chatterbox in him completely unable to hold back, and immediately asked, "So, how many accounts did you abandon? All buried in the graveyard?" Yang Wenchao nodded. "A few hundred at first. Later, to save time, I started just deleting them, because rolling a light-type ability was insanely difficult. At one point, I even suspected maybe the game didn't even have light-type abilities." Jiang Ye followed up, guessing, "But eventually, you managed to roll an account with a light-type ability?" That must be the real reason, he said. I too was light. Yang Wenchao nodded again, glanced at the light, and continued. But unfortunately, I wasted too much time creating and deleting accounts. By the time I finally got a light type account, I barely had any time to research anything before the game shut down. I was hoping that when the game reopened, I could continue studying it. But I never expected the game didn't reopen. Instead, we were all dragged into the real Doomsday Apartment. Yang Wenchao sighed as he spoke, sounding genuinely regretful. However, Huangbo the Light wasn't willing to let it go, still pressing skeptically. That's it? You rolled a light type account and didn't discover anything else. What about the light type personal instance? You should have cleared it, right? What's inside? But Yang Wenchao shook his head. When I saw the light type on my data panel, I immediately realized this light type account would be hated by every dark type player. To protect the light type account, I didn't dare reveal it at all. Plus, I was a student and most of my time was spent studying. The light type account never really had a chance to develop. I didn't clear the personal instance before the game shut down. If you really want to know if I discovered anything, I figured out how to hide the light type identity. In the game settings, dark type players had special reactions to light type players. So even without using skills, it was very hard for a light type to hide. My early research focused on how to conceal the light attribute. At this point, he paused, glanced at Xin, and continued. The reason I joked about having AIDS earlier was because I got an item in the game called AIDS blood. That item, when combined with certain herbs, could help a light type hide their light aura, making dark type players unable to instinctively detect them. Xin, D***M. Seeing Jiang Ye also looking over, Xin suddenly forced himself to suppress his fear of light and solemnly said, Actually, I was just joking earlier too. I don't have AIDS. Jiang Ye, you think I'm buying that? Xin looked utterly defeated, but kept arguing. Even if I did have AIDS, don't you think, now that this world is extraordinary, everything's different? After I got my ability, I had no AIDS symptoms at all. Even when injured, I recovered just like normal people. So I believe, here in the Doomsday Apartment, I don't have AIDS. Besides, according to what Brother Yang said, AIDS blood seems like a pretty powerful item. No way it would be something just anyone could have. Plus, I just revived once. My data panel matches the one from the game now, which further proves I probably don't have AIDS anymore. Clearly, Xin was desperately trying to prove, even if he had once had AIDS. Now he didn't, and he was totally normal. But Jiang Ye wasn't about to let him off easily. He immediately said, Better still draw some blood, just to be safe. But Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow. You have a container for preserving special blood? Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then changed tactics and said to Xin, All right, we'll save it for later. He patted Xin's shoulder encouragingly. Hang in there. Stay alive. Xin cursed inwardly, first time realizing, apparently even AIDS could have benefits here. He let out a long breath and muttered, I was just selling blood back then. Jiang Ye patted his shoulder again. It's all right. I get it. Xin, you get my asterisk. I really was selling blood. Of course, Jiang Ye didn't care whether Xin really sold blood or not. He was about to steer the derailed conversation back on track when he saw Yang Wenchao suddenly looking thoughtful and glancing at Xin. Then he directly asked, Sold blood? Is your family situation that bad? I remember in the regular strategy guides, if you want to delete an account and bury it in the graveyard, it costs 100 survival points per account, which is about 100 renminbi. If you're so broke that you have to sell blood, how could you afford to spend 100 just to bury an account? That was blunt, to say the least. Jiang Ye was a bit surprised too. Burying an account in the graveyard actually cost 100. So in the game, players who were really willing to spend money to bury their accounts must be rare. And it would mostly be those from wealthy backgrounds willing to throw away that kind of money. And a blood-selling Xin definitely raised some questions. Jiang Ye turned his gaze over as well. Sure enough, Xin's expression looked a bit off. But after a short while, he suddenly let out a heavy sigh, looking like he was giving up completely. Ah, since the AIDS thing is exposed, I got nothing left to hide. Actually, my situation is really bad. Yeah, not family situation, just my own situation. Because I don't have a family. I've got nothing. No car, no house, no kids. No parents, no bad habits like smoking or drinking, and my material desires are super low. I can survive without spending a penny a day. But in the game world, I'm actually pretty generous. In the eyes of ordinary people, I'd seem rich. In fact, even in apartment 9999, no one knows my real situation outside. Honestly, I really like this Doomsday apartment. After all, in real life, I'm basically someone living on society's margins, a useless waste who's of no use to anyone. Or maybe the kind of good-for-nothing gaming addict that everyone looks down on. But here, I'm not a waste. Even if I'm a bit unlucky, I'm still considered a strong player. Here, I can earn respect and recognition. I can find my dignity and value. And that kind of feeling, I've only ever experienced it in the game. Never once in real life. One Xion's tone grew more and more emotional. And Jiang Ye, listening to the earlier parts, just found it absurd and unbelievable. Not spending a penny in real life, but splurging in the game. Even selling blood just to keep up his in-game persona. This kind of bizarre behavior was completely beyond a normal person's understanding. It was exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from the most degenerate, incomprehensible gaming addict. Escaping reality, lost in the game. People like that really were ruined. But when he heard one Xion's final sentiments, Jiang Ye felt a sudden, blurred realization. People who didn't understand would only ever despise, sneer at, and look down on gaming addicts. Maybe they never really thought about. Why would a gaming addict need to escape reality? Why would they throw themselves so irrationally into a virtual world? Maybe only people like one Xion truly knew. Because this F*** ed up reality had never once given him any respect or recognition. In the real world, he had no dignity, no value, no connection to anything, but in the game he did. So he was willing to abandon reality for the sake of that dignity. Not spending a penny in reality, but being lavish in the game. Because to him, the game was worth it. Reality wasn't. Jiang Ye wasn't addicted to games, but even he felt a little emotional at that. He was silently thinking when he saw Yang Wenchao suddenly reach out and pat one Xion on the shoulder. He said, "In that case, you should hold on tight to that feeling. The feeling of success, the feeling of being recognized, the feeling of defending your dignity. A person needs that feeling to really live like a human being and to grow stronger." Yang Wenchao's tone was heavy. Clearly, he was feeling emotional too. However, Wan Xen suddenly jolted, shook his shoulder free, and snapped angrily. "I don't care if you're serious or just joking. Either way, I'm F***, and G, not in a guise." That reaction left Yang Wenchao completely speechless. He took a step back and casually raised his hand, the one he had just patted one Xion with, and it detached. The severed hand fell to the ground, melted into a puddle of rot, and soaked into the soil. Meanwhile, a new hand grew out from his wrist. The whole sequence was smooth as hell, clearly expressing his desire to draw a firm line between them. Jiang Ye was speechless too. He quickly changed the subject and asked Yang Wenchao, "I remember your family situation wasn't so great either, right? Each account burial costs 100, and you said you buried hundreds. That's tens of thousands. Where'd you get the money?" Yang Wenchao answered smoothly, "I didn't spend a penny. 1 Xion. Jiang Ye wasn't surprised. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Didn't spend a penny. So, you found some hidden strategy, discovered a secret about apartment 4444? Alpha NES." Yang Wenchao's eyes flickered slightly, but instead of answering, he asked back, "What secret does apartment 4444 have?" Before Jiang Ye could reply, seeing Huang Bo looking a little hostile, Yang Wenchao proactively explained. "Remember when Xing Man told you about the server-wide kill on-site order in the game?" Jiang Ye nodded, thinking, So that kill on-site order really was connected to 4,444 after all? Yang Wenchao didn't hide it and said straight out. The kill on-site order was in the game, but in reality, that player actually died. This incident is pretty sensitive. That's why the game must have imposed some restrictions. So a lot of details about the kill on-site order didn't spread widely, and players hardly talk about it. So Xingman and many other players only know the general idea. But I dug deeper and got one solid piece of information. The player who got hit with a kill on-site order had just killed the 4444 administrator with his teammates. After that, he was slapped with the kill on-site order. His teammate killed him on the spot to claim the kill on-site reward, then rose to become the rookie king of that newbie apartment season, joined one of the big forces in the official apartments, and became the strongest rookie king ever. Also became what players call the #1 strongest player. This version wasn't very different from what Xingman had hinted before, but Jiang Ye gone through a lot more now. Hearing Yang Wenchao talk about it gave him a different feeling. There were 3 special figures involved in that whole game accident. First, the player who got hit with the kill on-site order. He died in real life. Second, the player who completed the kill on-site and became the top player. Third, the one revealed this time, the apartment administrator they killed was the 4444 administrator. Before, Jiang Ye made a lot of guesses about this accident. When he first heard Xingman mention it, he suspected that player had taken on the task to kill the apartment boss, and after completing the first phase, killing an administrator, got the kill on-site order. When he learned about light types being hit with kill on-site orders, he had suspected the player might be a light type too. But now, he suddenly remembered what Xingman said about the kill on-site order reward. It was unknown. No one knew what the player who later became the strongest actually received from the kill on-site, and that didn't really match the light-type kill on-site cases. So, the player hit with the kill on-site order likely wasn't a light type. He had been targeted for some other reason, and that reason was probably tied to the 4444 administrator. Thinking along these lines, the team that had killed the 4444 administrator must have been pretty extraordinary. Jiang Ye pondered silently, turning his gaze back to Yang Wenchao. Meanwhile, during the time Jiang Ye and Yang Wenchao were talking about the graveyard, replica number 2 in the dual space was also observing Zhou Qiming. However, Zhou Qiming's expression didn't change at all, as if he had no idea what had happened at the graveyard. During the short period, Jiang Ye and that idiot hot-headed youth bickered a few more times. No helping it. After all, they couldn't actually fight in the dual space. Meanwhile, the slouchy youth Zhou Qiming seemed to be considering something. Suddenly, he said to Jiang Ye, "You want to know the secret of 4,444, right?" Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. Zhou Qiming thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, "How about this? We're already in the dual space, and you seem to be stuck at your 39th win streak. So it's perfect. I'll be the one to accompany you for your 40th win. After the match, I'll tell you about the secret of 4,444. How's that? How's that?" Like hell. What Zhou Qiming said was basically a direct confession of his connection to the Duo organization. After all, player win streak blocking was something completely controlled by Duo. And now Zhou Qiming was able to confidently match into Jiang Ye's 40th win. The only explanation was, he was already one of Duo's people. But clearly, this battle had another layer of meaning. This guy had matched against Lin Jing 5 times before and got killed in 5 different ways. After that, it was like he had become immune to all 5 of those deaths. Now, he was talking about matching for the 40th win. Obviously, he wanted Jiang Ye to exchange his own secrets for the secret of 4,444. Jiang Ye had no clue what kind of methods this guy had up his sleeve. If he killed him once, who knew what secrets he might expose? So naturally, he couldn't just agree so easily. But after thinking for a moment, he didn't rush to refuse either. Instead, he smiled calmly and said, "Exchange secrets, huh? Then before that, why don't I take a guess about the secret of 4,444? Or more precisely, the secret of the graveyard?" As soon as he said that, Zhou Qiming's expression became a little strange. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow and continued. Based on what I know so far, in the game, players who buried their accounts in the underground graveyard under 4444 seem to be able to revive from it. The graveyard, buried accounts, resurrection. So I was thinking, even outside the current game state, could players possibly use that graveyard to keep reviving over and over? And you, killing an administrator, sealing the apartment. Are you trying to monopolize that resurrection ability for yourself? As he spoke, the atmosphere in the entire booth space grew subtly tense. Zhou Qiming's face darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ye. After a while, instead of answering, he mimicked Jiang Ye's tone and said coldly, I was thinking, that weird black scythe in Huang Bo's hand must have been summoned when the dice of fate rolled a sword, right? A summoned weapon like that surely doesn't last long. And do you really think the dice of fate is a good thing? When Zhou Qiming said this, there was a clear sense of arrogance, looking down on him from above. At the same time, far away in the Void Mirror Palace, after generating 2 A-tier replicas and 1 trash replica, the Comprehension replica was once again rolling the dice of fate. As Zhou Qiming said those words, the Comprehension replica's eyes just happened to fall on the dice of fate spinning in midair, trailing a ghostly afterimage. The Comprehension replica's specialty was, as the name implied, higher comprehension than average players. His attributes were weak, and he hadn't learned any skills yet. Jiang Ye's plan for this replica was that, when other replicas later used skill scrolls, he could be merged into them to raise the chance of unlocking high-grade skills. But at this moment, the replica, with stronger comprehension, stared at the dice of fate spinning overhead and suddenly felt something that no other replica who had rolled the dice had ever sensed. Somewhere deep inside, he inexplicably felt fate should be gripped in one's own hand, not something spinning endlessly above you, dazzling your eyes, yet never clearly visible, like a die. In that instant, he even wanted to reach out and grab the spinning die. And at that same moment, back at replica number 2's side, he heard Zhou Qiming's comments about the dice of fate. Jiang Ye didn't care about his arrogance, and instead casually asked, I remember that on the dice of fate, rolling a skull means death. Can that kind of death be revived through the graveyard too? Zhou Qiming gave a snorting laugh and didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked back, what do you think? Jiang Ye didn't hesitate and replied, I don't think so, because if it were possible, then the dice of fate wouldn't have ended up just being Chang Kun's item. Zhou Qiming raised an eyebrow. Jiang Ye pressed on. So, when you said the dice of fate isn't a good thing, is it simply because the skull represents death of too high a level, unavoidable death? Or is it that, aside from death when rolling a skull, the dice of fate has other ominous aspects? However, crafty as always, Zhou Qiming still didn't answer. He just raised his eyebrow and said again, same deal. I'll match your 40th win. After the match, I'll tell you the secret of 4444 and the ominous nature of the dice of fate. At that, he deliberately sized up Jiang Ye a few times and continued. Don't tell me you've already rolled the dice of fate. Replica number 2, Jiang Ye thought. I haven't had the chance to roll it yet, but my main body has. And that's the real problem. Thinking it through, actually, who he matched for the 40th win wasn't something he could decide. It was controlled by duo organization. So even if he refused Zhou Qiming now, he would probably still end up matched against him for his 40th win. Maybe even for the 50th, 100th win streaks too. So whether he accepted or not, the result would be the same, just a matter of sooner or later. Unless he completely gave up on the win streak. Having thought it through, Jiang Ye put on an indifferent look and raised an eyebrow. My 40th win, you want to fight now? Zhou Qiming nodded now. Jiang Ye didn't really mind fighting for his 40th win now. However, just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted. He didn't hesitate to change his words. Give me a few more minutes. Zhou Qiming narrowed his eyes, raised his brows, thought for a moment, and then nodded. All right, I'll wait, but no more than 3 minutes. On replica number 2, Jiang Ye's side, there wasn't any big problem. It was just that, over at the Comprehension replica's side, he finally couldn't resist and reached out to grab the dice of fate spinning endlessly in midair. At that moment, fate was gripped in his hand, and the consequences were pretty severe. Among the rules for using the dice of fate, besides having to toss it over 3 meters into the air and let it spin, there was another forbidden rule. During the rolling of the dice of fate, you must not touch it or suffer the consequences. As for what those consequences were, no one really knew, but Jiang Ye figured it couldn't be worse than rolling a skull. Plus, at that moment, the comprehension replica had almost entered a state of enlightenment, reaching out instinctively to grasp the spinning die. It didn't feel like a conscious decision, more like pure bodily instinct. However, the moment his hand closed around the spinning dice of fate, Jiang Ye realized something was very wrong. First, his hand immediately felt a sharp, stabbing pain. The pain seemed to travel through his fingers straight to his heart, making him feel an unbearable heaviness. It was like his heart had suddenly become too heavy to beat properly, and his body simply couldn't support the burden of a heart that heavy. Even worse, each slow, heavy beat of that heart seemed to tug viciously at every nerve in his brain, especially the pain nerves. In that instant, it felt like his entire brain was going to explode. It hurt. It hurt too damn much. It said that even the strongest of wills can hardly resist drug withdrawal because of the overwhelming pain. And at that moment, Jiang Ye suspected that the agony he was experiencing was hundreds or even thousands of times worse than withdrawal pain. In fact, for a split second, it felt like even the other replicas were affected by the pain the comprehension replica was enduring. Compared to simply drawing a skull and dying instantly, this was far worse. After all, the skull's instant death was over in a flash. But now, under extreme pain, every second felt like a year to Jiang Ye. Normally, when a body feels pain, the instinct is to withdraw. Like when your hand touches something sharp, you reflexively jerk it back. But now, even as the comprehension replica was overwhelmed by all-consuming pain, his hand stayed locked to the dice of fate like it was bound to it, unable to let go. And the intense agony that racked every nerve left him incapable of thinking, incapable of understanding. Soon enough, the continuously spinning dice of fate started dragging his entire body, making him spin like a fan in midair. One hand connected to the axis of rotation, the rest of his body dangling and spinning helplessly like a puppet. The sensation was absolutely brutal. Not only did the pain worsen, but the spinning scrambled his brain into an increasingly chaotic mess. Finally, under the unbearable pain and torture, the comprehension replica happily died. Honestly, Jiang Ye truly thought that at this moment, death might be a kind of release. However, the real problem was replica substitution. In order to protect his valuable replicas, Jiang Ye had made sure to feed them attribute fruits to boost their stats. Meanwhile, the weaker, trash replicas were kept around as tools to die in their place. So now, once again, it was a trash replica that died in his stead. And the comprehension replica, still gripped to the dice of fate, instantly revived. Yes, revived. Jiang Ye's previous experience with replica substitution was only when facing instant death from drawing a skull. At that time, his body hadn't suffered any real wear or tear before dying, so he hadn't truly understood the full impact of replica substitution. But this time, it wasn't instant death. It was death by the sheer, hellish torture inflicted by the dice of fate. And only now did he realize. Replica substitution didn't just revive you. It restored you to full health and full status. Before death, the comprehension replica had been deeply weakened, his mind on the brink of unconsciousness. But at the moment of substitution, all that weakness and mental chaos transferred to the dying trash replica. The comprehension replica, however, fully revived. The moment he came back, his mind cleared, but only for a moment, because his hand was still stuck to the dice of fate. And once again, the crushing agony flooded in. For a second, Jiang Ye almost lost his mind. It was a hopeless, maddening cycle of pain where he couldn't live, but couldn't die either. He even thought about sacrificing another replica to chop off the arm holding the dice of fate. Whether by amputating the arm or letting the comprehension replica die outright, it had to be better than enduring this nightmare. After all his replicas were linked together. Seeing the comprehension replica suffering like this, the others naturally couldn't just stand by. Immediately, one of the trash replicas who was also in the Void Mirror Palace tried to move closer to chop off the connected arm. But before he could act, he noticed blood was flowing from the comprehension replica's hand, staining the dice of fate. Even with blood soaking the die, the pain didn't lessen at all. The comprehension replica was foaming at the mouth from the pain, spinning helplessly in midair like a tortured body on a rack. His state was absolutely miserable. Yet at that moment, the other replicas forced themselves to suppress the soul-linked pain, stayed calm, and thought through the situation. And then, a rather cruel idea toward the comprehension replica emerged. The consequences of gripping the dice of fate needed to be fully studied. Even if they gave up now, they'd still have to face this torment eventually. Sure, maybe later they'd get a replica immune to pain to handle it. But there was no guarantee they'd ever find such a talent. And now, they'd already burned through one substitution. Might as well hang on a little longer. The moment this thought surfaced, Jiang Ye immediately remembered what Yang Wenchao had said not long ago. He had once forced himself to confront his fear directly. He had survived endless terror and despair. That's why he could now proudly say, "What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger." That's why he could even suppress his light-type instincts to fear dark types. So, if Yang Wenchao could do it, why couldn't Jiang Ye? All the replicas shared the same will. There was no conflict like left brain fighting right brain. At this moment, the decision wasn't about other replicas forcing the comprehension replica to suffer. It was a choice made by the comprehension replica himself, the one enduring the worst pain. Even through the vague clarity he managed to regain, he chose to hold on. After stealing his resolve, his mind, previously too racked with agony to think clearly, now strained with everything he had to concentrate, to try once again to catch that fleeting, mysterious feeling. Of course, the thought was beautiful, but reality was brutal. It was just too damn hard. It didn't take long. The comprehension replica's heart, overwhelmed by the terrifying burden, once again stopped beating. Replica substitution activated again, and another trash replica died. But this time, Jiang Ye was no longer in a state of hopeless collapse, unable to live or die. He immediately seized the opportunity of this full health revival. And to further strengthen the body's ability to handle the heart's burden, he immediately decided to perform replica fusion on the comprehension replica. He merged the 5 powerful S-tier replicas, ice, fire, lightning, space, and sword-hard enlightenment, into the comprehension replica. As for the super stamina replica, with his superior physical stats, he specifically created mirror replicas and phantom replicas to fuse as well. In this emergency, he even used the weird mirror obtained from the 4444 administrator on the super stamina replica. Previously, Jiang Ye hadn't had time to study the mirror, nor dared to use it casually. But now, with the comprehension replica in deep trouble, he figured, even if that mirror had some issues, if it created replicas in his own image, it should be safe. So with boldness, after using the mirror, nearly 100 identical super stamina replicas appeared. Way more than when he had duplicated the white-clad woman. Maybe because the super stamina replica was much weaker compared to her? Jiang Ye didn't have time to think about it. These physically strong replicas, grouped into threes, started fusing one after another into the comprehension replica using replica fusion. At that moment, the only ones left unfused were some trash replicas that weren't much use even if fused, and 2 precious SS-tier replicas. And then there were number 2 in the dual space, and number 1 and the light replica over at the graveyard. But the pain hadn't lessened despite the huge number of replicas merging. Instead, the unfused replicas suffered even more, as if pulled into the pain. In the dual space, Number 2, Jiang Ye, sitting at the same booth as Zhou Qiming and the others, suddenly turned deathly pale, drained of all color. Number 1 in the graveyard, with even worse attributes, was in an even worse state. Naturally, Yang Wenchao and Wan Xian noticed. Wan Xian bluntly asked, "What's wrong with you? You look terrible all of a sudden. Even your eyes look dazed." Yang Wenchao also noticed, but he was more cautious and didn't point out directly. Jiang Ye, however, casually raised an eyebrow and weakly made up an excuse. "Nothing. This body's just a replica. It's normal for replicas to have time limits and all kinds of restrictions." It was a reasonable excuse and made his replica abilities seem less overpowered. Luckily, under Huang Bo's light and shadow escape, changes in facial expressions couldn't be seen. Still, he worried that someone as sharp as Yang Wenchao might catch on to the voice change. So it was still number 1 Jiang Ye who forced himself to speak casually toward Yang Wenchao. "So, you originally chose to bury accounts not to farm light-type talents, but because you noticed apartment 4444 during that game accident and then discovered the secret of account burial there?" Yang Wenchao nodded. "Sort of. After I found out that the player hit with the kill on-site order had killed the 4444 administrator, I went to investigate 4444. And the most unique thing about apartment 4444 is obviously the underground graveyard. Players wanting to enter the graveyard have to somehow earn the administrator's favor to get permission. But the 4444 administrator's favor is really hard to earn. Basically, you have to spend money. And just entering the graveyard costs anywhere from 10 to 80 survival points, depending on when you enter. But if a player wants to bury an account, it's a fixed 100 survival points to buy a special coffin. Then the 4444 administrator would help the player log out of the account and mark the coffin with a logout seal. After the player dies, the account would be sealed inside the logout coffin. The whole process is clear and simple. In the game, it wasn't just one pay-to-win team that tried to kill the 4444 administrator. Many teams tried and failed, which is why the 4444 administrator became recognized as one of the hardest administrators to kill. First, because he's really strong, probably top tier among all apartments. Second, because he has an escape route. Only he has access to the graveyard beneath 4444. And the Madman Mass time limit is just 3 minutes. Trying to kill an administrator within 3 minutes is already insanely hard. And during those 3 minutes, the 4444 administrator could simply hide inside the graveyard, and the players couldn't do anything. Some teams even considered splitting up, Group A attacking outside, while Group B sneaked into the graveyard to ambush him. But the 4444 administrator wasn't an idiot. If you had a Madman mask on you, there was no way he'd let you enter the graveyard. So honestly, nobody could believe that the team responsible for the kill on-site order had actually managed to kill the 4444 administrator. So that's how it was. At that moment, Jiang Ye also understood why Lin Jing had gone to such lengths to invite the white-clad woman to kill the 4444 administrator. Because if it were players doing it, even with a Madman mask, killing the 4444 administrator would be nearly impossible. Even for the white-clad woman, she probably planned some sneaky strategy first. But then the light type had shown up and completely messed up the plan. Also, Jiang Ye suddenly realized, whether it was Yang Wenchao or Lin Jing, they all said the Madman mask only had a 3-minute limit. But the Madman mask Jiang Ye had snatched from Guan He seemed different. It lasted for a whole hour, and it could be used 10 times. Unfortunately, there was only one such mask. For a whole team, it wouldn't be enough. And for a solo player, it would still be very hard to kill an administrator alone. This Madman mask really was something special. No wonder Guan He had been willing to part with it. She just hadn't expected that the light type would rob her outright. And this special Madman mask probably involved the secret of that symbiotic reincarnated Eerie. Naturally, Jiang Ye didn't mention any of this to Yang Wenchao. Instead, he asked directly, since 4444 was so hard to kill, how did that successful team pull it off back then? Yang Wenchao shook his head. From what I heard, there are no clear details. But when I investigated 4444 myself, I did discover one secret. And using that secret, I managed to bury hundreds of accounts for free. At that, he suddenly asked Jiang Ye, if you were me back then, where would you start investigating apartment 4444? Where to investigate? Jiang Ye instinctively thought, from the graveyard, obviously. But he quickly reconsidered. The graveyard was under the administrator's authority. Trying to pull anything shady inside would almost certainly be caught. And just entering the graveyard cost money, which Yang Wenchao probably wouldn't have wasted. So, not the graveyard. Then, he immediately turned to Wan Xin and asked, by the way, is there anything special about room 4444 in apartment 4444? Although he asked the question, Jiang Ye actually already had a bit of information. The light type, using light and shadow escape, had run all over apartment 4444 twice. Even though he moved quickly and a bit carelessly, he really hadn't noticed anything unusual about any particular room. And even in the strategy guide Wan Xin had given him, there was no mention that room 4444 of apartment 4444 had any special features. So as he asked the question, he instinctively felt he might have guessed wrong. But unexpectedly, Wan Xin nodded and gave a firm answer. Room 4444 of apartment 4444 is indeed special. The special thing is, apartment 4444 doesn't have a room 4444. Ah, well, that is pretty special, huh? Straight face. As Jiang Ye was still thinking it over, Wan Xin continued to explain. Many players have explored and investigated this point in the game. The final conclusion everyone reached was that the underground graveyard probably evolved from room 4444. So, the special underground graveyard is basically the special room 4444. That's why I didn't specifically mention the missing room 4444 in the guide I gave you. I see. Thinking about it further, Jiang Ye felt what most players believed wasn't necessarily the truth. It was entirely possible that the graveyard was the graveyard, and room 4444 was room 4444. The missing room 4444 might have simply never been discovered by the players. Thinking this, he looked again at Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao seemed to read his mind and nodded directly. That's right. I found a missing room 4444, and it wasn't the graveyard. He naturally said, not the graveyard, but quickly corrected himself. More accurately, not the graveyard we're standing in now. Jiang Ye instantly got what he meant. You mean the missing room 4444 is also a graveyard? Yang Wenchao nodded. Honestly, graveyard 4444 and the underground graveyard are very similar. When I first went in, I thought I'd enter the underground graveyard too. But in graveyard 4444, the greenery, the plants, aren't black, they're red. And it seems graveyard 4444 isn't under the administrator's control either. There are lots of coffins there for free. You can bury accounts yourself without paying anything, and without being detected by the administrator. This explanation really opened Wan Xin and Jiang Ye's eyes, especially Wan Xin, who prided himself on being a veteran gamer, but he truly hadn't known about this hidden strategy. But soon his mind clicked, and he immediately caught a flaw. No, something's off. There's a hole in your story. Wan Xin suddenly raised his voice, looking proud like he had just caught Yang Wenchao lying. He turned to Jiang Ye and pointed out. Think about it. According to him, there are two graveyards in apartment 4444, one underground, and one called Graveyard 4444. And he said he buried accounts in Graveyard 4444. But then what? He revived in the underground graveyard. That doesn't add up. Jiang Ye noticed the issue immediately too, but he didn't think Yang Wenchao would lie about something with such an obvious hole. Sure enough, Yang Wenchao quickly explained. I really did bury accounts in Graveyard 4444, and because I wasn't sure if the burial worked, I specifically tested account retrieval in the game. Strangely enough, the retrieval process was exactly the same as for normal players. The retrieved account also revived in the underground graveyard. So I started suspecting back then that Graveyard 4444 and the underground graveyard might be connected somehow. Or maybe there's some other reason why accounts buried in Graveyard 4444 ended up appearing in the underground graveyard. Saying that, he met Jiang Ye's gaze. You know me well enough. I wouldn't make up such a stupid lie with such a glaring hole. Jiang Ye nodded and smoothly asked, when you retrieve an account in game, the administrator helps you open the coffin, and your account revives from it, right? Wan Xin and Yang Wenchao both nodded. Jiang Ye asked Yang Wenchao again, when you retrieved your account, didn't the administrator notice anything weird? Yang Wenchao shook his head. The coffins were the same. The administrator didn't notice anything. But because I was worried something might get exposed, I only retrieved an account once. Seeing that Jiang Ye seemed to believe Yang Wenchao, Wan Xin started thinking too. So, it's true. There's some connection between Graveyard 4444 and the underground graveyard. You buried your account in Graveyard 4444, but it showed up in the underground graveyard. Could there be some special teleportation device? Or maybe it's a game bug, like Graveyard 4444 and the underground graveyard are actually the same place, but because of magnetic fields or whatever sci-fi stuff, it feels like they're different. Yang Wenchao gave him a look like, are you stupid? You think I can't tell the difference between two graveyards? Wan Xin ignored his side eye and kept rambling excitedly. Or maybe the underground graveyard and Graveyard 4444 are connected vertically, one on top, one on the bottom. Saying that, he started gesturing with his hands. Like this line I'm drawing is the soil of the graveyard. Above the line is Graveyard 4444. Below it is the underground graveyard. And the line itself, like Earth, has gravity. So whether you're standing above or below, it feels normal and you can't tell the difference. Whether you bury an account in Graveyard 4444 or the underground graveyard, you're actually burying it into this same line. So from your perspective, it looks like two different graveyards. But in reality, it's the same place. Maybe even the administrator doesn't know this secret. Wan Xin got more excited the more he talked, his gestures growing wilder, and he looked increasingly confident. So actually what players have been saying is right. The original room, 4444, really did evolve into the underground graveyard. It's just that players didn't know that under the underground graveyard, there's another secret graveyard. And only you, by looking for room 4444, managed to find that secret graveyard. Yang Wenchao, half influenced by Wan Xion's excitement, started thinking about whether that crazy theory might actually make sense. But Jiang Ye was thinking, did the administrator really not know about the secret graveyard? When the light type had fought his way to the underground graveyard, he had immediately scouted the entire place. Yet he hadn't found any sign of the 4444 administrator. Even the raven egg he'd seen in the videos wasn't there. That's why he had considered digging up graves to find him. And now, while Wan Xin was still excited and Yang Wenchao was still pondering, Jiang Ye's light and shadow escape pierced downward into the soil beneath the graveyard. The power of light and shadow escape wasn't just about speed. It could phase through solid objects too. Even soil could be phased through. However, the soil of this graveyard carried an overwhelmingly strong dark attribute. The light type, already suffering from the pain caused by the comprehension replica, felt even worse now. As he burrowed deeper into the dark soil, he felt like his stomach was turning inside out, and his brain felt like someone was playing a full symphony of chaos on taut strings, buzzing and pounding with pain. And the deeper he went, the stronger the nausea and the pressure grew. For a light type, this experience was truly abnormal. After all, when he was in light and shadow escape mode, phasing through matter should never produce a sense of pressure. At most, he would just feel physically exhausted from the heavy energy consumption. But this time, the deeper he went, even while in light and shadow state, he could feel pressure. It was as if some special energy was compressing the light itself. Yes, energy, not a physical object. Jiang Ye was certain. Physical matter could not compress light. Whatever was compressing him could only be some special form of energy. If the comprehension replica weren't in trouble right now, he might have tried fusing a large number of replicas to force his way deeper. But given that so many replicas had been consumed for the comprehension replica, Jiang Ye thought it over and decided not to let the light type take any more risks for now. Very quickly, he shot back up through the soil to the surface. Thanks to this process, when Huang Bo opened his mouth again with a weakened voice, it wouldn't raise any suspicion. He said bluntly, "I don't know if it's because of the gravity one Xian mentioned, but there's definitely some weird oppressive force underground. Even I couldn't keep exploring deeper. So even if there really are two layers of graveyards, it's probably impossible to cross between them directly." Saying that, the light type immediately turned to Yang Wenchao and asked, "So let's ask you now, how did you find a missing room 4444? Yang Wenchao was just about to answer, when suddenly, Huang Bo's form returned to normal. The sudden return to human form startled Yang Wenchao. It wasn't because Huang Bo's face was ugly, but because light and shadow escape was considered a light type's life-saving trump card. Although it consumed a lot of stamina, its incredible speed and immunity to physical attacks meant almost no one could ambush a light type in that state. But once the light and shadow form was lifted and his human form exposed, if someone had bad intentions, he could be ambushed and instantly killed. However, seeing Huang Bo's pale face, Yang Wenchao guessed, this guy probably couldn't keep it up anymore. After all, light and shadow escape really did burn through stamina fast, and he had just tunneled into the ground too. In his current weakened state, if someone launched a sneak attack, of course, this idea only flashed through Yang Wenchao's mind. He didn't act on it. Jiang Ye didn't care what he thought anyway. In Huang Bo's voice, low and steady, he said, "Everything happening in this graveyard might be under the administrator's surveillance. So from here on, you should leave the graveyard before continuing the conversation." "You guys?" Yang Wenchao was momentarily confused. Huang Bo nodded, his gaze serious and his voice heavier. "Yes, you guys. I'm extremely weak right now. To avoid any unnecessary ideas from you all, let's split up. You two follow Yang Wenchao to find the missing room 4444. I'll stay here and act alone." This made perfect sense to Yang Wenchao. He was convinced by now that this light type was indeed too exhausted to continue. Since he was carrying the kill-on-sight reward, it was only logical to send them away. After exchanging a glance with Wan Xian, they both agreed to the split. Entering the graveyard needed permission, but leaving didn't. Very soon, Jiang Ye, Wan Xian, and Yang Wenchao left the graveyard according to Huang Bo's arrangement. The entire underground graveyard was left with only Huang Bo alone. He was indeed weak right now, but he was also deliberately acting weaker. If someone really was monitoring the graveyard, maybe they would seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, back in the dual space, Jiang Ye noticed Zhou Qiming's expression remained unchanged. He really seemed unaware of everything happening at the graveyard. From beginning to end, he sat there like an old monk, calm and steady. Only when the timing was just right did he suddenly speak. 3 minutes are up. 3 minutes had indeed passed. But Jiang Ye was really not in a good condition to fight, mainly because almost all of his replicas had been fused into the comprehension replica. However, there were less than a minute left before those fusions were fully complete. So number 2 Jiang Ye deliberately stalled for time, casually asking, "Should I just hit random match? What's your combat power? You sure you can match with me 100%? Zhou Qiming, dead serious, his eyes under his dark circles calm as still water, said, "You don't need to worry about that. Just match." Seeing this guy wasn't giving him a chance to stall any further, Jiang Ye thought, "Fine, random match it is." He still had the blackened replica left unused. And besides, if Zhou Qiming really intended to die at his hands to dig out his secrets, then Jiang Ye could beat him easily. Even if Zhou Qiming wanted to defeat him and crush his spirit, Jiang Ye had a privilege-exempt card, so his win streak wouldn't be broken anyway. Thus, Number 2, Jiang Ye didn't stall anymore and began the regular random matching process. At the same time, the light type left behind in the graveyard sat cross-legged and lit a stick of confusion incense. The confusion incense was an item he had swiped from Kupeng, its effect being to mess with one's mind and cause minor hallucinations. In Jiang Ye's understanding, it was kind of like pufferfish toxin. And of course, lighting the confusion incense wasn't for himself. It was to create a layer of defense. Also, it was another way of projecting weakness to the enemy. If anyone saw him sitting cross-legged, surrounded by confusion incense, they might think he was too weak to use light and shadow escape anymore, and get tempted to launch a sneak attack. Besides that, the real reason for the confusion incense was, under its cover, he discreetly used replica swap again. He swapped the seemingly weak light-type replica with one of the 3 light-type sub-replicas that Wang Hai had gifted him after killing Prism. There was a difference between a light-type replica and a sub-replica. Sub-replicas looked like semi-transparent shadows. With careful observation, you could tell they weren't real people. So the confusion incense helped blur that distinction. Thus, the sub-replica posed as the weakened light type, staying in the graveyard both as bait and as an observer. The real light-type replica, through the swap, had returned to the Void Mirror Palace. And this time, he wasn't back just for the comprehension replica stuck in a dilemma. It was also because Huangbo circled the center area of the Void Mirror Palace and then, standing in front of a certain mirrored section, shouted, "Hey, fellow kindred, looking that ugly, don't call me kindred. Call me senior." The voice clearly carried a mischievous excitement, like some bratty elementary school kid demanding to be called daddy. Hearing that, Jiang Ye couldn't help but play along, responding seriously. "Since you're insisting, then this honored self shall reluctantly agree to be your senior." Smiley face. The other one was obviously thrown off by the awkwardness, immediately snapping. "Look at you, calling yourself honored self. Shameless," Jiang Ye said calmly, says the guy calling himself senior. "Pot, meat kettle." This same kind obviously realized she was the one who started being awkward. So when she spoke again, her voice sounded a bit unnatural. "Just kidding. Call me He Xingyue. He Xingyue." So it really was a girl. Still, whether that name was real or not wasn't certain. Jiang Ye didn't think much of it. Having a name just made communication easier. He didn't bother with any nonsense and went straight to the point. "When I was circling around just now, I noticed in one of the Mirror Palace grids there was a humanoid fan. Did you see it? Humanoid fan." He was naturally talking about the comprehension replica swinging along with the dice of fate. He believed this light type, same kind, must have noticed it. Sure enough, a voice quickly echoed from the air, no longer altered. It was a crisp and spirited female voice, rather boyish in tone. "Oh, that dumb asterisk thing? Just ignore him. Stay away, wait for him to die, and loot the body. But let's be clear up front. First come, first served. Whatever loot I get from the corpse is all mine." Jiang Ye thought, "That's my corpse. No way I'm letting some outsider loot it. And besides, he might not even die." Still, he couldn't reveal that he and the comprehension replica were the same person. So he put on an indifferent tone. "First come, first served? I don't think so. I remember it's finders keepers. Since I'm here, I should at least get 40% of the loot." He Xingyue was an old-school light type. No way she'd give in to a newcomer. She shot back across the space with raw authority. You think you can bargain with me? And that dumb asterisk thing probably doesn't even have anything good. You want 40%? No way. It's all mine, no negotiation." TSK, that's fierce. Jiang Ye played along, pretending to give in. "Fine, all yours then." "Oh, 100% mine." He Xingyue was just starting to enjoy his supposed good sense when his next line threw her off. "What did you say?" Jiang Ye patiently repeated, "I said, all of it is mine." As he spoke, he took on human form, pulled out the entropy scythe, and casually flipped it in his right palm. The move was like a gangster playing with a gun. 1 part intimidating, 3 parts casual, and 5.9 parts utterly nonchalant. If the light type didn't look so ugly, he'd have looked like a walking, fan-shaped diagram of a domineering CEO. The air went eerily quiet. Who knew whether Xingyue was stunned by Jiang Ye's swagger or by the entropy scythe in his hand? She said nothing for a long time. Jiang Ye worried maybe she didn't recognize the entropy scythe as kind of god-tier item. He was about to say he'd smash something in the Void Mirror Palace for a demo, when Xingyue suddenly blurted out in pure shock. Concept-level weapon? You. So her knowledge was sharp, and yes, she was shocked. But she quickly composed herself and calmly said, "That weapon really is insane. But do you really think you can land a hit on me with it?" Jiang Ye thought for only a second before sighing helplessly. "Sorry, I can't hit you." Xingyue gave a smug snort, about to say, "Glad you know your place." Then Jiang Ye continued, "But I used this entropy scythe to destroy the barrier in the underground graveyard of apartment 4444. That moved up the apartment's destruction time to the next 0 hour. It would circumflex yes. As far as I know, for a reincarnated player to cycle back to the next beginner apartment, it takes a lot of preparation time. If the apartment gets destroyed by the next 0 hour, you won't have enough time to reincarnate, will you?" Now, that was a direct threat. Xingyue's voice dropped, now serious. Moving up the destruction time doesn't benefit you either, does it? Besides, even if you did bring forward one apartment's destruction time, couldn't I just switch to another? She meant she wasn't afraid of Jiang Ye's threat. But Jiang Ye was crazier than she imagined. He didn't explain further, just wore that ugly, handsome face, full of unrestrained arrogance and madness, and said fearlessly, "Doesn't matter. I've already got a server-wide kill on-site order on me. I'm capable of anything." Indeed, Jiang Ye intentionally made his light-type form always seem on the edge, like he'd lost all sense of consequence. The air went quiet again, unnaturally so. Xingyue's voice stayed low. "It's just a dice of fate. Let's change the topic. The humanoid fan loot?" She just stopped thinking about it. Jiang Ye kept flipping the entropy scythe, still crazy and domineering. "Shut up, I'll change the topic. First of all, do you know what that humanoid fan really is?" Nobody likes to be threatened, Xingyue included. Her opinion of Huangbo instantly tanked. She cursed in her head, but still played along. "What do you mean? Just some idiot who grabbed the spinning dice of fate. But it's weird. He's lasted way longer than expected, and from afar I noticed something off. His aura was all patchy and strange." From afar, Jiang Ye latched onto those words. Was there something that kept you from getting close? He wondered, was it her light-type nature keeping her away, or was something wrong with the dice of fate itself? But as soon as he asked, Xingyue paused and asked back, "You've never heard this saying? All gifts from fate have their prices marked in secret. Even those lucky-type items. They seem to give a temporary boost to luck, but in reality, they're just borrowing the player's own future luck in advance. So, the dice of fate is the same. Sure, it looks like only a 1 in 6 chance of instant death. But the hidden cost behind it? Totally unmeasurable." And she paused again, hesitated, then asked, "Do you know about death priority? Ever heard that legend?" "A legend about death priority?" "Jiang Ye, you mean that complete erasure of a person's existence, including being erased from the memories of everyone around them?" "Exactly. They say that ultimate erasure comes from a fate-type ability that severs all karmic ties, utterly denying someone's existence." As Xingyue spoke, even her tone held a trace of fear. Jiang Ye fell into thought. Then his eyes suddenly flashed with alarm, because at that moment, the comprehension replica, or rather, the combined consciousness of all replicas fused into it, was finally buckling under the intense pain. The burden on his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Even with nearly 100 super stamina replicas, he still couldn't sustain the weight of that heartbeat. That feeling of imminent heart explosion, of death bearing down again, came surging back. The comprehension replica, all of them, couldn't hold on anymore. He even suspected that terrifying heartbeat might have already stopped. The last few seconds he held on, it wasn't his body doing it, it was pure willpower. Even with the replica's substitution ability, Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel fear. After all, Yue said it, fate-type powers could sever karma itself, causing the ultimate erasure from existence. He couldn't be sure. If the next moment brought that legendary death priority, what kind of end would he face? So, even as a replica that didn't fear death, in this moment, Jiang Ye had a single overwhelming thought. I don't want to die. I have to hold on. Yes, it's just cardiac arrest. Cardiac arrest doesn't mean death. He's still alive. He has to stay alive. In that instant, even the connection between his light-type replica and the comprehension replica felt thin and faint. His heart grew inexplicably heavy. At that moment, all the replicas made a major decision together. Before, because of how important the SS tier ability was, he hadn't fused the two SS tier replicas. But now, he couldn't care anymore. The newly created SS tier replicas Fu Shi and Li Ji were now fused into the comprehension replica. And immediately, Jiang Ye began thinking about the consequences of using the S-tier skill Artistic Explosion. Artistic Explosion wasn't just powerful. More importantly, it allowed him to sacrifice his own organs. Because of the skill's traits, even if he sacrificed his heart, his body could stay alive for 30 seconds, long enough to witness the explosion. So he started to think, if, right now, he chose to sacrifice that unbearably heavy heart, the one his body could barely sustain, could he, within those 30 seconds, find a sliver of hope? Besides that, the skill vow was also being tested, and the result shocked him. Vow S. Set goal. Stay in this state and survive. Time limit, 30 seconds. Reward/penalty rank, SSS. PS. If this vow is completed, the ability will automatically be upgraded to the reward level, SSS. In other words, surviving another 30 seconds in this state was as difficult as killing 3 apartment administrators within 30 minutes. That hard? Normally, Jiang Ye followed a cautious path. But at this moment, his determination to survive outweighed his instinct to play it safe. He feared that if he hesitated even one more second, he'd give up. So this time, he didn't hold back, didn't hesitate at all. He directly activated the vow skill. And so, the skill took effect. Whether it was to earn the SSS tier reward, or to avoid the SSS tier punishment, this vow he had to fulfill. And as his thoughts aligned and his resolve solidified, Jiang Ye faintly sensed the true charm of the SS tier ability Lofty Ambition. Before this, he thought vow was just about completing goals to earn rewards. But now he understood clearly. Vowing wasn't just for the reward. It was for the inner resolve. Like how some people chase dreams not for money, power, or fame, but for self-worth, to live up to themselves. In that moment, after making the vow, Jiang Ye felt not a craving for reward, but a powerful inner drive. And this drive, it was like that saying, even the gods will bless you. Jiang Ye understood with complete clarity. In that saying, it wasn't gods that would bless him. It was himself. Once he was resolute, there was no more hesitation. He chose to sacrifice the heart that was dragging him down. And then, boom, a thunderous explosion. The S-tier skill Artistic Explosion activated. Its terrifying power shocked even Jiang Ye himself. In almost an instant, the entire Void Mirror Palace began collapsing violently under the tremors. Yue and Huang Bo, mid-conversation, were both shaken hard. Fortunately, Huang Bo reacted quickly and instantly shifted into light and shadow escape. But even the untouchable form of light could feel the force of this blast. Even apartment 6996 and apartment 9669, both linked to the Void Mirror Palace, felt the shockwaves. The 2 rooms connected to the palace were turned to rubble instantly. Players in both apartments were so shaken they began doubting reality. Even the 2 apartment administrators turned pale. In fact, both apartments simultaneously sounded the same alarm that had previously gone off in apartment 4444. Warning! Warning! This apartment is under unknown attack. Warning! Warning! This apartment is under unknown attack. You had to know, the alarm in 4444 had only triggered when a concept-level weapon destroyed the apartment's special barrier. And now, the effect of artistic explosion had already reached the level of a concept-level weapon. It wasn't hard to imagine just how terrifying that heart Jiang Ye sacrificed had become, transformed by the dice of fate. Even the light-type replica, which hadn't fused, felt a lingering fear, as if his own heart had exploded too. Of course, beyond being awed by such devastating power, what Jiang Ye cared about more was the status of the comprehension replica. More accurately, what made him panic was, the instant the explosion went off, the already fading connection between the light-type replica and the comprehension replica completely vanished. Not only that, even a non-fused replica number 1 and replica number 2 lost all connection to the comprehension replica. How could Jiang Ye not panic? And at the moment of the explosion, the earlier fused replicas were the first to dissolve the fusion, and they brought back fragments of memory from the comprehension replica. Almost at the exact moment Jiang Ye sacrificed his heart, the endlessly spinning dice of fate suddenly changed. The 6 glowing icons lit up like they were real, shot out from the dice, and all embedded into the shattered comprehension replica. Then, the blood-soaked dice held in the replica's palm vanished completely. At the same time, in the comprehension replica's ruined chest, at the sight of the exploded heart, a spinning illusion of dice took its place. Also in the replica's mind, faint, broken voices started to echo, like they were trying to say something. But his consciousness was too hazy. He couldn't understand a thing. The only thing certain was that the voice belonged to no one else but Jiang Ye himself. And after fully dissolving fusion, all the other replicas felt it too. Their link to the comprehension replica was completely gone. How could Jiang Ye not panic? In that moment, he almost truly believed that comprehension replica might really be gone, and that eerie dice of fate, God knows what kind of chaos it just unleashed. On his side, Jiang Ye's heart was completely unsettled, mind fully absorbed by the comprehension replica. Meanwhile, on the duel arena, replica number 2 had no heart for the duel with Zhou Qiming. He fought extremely half-heartedly, not even fusing with a single replica, just moving around casually, swinging a weapon, doing basic physical attacks. Of course, replica number 2's hard work, pays-off ability, helped him grow fast, even mid-battle. So even his simple physical attacks still showed solid combat instincts. But Zhou Qiming, in this duel, didn't even fight back. Even when Jiang Ye slit his throat with a blade, he was completely unharmed. And when he noticed Jiang Ye was clearly phoning it in, he coldly mocked. "That's all you've got? Let me be clear. I've already become immune to all physical deaths." In other words, nearly every C-tier or lower death effect is useless on me. So, show me something real. Don't embarrass yourself. You should know, even if you have a ton of privilege cards, they're worthless. After all, just like when I'm matched with Lin Jing, if I can match you once, I can match you 100 times. Clearly, Zhou Qiming was afraid of the entropy scythe. But after guessing that thing had a time limit, he calmed down again. When facing someone like Jiang Ye, he had no fear at all and didn't hold back in the slightest. However, Jiang Ye wasn't in a good mood right now. He was seriously annoyed. Listening to Zhou Qiming yap on and on felt like his kid had just been abducted by human traffickers, and the aunt next door insisted on dragging him into a game of mahjong. Yeah, Zhou Qiming was that damn aunt forcing him to play mahjong. So ing annoying. Jiang, you didn't even process what he was saying. It all went in one ear and out the other. Naturally, he didn't give any particular response. His attention was still locked on the ruins of the Void Mirror Palace. The closest one to the Mirror Palace was the light-type replica. Under the terrifying power of artistic explosion, even light-type had to flee. But 30 seconds later, the explosive force finally started to subside. The light-type replica took a gulp of moonlight essence to recover his stamina. Then, without hesitation, he slipped back toward the Mirror Palace ruins where the comprehension replica had been. At the same time, another streak of light and shadow escape followed nearby. Naturally, It was none other than Xingyue. Jiang Ye didn't hold back and immediately reminded her. Go ahead, but remember what we agreed on. The loot from the corpse, all of it is mine. He said it lightly, even a bit arrogantly. But only Jiang Ye himself knew. His heart was bleeding inside. Please, let the comprehension replica not actually be a corpse. Yet to his surprise, Xingyue responded in clear confusion. Loot from what corpse? Do you know what caused that terrifying explosion? Jiang Ye frowned and blurted out. Probably that one earlier. Instinctively, he didn't want to expose the connection between the light-type replica and the comprehension replica. But as he spoke, his eyes suddenly froze, and he went rigid. Xingyue, seeing him stop mid-sentence, circled around curiously. What's wrong? Jiang Ye snapped out of his shock and asked directly. You don't remember? Xingyue looked puzzled. Remember what? TSS. Jiang Ye didn't continue by saying the words humanoid fan. But based on her reaction, he faintly drew a shocking and bitter conclusion. Xingyue had no reason to fake it. So she really didn't remember the humanoid fan, which meant she didn't remember the comprehension replica? So, could it be the comprehension replica really was erased by death priority? Only the other replicas still remembered him? Just thinking about that possibility made Jiang Ye's heart sink. Light and shadow escape was incredibly fast. In practically a blink, the two beams of light reached the center of the explosion in the Mirror Palace, where the destruction was most severe. Sure enough, he saw no trace of the dice of fate or the comprehension replica, as if nothing had ever existed there. Xingyue also found it strange. Her light form circled the blast zone several times, seemingly inspecting something carefully. But she couldn't find anything and murmured doubtfully. With an explosion this powerful, what could have caused it? You said earlier. I don't remember. What were you trying to say? Do you know something? Jiang Ye didn't answer. He just canceled his light and shadow escape, stood in human form amidst the ruins, sometimes shifting his steps, sometimes squatting down, as if searching for something. His method of investigation was naturally far more meticulous than Xingyue's spinning light form sweep. She thought for a moment, then also revealed her human form. But her whole body was wrapped in a heavy black robe, her face completely concealed. This time, the voice through the robe turned back to the previous deep male tone and continued asking Jiang Ye. What was that about loot from a corpse? So someone was here at the blast zone before. Then why do you remember and I don't? As she said this, her voice carried a tinge of shock, as if she had begun to suspect something unimaginable. Jiang Ye still didn't answer, only looked heavier and heavier as he combed through the rubble. That wretched, ugly face of his, when focused and serious, actually had a trace of handsomeness. Xingyue was about to speak again when Jiang Ye suddenly froze, his eyes wide in shock, as if he'd just seen a ghost. She immediately asked, What is it? Did you find something? She followed his gaze, but all she saw was debris, nothing unusual at all. She frowned and glanced at Jiang Ye, and then she noticed his eyes looked a bit hollow, as if he wasn't actually seeing a physical object. Xingyue had a thought, checked the apartment chat group, even spent time flipping through the chat logs, but still couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Of course she couldn't, because what Jiang Ye saw was the comprehension replica. To be precise, he didn't see it. He felt it. In that instant, he felt it. The comprehension replica had merged with him, even though the usual soul link between replicas was gone. He was sure the comprehension replica had returned to him, and with a single thought, he could now access the comprehension replica's data panel. But this panel was completely unlike a regular player's. The comprehension replica used to have a name, but now it had become Observer. Special status, existence denied. Abilities, grip of fate, SSS. Lofty ambition, SSS. Comprehension enhancement, S. Skills, Heart of the Swan, SS. Vow, S. Ultimates, prophecy, SSS. Fate thread, SS. Dice of fate, S. This. The comprehension replica had not only severed ties with the other replicas, it had lost its name, and become what was now called Observer. And on this panel, no level, no attributes, no combat power, not even survival points. Abilities and skills were still there, but the insane part was, it suddenly had 2 SSS tier abilities. Even the previous A tier comprehension enhancement had been upgraded directly to S tier. Of course, that ability still didn't come with any specific skill, but still. However, within the effect of the ability itself, a new line had appeared, easier to attain epiphany. And the SSS tier lofty ambition had clearly evolved from the original SS tier version. That was obviously the reward for his decisive use of Vow during that life or death moment. As for the other SSS tier ability, Grip of Fate, it was probably obtained from gripping the spinning dice of fate without dying, right? Jiang Ye was desperate to know what exactly had that near-fatal dice of fate brought him. So without hesitation, he dove deeper into the data panel, starting with the special status Existence Denied. Existence denied. What birth is there to speak of, if none ever lived? You have severed past, future, and karma, erasing all traces of existence. You are neither alive nor dead, existing outside life and death as a state of non-existence. You cannot interact with the world, cannot be locked onto by any means, nor lock onto any other being. This, existing outside of life and death, neither alive nor dead. Even all traces of existence had been erased. He could no longer interact with the world. Wasn't this essentially death priority? So the comprehension replica really had been hit by death priority. So then, the effect of death priority was it that, even after being completely erased, one could still continue observing the world as an observer? No, that wasn't right. Upon closer thought, Jiang Ye realized that death priority was absolute non-existence. There would be no becoming an observer afterward. The reason the comprehension replica had become an observer must be related to the fact that it survived. So, the normal effect of death priority was indeed total erasure of all existence, a supreme form of death. But because of his perseverance and the SSS tier reward for completing Vow, the comprehension replica, which should have been completely erased, instead became an observer that transcended life and death. From this, one could deduce, even the highest level of death priority, could not annihilate all of Jiang Ye by erasing a single replica, which meant, if any replica triggered death priority in the future, even if that replica couldn't use replica substitution to escape, only that one replica would die. The others, including the main body, would remain unaffected. That meant the next time Jiang Ye went around causing chaos, he could rest a little easier. Still, while it was great that the comprehension replica wasn't completely wiped out, because of existence denied, he couldn't interact with the world at all. Wasn't that practically dead anyway? Now none of the other replicas could even sense his existence, nor could they use replica skills on him. And who knew whether, when midnight came, the main body would even be able to fuse with him again. So this observer replica was basically totally useless now. Jiang Ye couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. But soon he kept going. He checked out the new skills and ultimates corresponding to the 2 SSS tier abilities. First was the SS tier skill Heart of the Swan, which matched with Lofty Ambition. Its effect was simple. When he used Vow to set a goal with a reward/penalty rank above A tier. If Vow succeeded, the reward would double. If Vow failed, the penalty would be halved. Beyond that, the most outrageous part, when he set a Vow above a rank, he could withdraw the reward in advance. Now, that was insane. Originally, with only the S-tier Vow skill, any average player wanting to fulfill a high difficulty goal would have needed a long time to build up strength. Only once they'd gathered enough power could they hope to succeed. Someone like Jiang Ye, who casually took on SSS rank goals, could only do so because he had other replicas covering him. But now, with advanced reward withdrawal, his growth speed could basically rocket upward. Say Jiang Ye wanted to kill 3 apartment administrators within 30 minutes again. Before even taking action, he could get the SSS tier reward. Who knows? That reward might include a god-tier item designed just for killing admins. Then going after them would be so much easier. So yeah, Heart of the Swan lived up to its SS tier rating. But what Jiang Ye cared about even more was the far more mysterious SSS tier ability, Grip of Fate. This Fate-type ability had given him 3 ultimate level powers. Before this, Jiang Ye had never even heard of ultimates. Still, even without knowing anything, it was obvious. Ultimates had to be above skills in every way. With a pounding heart, he quickly checked the 3 ultimate powers. First up, SSS tier Prophecy. The moment he focused on the panel's 2-character label, a dignified, emotionless voice echoed in his mind. Like a god detached from the world, calm and neutral, it spoke. This is not prophecy. It is fate. It is command. Just hearing that voice gave Jiang Ye a spiritual shock. Like some higher existence had directly shaken his soul. It took him a while to snap out of it. Only once he recovered did he realize in shock. That voice was identical to his own. No, not the voice of the comprehension replica, but Jiang Ye himself. He didn't have time to dwell on it. He immediately opened up the details for prophecy. Prophecy, SSS. Your mouth may not speak. Only your thoughts may engrave decree. White decree alters probability. Outcomes with non-zero chance can be manipulated. Black decree sets restrictive rules. Target must obey. Violation results in erasure. Gold decree sets absolute rules. All life must obey. Violation results in erasure. Colorless decree creates events. Even 0% probability events may occur through decree. These 4 decree types were clearly ranked from lowest, white, to highest, colorless. If he could ever inscribe a colorless decree, that would be reality bending, a true whatever I say happens level. Still, even without trying it, Jiang Ye could guess. A colorless decree must be near impossible to inscribe completely. But forget colorless. Even managing a black decree would be dimensional suppression. After all, this thing let him set rules. Jiang Ye didn't have time to test it now, so he quickly moved on to the SS tier Ultimate Fate thread. Again, when he focused on it, that same neutral voice echoed. This is not fate. It is a lie, an illusion. After a long pause, the details of Fate thread appeared before him. Fate thread SS. Your eyes may not see, but with thought, you may bind to the existence of beings. You may alter your target's memory. You may simulate your target's future. You may graph karma from one to another. You may share your target's abilities. You may assume your target's identity. These 5 you may lines clearly progressed in intensity. Just like he couldn't inscribe a colorless decree outright. He obviously couldn't jump straight to stealing someone's identity the moment a bond was formed. He didn't try to activate the ability yet. But deep inside, he could sense there was already some special bond between the comprehension replica and the other replicas. That's why, when the light-type replica merged with the comprehension replica, he could directly sense the comprehension replica's existence, even access its data panel. And even while in this merged state, the light type could directly use the powers on that panel. So, with the Fate-type bond, with the prophecy ability's influence on the world, this observer, under the effect of existence denied, could still establish a link with the world. In fact, Jiang Ye realized, this invisible, untouchable observer was practically like having a minor god watching his back. Sure, this little god was still inexperienced and limited in power, but once it grew, its potential was boundless. And it would grow, because neither living nor dead, he couldn't even truly die. So the only issue was, Jiang Ye himself couldn't die. As long as he stayed alive, this little god would always be in his corner. This was just. Jiang Ye couldn't even suppress the excitement just imagining it. He forced himself to calm down and moved on to check the 3rd ultimate ability, Dice of Fate. This ability was clearly linked to the Dice of Fate itself. The original physical item had now become a built-in power. And in the ruins, There was no longer a trace of the actual dice of fate. Come to think of it, that dice of fate was something Chung Kun had put up as collateral. Looks like classmate Chung had pretty much signed his death warrant. And as his attention locked onto this ultimate, that same voice from before echoed again. This is not a game. It's a high-stakes gamble. Dice of fate, S. You may roll the dice of fate for any existing being. Based on the face rolled, the target will receive the corresponding effect. Crown boosts luck. Sword summons a weapon. Gold coin, unexpected wealth. Holy Grail heals injuries. Scepter, attribute boost. Skull, instant death. So this was how the former item dice of fate had become an ultimate ability. The 6 faces and their effects hadn't changed, which meant from now on, the observer could allow other replicas to keep using the dice of fate. At first, Jiang Ye only thought of that level, but very quickly he realized this ability version of the dice of fate was fundamentally different from the item version. The item dice of fate could only be used voluntarily by the player. No one could force someone else to use it, but the ultimate version was controlled by the observer and could be forced on others, not just usable on Jiang Ye's other replicas. It could even be forced on any player, and maybe even more. The observer could potentially combine dice of fate with prophecy, roll the dice for someone, then use a white decree from prophecy to influence the outcome. In other words, he could even choose someone and command their fate with his skull, instant death. TSS, Jiang Ye couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Only now did he truly realize this observer that transcended life and death was seriously like a divine being, aloof from all things, toying with the world. Meanwhile, under the black robe, Xingyue was still scrolling through the chat history, finding nothing meaningful, only to see Jiang Ye's expression growing more and more shocked. She mumbled to herself, then asked again, "What the hell did you find? Hey, can you show a little respect to your light-type senior here? I've asked so many times, and you haven't answered once. Do you want to get off the server-wide kill on-site order or not?" Jiang Ye finally came back to himself, glanced at Xingyue's direction. There was no particular emotion in his eyes, but Xingyue felt something different. At that moment, Jiang Ye seemed off. That emotionless gaze gave her a sudden, inexplicable feeling of dread. Jiang Ye didn't know what she was feeling. After thinking for a bit, he casually replied, "Isn't it just the server-wide kill order? Another player I met told me, if I kill all 26 apartment bosses, it'll automatically get lifted." Xingyue was instantly speechless. Did this guy even hear what he just said? Kill all 26 apartment bosses. Huh, ignorant and fearless. But Jiang Ye truly didn't care. He was even considering whether to test out his observer abilities on this light type, same kind. But ultimately, he decided against it. With a shift of thought, his focus returned to the duel arena. By now, Zhou Qiming was getting more and more impatient. After all, replica number 2 was slacking off so hard. Zhou Qiming's patience was nearly exhausted. He was ready to take action and finish the duel himself. But before that, he sneered coldly at Jiang Ye. "With your attitude, this duel is completely meaningless. So, I see no reason to fulfill the promise I made beforehand." In other words, the secrets about apartment 4444 and the ominous nature of the dice of fate that he promised to share. He was now planning to go back on his word. Jiang Ye had already figured out what happened to the comprehension replica. Now, facing Aunt Zhou, who tried to drag him into mahjong again, he finally had the mood to entertain him a bit. In fact, he was in such a good mood, he wouldn't mind making it fun. So, as Zhou Qiming's irritation hit its peak, and he finally prepared to end the duel, Jiang Ye suddenly leapt back, putting away his lazy weapon stance, and finally looked serious. Zhou Qiming's eyes flickered, but a second later, he still frowned and scoffed. "What now? Trying to stall for time with another trick? Too bad. I'm done wasting time with you." As he spoke, he gave Jiang Ye no room at all, clearly about to make his move. Jiang Ye kept retreating, waving a finger as he said, No. I'm actually serious this time. Let me think. didn't you just say something like, all C tier and below deaths are ineffective on you? Perfect, because I've got a super ultra mega killer move right here, guaranteed to make you die juicy and satisfied. Want to try it? That tone made Zhou Qiming sound like a full-on masochist. Zhou Qiming didn't reply. His face instantly darkened. The next second, he turned into a shadow and lunged straight toward Jiang Ye's retreating form. Clearly, he didn't plan to give Jiang Ye any chance to use this so-called killer move. Jiang Ye didn't hesitate. He immediately fused with a blackened replica. His retreating form instantly dissolved into a mist of blood. Zhou Qiming, in a shadow state, plunged straight into the blood mist. After circling a few times, the shadow retreated. Once out of the mist, Zhou Qiming returned to human form. His face looked even gloomier, those dark-ringed eyes even more sunken. He narrowed his eyes at the blood mist and said in a low voice, "Thought so. I saw clearly that you didn't have any glyph pattern ability, yet during the fight, you suddenly gained one. So, this must be a trait from your replica abilities, right? Your power has been split across your replicas. When randomly matched in the duel room, your stats look pathetic. But during combat, you can fuse with other replicas and spike your power in an instant. That's the real reason you crush opponents in random duels, isn't it? So you know Limit Breaker at all?" "Limit Breaker?" Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, then replied from within the blood mist. "So the duo organization is so interested in me because they think I'm a limit breaker?" "Limit break. Break limits." He repeated the words and then speculated. Could the duo organization be connecting breaking the body's limits to reversing entropy increase? But that's not quite right either, is it? Breaking limits doesn't seem the same as data overflow. He was really just speculating offhand. But unexpectedly, Zhou Qiming's expression shifted slightly as he frowned at the blood mist. "Did Ouyang tell you that?" Jiang Ye was surprised. Looked like his wild guess had actually hit on something fundamental to Duo's beliefs. Still, from Zhou Qiming's posture, it was clear he had no intention of sharing more information about Duo. Jiang Ye didn't mind. He spoke again from within the blood mist. "Then now, let me show you my super ultra ultimate killer move, smiley face." Zhou Qiming's gloomy face remained silent, returning to his earlier, non-combative state, quietly waiting for the so-called killer move. Seeing him cooperate, Jiang Ye also returned to human form. He raised his hand in a showy gesture, dramatically pointing toward Zhou Qiming's head, and said solemnly, "This killer move of mine is called Dice of Fate. As the name implies, I just rolled the dice of fate for you. Now, let's wait and see what it lands on. If it's the skull, wouldn't you die all nice and juicy, just the way you wanted?" He said it with complete seriousness. But Zhou Qiming's mouth twitched. He'd already wasted too much time entertaining Jiang Ye. His face darkened again as he said, annoyed, "Are you kidding me? Let me guess, you think my immunity to C tier and below deaths sounded too cocky, so now you're using the Dice of Fate's instant death effect to scare me? Or do you actually not know that Dice of Fate can only be rolled voluntarily by its owner, and can't be forced by others?" Jiang Ye was a little surprised at his reaction. Can't you see the Dice of Fate spinning above your head?" Zhou Qiming looked up. There was nothing, not a single trace of any Dice of Fate above him. He even felt a bit dumb for going along with the motion. And when he looked back at Jiang Ye, his gaze was even more impatient. At that moment, Jiang Ye looked exactly like a scam artist mystic. His eyes focused, muttering like a ritual priest. "Now, let me make a prophecy. This spinning dice of fate will land on skull." That's what he said. But in truth, this was his first attempt to inscribe even the lowest tier white decree, and he realized that the prophecy ability was nothing like he imagined. Sure, the Dice of Fate Ultimate had worked on the first try, but trying to inscribe even a white decree met unprecedented resistance. The resistance was directed at his conscious thought, making it incredibly difficult to complete the inscription. Jiang Ye's face didn't show it. To Zhou Qiming, he just looked like he was putting on a theatrical act. However, when a holy light descended from above, Zhou Qiming froze. What? Zhou Qiming's tired eyes widened in disbelief, stunned. Jiang Ye let out a long sigh. The prophecy failed. The roll landed on Holy Grail. But no worries. Let's go again. With that, he pointed at Zhou Qiming's head again, expression focused, and muttered another priestly line. Let's roll another dice of fate. This time it's got to be skull. He didn't say anything else, just concentrated intensely. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiming, still feeling the healing effect from the Holy Grail, couldn't pull himself back together. Impossible. There's no way this is the dice of fate. The dice of fate can't be rolled on someone else's behalf. Its effects can only apply to the one who rolled it. No one else can even steal it. So, Jiang Ye must have used some other healing skill to fake the Holy Grail effect. Yes, that had to be it. Zhou Qiming found a perfectly logical explanation. But somehow, even though it made total sense and should have calmed him, when Jiang Ye pointed at him again, he suddenly felt a deep, indescribable sense of dread. Not fear like facing the entropy scythe, but panic. Pure, chaotic, instinctive panic. He just wanted to get away. Zhou Qiming trusted his intuition completely. So he turned into a shadow again, darting away. But Jiang Ye ignored him entirely. This time he was focused solely on one thing, inscribing a complete white decree before the dice roll finished. Before his eyes, tiny flecks of white light, only visible to him, floated in the air. Each character of the decree was scratched out slowly and painfully, like a dog trying to write. Jiang Ye even started to doubt. Would the dice of fate even understand what this ugly scrawl meant? But it turned out he was worrying for nothing, because by the time the dice landed, his white decree still wasn't finished. The second roll's result, Scepter. Zhou Qiming's attributes instantly surged, 20 points in total, 10 in stamina, 10 in energy. Now he was truly panicked. Holy Grail could be faked. But how do you fake Scepter, which directly boosts attributes? A plus 10 boost to stats requires a golden tier attribute fruit. Sure, Zhou Qiming wanted to think maybe this was just some illusion. But his instinct screamed, it's real. Something unseen was gripping his head, choking his throat with the hands of fate. And just as Jiang Ye pointed to his head again and muttered once more, all right, let's go again. Zhou Qiming's shadow form visibly panicked. The black mist crashed directly into Jiang Ye's body. At the same time, Zhou Qiming's voice rang inside Jiang Ye's mind. I'm going to erase your glyph pattern ability. This erasure can even breach the virtual duel into reality. So even once this duel ends, you'll still lose your glyph pattern ability. Damn, Jiang Ye was shocked. He realized this must have been the same move Zhou Qiming used when fighting Lin Jing, scaring Lin into unleashing a new trump card to get rid of him. And afterward, Lin didn't even dare duel Zhou again. But right now, Jiang Ye's focus was still entirely on the white decree. With the first two failures behind him, this third attempt came much faster. The white light he alone could see gathered more swiftly, again forming a set of scribbles like a dog scratching the ground. To speed things up, he deliberately simplified the decree. Fate Dice Skull. Just 7 characters, and he finished them before the dice landed. However, whether it was because he wrote it wrong, or just failed to express it clearly, those 7 words still didn't form a valid white decree. Instead, they slowly dissolved away. Jiang Ye felt a wave of disappointment, but then suddenly noticed the dice of fate's illusory image had landed, and the glowing face this time was Skull. Jiang Ye had always rolled the skull for himself. This time, the skull result belonged to Zhou Qiming, and he was merely a bystanding witness. It was precisely this role as a witness that made him realize for the first time, this is actually a good-looking skull. The skull was even smiling. Its teeth were sparse, grinning with a toothy smile, and its 2 large eyes looked like hollowed-out holes. This made the entire skull icon seem 1 part goofy and 7 parts eerie. And as this image descended, Jiang Ye suddenly felt his whole body lighten. It was as if something inside him had been directly erased. Obviously, it was Zhou Qiming, who had turned into a black shadow and invaded his body. The skull took effect. Zhou Qiming, instant death. At the same time, a familiar win streak notification sounded in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding! Congratulations on winning this duel. You've earned a bet reward of 18 million. Ding! Congratulations on completing 40 random matchmaking wins. Please choose your win streak reward. Just like that, the 40 win streak was in the bag. The win came so fast and sudden that Jiang Ye was momentarily caught off guard. By the end, he wasn't even sure. Was this final skull just a coincidence? A matter of random chance? Or did the white decree he engraved take effect? Thinking it over, he felt it was probably the former. He truly felt that the white decree hadn't activated. And also, after engraving decrees 3 times in a row, Jiang Ye faintly sensed. The reason his white decree was so hard to engrave wasn't because the white decree itself was difficult. It was because the dice of fate was intrinsically hard to influence. If he were simply rolling a dice with no special effect, then engraving a white decree to determine an ordinary dice result should have been much easier. With that in mind, his gaze fell on the 340 win reward cards. Win streak rewards always came as a choice of 3. He just randomly picked in the past. At 10 wins, he got the Phantom Lantern. 20 wins gave him the Bodhi Enlightenment Fruit. The best of the 30 win rewards was the Void Mirror, but he only got the Blood Spirit Comb and gave it to Wan Xian. Now, the random reward for 40 wins, just in time to test the prophecy effect again. He'd failed 3 times already. This time, his mindset was especially relaxed. So after focusing his attention, he quickly entered the state. This time, he felt incredibly clear. Engraving a decree was already inherently hard. But the S-tier comprehension ability, combined with replica number 2's absolute focus skill, gave a significant boost to his decree engraving, especially absolute focus, which allowed him to rapidly lock onto what people called intent. With no outside interference this time, he was even surprised to find those tiny white glows he used to engrave the decree weren't created out of thin air. They seemed to be condensed from his intent. This time, he didn't immediately use the white glows to engrave the decree. Instead, he focused carefully and attentively felt each glow. And under the boost from comprehension, he faintly sensed the decree wasn't about the words. It was about the intent, about the thought. Before, he'd been hung up on the form, even worried whether his chicken scratch handwriting could clearly express his meaning. Only now did he realize what he needed to engrave wasn't the shape of the words, but the thought itself. Just like earlier, to affect the outcome of the dice of fate, he didn't need to write the word skull neatly. He needed to imbue the decree with an overwhelmingly strong intent. Just like manifestation, use a belief strong and firm enough to influence the probabilities of reality. On that basis, he wouldn't even need to know how to write. Just like some uneducated people could invent their own symbols that only they could understand. So this time, Jiang Ye didn't follow the rules and engrave standard characters. He scribbled like ghost runes, casually sketching a bizarre pattern. The pattern looked random, but each point was infused with his intense intent. He wanted to choose the most suitable reward from these 3. And just like that, a seemingly nonsensical scribble actually formed a white decree successfully. A successful decree wouldn't dissolve into the air like the failed ones before. Instead, it had a tangible presence, those simple lines pulsing like a heartbeat. Even though it was a silent existence, Jiang Ye actually felt like he could hear the heartbeat of the decree just by looking at it. He felt it was synced with his own heartbeat. That sensation was too mystical, but in the blink of an eye, that white decree, as if it had its own heartbeat, merged into one of the 3 cards. Jiang Ye snapped back and picked it without hesitation. When the card flipped over, it showed the 40-win streak reward he'd chosen. Threaded blood puppet. Blend your own hair, nails, and blood to create a blood puppet replica. The blood puppet replica possesses full strength of the main body, but has a stiff expression and wooden, creaking joints. It can shoot dissection threads from its joints, thin, tough, and hard to detect, with strong attack power. The blood puppet replica can create numerous threaded replicas. Each threaded replica is linked by threads to the blood puppet replica. If the thread is cut, control is lost. Each threaded replica has 10% of the blood puppet replica's combat power and is controlled by it. Each threaded replica consumes 10 strands of hair from the user. If more than 100 threaded replicas are created at once, the user's hair will harden and stink. Hair must be treated with corpse oil promptly to avoid weakening the blood puppet replica. Holy sh**t. Jiang Ye didn't know if this threaded blood puppet was the best reward for a 40-win streak. But just from the description, it was definitely the most suitable for him. Jiang Ye's current strength didn't lack powerful items. What he lacked was the number of replicas. And this threaded blood puppet not only gave him a blood puppet replica by default, it could also continue producing threaded replicas. And as long as they were Jiang Ye's replicas, they would fall under the influence of his infinite replication ability. So replica skills could be used on the threaded replicas too, though the threaded replicas weren't strong and didn't boost much power even when fused. Jiang Ye had another more practical skill besides replica fusion: replica substitution. Cheap threaded replicas were perfect as cannon fodder for replica substitution. Also, even though the item description said the threaded replicas had to stay connected to the blood puppet replica with threads and would go out of control if the threads were cut, there was no doubt this only meant losing control from the blood puppet replica. With infinite replication, Jiang Ye should still be able to control those mindless threaded replicas. So Jiang Ye could fully choose to sever the thread connections himself and scatter them across different apartments. That way, he could later use replica swap to freely move across apartments without loss. Of course, a single threaded replica was still too weak. If it moved alone, it could easily get killed by some clueless player. And there was also the issue that making one cost him 10 strands of hair. 10 hairs didn't sound like much, but over time, with more and more threaded replicas, he was definitely on track to go bald. But whatever, Jiang Ye wasn't that vain about his looks anymore. He was pretty satisfied with this win streak reward. After storing it in the replica shared space, he didn't continue matchmaking duels and returned straight to the card booth space. Everyone inside was still the same group. Only, Jiang Ye swept his gaze around and feigned surprise. Huh, where's your boss? As he said this, he was also a bit curious. Would these guys have forgotten Zhou Qiming already? But clearly, the skull effect from the Dice of Fate wasn't that kind of ultimate erasure death. These players all still remembered Zhou Qiming, especially that hot-headed young man from before who looked at him blankly. You guys, your duel's already over? Jiang Ye nodded. Of course it's over. I even got the 40-win reward. The five who had obviously followed Zhou Qiming earlier looked at each other. A calm, composed young man guessed, maybe the boss is still comprehending something. But before he could finish that thought, Ouyang suddenly swallowed and said, "Look at the apartment 4444 ranking and member list. H's name, Zhou Qiming's name, is gone." As he spoke, Ouyang's eyes widened, staring at Jiang Ye with a mix of terror and disbelief. The five who had followed Zhou Qiming also looked equally stunned. But soon, someone reflexively guessed, isn't it just that his name disappeared? Maybe the boss is. But this time, the speculation halted halfway through. Obviously, they had also remembered. Apartment 4444 was under lockdown. It was impossible for any player to leave across apartments. So, all eyes suddenly whipped toward Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye blinked innocently. That hot-headed young man from earlier suddenly slapped the table and declared, "Impossible. Death in the dual space is all virtual. There's no way the boss actually died. I bet he has some item that lets him cross apartments without using the rooftop teleportation array. Or maybe the duo organization needed him for something. Either way, it was just a duel. He couldn't have really died. And even if he did die, he could resurrect. In fact, after he resurrects, he might be even stronger." When the hot-headed youth started speaking, he sounded flustered, but the more he spoke, the more convinced he became, as if only he saw the truth. However, both Ouyang and Lin Jing, as well as the composed youth among the five, all had strange expressions, especially Lin Jing and Ouyang. The way they subtly looked at Jiang Ye was as if they'd seen a ghost. At the same time, far away in the Doomsday Apartment, shrouded in mist, a number of veteran players watching from within the duo organization also exchanged baffled glances. The entire 119th floor of the apartment fell into a strange silence for a while before suddenly erupting into a flurry of discussions. This guy, what kind of trick did he use? Why does it feel like he's some kind of scammy mystic? Yeah, I think so too. It can't really be the dice of fate. He must have faked the dice effect somehow. But that final moment, did anyone actually see how Zhou Qiming died? The key is Jiang Ye said he rolled the dice for Zhou Qiming, and Zhou Qiming clearly panicked. What was he panicking about? Too damn creepy. I didn't understand this duel at all. What's so hard to understand? That Jiang Ye was just playing mystic tricks to cover up his real methods. All the players watching assumed Jiang Ye was just being theatrical. Yet at the same time, they were genuinely shocked and curious about how he'd managed to win in the end. Obviously, the regular spectators had no idea that Zhou Qiming had actually died. But inside the duo organization, they knew. Within the internal duo player chat group, the eerie silence lasted even longer than it had among the spectators. By the time the public had already debated it thoroughly, someone in the group finally broke the silence. Xing Xiu, so did Zhou Qiming actually die? Wuing, that seems like it, yeah? Zisang Haoyun, in no way, right? Deaths in the dual space are virtual, aren't they? Chibai, yeah. There's never been a case like this before. Suchun, exactly. Even if it was a real-world death triggered by a duel, wouldn't that require the so-called ultimate erasure level? If this was ultimate erasure, we wouldn't even remember Zhou Qiming. Wuing, right? So it definitely couldn't be a death caused by a virtual duel. Wuing, it must have been something else. He just happened to die in reality. Didn't he offend a light-type player? Maybe that light-type player just smashed his duel machine and killed him through it. Xing Xiu, right? That makes sense. That's gotta be it. Chibai, still gives me the creeps. Boss, can we get clear answer? At Duo, the chat was filled with the usual talkative players. But this time, even more lurkers were quietly paying attention. After all, this incident really was too bizarre. And just as Chibai tagged Duo, a response appeared shortly after. Duo, group owner cause of Zhou Qiming's death, is under investigation. Until we have results, no one is to match against Jiang Ye again. At Everyone, the moment this message dropped, all members let out a sigh of relief. Especially Wuing. He had specifically been tasked to match with Jiang Ye earlier. And honestly, all he'd done was queue up and surrender. Now that he didn't have to match Jiang Ye anymore, he was more than happy. At the same time, thinking of how strange Jiang Ye was, Wuing used his phantasm parasitism ability to switch into Jiang Ye's appearance. Then, in that form, he leisurely studied Jiang Ye's data panel, muttering to himself, "This guy's panel looks average as hell, yet somehow he's so creepy." Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Doomsday Apartment, shrouded in mist, stood a colossal moon phase clock. Its structure was an enormous black disk, massive in size. On the front of the disk, at its center, was etched a mysterious dark sigil. It resembled a mysterious raven. Raven feathers extended outward from the center. At the outer rim, where the feathers pointed, various moon phase symbols were engraved, representing the waxing and waning of the moon. Each feather and moon phase was not a simple drawing, but intricate and exquisite. Viewed from the front, the moon phase clock appeared as a grand, ancient, mysterious black clock, emitting the dark type aura most loved by apartment players, and also a strangely serene, warm feeling of time standing still. However, from the backside of the clock, a completely different scene unfolded. The entire rear of the clock was bound in thick, blood-red chains. They were tangled, twisted, and tightly wound, covering the entire back. It even seemed as if blood truly flowed through those chains. The chains extended from the back of the clock, snaking across the rooftop floor, all pointing to a blood-red abyss. That crimson abyss looked like a fallen blood moon, lying at the rooftop's edge, and the ends of the chains disappeared straight into it, as if drawing sustenance from the abyss, feeding it back into the moon phase clock. At the same time, faint ticking sounds echoed from within the clock. From the front, the tick-tock might sound like a regular clock chime, but from the back, it felt like the sound of blood dripping, mysterious, eerie, and enough to chill your spine. At that moment, several silhouettes hovered silently at the edge of the blood-red abyss, gazing solemnly at the back of the moon phase clock. As the saying goes, the peace you take for granted exists because someone else is bearing the weight for you. Ordinary players only know. The moon phase clock determines a day's duration in the Doomsday Apartment. It moves slowly, so they think they have all the time in the world to waste. But in truth, slowing down the moon phase clock comes at a cost. Tick, gurgle, gurgle. A low rumbling emerged from the blood-red abyss. A pitch-black mechanical arm suddenly reached out from the abyss. It had a unique metallic sheen, glossy black, unstained by a single drop of blood. As if no matter how ominous or cursed the blood was, it couldn't taint it. The few figures floating in midair naturally shifted their gaze from the back of the moon phase clock to the mechanical arm. No one spoke. The mechanical arm extended higher, and from its top unfolded a metallic palm. In the center of that palm was a pitch-black eyeball. Though it appeared metallic, its gaze was indistinguishable from that of a living person. Cold, weighty, and proudly superior. And, in those black eyes, there shimmered a discordant point of light, identical to the light-scorched glow previously displayed in the conference room by the mech representing Duo. A moment later, the mechanical arm directed a question to one of the mech figures in the group. Zhou Qiming is dead. The voice was the standard used by Duo's mecha units, and the responding mech used the exact same tone. Confirmed deceased. Cause of death under investigation. Investigation. The mechanical arm's voice remained cold, its calm tone inherently oppressive. Didn't he just die from rolling a skull on the dice of fate? Instant death. The mech extended an arm, and a screen projected from its palm. It was playing the duel between Jiang Ye and Zhou Qiming. As the footage played, the mech narrated its analysis. At first glance, it does resemble a skull result from the dice of fate. But in truth, this kind of inexplicable death is very similar to the strange cases that happened with Wu Ying before. He was referring to the defeats caused by Jiang Ye fusing with Wu Ying. But the difference is, Wu Ying didn't die. Zhou Qiming did. So we can't rule out that Zhou Qiming actually died in reality, and Jiang Ye just faked the dice of fate effect. Plus, before their official duel, Jiang Ye intentionally stalled for a while. It's possible he used that time to set something up outside the duel space, to target Zhou Qiming in the real world. Clearly, the way Jiang Ye killed Zhou Qiming felt too casual. The whole thing was shrouded in mysticism, filled with suspicious details worth pondering. That's why the other Duo mecha units unanimously agreed that it required further investigation. However, after silently watching the screen for a long while, the mechanical hand from the abyss suddenly muttered, "I was just thinking, could a holy grail result from the dice of fate cure light scorch?" The air went still. Among the floating figures, the non-mech humanoids all frowned. The mechanical arm rotated its palm toward one of them and asked directly, "Old A, what's your take?" It was the apartment boss of Area. From a beginner apartment perspective, he was usually called apartment boss. Players in the Doomsday Apartment sometimes refer to him as the district chief. But among the high-level figures here, they just used code names. In that moment, several gazes fell upon Old A. He wore a solemn expression, eyes deep in thought, as if contemplating something. One of the more impatient types, Boss K, jumped in first. "If you ask me, they've had long enough on this first day. It's time to begin day 2 and open up apartment 0000. My team's been itching to get started." As he said that, A few others subtly echoed his sentiment. However, old A, who had stayed silent until now, suddenly spoke up. This first day still can't end. My apartment 4444 has been severely damaged. It'll be destroyed at midnight. Those words made everyone's expression shift. Boss K muttered with a frown. What are the odds? It just had to be apartment 4444, the one place we really couldn't afford to lose. You sure there's no personal motive here? He wasn't targeting anyone, just voicing a stray thought. But his words were blunt, and old A shot him a cold glance and said darkly, "How about I send the light type over to you? Let you feel this coincidence for yourself." Boss K quickly waved it off with a laugh. "And no thanks, I don't think I'm blessed enough for that kind of luck ahem." Old A's face stayed tense for a moment before relaxing, and he said casually, "But really, that disgusting thing might actually be able to break through the district barrier and run from area A to your K area." That line hit hard. Aside from old A, the other apartment bosses immediately looked panicked. What kind of joke was that? That kind of dangerous monster. Let's stay in area A where it belonged. No way should it be allowed to move across districts. Suddenly, all the bosses who had just been agreeing with Boss K switched gears. Now they stood united with old A. If you ask me, old A is absolutely right. The first A really can't end just yet. Say what you will, but apartment 4444 really can't be casually destroyed. Even though Boss K was afraid of the light type running into his turf, he still felt bitter watching everyone flip sides so quickly. He frowned and offered his analysis. Look, if we could truly eliminate the light type once and for all, then sacrificing your apartment 4444 might actually be worth it, right? As for using the apartment's destruction to let him cross districts, I still think that's far too unrealistic. Sure, there were cross-district cases before, but what day was that? And what day are we on now? If you ask me, we should act decisively. Before he gets too absurdly powerful, move straight into the next day. Use the apartment's destruction to wipe him out with it. To be fair, he did make some sense. Using the apartment's destruction to cross districts. That was an extremely low-probability scenario. For a newbie player at this stage, completing it was basically probably downright impossible. But the things that had happened lately had really shaken their confidence. So this impossible wasn't so absolute anymore. This time, the fence-sitters didn't immediately sway. They just became vague and non-committal again. Old A swept the room with an eye roll. He didn't bother retorting again. He simply turned back to the mechanical arm rising from the blood-red abyss and asked in a low voice, "What do you think? Can the destruction of a single apartment really wipe out that disgusting thing?" Mentioning that disgusting thing, the light in the eyeball embedded in the mechanical hand seemed to twitch slightly. Emotionally, as a dark-type being, we wouldn't want that abomination to die early and reincarnate faster. But rationally, the mechanical hand didn't even need to answer. One of the fence-sitters suddenly asked, "By the way, why is apartment 4444 in area A set to be destroyed at midnight ahead of schedule?" Old A replied with a calm look, "Nothing special. The graveyard barrier was cut." That line brought another wave of awkward tension to the scene. Old A added, "Yeah, cut by that disgusting thing." The mood grew even heavier. At this point, even old K dialed back his tone, suddenly speaking with some fake good-hearted consolation. "I think, if even the graveyard barrier has been compromised, then maybe your apartment 4444 should be destroyed after all. Nothing worth getting attached to." This time, the mechanical hand also finally voiced an opinion. Indeed, 4444 must be given up. But before it's completely destroyed, bring Zhou Qiming back. Whether that disgusting thing dies with the apartment or manages to cross to another district in the destruction, I want Zhou Qiming revived by the next midnight. Whether Zhou Qiming came back or not, most of them didn't really care. But old A frowned. Then what about those originally in the graveyard? What about them? The mechanical hand coldly interrupted. Do any of those things dare to face the light? Old A fell silent again, turning once more to look at the back of the moon phase clock, covered in countless chains. At this moment, he thought of a metaphor Lu Shun once had. The ease of the rich comes from wealth. The ease of the poor comes from already having nothing to lose. The anxiety of the poor comes from having no money. The anxiety of the rich comes from the fear of death. That logic applied perfectly to the Doomsday Apartment. Ordinary players at the bottom just wanted to get stronger, to live with soul and dignity. But people at their level, their goal was to survive eternally. Just like how Emperor Qin and Han Wudi eventually pursued immortality. But now, their deaths were pressing in. The moon phase clock, or rather, the Doomsday Apartment was already on day 8. Very soon, probably after this generation of beginner apartments finishes, day 9 will arrive. And they didn't have much time left. Meanwhile, over on Jiang Ye's side, he was also thinking about time. More precisely, he was thinking about the duration of the Entropy Scythe and the S-tier Skill Soul Link. The former lasted 1 hour, the latter 2. The Entropy Scythe wasn't a big deal. With the threaded blood puppet, the cost of rolling a skull with the dice of fate had dropped, from 1 full replica down to 10 strands of hair. So even if he couldn't influence the dice roll with a white decree just yet, summoning a powerful weapon wasn't hard. What he cared more about was his personal instance that his main body was currently undergoing. Ideally, he'd clear the personal instance within the time limit of this trial version of Soul Link. Even better, he'd convert the trial skill into a real, permanently mastered one. This trial skill, after all, came from a deal he made with Lin Jing and Ouyang. And right now, his 2 good bros were right here. So Jiang Ye didn't bother being polite. He could feel it. Right now, the 2 of them were scared of him. But the more afraid they were, the more relaxed Jiang Ye felt. Hey, let's just say Zhou Qiming used some method to cross apartments and disappeared. But he promised me, once the duel was over, he'd explain the secrets of apartment 4444 and the bad omen of the dice of fate. And now he just ghosts on me? Doesn't keep his word. Lin Jing and Ouyang felt complicated hearing the phrase, doesn't keep his word. Especially Lin Jing. When Jiang Ye had first arrived at apartment 9999, he'd been a total level 1 newbie, and even questioned whether Jiang Ye could be trusted. But now, how long had it even been? Lin Jing felt like he'd been through ages of turmoil. The main reason was that Jiang Ye had grown too fast. So fast it was terrifying. Jiang Ye looked straight at the 2 of them. I believe Zhou Qiming isn't the kind of guy to go back on his word. He must have had something urgent come up. You both heard his promise to me before. So I think he wouldn't mind if you 2 fulfill it in his place. That's what he said, and his tone was pretty friendly. But Lin Jing and Ouyang both knew. Zhou Qiming, whether he was dead or alive, was still a mystery. If he really was dead, then why would it matter what promises he made? In truth, neither of them had any real bond with Zhou Qiming. Their relationship was mostly transactional or coerced. So now, they weren't about to risk themselves by defying Jiang Ye over a maybe-dead guy. Especially Ouyang, who was quicker to adapt than Lin Jing. Lin Jing still had a bit of backbone, but Ouyang was the type to change sides on the spot. He was just about to answer when the 5 would follow Zhou Qiming, especially that hot-headed guy who kept trash-talking Jiang Ye, instantly objected. That guy probably watched too many gangster movies. He had that feral, rude swagger and was fiercely loyal to his boss. Put him in a Hong Kong crime flick, he'd probably make a great guard dog. Too bad he wasn't Jiang Ye's dog. Jiang Ye glanced at him, calm and imposing. If you got a problem with it, how about we duel too? Just one simple sentence, matched with eyes as still as a mirror. The hot-headed youth instantly got the illusion that if he so much as said yes, he'd disappear like Zhou Qiming without a sound. His whole body stiffened, throat tightening, eyes flickering as he sat back down. What Jiang Ye didn't even realize was that since merging with the Observer, his entire aura had changed, to a degree that old classmates, the white-clad woman and fellow light-type player, He Xingyue, would be shocked to see. Especially his eyes. When they held no emotion, they radiated a kind of divinity that transcended all things. Lin Jing and Ouyang obviously noticed the change too. After a long silence, It was Lin Jing, with some actual backbone, who finally spoke. You must have noticed, too. The member list of apartment 4444 shows way more players than a normal apartment. But in truth, very few actually stayed in this apartment. That's why so many names are dimmed. They're not all dead. A lot of them left across apartments. Lin Jing was describing the situation. But Jiang Ye knew he was hinting at something deeper. So he picked up. Those players revived from the graveyard all appear on the member list. But they didn't stick around to develop 4,444. They left again across apartments. That line made Lin Jing and Ouyang both raise their brows in surprise. Because up until now, Jiang Ye didn't seem like a gamer. He even called himself a newbie. But now, he was saying things that hinted at insider knowledge about the graveyard. Things even one XIN probably didn't know. Jiang Ye didn't care what assumptions they were making. He just got straight to the point. As far as I know, opening a coffin in the graveyard to revive someone isn't easy, right? So, when you two were revived, who opened your coffins? Was it Zhou Qiming? Just one question like that. Jiang Ye figured it probably wasn't Zhou Qiming. At least, not in Lin Jing's case. Maybe the 5 people on the right, who were under Zhou Qiming, had their coffins opened by him. But Lin Jing had only come into contact with Zhou Qiming after leaving apartment 9999 post, quick battle mode. So then, who opened his coffin and revived him? Lin Jing's answer was simple and straightforward. He shook his head and said, "Those 5 were probably revived by Zhou Qiming, but not me." Then he glanced at Ouyang and added, "Also, Ouyang buried an account in the game too, but hasn't been revived yet." Oh, so that means Ouyang still has a resurrection chance left? Jiang Ye didn't really care. He just raised a brow and asked, "So, who opened yours?" "The apartment 4444 administrator." But Lin Jing shook his head again. In the game, when players want to retrieve a buried account, they usually go to an administrator to handle it. Then the 4444 administrator opens the coffin, and the buried account becomes usable again. But my revival wasn't handled by an administrator. Actually, my situation was probably quite different from a typical revived player. As he said this, he gave Ouyang and Zhou Qiming's 5 followers a glance. He hesitated a bit, but continued, "I don't know how those 5 died, but I died by suicide." Suicide? What the? Lin Jing suicide? That doesn't sound right. Jiang Ye was startled, but quickly worked through the possibilities and ventured a guess. "Don't tell me you killed yourself the moment you were invaded by an eerie being?" Lin Jing looked surprised. He clearly didn't expect Jiang Ye to guess it so quickly. After pursing his lips slightly, he nodded. "You can probably tell. I'm someone with a strong sense of pride. So, when I realized I was losing control of my body to an eerie being, and that it might steal my identity, I chose death before dishonor. And the eerie that tried to possess me was really damn arrogant, condescending, and cocky. Of course, I wasn't about to let him take over me. So, I didn't hesitate. I ended myself. At the time, I had no idea I could be revived. When I did revive, I didn't even understand what was going on, just felt like I was trapped in some pitch-black, sunless, square-shaped space. Back then, I actually thought the eerie had succeeded and locked me up somewhere. It was only later that I learned I had revived inside a coffin in apartment 4444's graveyard. That part wrapped up the setup. Lin Jing met Jiang Ye's eyes and continued seriously. "I don't know if my death during possession was unique, or if I just have some natural talent. But when I revived, I had 2 glyph pattern abilities right from the start. In flesh weaving, one of them started at tier 2. Jiang Ye thought, that's not just tier 2. Every organ ability he uses is incredibly powerful. He's basically a top-tier user of flesh weaving. I was trapped in that coffin for a long time, and while I was experimenting with flesh weaving, I suddenly heard a voice asking if I wanted out. At first, I thought it was the eerie mocking me. Later, I figured out from the voice that I'd revived in the graveyard, but was just stuck inside the coffin. Eventually, that voice proposed a deal. He'd open my coffin, and in return, I had to kill the apartment 4444 administrator for him. That's why, even though I was strong, I still spent all my time on duel matches. because I needed the Madman mask to pull it off. I treated the players in apartment 9999 pretty well too. I wanted them to reach 100 wins as fast as possible, so they could help me kill the administrator. Later, I met Zhou Qiming. His goal was the same, to kill the 4444 administrator. That's why we hit it off and agreed to pull you in, so you could get an NPC to do the job. That basically summed up Lin Jing's experience. But Jiang Ye picked up on a certain detail. He frowned slightly and asked, "You said you were trapped in the coffin for a long time, but when I first entered the duel room, you were already on the war god ranking." Lin Jing nodded. "That part one can't explain either. From inside the coffin, it felt like I'd been there for ages. But once I got out, I realized not much time had passed. It was like I'd just gone in and instantly come back out. Besides that, I have this vague feeling that time in the apartment might not be what we think it is. Our subjective perception just can't detect it." Jiang Ye nodded, falling into thought. He liked reading obscure books and often came across a concept called counterintuitive truth, meaning what we perceive subjectively might be far from objective reality. The simplest example being color. The color we see on a raven's feathers isn't its true physical color. Likewise, our sense of time passing might not reflect actual time at all. There are tons of similar phenomena, like the Mandela effect, Murphy's Law, or survivorship bias. In math and science, these counterintuitive truths appear even more frequently, especially in probability theory. The odds we feel intuitively often differ greatly from those calculated using actual knowledge. Jiang Ye always hated probability. The P he calculated was always way off from the P in the answer key. Made him feel like the whole world was a big P. Lin Jing, unaware of Jiang Ye's inner monologue, continued. "As for why Zhou Qiming wanted to kill the apartment 4444 administrator, I think it's the same as my reason. In other words, there's some special existence in the graveyard that doesn't want the administrator to live. I suspect it's in the Tombstone Zone, the most elite section of the graveyard. Very likely, it's a powerful eerie being waiting for resurrection. That's just my guess. What Zhou Qiming told me himself was, as long as we kill the 4444 administrator and gain graveyard permissions, he has a way to get a huge number of coffins. And each coffin equals one resurrection opportunity. When that happens, all of us who followed him could get revival slots." That actually matched Jiang Ye's earlier theories pretty well. But Jiang Ye raised a brow again and said, "But now that apartment 4444 is set to be destroyed at the next midnight, won't the graveyard be destroyed along with it? And if that happens, players shouldn't be able to use coffins for revival anymore, right?" Lin Jing nodded. The apartment's early destruction only came up recently. No one expected Huangbo to push things this far, so his reasoning was sound, of course. But Ouyang chimed in at this point. "I feel like Zhou Qiming didn't seem particularly afraid of apartment 4444 getting destroyed early. And there's something else. Did you notice? Lin Shun revived in the graveyard coffin right around the time this generation of beginner apartments was born. But even back then, there were already incredibly powerful beings in the graveyard. Beings that strong should be eerie, beings similar to reincarnated Eries. But they also seem somewhat different from ordinary reincarnated Eries." Clearly, Ouyang was a thoughtful player. Jiang Ye raised a brow and said bluntly, "If you've got something in mind, just say it." Ouyang no longer held back, directly speculating. "I have a really strong hunch. The entire underground graveyard under 4444 has more secrets than what we've seen. Some of those secrets might not be destroyed along with the apartment, but instead cycle like the reincarnated Eerie does." That statement instantly shocked and made the others fall into deep thought. Ouyang, having sorted his thoughts, continued. "Also, think about it. When we buried our accounts in the game, it was during the lifespan of some beginner apartment. But the apartment we buried our accounts in has already been destroyed in-game. Yet now, in this new beginner apartment cycle, Lin Shun and the others could still revive in the graveyard? If the graveyard really was destroyed with the apartment, Then, after an update or reset, we shouldn't be able to recover those buried accounts. But clearly, no matter how many times the apartments update, accounts buried in the graveyard can still be retrieved. Doesn't that prove that the graveyard wasn't actually destroyed, but was recycled? But in the game, I once sacrificed an account just to observe. When apartment 4444 was destroyed, the graveyard was definitely destroyed along with it. So what I saw and what I inferred don't line up. That's why I suspect, besides the graveyard we've seen, which does get destroyed with the apartment, there might be another hidden layer to the graveyard. And that secret might not just be about a specific eerie being's reincarnation, but the reincarnation of an entire scenario. While the other players still needed time to process Ouyang's theory, Jiang Ye instantly got it. He realized that what Ouyang was speculating about might be the very same other graveyard that Yang Wenchao had discovered. And if this second graveyard really could cycle alongside the destruction and rebirth of an apartment, then between 4444's destruction and the birth of a new apartment, what would the state of that graveyard be? Jiang Ye was still thinking when he heard Ouyang continue. I suspect the real reason Zhou Qiming wanted to kill the 4444 administrator might be directly related to this other graveyard I'm speculating about. It was obvious he was trying to win Jiang Ye's favor. Jiang Ye didn't hold back and asked directly, "So, about that raven egg berry in the graveyard, how much do you know?" Ouyang shook his head. "Actually, I wasn't the one who buried the raven egg. I've never even seen it. That was bait thrown out by Zhou Qiming. But since it was written clearly in the contract, it should exist." That did match what the white-clad woman had said. She was only willing to act because the contract explicitly mentioned the raven egg in black and white. At this point, Jiang Ye strongly suspected that the raven egg might have been buried in that other graveyard. Thinking back to the imagery he had seen using the eye of true sight, he turned and asked Ouyang and Lin Jing, "By the way, do you guys know about the soul-eating mound?" "Soul-eating mound?" Ouyang furrowed his brow, shaking his head. "Is that some kind of secret realm? Sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever gone through one by that name." He turned to Lin Jing. "What about you? Ever ventured into a secret realm called Soul-Eating Mound?" Lin Jing also shook his head, but after thinking for a moment, offered a lead. "Never heard of Soul-Eating Mound, but over at apartment 0000's Rebirth Abyss, there's something called Soul Resting Mound of the Nether Butterfly." Ouyang quickly chimed in, "Right? The Soul Resting Mound of the Nether Butterfly. Soul Resting Mound, Soul Eating Mound. Sounds kind of related, doesn't it?" The Soul Resting Mound in apartment 0000. Soul Resting, Soul Eating. Jiang Ye was still deep in thought. Meanwhile, the light-type sub-replica he had left in the underground graveyard as bait suddenly sensed a faint tremor from the ground. It felt like a miniature earthquake. Originally, Jiang Ye had hoped this light-type bait might draw some aggression. But clearly, due to the dark-type being's fear of light, no one dared to make a move. He had already given up on that strategy in his heart. Yet now, this sudden tremor startled him. Though the sub-replica had no self-awareness, Jiang Ye could instantly take full control by fusing with it. So, the light-type sub-replica, previously sitting cross-legged, stood up amid the tremor and cautiously looked around. It didn't take long to find. The source of the tremor seemed to be coming from the tombstone zone. Jiang Ye pretended to be cautious and didn't act rashly. In truth, he just didn't want to leave the area covered by confusion incense, to avoid revealing how incorporeal his figure had become. As he debated whether to swap in the real light-type replica, a voice suddenly echoed in the sub-replica's mind. A deep, weathered voice, like that of an elder who had seen the world, called out intermittently, "Little one, little one, little one." Was it calling him? He was a light-type, okay? Natural enemy of ghosts. What's with this little one stuff? Jiang Ye grumbled internally but kept up the cautious act, scanning the surroundings, turning in slow circles. He even called out into the air, "Who's there? Who's putting on this spooky act?" There was no reply from the formless voice. Instead, it continued slow and broken. "Do you want revenge?" Jiang Ye was just thinking, what revenge would I even want? The voice continued. Do you want to kill all 26 apartment bosses? Oh, Jiang Ye's brow lifted slightly. He frowned and shouted toward the sky again. What the hell are you? Quit with the creepy theatrics. As he spoke, he once again activated light and shadow escape. He even reached into the replica shared space to grip the entropy scythe. To the naked eye, it looked like a streak of light linking to a black rift. While flickering around in light form, Jiang Ye began randomly swinging the entropy scythe in all directions. The dark-type aura of the graveyard instantly dipped into silence. He kept shouting, "Whatever you are, if you don't show yourself, don't blame me for not being polite." Then, not even giving the voice time to respond, he directly darted toward the tombstone zone, as if he were ready to smash those gravestones to bits with the entropy scythe. Little one, aren't you afraid there's an administrator hidden in that tombstone? One strike and you'll be erased. The aged voice spoke again, calm and unhurried, almost sounding well-meaning. Jiang Ye was only probing to begin with. He hadn't actually planned to strike the tombstone. Hearing that, his brows lifted slightly, and he politely replied, "Oh, thanks for the heads up." With that, he took out the madman mask and put on. But now, standing before the tombstone again, he showed no intention of striking it directly. The voice in his head spoke again, saying, "Really willing, huh? Such a rare synthesis item, and you used it just to make a madman mask of this tier. Looks like you went through a lot of trouble to save me." Jiang Ye was full of question marks listening to that. He bluntly and speechlessly snapped, "Do I even F asterisk 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 and G know who you are? What kind of ghost thing is getting all sentimental here?" Still, he couldn't help but guess. This unusual madman mask snatched from Guan, he might have been crafted using some kind of synthesis item, which meant it could have taken 3 to 5, maybe even 10 normal madman masks to synthesize one at this elite tier. And those synthesis items were apparently extremely rare. To use one just to make a madman mask, what a waste. So, was that why Guan He and her symbiotic reincarnated Eerie were so desperate and determined to kill in apartment 4444? Just as he was thinking that, the voice in his head responded again. Maybe because his "who the F asterisk 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 are you" came off too strongly. This time, the voice finally gave a definite reply. But its phrasing had that same cryptic flair as when Jiang Ye tossed the dice of fate at Zhou Qiming. The voice said, "Who am I? Maybe I'm your past life." What? Past life? What kind of bullsh asterisk T? Jiang Ye was instantly full of question marks and disbelief. The voice seemed to know he wouldn't believe it, so it changed tune. At the very least, we're the same kind. Same. Jiang Ye had already met a light-type same kind. But right now, he was absolutely certain. In this entire graveyard, other than him, it was filled with dark-type beings. That overwhelming dark aura was everywhere. So, same kind? Huh. Light and dark can be the same kind. That self-proclaimed same kind actually mimicked his tone and let out a "ha." Hell, Jiang Ye was surprised by that mocking laugh. Normally, dark-type beings had a primal fear of light. Only Yang Wenchao could somewhat suppress that fear. And according to Yang Wenchao, there were 2 reasons. One, his inner strength had overcome fear so many times that he was numb to it, even used to it. The second reason, he used to be light. And now, this mysterious voice, clearly another dark-type being, yet when he spoke of light, there was no fear in his tone at all. He even brought up that past life stuff. Jiang Ye's heart filled with doubt and alarm. At the same time, he suddenly noticed the lingering confusion incense around him was beginning to change. He saw the confusion incense transform into an eerie black mist wrapping around him. He'd seen the dark spirit barrier before, so he immediately went on full alert, tightening his grip on the entropy scythe. But soon, the voice in his head calmly said, "Relax. I just set up a simple defense to keep our conversation from being overheard." Jiang Ye wasn't the least bit comforted. His expression only grew more grave. The voice continued, Light isn't your primary ability, is it? It's not even your second or third. Then which number is it? Should I keep guessing? Jiang Ye's expression barely changed, but his pupils trembled slightly. Which number ability? What did that mean? This ghost thing, did it know his secret? That he had the X-tier ability infinite replication? No, that wasn't right. This guy had gone out of his way to set up a defensive measure just to reveal his secret, which meant the so-called secret he was sharing should be unfiltered. But if he really knew everything about Jiang Ye, then he wouldn't be asking which number ability. He'd be asking which number replica. So, the secret he knew was only that Jiang Ye had multiple abilities, but not necessarily that he had the X-tier ability infinite replication. Jiang Ye thought it through and quickly steadied himself, calming down. Of course, his face remained unreadable. That aged voice then leisurely tried to reassure him again. Relax. There's no need to be tense with me. After all, in my eyes, there's no such thing as strength or weakness, only life and death. So what if you're powerful? So what if you've got a bunch of abilities? Believe it or not, I once possessed over a dozen SSS tier abilities and more than a dozen 9th tier glyph pattern abilities. I've even experienced absurd things you wouldn't believe. Multiple souls in one body, light and dark fused as one. I once stood at the pinnacle of the entire Doomsday Apartment, above the moon phase clock. I looked across the whole Doomsday Apartment and found no equal opponent. But so what? Only when you walk that path yourself will you understand. There's no strength or weakness, only life and death. Only then will you grasp the sorrow in Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu's hearts. What does uniting the world mean? Being above all others? In the end, it's just a mound of dirt in the ground. Anu. Only in the moment of death did I realize none of it mattered. If the world really is just a game, then the only true currency is time. Without time, the game ends. That voice, whether touched by some memory or already a bit unhinged, had started out sounding normal. But the longer he talked, the more he sounded like a madman rambling to himself. His tone wasn't even particularly hysterical, but it absolutely resembled those patients in psychiatric wards who talk to themselves all day. And yes, Jiang Ye dealt with mental patients before. This second half of the voice's ramble matched them perfectly. If this were real life, Jiang Ye would have stayed far away. But in this bizarre Doomsday Apartment, he actually listened to that possibly insane voice. If what this thing said was true, Jiang Ye sharply picked up on something. According to you, you once stood atop the moon phase clock, unmatched in the entire Doomsday Apartment. But then you still died? Don't tell me. You actually lived through the grand cycle of the Doomsday Apartment? So, this entire Doomsday Apartment really does go through destruction and rebirth. Just then, the voice in his head seemed to snap out of its crazed state. It returned to a slow, heavy rhythm with a calm and peaceful tone. Do you want to know? Do you want to survive? If you do, then go kill the apartment 4444 administrator first. I still have plenty of information I can share with you. This ghost thing, trying to bait him with promises? Jiang Ye wasn't falling for it, and was about to reply coldly. But then the voice continued. Also, aren't you looking for the raven egg? If you kill him, the raven egg will be yours. The voice was growing weaker. In the end, it was practically incoherent, broken up into just a few words. Kill him, kill him, kill. Right after, the black mist surrounding Jiang Ye slowly dispersed. Everything returned to normal. The underground graveyard looked the same as before. What frustrated Jiang Ye was, he had no idea where the owner of that voice in his head actually was. With no way to lock onto the source, he couldn't even toss a dice of fate just to test the waters. That made him wonder, could that mysterious voice belong to someone also in a state like existence denied? Neither dead nor alive, neither truly living nor fully gone? Could it be another observer? Or something else like an observer-type special existence? Thoughts spun through Jiang Ye's mind, but he couldn't come to any clear conclusion. So, with a shift of his gaze, he returned the entropy scythe and madman mask to the replica shared space. Meanwhile, over on replica number 2's end, After gathering some intel from Lin Jing and Ouyang, he left the dual space. Although Lin Jing and Ouyang didn't know whether killing the administrator would offer hidden benefits to clearing a personal instance. After all, when players in the game usually fought apartment administrators, they'd already cleared their instances. Still, Jiang Ye had made up his mind. First, go take out the administrator of apartment 1010. Then, continue assigning more replicas to assist the main body in the personal instance. The reason replica number 2 was specifically tasked with killing the administrator in 1010 was mainly because the mission from the white-clad woman had originally been accepted by replica number 2, so having him complete it now reduced the chance of errors. As for the vow mission triggered when killing an administrator, he could just use replica fusion to fuse in Li Ji, and it would still work. The key was, after Li Ji replica and comprehension replica unfused, Jiang Ye discovered another bug. The comprehension replica, who had become an observer, had gained an SSS tier ability called Lofty Ambition, which clearly originated from Li Ji's ability getting upgraded. Back then, Jiang Ye had been entirely focused on the wonder that was the observer. So much so that he overlooked one crucial detail. At that time, the observer in the existence-denied state wasn't in a fused state at all. Li Ji and Fu, she weren't merged into the observer at all. That observer was completely unmerged. But the observer still had the SSS tier ability, Lofty Ambition, which meant that this ability didn't come from fusing with Li Ji. It belonged directly to the observer, a permanently effective ability, no fusion needed. Later, Jiang Ye also noticed, on Li Ji Replica's panel, Lofty Ambition was still just SS tier, not upgraded. That was seriously bizarre, but thinking more about it, it wasn't hard to understand the trick. Actually, Jiang Ye had encountered this kind of thing before when leveling up. For example, when replica number 1 fused with replica number 3 to grind for XP, he used all of number 3's abilities, but when the fusion ended, the level up was attributed to number 1. In other words, all benefits from replica fusion were automatically assigned to the fused into replica. To be more specific, if replica A fused with Li Ji, then any rewards from completing the vow mission post-fusion wouldn't go to Li Ji, but to replica A. Even more specifically, if replica A, while fused with Li Ji, completed an SSS tier vow, then the final reward, Lofty Ambition as an SSS tier ability, would go to replica A, not Li Ji. That might seem ordinary at first glance, but on closer look, it was a total bug, because by this logic, Jiang Ye could have all his replicas complete an SSS tier mission, and they'd all get Lofty Ambition as an SSS tier ability. Even that might be fine, but here's the problem. What if Jiang Ye, at midnight, fused a massive number of Lofty Ambition SSS tier replicas together? Hundreds, even thousands fused at once. Would it still just be the base version of Lofty Ambition? But honestly, Jiang Ye wasn't confident either. He didn't know how many SSS tier Lofty Ambitions it would take to evolve into an X tier ability. Or maybe abilities could indeed grow stronger, but just never surpass the SSS tier threshold. That mysterious voice earlier had bragged about having more than a dozen SSS tier abilities, yet never mentioned anything about X tier abilities. Even the white-clad woman had always assumed Jiang Ye's ability was just SSS tier. So maybe this X tier stuff didn't belong to the Doomsday Apartment at all? When that mysterious voice said Jiang Ye was the same kind, maybe he meant Jiang Ye, like him, had experienced the grand reincarnation cycle of the Doomsday Apartment. But was that really the case? Jiang Ye didn't know. Still, his situation was definitely unusual. While pondering that, replica number 2 immediately used replica swap and returned to apartment 1010. Left behind in 1010 was the blackened replica. Once Jiang Ye swapped in, he habitually checked the apartment's chat group. Previously, due to the mutual aid group going independent, the whole chat had gone dead quiet. The only posts were from the occasional solo player trying to join the group. But now, the group was lively again. Players were chatting harmoniously, constantly sharing insights and experiences. By this point, there wasn't much time left before day one ended. It looked like most classmates had earned enough rent. Some were resting, others were still grinding. Those still grinding were either doing errands for money, or training in the training room or dojo, hoping to boost attributes through workouts or comprehend new skills via meditation. From the chat messages, it was clear Xiao Likuan had become a hot commodity among low-ability, no-skill players. Apparently, he had used his comprehension ability to help an E-tier player comprehend an E-tier skill. So now, tons of classmates were seeking him out for skill guidance. On the surface, the whole chat seemed very harmonious. But Jiang Ye quickly and sharply picked up something felt off. He scrolled up through the chat history and saw a message from Wang Lingling. It was mostly coordination-type stuff, along with some personal instance walkthroughs. Clearly, she had already cleared her personal instance and had directly posted the related guide in the group chat. Calling a guide might be generous. It was actually quite simple. She just shared how to locate one's personal instance from their room and what kinds of situations might come up after entering. Don't worry, everyone. The personal instance is honestly really easy. I was only level 5 when I cleared it. Xiaoman was even level 0 when she finished. And during the instance, Xiaoman didn't fight a single monster. I did get into a few fights, but the opponents were just ordinary people. At level 5, it was super easy. Basically, you can think of Xiaoman's experience like a board game. Mine was more like a murder mystery. So yeah, they're more like puzzle games, less about personal strength. If you played murder mystery games before, the personal instance will be a breeze. Just pay attention to the details, work with your teammates, have a little patience, and use your brain a bit. You'll clear it. Wang Lingling kept things vague, but gave a rough direction. Board games, murder mystery, mental games. And under those messages, some classmates started asking, teammates? Isn't it a personal instance? Where do teammates come from? If it's really that easy, I'm going to give it a try too. But hey, Sister Ling, what was the final reward for clearing it? Probably a survival stone and some other rewards, right? Of those questions, Wang Lingling only answered the first. The teammates are probably NPCs. They look just like us, totally realistic. You might even see people you know, but they're all faked up. After that, a bunch of other questions came in, but Wang Lingling didn't reply again. She just told everyone to clear their instances as soon as possible, before anything unexpected could happen. Earlier, Jiang Ye had tagged Wang Lingling in the chat because of the Lucian situation. At the time, Yang Xiaoman said Wang Lingling had entered her personal instance and couldn't reply. But now, Wang Lingling had already cleared her instance, yet still hadn't responded to Jiang Ye's previous tag. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow and tagged her again in the group chat. Sister Ling, got a moment now? At Wang Lingling, I want to know more about the personal instance and about Lucian's situation. Mind if we talk privately? At Wang Lingling. The chat, which had just been active a second ago, suddenly went eerily quiet after his message popped up. For a good while, not a single message came through. Huh. Jiang Ye sneered to himself and continued. What's going on? Why'd everyone go silent just because I posted something? It's like there's some kind of wall between me and the rest of you. What? Are you all planning to isolate me now? Given his current strength, Jiang Ye had no reservations about speaking up. He couldn't care less what his classmates thought of him. This time, after he laid it out plainly, someone finally replied after a moment. Yang Xiaoman, maybe Sister Ling is resting and didn't see your message. It's already late. Everyone's had a long day. We should all be getting some rest. Yeah, right. That wouldn't fool a ghost. Actually, not even a ghost would fall for that. But Jiang Yi didn't mind and replied to Yang Xiaoman directly. Perfect. You're not resting, are you? Then why don't you tell me which room Wang Lingling is in right now? Or you could explain the personal instance stuff in detail in her place. However, Yang Xiaoman stopped responding again. Jiang Yi gave a soft snort and walked straight out of his apartment room. He was heading down the hallway on the 20th floor toward the red light elevator. Suddenly, a voice came from an untraceable direction. Jiang Yi, if you're looking for someone to talk privately with, why not talk to me? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and scanned the area. He didn't see anyone and couldn't tell where the voice was coming from. Seeing his reaction, the voice spoke again. I'm Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye immediately recognized it. It was Jiang Ye, and Jiang Ye had once been known as the strongest on their apartment's level ranking. Plenty of classmates had even speculated that the mysterious bald guy Jiang Ye disguised himself as was actually Jiang Ye. On top of that, during the apartment fusion, when Xing Man went on a killing spree, Jiang Ye was the first to notice and revealed in the group chat that Xing Man was clinging to a big leg who looked exactly like Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye had paid attention to Jiang Ye back then, because the guy could see Xing Man and the blackened replica of Jiang Ye walking together without being noticed. That implied extremely strong stealth capabilities. Like now, he was clearly using some kind of stealth technique again. Jiang Ye's strength was already enough to walk all over apartment 1010, so he wasn't afraid of anyone. He stopped walking and calmly asked, Jiang Ye, and what exactly do you want to talk about? Jiang Ye sounded like he let out a breath, then replied gravely after a pause. You should already know what I want to talk about. After all, you've probably noticed the odd behavior in the group chat and the level ranking. Jiang Ye nodded. He had noticed something was off from the chat, the member list, and the level ranking. So he spoke his suspicion directly. If I'm not mistaken, either Wang Lingling or the entire mutual aid group has killed nearly all the non-group members. After he finished, there was a moment of silence before Jiang Ye spoke again. After Lu Shun and Lu Fong left the apartment, Wang Lingling gathered all the mutual aid group members. She likely held a secret meeting, and after that, none of the group members spoke in the chat again. That was around the time you asked about Lu Shun. None of the group replied. Clearly, they were following Wang Lingling's orders. Later, Yang Wenchao's name went gray too. I happen to know Yang Wenchao died inside the red light elevator. But Wang Lingling told the mutual aid group members that she killed him. Once that news got out, no one dared to defy her anymore. After that, the non-group members started dying off, one by one. Wang Lingling probably got her hands on a survival jade token. Most of those dead, non-mutual aid group members ended up becoming her survival points. So now you're seeing the group chat suddenly get lively again, and even Wang Lingling proactively sharing info about the personal instance. That's because the whole chat group has already turned into the mutual aid group's internal chat. As far as the mutual aid group is concerned, anyone outside the group is basically extinct. What Jiang Ye revealed pretty much lined up with Jiang Ye's suspicions. The only thing he hadn't expected was that Wang Lingling had used Yang Wenchao's death to establish dominance. In truth, it was inevitable that apartment 1010 would end up like this. The benefits of killing were just too good, especially once Wang Lingling got 20th floor privileges and obtained the survival jade token from the apartment merchant. The value of survival points skyrocketed, and once you kill someone once, the second, third, or even countless times after that come naturally. If Yang Wenchao had still been around, Wang Lingling might have held back. But unfortunately, Yang Wenchao died. Wang Lingling probably thought, heaven itself is helping me. The other members of the mutual aid group likely figured out what was happening too. That's why the seemingly harmonious group chat gave off a stiff and eerie vibe. Even when Wang Lingling urged everyone to clear their personal instance quickly, you could see from the group chat, most classmates were hesitant. They weren't rushing to complete their instances. They were probably afraid that after clearing them, Wang Lingling would start eyeing their survival stones. Survival of the fittest. Ma makes right. It's practically a law of nature. Has nothing to do with Wang Lingling herself. Any strong player in her position would likely have done the same, including Jiang Ye himself. But now, he was already far beyond the ordinary. He and Wang Lingling weren't even on the same level anymore. And now, Jiang Ye fully understood Jiang Jintian's motive for reaching out. After all, Jiang Jintian had never been a member of the mutual aid group, so he was also at risk of being eliminated by Wang Lingling. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow and said bluntly, "So, you're hoping I'll kill Wang Lingling and dismantle the mutual aid group?" "No." Jiang Jintian denied it outright. After a brief silence, he spoke. "I don't know how strong you are right now. I just want to take this opportunity to do you a favor. Oh, Jiang Ye was a bit surprised. Not a trade, but a favor. Zhang Jintian seemed to chuckle. If you've got the strength or the intention, you'll take care of Wang Lingling on your own. And if you don't, I doubt I have any bargaining chips to sway you. So, I don't have the leverage to talk trades. Calling it a favor is really just a way to earn a bit of goodwill. I saw you asking about the personal instance in the group, so I thought I'd share my own experience with it. His experience in the personal instance. That was what Jiang Ye most wanted to know right now. And since Zhang Jintian wasn't asking for anything in return, Jiang Ye naturally didn't reject him. All right then, let's hear it. What happened in your personal instance? Zhang Jintian paused for a moment, then carefully began. What Wang Lingling said in the group chat was probably accurate. She and Yang Xiaoman's instances were indeed on the easier side. But mine had a bit more difficulty. Still, the difficulty was mainly intellectual. When I entered the instance, I found myself in a prison setting. 50 inmates in total, all under the supervision of guards, with fixed daily schedules and tasks. At first, I was confused. There weren't even any task prompts. I had no clue what to do. But after 2 days of exploring the prison, I pieced together some patterns and gathered information. I won't go into the tiny details, but essentially I identified key figures among the guards and inmates and got crucial info from them. From the guards, I learned if we inmates behaved well, we'd have a chance at release. From the inmates, I learned within the group of 50, 3 top dogs held power and everyone else bowed to them. I spent more time gaining favor with those 3 who didn't get along with each other. Eventually, I convinced the 3 of them to cooperate and organize the full group of 50 to behave well and earn release. After 3 consecutive days of good behavior, we were granted a chance to leave. But it wasn't given directly. We had to pass one final test. This test, as Wang Lingling described, was a logic game. The game setup went like this. In an enclosed space, there were 100 boxes, numbered 1 to 100. Inside each box was a card with a number from 1 to 100 completely shuffled. Like box number 1 might contain card number 33. Box number 2 might contain number 99. Each of us 50 inmates had a personal number from 1 to 50. The task was this. Each of us would enter the room one by one. Each person could open 50 boxes. If they found the box containing the card with their number, they passed. If not, they failed. Sounds simple, right? Open 50 out of 100 boxes to find your number, about a 50% success rate. But the guards set one condition. All 50 inmates had to pass for us to be released. If even one person failed, no one got out. So far, Zhang Jintian hadn't mentioned any extra rules. Jiang Ye began to speculate. During the box-checking process, you couldn't communicate with each other, right? Zhang Jintian, of course not. If we could share info, 2 people alone could figure out the numbers in all the boxes. The rule was, after checking their boxes, each person would be sent to a sealed room with no contact. Only those who hadn't gone in yet remained as shared space and could talk freely. But talking beforehand doesn't help much. Since they couldn't share post-box checking info, there was no way to pass on what they learned. Jiang Ye asked again, "Were you allowed to tamper with the boxes?" Of course not. No marks, no sounds. Basically, once someone looked in their 50 boxes, there was absolutely no way to pass that information along. So you had 50 totally independent, random events with no way to link them. That, Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel confused, because based on that setup, the probability of everyone passing was 1/2 to the 50th power. Practically 0. If that's how it was, how did Zhang Jintian clear it? Jiang Ye immediately suspected. You must be hiding something, right? Like, was there some kind of telepathy among the 50 of you? But Zhang Jintian still denied it. Nope. The 50 of us really did each go in and check boxes solo. No info was ever shared. Jiang Ye asked directly. Then how the H*LL, did you clear it? Did Zhang Jintian have some fate-type ability and just manually rewrote the outcome with a decree, turning near-zero odds into certainty? Obviously impossible. If Zhang Jintian really had a fate-type ability, he wouldn't need to be afraid of Wang Lingling in the first place. And he did say it was a logic-based game, which meant it required a different way of thinking. The usual way of thinking: each person opening boxes has a half chance of finding their number, and with 50 people, that's 1/2, 50. A probability so low it's practically zero. That approach treats each person as the subject of 50 independent random events. The more people there are, the smaller that chance becomes. So let's reverse engineer it. The low probability comes from the large number of people. Then, is there a way to avoid the issue of a large number of people shrinking the probability? Thinking this way naturally shifts focus to the 100 boxes. People are random variables, but the 100 boxes are fixed. What if we change the approach from people opening boxes to boxes being opened? 100 boxes. By the formula for permutations, there are 100. 100 factorial equals 100 times 99 times 98 times 3 times 2 times 1, different arrangements. That number is massive. But following this line of thought, is there a specific box opening strategy that, among those 100 permutations, allows a significant portion of them to satisfy 50 people finding their numbers and thus clearing the task? Then the goal becomes finding a pattern in how the boxes are opened, using a fixed method to cover as many of those 100 permutations as possible. Even this still sounds daunting. 100 factorial is still a terrifying number. But even elementary schoolers know big data problems can be reduced to small data to derive patterns and then scale back up. Like adding 1 to 10,000, it's not done manually. You can use patterns from adding 1 to 5, 1 to 10, and derive the Gauss summation formula. So this problem too, maybe it could be simplified to 10 boxes and 5 people. As long as a pattern for opening boxes can be found, and a concrete probability formula like summation can be established, then it could be applied to the full 100 boxes and 50 people. Jiang Ye thought of this as the basic solving strategy, but actually working out the exact method and the probability formula would take time. At that moment, Jiang Ye gave him the answer directly. Actually, it's simple. The arrangement of the 100 boxes is fixed. So using a fixed box opening strategy can raise the chance for everyone to find their number. We all use the same method. Let's say my number is X, and I need to find the box that holds number X. After entering, I first open box X. Inside is a number, say X1. If X1 is an X, I then open box X1. The number inside that 1 is X2. If X2 is an X, I open box X2 next. That box contains X3. If X3 still is an X, I go to box X3 next. Following this sequence, eventually I'll find Xn that equals my number X. The number of steps is how many boxes I opened. If n less than or equal to 50, I find my number within the allowed tries and personally pass. If n greater than 50, then I fail to find my number. It's a fail. Since the box arrangement is fixed, using this fixed chain method, the probability that all 50 people have n less than or equal to 50, meaning everyone passes, is close to 1/3. Still not high, but way better than 1/2 50. Jiang Ye had already figured the solution was about a shared opening method to boost the success rate. So hearing this specific strategy made perfect sense. But when Jiang Ye casually stated the exact probability, Jiang Ye couldn't help asking, "How did you calculate that probability?" Jiang Ye's voice took on a slightly amused tone. "I didn't. I'd read an analysis of this game before." Jiang Ye fell silent. Jiang Ye couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. "Ha ha. So yeah, I just got lucky. I happened to read about it before, so I knew how to play it." Well, fair enough. Even if he hadn't, with enough time, he probably could have figured it out himself. Modern people are impatient. They rarely spend focused time thinking about a single problem. But Jiang Ye was a high school student. As the saying goes, high school is when your academic knowledge is at its peak. You sit for exams that last 2 hours, solving tons of problems. And now, just one problem. If you're willing to put in the time and mental effort, you can absolutely figure out yourself. Jiang Ye didn't dwell on it and asked, A 1/3 success rate. You guys beat on the first try? Zhang Jintian's laughter faded, replaced by a helpless tone. Nope. Our group of 50 inmates played the game 3 times before we cleared it. And it's not like we could just retry immediately after failing. We had to spend 3 more days behaving well before we were granted another attempt. Hearing that, Jiang Ye interjected. 3 days, then another 3. You must have spent over 10 days in that instance, right? More than that. Nearly 20 days, probably, Zhang Jintian answered, guessing Jiang Ye's thoughts. But when I exited the instance, only 20 minutes had passed in the apartment. Clearly, time flows differently in the personal instance. When I came back and thought about it, I realized, during the time I spent behaving well in the prison, it felt like fast-forwarding through life. Those memories now feel like flashes, like a slideshow. This information left Jiang Ye feeling heavy, because by that logic, Zhang Jintian spent only 20 minutes inside the personal instance before returning. But his main body still hadn't come back, and those extra replicas he sent in later, who knew if they'd even been helpful? With that thought, he decided not to waste any more time. With a thought, Jiang Ye spoke toward the unseen Zhang Jintian. You sharing your personal instance experience as a favor. I'll remember that. But right now, I've got something else to ask you. If it was just asking for information, Zhang Jintian didn't hold back. Go ahead. Do you know if our apartment's administrator is currently in the first floor lobby? Zhang Jintian was a bit surprised. He'd assumed Jiang Ye wanted to ask about Wang Lingling or the mutual aid group. He hadn't expected a question about the administrator. The administrator has probably been affected by that Huang Bo, who was put under a kill-on-sight order. Ever since Huang Bo made a scene in our apartment, the administrator hasn't been seen. Now at the first floor lobby, there's a wooden puppet handling rent collection and loans in his place. Nowhere to be seen. As Jiang Ye pondered, Zhang Jintian continued. Wait, no, the administrator did show up once. When Wang Lingling exchanged her survival stone for game coins. During that transaction, it wasn't the puppet, but the administrator himself who showed up and personally accepted the survival stone. So that's how it is. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow and asked directly. You cleared your personal instance, so you have a survival stone, right? Did you exchange it for game coins? And, hearing the sudden shift to his survival stone, Zhang Jintian immediately grew cautious. Even his voice tightened noticeably. With my strength, there's no need to trade a survival stone for game coins. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. In that case, how about doing me a favor? Go down to the first floor and initiate a survival stone exchange. Don't actually trade it. Just use it to draw out the administrator. There was a beat of silence before Zhang Jintian finally responded. To do that, I'd have to confirm to the puppet that I want to exchange the survival stone. Only then would the administrator possibly show up. But once he appears, I probably won't have a chance to back out. His tone clearly showed his reluctance. Jiang Ye continued. Relax. I'll make sure you can back out. As long as you get this done for me. How about I deal with Wang Lingling for you? Now it was a trade, but even so, Zhang Jintian still hesitated. Truthfully, he wasn't sure about Jiang Ye's actual strength. He might be strong, or he might just be overestimating himself, like a frog in a well, thinking he can touch the sky with just a bit of ability. Could Jiang Ye really deal with Wang Lingling? Zhang Jintian wasn't convinced. And even if he could eliminate her, what if Jiang Ye just became the next Wang Lingling? A very real possibility. Because the world worked like that. The strong eat the weak. After several rounds of inner debate, Zhang Jintian finally responded in a low voice. Honestly, even if you kill Wang Lingling, it doesn't help me. In this dangerous apartment, big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. You kill one big fish, but there are still countless others in the sea. His meaning was obvious. What he wanted wasn't for the big fish to die. He wanted to become one. Jiang Ye understood instantly. He had to admit, Zhang Jintian was sharp. Thinking about it, he suddenly grinned. In that case, how about a little gamble? You go and use the survival stone to lure out the administrator. Once it's done, I'll give you a surprise. That was pure bait, a vague promise. But Zhang Jintian wasn't stupid. He instantly realized Jiang Ye's gamble was really testing his nerve and ambition. Not knowing what Jiang Ye planned to do, or what the reward would be. Would he take that leap of faith? If he won, he might really get a surprise. If he lost, he might get nothing, or worse, lose the survival stone too. This was some serious sleight of hand bulls **T, and Zhang Jintian really wanted to curse. But he was still young. If he were 35 and had been beaten up by society, he'd never buy into this. But at 18, full of youthful pride and ambition, the dreams of youth once swore to be the best in the world. Zhang Jintian took a deep breath and replied with a firm voice. "I'm in." Jiang Ye chuckled cheerfully. "All right then, go get him, Pikachu. All you need to do is lure out the administrator. Once he appears, I'll show myself." Zhang Jintian listened to Jiang Ye's stupid Pikachu line, then saw how happily Jiang Ye was laughing. And for some reason, he suddenly felt a complex wave of silent regret. Did he really just fall for a hands-free scam? Forget it. A promise is a promise. Might as well go all the way. With a sigh in his heart, Zhang Jintian added as he walked off. "I'm not in a mutual aid group. If I show up in the first floor lobby, Wang Lingling might show up too. If you really can handle her, do me a favor and protect me, yeah?" And with that, Zhang Jintian left. He didn't want to think anymore, afraid he'd change his mind. Jiang Ye didn't respond, but inside he thought, "Protect you, my ***. He wasn't about to show up until the administrator did. Wouldn't want to scare the guy off. If Zhang Jintian really got attacked by Wang Lingling, he'd just have to fend for himself. So many non-group members had died, and Zhang Jintian was still alive. He had to have some kind of survival method. Once he decided not to worry about Zhang Jintian's fate, Jiang Ye slowly disappeared from the hallway on the 20th floor. This disappearance didn't use any skill. He activated the observer state. Back during his duel with Zhou Qiming, Jiang Ye had used the observer's abilities. But at that time, he hadn't fused the observer into replica number 2. In fact, he couldn't use replica fusion on the observer at all. The reason a replica could use observer abilities was thanks to the Fate Thread ultimate technique of the observer. The observer and Jiang Ye's replicas shared a unique bond by default. So even without the observer initiating a link, he could passively share his abilities with one replica at a time. And the observer himself was like something with no awareness, not even a real existence. Jiang Ye could barely sense any thoughts or emotions from him. He could only attach him to a replica and use the observer's powers through the replica. He vaguely felt, if the observer himself used fate-type abilities directly, the effect would be much stronger. But used via replica, it always felt like something was off, like there was interference. The problem was, this seemingly mindless observer had no will to act on his own. He was like a mascot, completely passive. For now, Jiang Ye had no way to change that. Fortunately, he didn't need the observer to take initiative just yet. No rush. Now that he'd merged with the bonded observer, he used the existence-denied state to make himself completely untraceable, then headed for the first floor lobby to watch the show. Sure enough, when he arrived, the receptionist spot where the administrator usually sat was now occupied by a wooden puppet. Its pitch-black eyes looked unsettling, and Zhang Jintian, approaching the desk to conduct the transaction, was now fully visible, looking tense and jumpy, obviously on guard for a sudden ambush from Wang Lingling. The wooden puppet in front of him opened and closed its mouth with mechanical stiffness, saying, "You confirm that you wish to exchange a survival stone for game coins?" Once confirmed, this action cannot be undone. Zhang Jintian's reaction was even stiffer than that puppet's. He took a deep breath, speaking at lightning speed, as if afraid he'd change his mind the next second. "Confirm the exchange." But the moment he said that, the puppet replied with a businesslike tone. "Then, please hand over your survival stone to me." Zhang Jintian was instantly stunned. To you? Not to the administrator. Hidden in stealth, Jiang Ye was also stunned. Wasn't it agreed that during a survival stone exchange, the administrator would appear to receive it in person? Why was the puppet collecting it now? Could it be? Was the administrator scared of him? The mighty administrator, who had the guts to pick a fight with him before, wouldn't be such a coward, right? Jiang Ye almost wanted to reveal himself just to mock him. But the real problem now was, once a survival stone exchange was confirmed, it couldn't be undone. Jiang Ye's original plan was, when the administrator showed up to collect the survival stone, he'd kill him and cancel the exchange, right? But now the administrator wasn't showing up. Would he expose himself just to kill Puppet? Just as he was thinking that, Jiang Ye suddenly froze, a dark gleam flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Jintian, facing the puppet, was tense all over, clearly caught in a dilemma. The puppet's eerie black eyes locked onto him. Its tone, still businesslike, grew even more severe. Confirmed. Please hand over. Bang. A loud explosion cut off the puppet's stiff voice. More precisely, it shattered the puppet's body entirely. A giant axe seemed to appear out of nowhere and smashed down hard on the puppet's head, smashing it to pieces. And the one gripping the axe was Jiang Ye. Zhang Jintian stared wide-eyed and couldn't help blurting out, Holy SHD? That puppet represents the administrator. And you're just going to attack it directly? Aren't you afraid the administrator will come after you? But Jiang Ye looked proud and fearless. He casually swung the heavy axe up onto his shoulder. He looked like he didn't care at all, even giving a cold snort. Afraid? Huh. I wish the administrator would come after me. As he spoke, he effortlessly carried the axe and shouted into the air. You hear that, administrator? I chopped up your stand-in puppet. You too scared to come out and settle the score with me? A mighty administrator, afraid of a mere player like me? Besides, your stand-in's destroyed. You got to come out and handle business in person now, right? There's still a confirmed survival stone here that hasn't been processed. What? You don't want it anymore. His attitude was beyond arrogant. Zhang Jintian was completely dumbfounded. Dude, is this how a player is supposed to talk to an administrator? Taunting the administrator, even provoking him by saying he's too scared. What? Zhang Jintian only now realized. This Jiang Ye, who said he'd help draw out the administrator and undo the exchange. Was he trying to kill the administrator? The moment that thought hit him, Zhang Jintian was even more shocked. However, the real Jiang Ye, still hidden in the dark, was also pretty stunned. He'd sensed someone impersonating him, and there were two of them at the same time. One was his old friend Wu Ying. That guy had used phantasm parasitism to impersonate Jiang Ye after Zhou Qiming died and hadn't dropped the disguise since. The other one was this newly appeared guy. At first, when Jiang Ye noticed someone impersonating him, he was just a little surprised, mostly amused. But then he saw this fake version of himself boldly taunting the apartment administrator. Now he was just confused. Who the hell was this guy? Why use his identity to provoke the administrator? Was it to impersonate him more perfectly, or to put hate on him and get him targeted by the administrator? Jiang Ye couldn't figure it out. Something fell off. Then the fake Jiang Ye, still holding the giant axe, suddenly waved his hand. Another loud boom followed. That giant axe slammed down hard on the reception desk. Fake Jiang Ye's presence grew even more overbearing, his taunts going full blast. Seriously? The big bad apartment administrator is just going to hide like a turtle? Or do you think that hiding like this means I can't find you? As he spoke, fake Jiang Ye's aura grew sharper and more aggressive. It felt like he had the power to destroy everything. Like he could wipe out the entire apartment 1010 with just a snap of his fingers. Zhang Jintian was completely stunned, but he still had enough sense to try to get the hell out of there. But just as he turned to retreat, he was hit with a surge of killing intent, like a venomous snake locking onto him. In that instant, Zhang Jintian went stiff, every nerve taut. The real Jiang Ye, still hidden, noticed. Not far behind him was a vague black shadow. The slender silhouette. Was it Wang Lingling? Jiang Ye wasn't sure, but he had no intention of helping Zhang Jintian out. Luckily, Zhang Jintian did have some life-saving tricks. He jerked his shoulders hard, and dozens of tiny silver needles shot from his back, piercing the air and flying straight toward the slender figure. Those weren't ordinary needles. The figure quickly dodged into the light, revealing her face. And that face was indeed Wang Lingling. Her whole vibe was very different from her time at school. She now had a cold, commanding aura, decisive and distant. Her sharp gaze was far more resolute than that of an ordinary student or player. She threw out both hands, releasing two fierce black whirlwinds that shot at Jiang Ye's face. At the same time, between her pale fingers appeared two long, blood-red needles. She held them like knitting needles and made weaving motions. The two needles spun in her hands like blooming flowers, and with each movement, crimson energy threads shot out like a spiderweb, covering Jiang Ye. At the same time, two red energy lines quickly wrapped around Jiang Ye's ankles. In an instant, Jiang Ye was in a death trap. One wrong move, and he'd be dead the next second. Jiang Ye's face turned deathly pale in terror. At this life-or-death moment, he couldn't even tell if he regretted taking that gamble with Jiang Ye. The real Jiang Ye could have easily saved him. He could even have instantly killed Wang Lingling if he wanted. But he hadn't figured out what was going on yet, so he decided to keep watching. Sure enough, just as Jiang Ye reached the peak of his despair, fake Jiang Ye made his move, and as he struck, he kept taunting. So you ignore my messages, and now you try to mess with my people right in front of me. Guess you really don't know your place. Don't even take me seriously. The real Jiang Ye watched as the fake Jiang Ye used his face and his voice to say this over-the-top, edgy SHD, and felt deeply embarrassed/omega. He had to admit, being the one doing the posturing and watching someone else do it were two totally different experiences. Seriously, was Light this ridiculous when he got cocky too? Jiang Ye was barely holding it together. Still, this show was getting pretty good. The fake Jiang Ye struck out at Wang Lingling, casually slicing through the red energy lines with the elegance of plucking leaves and tossing flowers, then swung the giant axe at her back. Actually, his focus was more on saving Jiang Ye, so his attack speed wasn't that fast. With Wang Lingling's strength, she should have been able to dodge easily if she abandoned her attack on Jiang Ye. But weirdly, she didn't dodge. That axe slammed in her back, brutally. A horrifying hole instantly appeared in her slim back. It even went clean through. The entire giant axe had sliced through from her back to her chest, piercing her completely. Such a terrifying effect. Even if she didn't die, she should have been seriously injured. However, Wang Lingling showed no signs of being injured at all. When she turned her head, there wasn't the slightest trace of blood loss on her face. On the contrary, the corners of her lips curled into a strange smile. She seemed about to say something, but fake Jiang Ye interrupted her arrogantly. What the hell are you smiling at? You didn't actually think I fell for it, did you? You thought attacking you would trigger the erasure effect? Then take a look at this. As he spoke, fake Jiang Ye pointed at his own face. At some point, he had put on a madman mask. Hidden in the shadows, the real Jiang Ye was once again stunned. At this rate, it meant this Wang Lingling wasn't the real Wang Lingling at all. She was actually the apartment administrator in disguise, trying to lure fake Jiang Ye into attacking. Just like when he disguised as Ding Dang before, trying to lure the real Jiang Ye into striking. And this fake Jiang Ye had figured out the administrator's intent and disguise in such a short time. Even crazier, this fake Jiang Ye had a madman mask too? Who the hell was this guy? Honestly, Jiang Ye's first instinct at this point should have been to go for the kill. After all, it was now basically confirmed. This so-called Wang Lingling was actually the administrator in disguise. Now that the administrator had appeared, Jiang Ye should have revealed himself and taken him out. But fake Jiang Ye's strange behavior threw off his whole plan and train of thought. Plus, he really hadn't expected that this fake Jiang Ye actually had the power to instantly kill the administrator. So in just that brief moment of hesitation, he watched eyes wide open. The fake Jiang Ye, wearing the madman mask, arrogantly taunted and then suddenly flashed toward the fake Wang Lingling. His speed was insane. As he charged, he raised one hand. In his palm, a terrifying blood-red lotus burst into bloom. In the blink of an eye, the lotus landed on the fake Lingling, instantly turning into hellfire and burning her to ashes. Before Jiang Ye could even react, the administrator was dead. Jiang Ye was momentarily in disbelief. But what followed was even more outrageous. Every player in apartment 1010 heard a system prompt in their heads. Emergency announcement from the beginner apartment. The administrator of this apartment has been killed by player Jiang Ye. The administrator's role and privileges have been automatically transferred to Jiang Ye. Just this simple announcement stunned every single player in apartment 1010. What the? Jiang Ye killed the administrator? Wait, isn't this? Could it be that the administrator's power was just weak and killing them is some kind of hidden mechanic? So, does that mean if someone kills Jiang Ye now, they can become the new administrator too? The players of 1010 had such narrow perspectives. Their first reaction to the announcement was to doubt the administrator's strength. Luckily, not everyone was that short-sighted. A message popped up in the group chat from Yang Xiaoman. Administrator strength is incredibly high, far beyond that of any player. Not only that, they even have the authority to erase players. As long as a player initiates an attack, the administrator can use their privilege to erase them. For a player to kill an administrator, they must wear a madman mask to resist the erasure effect. And the madman mask can only be obtained after achieving 100 consecutive wins in the duel room. Just those few lines left all the players dumbfounded again. So that meant Jiang Ye had completed a 100-win streak in the duel room. And his strength far surpassed the administrators. Even these frogs at the bottom of the well finally realized. Jiang Ye, who had killed the administrator, wasn't just invincible in a single apartment. Among the tens of thousands of apartments, he was probably one of the absolute top players. Like that time Lu Feng, Lu Shun's younger brother, came to 1010. Everyone looked up to him in awe. But compared to Jiang Ye now, he probably really was just a younger brother. Xiao Likuan suddenly typed in the group. So if Jiang Ye now has administrator privileges, does that mean if any of us attack him, he also has the power to erase us? No one answered the question. But at that moment, every player in apartment 1010 was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, full of disbelief and intense shock. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder, what was Wang Lingling thinking now? After ignoring Jiang Ye's messages before, Jiang Ye didn't know what Wang Lingling was feeling. But right now, his own feelings were pretty complicated. To be honest, he was indeed powerful, and he did have the ability to kill an administrator. But now, he hadn't killed the administrator. Yet somehow, the credit fell on him. The absurd part, this fake Jiang Ye didn't just steal the kill. His disguise was so convincing that even the system announcement used the name Jiang Ye. For a moment, a storm of thoughts raced through Jiang Ye's mind. And the fake Jiang Ye who had killed the administrator calmly reached into the burning hellfire and pulled out a charred black ring. After putting it on, he took out a piece of metal and casually tossed it to Zhang Jintian. His tone was relaxed and lazy, but still full of swagger. The surprise I promised you. This is it. Administrator privileges. I won't be staying in apartment 1010 for long, so I'll leave the management stuff to you. And with that, fake Jiang Ye's figure vanished on the spot, leaving behind a bewildered Zhang Jintian holding the metal piece. And the real Jiang Ye, still hidden in the shadows, equally dumbfounded. Zhang Jintian hadn't expected. This time, he actually won the bet. What a huge surprise. With administrator privileges. Didn't that mean no one could attack him first? Otherwise, he'd also have the authority to erase them. Zhang Jintian quickly checked the metal piece in his hand, his heart filled with emotion. Jiang Ye, what a solid guy. This time he must have really latched onto a big leg of gold. Zhang Jintian's dumbfoundedness quickly turned into wild excitement. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's own confusion turned swiftly into, he had to get to the bottom of this. To be honest, when he first made that verbal promise and asked Zhang Jintian to help draw out the administrator, The surprise he had in mind to give Jiang Ye was also administrator privileges. What this fake Jiang Ye did match his own plans exactly. This made Jiang Ye seriously wonder, could this fake Jiang Ye not be an imposter at all, but rather an unknown version of himself? Like from a parallel universe or the future? But in just a flash, he rejected that idea. The reason was simple. All replicas created by Jiang Ye using the infinite replication ability shared a single consciousness with him, meaning there might be many replicas. But mentally, there was only one Jiang Ye from beginning to end. Black-in replicas or light-type replicas made by the Prism. To Jiang Ye, they were all outsiders. Only replicas that shared his consciousness were ones he could fully trust, that would never betray him. The true Jiang Ye. So why would a Jiang Ye from the future or another universe lack this shared consciousness? No shared consciousness meant outsider, even if he looked exactly like Jiang Ye. And if he really were from the future, he should have known that the Jiang Ye of this timeline wanted to kill the administrator himself. So why would future Jiang Ye ignore the wishes of past Jiang Ye and steal the kill? It didn't add up. Plus, Jiang Ye planned to give the administrator privileges to Zhang Jintian, but only after his main body cleared his personal instance. Now this random fake Jiang Ye had completely ruined that plan. If that's not an outsider, what is? Thinking this, Jiang Ye made an instant decision. With a single thought, he activated Replica Swap. He forcibly swapped the vanished fake Jiang Ye into the ruins of the white-clad woman's apartment. The moment fake Jiang Ye appeared in the ruins, his expression changed dramatically, like he'd seen a ghost. And, through his observer ability, hidden in the dark, Jiang Ye immediately deduced from that reaction. This fake Jiang Ye couldn't be a future or alternate version of himself, because that panicked, alarmed look clearly showed he had no idea what Replica Swap was. He obviously thought he'd been pulled into this place by some terrifying, unknown force. Seeing this, Jiang Ye had another idea. He deliberately used a creepy, unreachable tone that fake Jiang Ye couldn't detect, and said, Jiang Ye, Jiang Ye. He even mimicked the eerie tone of that mysterious fellow in the graveyard 4444 who used to call him Little One. Sure enough, the fake Jiang Ye's eyes twitched, and though he tried to stay calm, his gaze flickered all around. Just like the light-type replica once did in the graveyard, he shouted up toward the sky. Who's there? Who's pretending to be a ghost? Jiang Ye had just experienced the same thing with the mysterious being. Now the roles were reversed, and he found it pretty fun. Feeling playful, he continued speaking in that mysterious ghost-like voice. You don't know who I am? When you accepted the kill the apartment boss mission, didn't I tell you? I had my eye on you. When you killed your first apartment administrator, I said I'd have a surprise for you. Exactly. He didn't expose fake Jiang Ye as a fraud. Instead, he smoothly posed as the apartment boss. He originally wanted to use this identity to probe the fake Jiang Ye. But what he didn't expect was, upon hearing this, fake Jiang Ye's face changed wildly, like a paint factory exploded. His expression shifted unpredictably. Finally, he tensed up, gave a cold snort, and suddenly raised one arm to rest the giant axe on his shoulder. With his left hand, a blood-red lotus bloomed in his palm. He scoffed up at the sky and said disdainfully, Don't know your place, do you? You think you can pretend to be the apartment boss? Jiang Ye was a bit surprised. This guy instantly saw through the disguise. Did he really figure out, or was he bluffing? Jiang Ye noticed that fake Jiang Ye wasn't nearly as confident as he appeared. On the contrary, he was very tense. But in spite of that, he swung his arm boldly. That massive axe suddenly tripled in size. With just a casual flick, its terrifying weight came crashing down on the ground of the apartment ruins. The loud boom shook the place like an earthquake. It was like the sky was falling. Jiang Ye could even faintly sense these ruins might not hold up for long before collapsing entirely. This apartment was already destroyed to begin with. If it were still a functioning apartment, the system would have triggered an emergency alert by now, which meant this fake Jiang Ye had the power to destroy an entire apartment. Jiang Ye was stunned. Then that madman raised his left hand again and shouted loudly. Hell, fire burned the sky. The blazing lotus shot from his palm. Another deafening explosion, as if it would rip the sky apart. The ground shook and began to collapse. Hellfire surged into the air like flaming snakes, spreading in all directions. Even the surrounding mists around the apartment ruins were dyed a terrifying blood red by the blazing light. The remaining rubble on the ground slowly began to melt. The scene looked like something out of an apocalyptic sci-fi movie. And the fake Jiang Ye, who caused all this, let out a cold snort and shouted, I don't care what kind of ghostly thing you are. If you dare trap me, you're going to pay the price. His stance made it clear. He intended to completely destroy the ruins of this apartment. At the same time, fake Jiang Ye, who had released the Red Lotus, reached out with his left hand into the air. It was as if he tore through space itself. A pitch-black rift appeared, and he was about to leap into it. He clearly intended to flee this apocalyptic place that was on the verge of annihilation. However, Jiang Ye certainly wasn't about to let him get away that easily. Even if he did escape, as long as he didn't shed the Jiang Ye identity, Jiang Ye could use replica swap to pull him back at any time. But Jiang Ye was also wary. If he used the replica skill too many times, the opponent might catch on. So he dropped the playful act and got serious. While quickly putting on the madman mask, he fused with his replica and pulled out the entropy scythe. The entropy scythe moved with terrifying speed, immediately destroying the rift fake Jiang Ye had torn open. Then, under fake Jiang Ye's shocked and increasingly panicked gaze, the entropy scythe came down at him. Hellfire! Fake Jiang Ye shouted in panic, thrusting a finger skyward. A storm of firelight shot toward the entropy scythe. But the entropy scythe was a concept-level weapon. It merely took the form of a scythe. It wasn't a physical object at all. Its body was like a mysterious, eerie black rift in space. The flames crashed into it, but didn't do a single bit of damage. Instead, Jiang Ye, wielding the entropy scythe, moved completely unbothered by the fire. Bang! The scythe smashed directly into fake Jiang Ye. He instantly let out a hysterical scream. His mental state was identical to that of Wang Qingjin when struck by the entropy scythe, a total collapse. Fake Jiang Ye broke down completely. As he frantically slashed at the horrific wounds left by the scythe, like light scorch, he screamed madly, Erase! Erase! Erase him for me! Air! Screaming, flailing. And then the real Jiang Ye suddenly revealed himself. One hand gripping the entropy scythe, the other pointing to the mask on his face. He mimicked what fake Jiang Ye had said to fake Ling Ling earlier, laughing arrogantly. What the H*LL are you yelling for? You didn't seriously think I fell for it, did you? You thought if I attacked you first, I'd be erased? Then look at this, what do you see? What was it? The madman mask. The fake Jiang Ye's face, now shattered into glowing fragments from the entropy scythe, was ghastly and terrifying. A half-rolled eyeball dangling from its socket could not hide his shock, horror, and disbelief. At this point, fake Jiang Ye had all but lost his mind. He'd already thrown his giant axe away, and even without a mouth, his shredded throat still rasped out a terrified cry. Hellfire, burn me! With that shout, the terrifying flames surged like fire serpents, crashing toward fake Jiang Ye. It looked like he couldn't take the agony of the entropy scythe anymore, and was trying to immolate himself. But Jiang Ye wasn't about to let him die on his own terms. After all, even someone like Wang Qingjin had that kind of resurrection item called Reaper's Mercy. Wan Xian and Yang Wenchao had also come back to life in the graveyard. Jiang Ye didn't believe that this fake Jiang Ye, with all his god-tier tricks, wouldn't have a revival item. So if he was trying to self-immolate, it must have been to trigger some kind of resurrection mechanism. Jiang Ye absolutely couldn't allow that. And the entropy scythe inflicted a death level almost equal to the dice of fate rolling the skull, just short of full erasure. Only by completely disassembling and destroying the enemy with the entropy scythe could Jiang Ye be sure there'd be no comebacks. So he swung the entropy scythe again, intercepting the incoming hellfire while continuing to obliterate the collapsing fake Jiang Ye. And like that, it went on for over 2 full minutes. Fake Jiang Ye's body was finally broken down to just one hand. To be exact, a single finger. And on that finger, there was a charred black ring. Jiang Ye deliberately avoided it. At that moment, after storing the entropy scythe and taking the ring, a familiar apartment system prompt sounded in his mind again. Beginner apartment announcement. The administrator of this apartment has been killed by player Jiang Ye. The administrator's role and privileges have been automatically transferred to Jiang Ye. As expected, this fake Jiang Ye was the real administrator all along. That whole performance was to trick Jiang Ye into thinking the administrator had already been killed. If not for replica swap, which let him drag the escaping fake Jiang Ye right under his nose to probe him, that administrator might have really vanished for good, making everyone believe he was dead. At least Jiang Ye would have thought he was dead and stopped targeting the administrator of 1010. He'd probably go after some other apartment's administrator instead. There were so many, after all. Sure, Jiang Ye might have wondered who the fake Jiang Ye really was, but he wouldn't have found any clues. The whole thing would have stayed a mystery. To be honest, this fake death trick the administrator pulled off was pretty brilliant. If Jiang Ye didn't have powerful replica abilities, he might have fallen for it completely. As for the fake system announcement when the administrator faked his death, it was obvious now, especially after the kill-on-site order from the 9999 administrator. Apartment administrators had the authority to post announcements. So at that time, it was the administrator who faked the announcement himself. Now the difference between real and fake announcements was also clear. Fake ones made by administrators began with emergency announcement from the beginner apartment. Real ones simply used beginner apartment announcement without the word emergency. Jiang Ye had fully pieced together the logic behind it all. But the players of apartment 1010, they were utterly confused. The group chat exploded in bewilderment. Wait, what? What's going on? How come there's another administrator killed announcement so soon? And the one who killed the administrator is still Jiang Ye? Don't tell me. Jiang Ye killed Jiang Ye. This is a riddle. A total riddle. Could this all be some ultra-high-level flex from Jiang Ye that we're just too low-tier to understand? Like how a billionaire wears $1 million handmade suit, and us bumpkins think it's knockoff junk from a street stall? Possible. Very possible. Indeed, Jiang Ye's level was now completely beyond his classmates' comprehension. How could they possibly imagine that a full-fledged administrator would fake his own death just to survive? Zhang Jintian was just as dumbfounded, clutching the iron piece in his hand with no idea what was going on. But Jiang Ye himself didn't care one bit about what his classmates thought. What really shook him now was that after the system announced the administrator's death, 2 new prompts rang out in his head. Yes, 2. The first was expected. It was for completing the white-clad woman's mission. Since the reward for killing the administrator had already been pre-issued, this announcement didn't grant any extra rewards. It simply told him to find the white-clad woman soon and claim the second part of the mission reward. This mission notice didn't stir any emotions in Jiang Ye. What truly shocked him was the second announcement. Or rather, not an announcement, but a prompt. Ding! Replica has killed a replica. You may choose. 1. Convert replica into survival points. 2. Revive the replica. Jiang Ye killed Jiang Ye. A replica killed another replica. To be honest, Jiang Ye had never tried it before. What would happen if a replica killed a replica? But based on his earlier conversations with the white-clad woman, he had vaguely realized his replicas were fully recognized by the Doomsday Apartment as independent player identities. Given that setup, he had speculated whether a replica killing another replica might result in gaining survival points, just like player versus player kills. But thinking more deeply about it, that seemed a bit too outrageous. After all, if that were really the case, then if he generated a trash replica with a garbage ability, couldn't he just choose to kill that trash replica? Wouldn't that mean the survival points he spent were effectively refunded? If that were true, he could generate replicas without caring about luck at all. Just mass generate with one click, and if he wasn't satisfied, recycle with another click. One single survival point could be reused over and over until he created a replica he found useful. That would be way too overpowered. So Jiang Ye suspected that this kind of generationary cycle process had to come with a cost. As for the idea of getting survival points just by killing a threaded puppet replica, 10 strands of hair equal 1 survival point. Wouldn't that just trigger inflation? He felt like that couldn't be possible. After all, normal players didn't get survival points from killing threaded puppets. So replicas killing threaded puppets probably didn't get any either. But normal players could get survival points for killing replicas. So a replica killing a replica should yield survival points too. The logic behind option 1 was basically following a hidden rule of the Doomsday Apartment. This hidden rule applied to all players, so it naturally applied to replicas. In other words, when a regular player killed an administrator, it was just like killing a player. They could get survival points. Option 2 in the prompt, on the other hand, was clearly a bonus effect granted by his X-tier ability Infinite Replication. Replica Revival. When Jiang Ye saw those 4 words, the first thing that popped into his mind was, if he killed the light-type replica to collect the kill-on-site order reward, then revive the light-type replica afterwards, could he end up claiming the reward for free and keep the light-type replica alive? That kind of move was seriously over the top. It was hard to say if it'd work without testing. And besides that insane but unconfirmed trick, there was another uncertainty about option 2 right now. If he revived the administrator, would the revived version retain the original administrator's consciousness? Or would it be like all of Jiang Ye's replicas, sharing consciousness with the main Jiang Ye? If it was the former, then reviving him wouldn't be much use. He'd just have to kill the administrator all over again. But if it was the latter, that meant Jiang Ye's consciousness would completely take over the administrator's identity. He wasn't sure if the new replica could inherit the administrator's memories, though. As for the administrator's role, Jiang Ye had already acquired administrator privileges after killing him. He just didn't know if this replacement identity differed in any way from the authentic administrator role. There were a lot of details that couldn't be confirmed. But Jiang Ye didn't hesitate about the 2 options. He immediately chose option 2, Replica Revival. And while confirming the choice, he couldn't help but imagine, if the revived replica inherited the administrator's consciousness, then wouldn't killing the administrator again trigger a third Jiang Ye kills administrator announcement in apartment 1010? Wouldn't that totally fry his classmates' brains? The thought actually made Jiang Ye chuckle inside. But then, the moment the administrator was revived, a new system announcement rang out in the minds of Jiang Ye and every player in apartment 1010. And the content of it stunned everyone all over again. Beginner apartment announcement. The administrator of this apartment has been perfectly resurrected. Administrator role and privileges have been automatically returned to the original administrator. Wait, what? Forget about the clueless, small fry classmates for a second. Even Jiang Ye felt a little so shocked he almost broke. Sure enough, as he looked in the group chat, his classmates were silent for a few moments, then suddenly exploded with messages. Wait, what? Why does this feel a little nuts? No way. This administrator privilege has changed hands 3F ****ing times. Twice to Jiang Ye, once back to the administrator. What kind of new feature is this? This 3 straight announcements about administrator privileges? I'm seriously fried. This is way too ridiculous. I don't even know what to say anymore. Okay, but maybe not that ridiculous. I was just thinking, based on what Yang Xiaoman described, the administrator shouldn't be that easy to kill. Now that the administrator's revived, it proves I was right. Maybe he'll even kill Jiang Ye now. Zhang Jintian had also totally frozen up when he heard the 3rd announcement. But then he suddenly remembered. The administrator had left behind a metal piece that ended up in his hands. Now that the administrator was revived, wouldn't he want it back? And how could he possibly stand a chance against the administrator? Jiang Ye totally got him killed. Zhang Jintian was freaking out. He felt like he could drop dead any second. Terrified the administrator would silently come grab him next. The small fry classmates all had their own shock and speculations. But Jiang Ye's attention quickly shifted to the administrator's point of view. Yes, the administrator's perspective. This revived administrator had truly come back as a full-on replica. The revived replica was completely stripped of the original administrator's consciousness. In its place was the shared consciousness of the original Jiang Ye and his replicas. And that meant this was a true, unified replica. Once he realized that, Jiang Ye had no reason to kill the administrator replica again. He immediately opened the data panel from the administrator's point of view, and what he saw there stunned him completely. Luo Qi. Privilege role. A 10-10 administrator. Level 10. Stamina, 100. Energy, 100. Combat power, 5212. Survival points, 108. Abilities, Dark Element Affinity, S. Fire Element Affinity, A. Skills, Gate of the Underworld, S. Spirit Binding Puppet, S. Shadow Fang Devourer, S. Abyssal Freeze, A. Shadow Veil, A. Shadow Pulse, A. Shadow Replica, A. Shadow Step, B. Ice Blue Flame, A. Heat Wave Scorch, A. Explosive Flame Arrow, B. Fire Serpent Bind, B. Click to expand more. Glyph Pattern, Gluttonous Body, Tier 3. Flesh Weaving, Tier 1. This data panel, it was downright dazzling. What surprised Jiang Ye the most was the administrator's stamina and energy were seemingly capped at 100 points. Yet even so, his combat power still reached over 5,000. For an average player, reaching 100 stamina and energy would only result in just barely breaking 1,000 CP. The reason the administrator could hit such a high number had to be due to his abilities, skills, and glyph pattern powers. 2 affinities, 1 S tier, 1 A tier. The sheer number of skills alone was eye-watering. In battle, he definitely wasn't short on offense. What's more, the Dark-type skill gate of the Underworld unusually contained spatial movement capability. Spirit Binding Puppet and Abyssal Freeze both included illusion-type attack effects. You could say he had offense, defense, and support, complete across the board. And what the administrators seemed to rely on the most was his Tier 3 glyph pattern ability, Gluttonous Body. This glyph pattern ability, like flesh weaving, depended heavily on how the player developed and utilized it. Its effect was the fusion of existing entities. After fusion, the entity would be automatically transformed into one of the player's abilities. For example, the administrator's Tier 3 Gluttonous Body had already undergone 3 fusions. The first fusion was with his giant axe. As a result, he wielded it as effortlessly as someone with S-tier axe mastery, like an extension of his own limbs. The power he unleashed was close to 200%, and when he enlarged the axe during combat, its power could reach 800%. Of course, enlarging the axe drained a huge amount of stamina. But it didn't matter, because the second fusion target of Gluttonous Body was large quantities of biological flesh. That fusion granted him an unbelievably powerful body. If a regular team of players tried to kill him, without some god-tier attack strategy, they probably couldn't even break his flesh defenses. If not for Jiang Ye's entropy scythe, the administrator's terrifying physique wouldn't have been scared of anything. The third fusion of Gluttonous Body was the Hellfire Red Lotus. That became the administrator's strongest offensive method. Its fearsome flame was nearly on par with a concept-level offensive ability. Under heavy assault, it could even destroy an entire apartment. However, it was also because of the Hellfire Red Lotus that the administrator's glyph pattern power stalled at Tier 3. Why? Because each advancement of Gluttonous Body required fusing with a stronger entity than the previous one, which meant, to ascend to Tier 4, he had to find something even stronger than Hellfire Red Lotus. But finding something more powerful than Hellfire Red Lotus was incredibly difficult. Worse yet, the fusion process wasn't without risk. If the fusion target was too powerful, he might not be able to withstand it and die instantly from overload. From fragmented memories, Jiang Ye learned that when the administrator fused with Hellfire Red Lotus, he nearly died, literally brushing shoulders with death. More precisely, he truly walked through the gates of hell. Surviving was pure luck, which made it all the more difficult for this ability to advance any further. It would require serious preparation and the right opportunities. Oh, right. Jiang Ye inherited the administrator's memories, but not with some omniscient perspective. It was quite different from how normal people remember things. The administrator's experiences didn't appear in Jiang Ye's mind as a continuous movie. Instead, they were like scattered image fragments, many blurry and broken, chaotic and disjointed. Trying to extract solid info from them was a hassle. Still, having fragmented memories was better than nothing. Jiang Ye was already satisfied. Not to mention, the revived administrator still carried 108 survival points. This was insane. It was like he got 108 survival points for free. That surprise made him want to immediately drag Wu Ying over and kill him too. Then revive him, and voila, another jackpot. And with replica swap, after killing and reviving Wu Ying, he could swap him back, which meant he could use Wu Ying's identity to infiltrate the duo organization inside the Doomsday Apartment. One group of replicas swaggering around the beginner apartment, another secretly carving out territory within the Doomsday Apartment. That image, too tempting for words. Just imagining it made Jiang Ye's heart race. But as bold as it was, he ultimately didn't dare to execute the plan rashly. His earlier replica swap on the fake administrator worked because he staged it like a divine capture, creating the illusion that some god-tier ability had dragged the administrator into a sealed space. But trying that directly on Wu Ying, who was deep inside the duo organization, there was no guarantee old players wouldn't catch on. And if Wu Ying had any trump cards of his own, it could derail the whole operation. So, infiltrating the Doomsday Apartment through Wu Ying's identity could wait. For now, Jiang Ye's top priority was still his main body in the personal instance. He had come to kill the administrator partly to test whether administrator privileges would help him clear the instance. And now, from the administrator replica's perspective, beyond the flashy data panel, he also had exclusive administrator functions that regular players didn't. In the player UI, you could view the apartment group chat and the apartment ranking board. But in the administrator's UI, you also had access to the A-Zone apartment group, A-Zone combat rankings, and A-Zone trade channel. In the A-Zone apartment group, the member list showed all apartment numbers from 0000 to 9999. Some numbers were grayed out, probably due to apartment fusion resulting in the loss of those administrator slots. The A-Zone combat rankings displayed only 100 entries, apparently ranked by administrator combat power. And the number one rank wasn't held by the 9,999 administrator, as most players assumed. It was the 0000 administrator. Number two was the 6,666 administrator. The 9999 administrator only ranked third. The 4444 administrator was eighth. And Jiang Ye, who just took over as the 1010 administrator, didn't even make the list. With over 5,000 combat power and still not ranked, it was clear just how monstrously strong the other administrators were. Their glyph patterns must have reached Tier 4. Their innate abilities had to be insanely powerful. Jiang Ye wasn't familiar with these administrators, so he only glanced over the rankings. Next was the A-Zone Trade Channel, a one-on-one trading area exclusively for administrators. The items traded here were far superior to anything offered in the player-accessible high-end mall or in the Golden Tier Dual Machines exchange list. Items like Golden Tier attribute fruits, which couldn't even be found in the exchange list, were right here. But naturally, these top-tier items weren't traded with game coins. They were almost entirely exchanged with survival points. Jiang Ye wasn't willing to spend his survival points yet, so he just gave a quick look and switched back to the chat channel. A group of over 9,000 people was much livelier than the groups of individual apartments. And at this moment, the administrator replica was also getting a bunch of messages tagging him directly. Quick, quick, quick. At 10:10, hurry up and tell us what's going on. Why did the announcement say you died and then came back to life? Exactly. Normally, if an administrator has a resurrection method, the privileges shouldn't be handed over so hastily. The privileges were already transferred, and then the administrator resurrects. This is way too eerie, don't you think? How did you even pull that off at 10:10? Clearly, these other apartment administrators had also received the announcements. Of course, they probably only saw Jiang Ye killed the administrator and administrator resurrected. That forged announcement by the administrator probably didn't reach them. And this kind of resurrection? Way too bizarre. So the 1010 administrator instantly became the center of attention in the A-Zone chat group. Jiang Ye thought it over, then decided to speak in the group. 1010, I do have a special resurrection method. Not convenient to share the details with everyone. 1010. However, I also didn't expect that even though I could resurrect, my privileges still got transferred temporarily to. As soon as this message came out, the other administrators quickly chimed in. I knew it. Must be some super special resurrection trick. Thank goodness you came back, or we'd have lost another one of our own. Those VIP players with too much free time have already fused several apartments. I saw losses on the combat ranking too. 4869. But let's get real here at 1010. If Jiang Ye could kill you once, doesn't that mean he could kill you again? 4869. That resurrection method of yours, it's probably one-time use, right? If this keeps up, I think you're still doomed at 1010. Good point. Jiang Ye was still wondering how to spin this story. Then another message popped up. 4444. By the way, how exactly did Jiang Ye kill you? At 1010, give us the inside scoop on his strength. The moment this was said, the chat fired up again. After all, administrators not only had privileges, they also had restrictions. Players could move across apartments, but administrators couldn't. What if Jiang Ye showed up at their apartment next? But soon, another administrator raised a question. That can't be right. Over at the duel room, there hasn't been any buzz about a 100-win streak. How did Jiang Ye even get the Madman mask? Even if he got it from a reincarnated Eerie, the time limit on using the Madman mask is just 3 minutes. In a short time, Jiang Ye probably won't go after more. Jiang Ye had heard a fusion announcement before, but from a player's perspective. And he had been a total noob at the time, not understanding anything. But this time's announcement, he heard it first from an administrator's perspective. Then, as an administrator, he issued the announcement to the players of Apartment 1010, informing them about the apartment fusion. The whole process was pretty novel to him. At the same time, or rather, just before that, number 1 Jiang Ye, along with Yang Wenchao and 1 Xin, was standing in the hallway between room 4443 and room 4445 on the 44th floor of apartment 4444. Yang Wenchao had already briefly explained how he discovered the missing room 4444 inside the game. His thought process was this. There might be a fractured space between rooms 4443 and 4445. Simply put, he drew a flat layout on paper. On the map were rooms 43, 44, and 45. Then he drew 2 lines between 43 and 44 and 44 and 45. His hypothesis was this. Whenever a player stepped on either of those 2 lines, they'd be directly shifted to the next line. So from a player's perspective, it seemed like the 2 lines were seamlessly connected. Players would never feel like there was a room 44 in between. They'd even get the impression that room 44 simply didn't exist. This kind of setup was pretty common in sci-fi films. It wasn't hard for Yang Wenchao to come up with the idea. What was really hard was verifying it. How do you prove that there really is a fractured space between those 2 lines, a space that players can't reach? Yang Wenchao just happened to be the obsessive type. When he was trying to learn about light-type abilities, he reset accounts over and over. And to test this theory, he ran countless experiments too. Of course, he tested both the fractured space theory and farmed light-type accounts at the same time. After all, if an account didn't have a light-type ability, he was going to scrap it anyway. And the process of finding room 4444 involved intentionally getting characters killed over and over. So it actually worked out as killing two birds with one stone. And so, through his repeated attempts and constant account suicides, he really did discover a method to enter the fractured space between those two lines. When Yang Wenchao told Jiang Ye, he went straight to the point and shared the result of his countless trials. There's a reward for hitting a 30-win streak in the duel room, a super useless one called Mechanical Core. Looks like a mechanical chip, and it has the word reboot engraved on it. Its effect is super simple. Implant it near the player's heart, and when the player dies, the mechanical core activates. The player will revive in a mechanical undead state. But compared to normal resurrection items, this one sucks. Technically, the dead player isn't actually coming back to life. Instead, the mechanical core takes over, giving them 1 hour of active time. Theoretically, it's used to take revenge or fulfill a last wish. Once the time's up, the player dies again. So from a player's view, it's pure garbage. But I used that item to enter the fractured space between rooms 43 and 45 at exactly midnight in the mechanical undead state. Sounds pretty simple when I explain it now, right? But in reality, it was pure luck that I even found this out. First, you can only enter the fractured space at exactly midnight in mechanical undead state. Any other time won't work. Second, the mechanical undead state itself is super weird. In that state, the player is technically dead, so you lose control over your character. What that means practically is, your mouse and keyboard can't control anything. You just sit there watching your character move on their own, like watching a cartoon. So, the mechanical undead character is basically uncontrollable. To make it go into the fractured space exactly at midnight, you need to pass on a very specific last wish. And at this point, you've probably realized. Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow, looking a bit helpless as he continued. Basically, to enter mechanical undead state, your character has to die first. Then the entire process, entering graveyard 4444 and burying the account there, is all carried out by the mechanical core. In other words, entering graveyard 4444 like this is a one-way trip with no return. I was already dead before I even entered graveyard 4444. What came after was just the burial. But if you want to go into graveyard 4444 while still alive and explore, then I have no idea how to help. He was right. Yang Wenchao was talking about the in-game scenario. Dying in-game just meant losing an account. But now they were real, living people and couldn't afford to experiment casually. Juan Xin had been listening carefully and immediately grasped Yang Wenchao's point. After a moment, he asked, "So, if we gave you a mechanical core right now, would you dare use it to enter graveyard 4444? Yang Wenchao shot him a glare. "Are you stupid? I found that secret in-game, and even when I had everything ready, I still failed multiple times. That mechanical undead form has garbage control. I failed to get buried in graveyard 4444 several times. When it's just a game account I'm planning to delete, sure, failing doesn't matter. But now we're talking about real people. If I fail, I'll actually die." Juan Xin, however, just shrugged and countered like it was obvious. "You're scared of dying? Didn't you say you've buried tons of accounts in-game? Maybe if you die, you'll just resurrect in the graveyard." It sounded oddly reasonable. But Yang Wenchao rolled his eyes. "You know that's a maybe, right? I'm not betting my actual life on a F*** ing maybe. And even if it works, then what? In the game, I could still see the character's POV on the monitor during mechanical undead state. But now, who the hell knows what I'd even experience in that state?" Yang Wenchao was clearly losing it, but Juan Xin still wouldn't let up. "What's the problem? Just strap on some random surveillance gear beforehand, and we'll be able to watch whatever happens to you after you die in that mechanical undead form." These two obviously couldn't stand each other ever since that whole AIDS incident. They could argue 800 times a minute. Jiang Ye didn't join the argument. He was silently thinking to himself. Maybe he could use a discarded replica to try out this so-called mechanical undead state. He was even kind of curious. Would a mechanical undead replica still count as a replica? What if, even without attaching surveillance tools, he could still perceive what his undead replica experienced? He was still thinking when Yang Wenchao, who had been rendered speechless by 1xn, seemed to pick up on what was on his mind and proactively change the subject. I tried that in the game. Using a replica to create a mechanical undead state doesn't work. Undead state is a very strict condition. If you're not a complete life form, you can't undergo a complete death. So incomplete replicas can't enter Graveyard 4444 in undead state. All right then, Jiang Ye casually nodded. But in his heart, he thought, my replicas aren't your average replicas. My replicas can even drop survival points when they die. If they could drop survival points, they must count as complete life forms. Still, a replica's life was a life. And it wasn't midnight yet. At this moment, Jiang Ye couldn't try it out directly. Also, just as he was thinking that, the apartment fusion he had initiated was proceeding, just as expected. Every surviving player in apartment 4444 heard the following announcement. Emergency announcement from beginner apartment. VIP player Mo Chaiyuan is initiating a fusion between this apartment and beginner apartment 1010. The two beginner apartments will complete the fusion within 10 minutes. Fusion rules are as follows. 1. The apartment group chat and apartment ranking board will be merged normally. 2. Apartment administrators will undergo optimization selection and fusion. Within 10 minutes, a PK battle between the administrators will commence. If a winner is determined within 10 minutes, that administrator will become the fused apartment's administrator. If no winner emerges within 10 minutes, the 4444 administrator will automatically be appointed as the administrator. 3. Due to the unique nature of apartment 4444, the fused apartment and its administrator will retain the 4444 designation. 4. If the same room number exists in both apartments with different tenants, an optimized selection fusion will be applied. 5. All special features of apartment 4444 will be preserved. If room 4444 in apartment 1010 has a tenant, they will lose their room usage rights. 6. For further details, consult the optimized administrator after the fusion is complete. Clearly, due to the unique nature of apartment 4444, this announcement differed somewhat from the previous fusion. No matter which administrator won, the final apartment number and administrator designation would be 4444. Even if the PK battle ended in a draw between the 4444 and 1010 administrators, it would be ruled as a victory for 4444. This must be a privilege exclusive to a special apartment. Jiang Ye only gave this expected announcement a quick analysis. But Yang Wenchao beside him was outright shocked. He couldn't hold back his amazement. His eyes were wide as saucers. After a long pause, he suddenly looked toward Jiang Ye, as if hoping to see the same stunned reaction reflected in his face. Jiang Ye knew exactly what was shocking him, so he very cooperatively put on a stunned face and said, full of disbelief, "What the? No way. Our starter apartment, is this in demand? First we fused with 1010, now we're fusing with 4444. After this fusion, doesn't that mean we're back from the dead again? Wonder how the old classmates will feel seeing you alive again." According to Zhang Jintian, Wang Lingling had even claimed she killed Yang Wenchao to assert dominance. Now imagine her seeing Yang Wenchao's name light up again in the apartment member list. What kind of expression would she make? He almost wanted to appear in front of Wang Lingling, using Yang Wenchao's face, flash her a friendly smile, and say, "Hey there, how's it going? Surprised? Caught off guard? Ha 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 ha." Jiang Ye couldn't help but laugh a little to himself. Meanwhile, the old classmates from apartment 1010 were also in shock. Beyond that, they were full of panic. What the? No way. Our starter apartment is this popular. Holy sh*t. This is our second apartment, Fusion. And, seriously, 4,444 as an apartment number? Could it be any more ominous? It's not just about being ominous. Didn't you see the announcement said apartment 4444 has special properties? That means it's different from the others. WDF. Last time we fused, it was with Class 9, and we still got stomped. Now this time it's a special apartment. What if the players inside are ultra strong and just wipe us all out? We're doomed. We're doomed. I'm freaking out. This is worse than the last fusion. Can Sister Ling please say something to calm everyone down? I'm really panicking right now. QAQ at Wang Lingling. I don't think even Sister Ling can help here. We might actually need Jiang Ye. Zhang Jin Tian He. Back when you all were busy isolating Jiang Ye in the mutual aid group, you were all tight as hell. Now you want him to save the day? Aren't you guys full of sh*t? Zhang Jintian's one comment shut the group up completely. And while Yang Wenchao was still stunned and the old classmates were in a panic, the newly revived Administrator Replica had, according to the rules, entered a PK battle with the 4444 Administrator. Before the battle started, Jiang Ye had already transferred the Observer to his Administrator Replica. Once the PK battle began, both administrators were pulled into a space resembling a duel arena. Because 1010 had talked so much sh*t in the group earlier, trash-talking and dragging hatred everywhere. As soon as he appeared, he heard the taunting shout from the 4444 administrator across from him. How's that? Happy now? Did you pay attention to the fusion announcement? Feel the special nature of 4,444 yet? Didn't understand what privilege meant before? Bet you get it now. Here I, 4444, and the privilege. This so-called PK battle doesn't mean a damn thing. Just by standing here, I am the 4444 administrator. I was before, I am now, and I always will be. And you, even if you reincarnated 10,000 times, you'll never replace me. Oh, DMN, this 4444, so F***, ing, arrogant and smug. You'd never guess this was the same guy who ran for his life at the sight of a light type. And while he was running his mouth like that, the whistle sounded above the arena, signaling the official start of the PK battle. At that moment, Jiang Ye was still debating. Should he strike first, seize the initiative, and go for a fast win? Or hold back for now and have a round of verbal sparring with the guy? He was also curious about 4,444's choice. 4444 clearly chose the latter. He was planning to talk trash first. When the whistle blew, he stood motionless in place, showing no intention of attacking. And seeing that Jiang Ye also wasn't moving, he suddenly sneered and said, "You really think I didn't see through your little provocation?" Hearing that, Jiang Ye was a little surprised. This 4444 actually figured out that his remarks in the chat were bait, and even after realizing that, he still went ahead and fused the apartments without fear. 4444 saw the surprise in 1010's eyes and was clearly pleased with it. He stayed perfectly still, calm, and leisurely. After enjoying 1010's stunned expression, he continued in a relaxed tone. If I'm not mistaken, it was that Jiang Ye who got you to provoke me, trying to bait me into fusing our two apartments, right? You're already dead meat in his hands. But if you fused with me, maybe there was still a sliver of hope. He probably even promised you some big reward, right? Or loaned you some game-breaking item to boost your confidence and courage. You fell for it, and that's why you suddenly went ballistic in the chat, trying to bait me. All just to guide me into pulling strings and initiating the fusion myself. TSK, TSK, TSK. 4444 sneered again, his expression full of disdain as he spat out. Judging by your face, I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Heh, with those little tricks of yours, and you really thought you could fool me? Well then, Jiang Ye really was surprised. He couldn't help blurting out his thoughts. So you knew it was bait and still rushed in to die? In that case, when you're dying, won't you regret it like hell? The way he said it couldn't have been more honest. Jiang Ye had restored his administrator replica's appearance to that of a middle-aged man. His eyes had that slightly cloudy, world-weary look that came with age and experience. But right now, as he asked those two simple questions, those eyes suddenly lit up with an almost childlike innocence. 4444 looked like a younger middle-aged man. He burst out laughing at the questions. Me? Rushing to die? Ha 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 ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard since becoming the 4444 administrator. You want to see me regret it in my final moments? Well then, watch carefully. I'll die for you right now. As he spoke, 4444 spread his arms wide and tilted his head back slightly. He had a tall, lean build, dressed in a sleek black robe that stretched from his neck to his ankles. A single piece that fit snugly to his frame. It made him look almost imprisoned inside the robe. If you ignored his face and looked only at his posture, he resembled a Dracula type, a noble vampire. Right now, standing with arms wide open and head held high, he looked like a black crucifix nailed to the ground. At the same time, there was something solemn and sacred, dark-type holiness about his presence. At that moment, it was as if he had undergone a baptism of some sort. His raised head echoed with a powerful declaration. Death to me is nothing at all. As those words rang out, Jiang Ye noticed that this guy's entire presence had undergone some kind of eerie transformation. But with his current vision, he couldn't yet tell exactly what had changed. He furrowed his brows slightly, unease rising in his heart. And then the 4444 administrator smiled calmly and said, "Go ahead. I'll just stand here. You can use any method you want on me. If you can so much as scratch me, I'll rip off my head and let you use it as a soccer ball." Still ridiculously arrogant, and his tone and expression couldn't be more relaxed. Jiang Ye suddenly felt an unexplained heaviness. He no longer dared to underestimate the man. After a brief moment of thought, he raised his right hand. A massive axe appeared in his palm, the administrator's signature giant axe. It grew several times in size, so much that Jiang Ye didn't even need to move. Just a simple swing brought the axe straight down on 4444. However, that massive axe passed through like it was hitting thin air. 4444's body turned illusory, his form a phantom. As the axe phased right through, his expression remained unchanged, a calm, fearless smile. He clearly hadn't been hurt at all. Still, Jiang Ye was just testing the waters. Seeing this, he remained calm. With a sweep of his hand, the axe vanished, replaced by the entropy's scythe. When that black, void rift-like blade materialized in his palm, 4444 still showed no change in expression. He even chuckled. "Just as I thought. Jiang Ye even lent you a concept-level weapon to help convince you." "Huh? Heh, so naive. He really thinks I'm afraid of a concept weapon." "No worries. Once the fusion's complete, I'll personally show him what it means when they say, a frog in a well can't speak of the ocean, and a summer bug knows nothing of ice. You two really don't know your place." Faced with these continued arrogant remarks, Jiang Ye was shocked again. Was this 4444 administrator really that insane? Not even afraid of a concept weapon. Even though he had a feeling how this would go, he still gave it a try, swinging the entropy scythe straight at 4444. And sure enough, it was the same result as with the giant axe. The entire entropy scythe passed through like air, hitting nothing, even though 4444's figure stood plainly in front of him. None of his attacks could lock onto the guy. This weird state seemed kind of similar to the observer, didn't it? But the observer can't even be seen with the naked eye. Jiang Ye's mind raced with theories. 4444, meanwhile, coldly chuckled again. "What now? Fresh out of tricks. Now you know which one of us is going to regret this." Jiang Ye didn't answer. Instead, he immediately tried using the observer ability to cast the S-tier ultimate, Dice of Fate. But once again, things didn't go as expected. Even though the Dice of Fate floated above 4444's head, it failed to roll because there was no valid target. What? Jiang Ye hadn't expected this at all. The entropy scythe, the dice of fate, both completely useless. No wonder this guy had been so fearless. Even knowing it was bait, he walked right into the fusion without hesitation. This ability of his, it was practically broken, no matter if it was the axe, the entropy scythe, or the dice of fate. None of them could lock onto him. Yes, Jiang Ye was now almost certain. For 1444's broken ability was that he couldn't be locked onto. And then there was that phrase he said earlier, "Death to me is nothing at all." In other words, maybe he was already dead? Just recently, Jiang Ye had learned from Yang Wenchao that entering Graveyard 4444 required entering at midnight in a mechanical undead state. And mechanical undead state might just be a kind of death state. So the administrator of the entire apartment 4444 might be someone who possessed the ability to shift into death state. And that might explain why Zhou Qiming, Guan He, and that mysterious same kind in the graveyard's tombstone zone all wanted to kill the 4444 administrator? Death state. But how do you kill someone in that kind of state? Use light? 4444 ran the moment he saw light before. Clearly, he was afraid of it. So maybe the death state itself could be purified by light? With that thought, Jiang Ye felt a bit more at ease. But he didn't immediately fuse with a light-type replica to act. Instead, he quietly arranged for some outside support. In other words, from over at number 1 replica's side, he pulled out a glass orb and said bluntly, little by, calling little by. Previously, when Jiang Ye called her white-clad woman, Insu would correct him, saying it was inauspicious. Now, this punk had gotten even more brazen and just started calling her little by. Yet this time, she didn't correct him. Her tone was rather impatient, but beneath the impatience, there seemed to be a deeper emotion. I know you already killed an administrator and completed the first part of the mission. Wait until we meet up. I'll give you the reward for part 2 in advance when we do. And that surprise I mentioned earlier, I'll give you that too. Clearly, when Jiang Ye killed the administrator, white-clad woman, who had issued the mission, also received a notification about his progress. But what surprised Jiang Ye was, I killed an administrator. But didn't he resurrect afterward and get the admin privileges transferred back? Does that still count as a successful kill? His question was perfectly reasonable. But Yang Wenchao and one Exan beside him looked utterly shocked, like they'd seen a ghost. Wait, what? Weren't they just discussing how to enter Graveyard 4444 this whole time? When the hell did you sneak off and kill an administrator? Asterisk. Sure, they knew by now that Jiang Ye had replicas, but killing an administrator? In their understanding, not even 10 top-tier players together could guarantee a kill. Yet Jiang Ye, he did alone? That's F asterisk 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 ing unreal. At the same time, even white-clad woman was stunned. The F asterisk asterisk asterisk? The administrator privileges got transferred, and yet he still revived? That kind of situation was unheard of. She couldn't make sense of it either, and so she muttered a guess. You sure you weren't tricked? If the privileges were already handed off, how could the administrator revive? Jiang Ye explained helplessly. It was a real resurrection. The privileges that were transferred to me got handed back to him. White-clad woman fell silent. After a long pause, she replied, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Fine, whatever. If he resurrected, just kill him again. D*M*N. When you put it like that, it's hard to argue. Still, Jiang Ye offered a reasonable point. I would love to kill him again, but didn't 1010 and 4444 fuse afterward. The two admins are in the middle of a PK battle. I can't interfere. For now, I can only wait until the fusion is over and then go after the 4444 administrator. Actually, the reason I contacted you was to ask, how exactly do you kill the 4444 administrator? Didn't you say you agreed to help kill him in exchange for the Raven Egg? So you know he has a death state, right? How do you kill a 4444 administrator in death state? What he really wanted to know was, if he didn't use light type, was there still a way to kill 4444? After all, white-clad woman had seemed pretty confident before that she could do it. which meant there had to be other methods besides light. But her next reply caught Jiang Ye completely off guard. Her voice sounded a bit awkward. She cleared her throat and then said, very seriously, about the 4444 administrator's death state. I just found out about that. Jiang Ye, what? What do you mean? Little Bai. It means the earlier me was way too confident and made a bad judgment. With my abilities, I absolutely can't kill 4444. Oh, well then. Jiang Ye was speechless, but he quickly asked, you just found out? Who told you? Where are you now? Little Bai's attitude toward Jiang Ye was clearly way better than before. Right now, she was answering everything he asked, still with an old friend I mentioned before. She's the one who told me. According to her, the only way to kill a death state 4444 is with light type. She had already given a special grade madman mask, fused from 10 normal ones, to a light type. Unfortunately, that idiot light type used a madman mask too early. 4444 went into hiding, and light couldn't find him. With no target, even a madman mask is useless. Oh right, the madman mask you used to kill the administrator. Light lent it to you, right? That mask was stolen by Light from my old friend. Well now, so white-clad woman actually knew Jiang Ye. Or more accurately, she knew the reincarnated Eerie that was symbiotically fused with Jiang Ye. And from what Jiang Ye could tell, that reincarnated Eerie was probably even stronger than white-clad woman. Maybe more knowledgeable, too. She had already known that the 4444 administrator possessed this broken death state, and knew that only light type could counter it. Jiang Ye's thoughts spiraled wildly. Then another doubt came to him. If 4444 in death state is basically unkillable, then in the game, the player who once killed the 4444 administrator and later died from a kill on sight order. How the H*LL did he pull it off? Jiang Ye gone back and forth about it before. First, he suspected the guy was light type. Then he dismissed it. But now, he was once again thinking, maybe that player was light type? Otherwise, how do you explain him killing the 4444 administrator? Thinking along those lines, he exchanged a glance with Yang Wenchao and asked, the 4444 administrator in the game, he had death state too, right? Yang Wenchao was clearly deep in thought. He too had started to suspect death state and mechanical undead state must be related. So the administrator's death state probably had something to do with Graveyard 4444. From that angle, the 4444 in the game must have had death state too. Then, did the player who killed him in-game really have light type? Or was there some other way to destroy death state? Along with this confusion, another of Yang Wenchao's beliefs was overturned. He had always thought that the secret Graveyard 4444 was known only to him. After all, he'd exploited that bug to bury dozens of accounts there for free. And 4444 administrator had never exposed or stopped him. So he assumed that 4444 didn't even know the other graveyard existed. But now, if 4444 had death state, he should be able to access Graveyard 4444 even more easily, which meant, he knew, he just never stopped or exposed Yang Wenchao. But why? Yang Wenchao's thoughts were spinning just as fast. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's voice came from beside him. By the way, is there any way to get a light type onto the administrator PK arena? This was said to the white-clad woman. Sure enough, a deeply exasperated voice came from the glass orb. Why don't you just ask if we can deliver the light type to the apartment boss's bed? Or maybe send you up into the sky to rub shoulders with the sun. How about that? Listening in, Yang Wenchao secretly gave the white-clad woman a thumbs up in his heart. Jiang Ye wasn't surprised either. What he was really worried about was, would having the 1010 administrator directly fuse with light expose anything? After all, light was his most important trump card. All along, whenever he used light-type abilities, it was under the identity of Huang Bo. He'd originally never planned to use light-type abilities under any other identity. After all, light's very existence was a thorn in the side of all dark-type beings. One more identity using light-type abilities meant one more layer of risk. He'd rather expose the dice of fate than expose light. But now, forget it. After all, the one using light-type abilities is Luo Qi, the 1010 administrator, which has absolutely nothing to do with him, Jiang Ye. Thinking this, Jiang Ye asked the glass orb again. By the way, if I know the 1010 administrator, is there any way for me to exchange information with him while he's in the duel arena? The white-clad woman assumed he just wanted to get more info about apartment 4444 from the 1010 in the duel. So she firmly said, that's absolutely impossible. Administrator duels are completely fair and entirely free from outside interference. In other words, outside messages can't get in, and inside messages can't get out. Hearing this, Jiang Ye's eyes immediately lit up. This made him feel a whole lot better. So, on the duel arena, the pitch-black 4444, who looked like a cross, remained frozen in place. He still looked at Jiang Ye with scorn and mockery. As time passed, his smugness became more and more obvious. Still the same thing. You listen carefully to the announcement, right? If the PK battle has no result within 10 minutes, then I, the one with special privileges, will be declared the winner. With privileges like this, combined with my unique ability, you really ought to think again. Who exactly is the one throwing himself at death's door? He was mocking Jiang Ye for saying that exact phrase earlier, mocking his ignorance. Jiang Ye seemed truly helpless and defeated by the mockery. As if finally accepting reality, he suddenly put away the entropy scythe. Then he let out a long sigh and, as if breaking down, started cursing. Ugh, miscalculated. F***K. It's all that DMN Jiang Ye's fault. That son of a BTCH screwed me over. Ha ha ha. 4444 saw his breakdown and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He even put on a kind face and said, "Don't worry, I'll avenge you if I get the chance." Jiang Ye still wore that bitter and broken expression, shaking his head with a sigh. I appreciate the thought, but I still prefer taking my own revenge. At first glance, this didn't sound like a problem. 4444 didn't catch on either and was just about to say, "Too bad you won't get the chance." But the next second, his smile froze, and the smugness in his eyes shattered completely. At the same time, the previously slumped and defeated Jiang Ye's face lifted into a radiant smile. What's that saying? The smile didn't disappear, it just changed locations. And it literally did. The smile on Jiang Ye's face looked like a copy-paste of 4444's grin, as if he had stolen it right off his face. And the reason behind all this was very simple. Jiang Ye had gone into pretty boy transformation mode. Once light-type fusion occurred, the aura of light couldn't be hidden at all, and that aura, to dark-type beings, was basically lethal poison. Not only did the mockery and smugness vanish from 4444's eyes, his pupils practically exploded, filled entirely with holy sh*t, that familiar aura. This. Impossible. Holy shd. Holy shd. Holy sh*t. You. He glared at Jiang Ye so hard, he couldn't even speak clearly. It took him quite a while before his trembling tongue managed to form a full sentence. You think an illusion is enough to fool me? Jiang Ye laughed heartily. Come on, you know better than I do whether you were fooled. Saying that, he directly activated light and shadow escape, circling 4444. While spinning, he kindly reminded, "Yo, don't shake, stand still. Otherwise, if you accidentally bump into me, I'll sue you for faking injury." 4444. Y'all fking kidding me. The H*LL kind of human talks like this? Fking H*LL. Like I dare touch light. In this death state, also known as pure dark state, he was at his most vulnerable to light. Forget light, using skills. Even just a brush of contact might purify him instantly. Of course he was scared. He was more terrified than any other dark-type being. So scared he was about to scream, "Stop flying around me already." And amid that despair and terror, he felt a surge of shock. Light, How could light appear on an administrator's dual arena? The F***K. This made zero sense. All of them, every administrator, without exception, were dark-type beings. How the H**LL could a dark-type have control over light-type powers? If it weren't for the fact that you can't fall for illusions in Death State, he'd really think this was just a hallucination, because this truth was even harder to believe than any illusion. In that moment, the 4444 administrator genuinely regretted it. So deeply regretted it. He clearly saw through the provocation tactic. But still, he had just charged in like a fool asking to die. Regret. What he felt now was full-on regret. He didn't want to die, especially since, under Death State, getting purified might instantly trigger an SSS tier death, which meant no possibility of resurrection at all. He didn't want that. No. Driven by overwhelming survival instinct, 4444 forced down his fear of light, his voice trembling. No, you can't kill me. Have you considered? My Death State secret is known by top-tier administrators like 6666 and 9999. If you kill me, the administrator announcement will say you've replaced me as the 4444 administrator. What do you think they'll do then? They'll definitely be shocked and wonder how you managed to kill me. In that case, your ability to use light will eventually be exposed. 4444 was grasping at any straw he could to survive. But Jiang Ye's voice came lightly, casually, and with the same hint of mockery 4444 had used earlier. Oh, then tell me, which is worse, getting exposed for using light or losing this PK match right now? Isn't that obvious? If he lost the PK match, he'd be dead. How could he care about any secret being exposed after that? 4444 realized this and quickly said, I'll think of a way. I'll find a way for both of us to survive. Jiang Ye smiled. All right, then take your time thinking. Just a stalling tactic. Of course he wouldn't believe it. If he didn't kill 4444 within the 10-minute time limit, then he, the administrator replica, would be the one dead. The reason Jiang Ye hadn't used light-type power to one-shot 4444 right away was that he wanted to run an experiment. Among the abilities of the observer, besides the combo use dice of Fate and Prophecy, there is also an SS-tier ultimate called Fate Thread. By forming a bond via Fate Thread, he could influence the target's memory and cognition. And cognition determines behavior. What Jiang Ye wanted to try was, if that really worked, then this ability would become his ultimate weapon, especially when combined with replica killing another replica and then choosing to revive the killed one. That'd be absolutely insane. Unfortunately, the Fate Thread ability could lock on a 4444 in Death State. But time-wise, it just wasn't feasible. Clearly, 4444 had a very strong sense of self. Even forming a bond unilaterally was difficult, let alone try to influence his cognition and control his behavior in just a few minutes. And affecting behavior through cognition was inherently a subtle, gradual process, hard to achieve in such a short time. No choice, the 10-minute PK time was almost up. 4444, in an effort to stall and survive, kept babbling nonstop. But Jiang Ye wasn't listening at all. Once he saw the Fate Thread experiment fail, he didn't hesitate any longer and finally unleashed Holy Light Judgment, granting 4444 release. Release was the perfect word, wasn't it? Earlier, 4444 had said in the chat group that he'd helped the 1010 guy get released. And now, the one being released was himself. Strangely enough, whether it was a coincidence or fate, Holy Light Judgment's effect was a cross of holy light. And under that holy radiance, the pitch-black cross that was 4444 truly looked like darkness being purified by light. The pitch-black color dissolved into pure light particles. This was different from how regular dark-type beings reacted to Holy Light Judgment. Jiang Ye was just starting to feel surprised when, in the spot where 4444 had turned into light particles and vanished, a 1-inch long pure black cross appeared. Instinctively, he tried to pick it up, but realized his hand couldn't touch the cross at all. Even switching to the giant axe and entropy scythe, he still couldn't leave a single mark on the cross, which meant this thing's properties were apparently just like 4444 in death state. And the real issue was, if 4444 had truly been purified, an SSS tier death should have triggered. Then the system should have immediately announced that Jiang Ye had won the Administrator PK battle. So, since the notification hadn't triggered, did that mean 4444 wasn't truly dead? With this in mind, Jiang Ye tried casting another holy light judgment on the untouched black cross. But the result, absolutely nothing happened. It was like the light hit thin air. What the hell? What was this creepy thing? It looked super ominous. Yet it didn't seem afraid of light like 4444 had been. With no victory notification appearing, Jiang Ye grew more suspicious. Could it be that if this cross wasn't destroyed, it wouldn't count as a win over 4444? But right now, how the hell was he supposed to destroy this thing? The time he had left was running out. Less than 30 seconds, 27 seconds, 26 seconds. The tension in Jiang Ye's mind immediately tightened. Meanwhile, in the A-Zone Administrator chat group, there was ongoing discussion about the match. Earlier, 4869 had said the power difference was obvious, and there'd be a result quickly. But the result? A full 10 minutes had nearly passed, and still no outcome. Of course, everyone in the group was discussing it. But most of the chatter assumed 4444 had been interrogating 1010 for info about Jiang Ye, which caused a delay. Some were even mockingly acting like they'd witnessed the PK firsthand. That 1010 guy probably regrets everything now. What's the saying? Trash talk feels good for a moment, but you'll regret it for a lifetime. Bet he's been a keyboard warrior too long and forgot that the guy on the other end can still beat him to death. If he had any backbone, he'd realize that stepping onto the PK stage meant certain death. In that case, he might as well die with dignity, refuse to leak info about Jiang Ye, and leave it to 4444 to deal with after the apartment fusion. But clearly, this 1010 guy's got mad trash talk skills, but he's not the die with dignity type. Otherwise, this match wouldn't have dragged out for the full 10 minutes. Yet amid all these confident armchair takes, a message suddenly popped up from the authoritative 9,999. Things might not be as you all think. That old turtle, 4444. His specialty isn't offense, it's defense. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably just standing still on the stage. No matter how 1010 attacks, he can't land a hit. And since 4444's apartment has special privileges, all he needs is to last 10 minutes without losing, and he wins by default. Since 9999 was a top-tier big shot, naturally everyone listened. Very quickly, the other administrators changed their tone. If that's true, then it's even more hopeless for 1010. 4444 just standing there, not even fighting back, and 1010 still can't kill him. That kind of false hope, thinking you might win, but actually just wasting energy in vain, is the most crushing kind. I almost feel bad for this 1010 guy now. However, the very next second after that sympathy post, the 10-minute PK time ended. Every administrator's mind rang out simultaneously with the system prompt. Ding! Administrator announcement. In this round of apartment fusion, Administrator 1010 successfully killed Administrator 4444. Due to the special nature of apartment 4444, Administrator 1010 is promoted to become the new 4444 administrator. Administrator privileges of apartment 4444 are now transferred to the new 4444 administrator. A simple, factual announcement. Yet it silenced every single administrator on the spot. For a long, long time, the entire chat group was like it had been globally muted. No one said a word, until a sudden string of messages broke the eerie silence. 4444, hey, My dear Dumba asterisk yes. I'm back with a new name tag. Wonder if you guys can still recognize me, carrot v carrot. I saw someone in the chat say I was just trash talking for fun. Well, then I gotta step in and set the record straight. This wasn't trash talking feels good for a moment. It should be called trash talking feels good the whole D*MN time. So, any other little idiots want to play this apartment fusion game with me? WTF. That's way too shameless. At this moment, the administrators who saw the message split into two camps. The top-tier big shots like 6666 and 9999 were filled with deep shock and disbelief. They were so stunned, they couldn't come back to their senses for a long while. Meanwhile, some average-numbered apartments with more ordinary-sighted administrators, aside from surprise and awe, felt mostly, this 1010 guy. No, now he should be called the 4444 administrator. He's D*MN shameless. Just begging for a beating. So what if he beat 4,444? Did he have to act so cocky about it? If someone didn't know better, they'd think he'd just defeated an apartment boss, not an administrator. Administrators are high above players, so naturally their tempers aren't great. Immediately, a few admins from no-name apartments began angrily lashing out. It's just one apartment fusion win. What the H*LL are you so arrogant for? Trash-talking nonstop feels good. Sounds like you think no one could deal with you now. Let me ask you, do you even dare fuse with apartments 6666 or 9,999 at 4444? TCH. Jiang Ye looked at these and couldn't help thinking. 4444 did have a point about one thing. A frog in a well cannot discuss the ocean. A summer bug cannot discuss ice. He replied directly. "'Tis TSK, then I guess I have to step in and correct you. The question isn't whether I dare to fuse with apartments 6666 or 9999. It's whether 6,666 or 9,999 dare to fuse with me. Well, at 6666, at 9999, want to use this chance to show off your big shot presence. Still outrageously cocky. That single post left all those no-name admins stunned. But what shocked them even more was 9,999's response. That kind of top-level big shot didn't scold the newly crowned 4444 for being arrogant at all. Even when directly provoked and mocked, he didn't react strongly either. It was like he was still mentally stuck on the announcement that 4444 had been replaced. Then in the group, 9999 asked in barely concealed shock, "You, how exactly did you do it?" At 4444, as far as I know, forget the administrator tier. Even an apartment boss couldn't take down 4,444 within 10 minutes. That message truly blew the minds of the no-name administrators. Even an apartment boss couldn't take down 4,444 in 10 minutes? What? How is that even possible? Then how did this new 4444 pull it off? It turned everything they knew upside down. And what really shattered them came next. 9999, unless you used a light type ability and purified 4444? Boom, utter shock. WEF. No way. All administrators are dark type beings. How could they use light type abilities? Just as the group reeled in disbelief, another post appeared. 4869. I actually heard from a roaming merchant that there's a special item called a skill inscription orb which can store abilities. Crushing the orb releases the stored ability. So could it be that this new 4444 crushed a skill inscription orb during the PK battle and released a light type ability stored in advance, flipping the fight at the last second? As soon as that message dropped, the other no-name admins exploded in outrage. Skill inscription orbs have to be made by having a player use the skill first. Then an engraver seals it into the orb. So that means this 1010 guy was working with a light-type player. An administrator colluding with a light-type player to take out his own kind? That's a huge taboo. And a dark-type using a light-type skill orb? That's suicide. One misstep and you're toast too. I get it now. It must have been Jiang Ye. He's close with Huang Bo. So he probably gave a light-type skill orb to 1010. Now it makes sense why 1010 suddenly provoked 4444. He'd already partnered up with Jiang Ye. So this was a setup, just like 4869 guessed. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up as he read this theory. This was the first he'd heard of a handy item like the skill inscription orb that stores abilities in advance. This actually made a great cover for explaining how he killed 4444. But just as he was thinking that, he saw 9999 post a technical explanation. Skill inscription orbs can indeed store skills in advance. They're as easy to use as talismans in a cultivation novel. But just like in those novels, Tier 1 talismans are easy to make, while Tier 9 ones are incredibly hard. The difficulty of a skill orb scales with the skill's level. The stronger the skill, the more complex the inscription, and the rarer the orb. The orbs sold by the roaming merchant are all low-tier and pre-made. The merchant himself can only make low-tier ones. Only veteran players from the Doomsday Apartment know how to craft high-tier skill orbs. They're usually VIPs over there. And since Apartment 0000 hasn't opened yet, those people couldn't possibly have entered the beginner apartments. So are you saying a rookie on day one of the beginner apartment already knows how to make high-tier skill orbs? Also, from what I know, light-type abilities are way too unique to be stored with inscription techniques alone. Even the veteran big shots in the Doomsday Apartment have tried storing light-type skills before, and all failed. In other words, light might not be storable at all. There's no item in the entire Doomsday Apartment that can release light-type powers. Light-type abilities can only be used by someone with a natural light-type ability. These posts instantly rocked every administrator all over again. No usable items. No methods of borrowing light-type power at all. The unspoken implication was clear. This new 4444 had used a light-type ability himself. But how is that possible? Forget the ordinary admins. Even 9999 couldn't figure it out. He posted again in the group. Do you possess a light-type ability? Or do you have some other means to lock onto a death state target and trigger a deeper SSS tier death? At 4444, Jiang Ye thought to himself, I actually do have a way to lock onto death state targets. The S-tier ultimate, Dice of Fate, didn't work on death state 4444. But later, his SS-tier ability Fate Thread did work. So that meant ultimate stronger than S-tier could lock onto death state targets. Meaning that if he could master both Prophecy and Fate Thread, he might really be able to kill 4444 without ever using light-type power. But did he have any obligation to answer 9999? 4444. If you really want to know, you can try fusing with my apartment yourself, smiley face at 9999. After dropping that savage line, Jiang Ye figured 9999 wouldn't actually try apartment fusion with him. So he didn't plan on wasting more words in the chat. He was just about to refocus on the pure Black Cross, when suddenly a new message popped up from 0000, tagging him. Jiang Ye couldn't be bothered to watch these little small fries act all shocked. His replica number 1, who is currently with Yang Wenxiao, turned to him seriously and said, Tell me again. In the game, after the 4444 administrator was killed, was there a new 4444 administrator that took their place? Yang Wenxiao was reading the group chat and was caught off guard by the sudden question. But he still quickly responded, that batch of beginner apartments didn't get a new one. But when the next batch of beginner apartments came out, of course, they had a new 4444 administrator. As he spoke, one Xi nodded in agreement. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then asked again to confirm. When you buried your account in the secret graveyard 4444, that was after the 4444 administrator had been replaced, right? Yang Wenxiao nodded. Of course. After all, he only started paying attention to apartment 4444 after the kill on-site order was issued due to the 4444 administrator's death. Jiang Ye continued thinking as he asked, When you buried your account in the secret graveyard, the current 4444 administrator didn't notice your actions at all. Yang Wenxiao was just about to say something. He had previously assumed that when Jiang Ye and the white-clad woman mentioned 4444 having a death state, it meant the administrator had noticed his exploit. But when he saw Jiang Ye's thoughtful look, a light bulb went off. He seemed to get what Jiang Ye was trying to say. After a moment of contemplation, he followed up, "You're saying, in the game, the previous 4444 administrator who was killed did indeed have access to the secret graveyard. But the newly appointed 4444 who replaced him couldn't enter that graveyard. So that's why the little trick I pulled using a glitch wasn't noticed by the administrator." Thinking of it that way, Yang Wenchao found it more reasonable. Simply put, there were two different 4,444 administrators in the game. The first had Death State and could access the secret graveyard. The second didn't have Death State and couldn't access it. It was even very possible that the second 4,444 knew nothing about the secret graveyard. That would explain why Yang Wenchao's glitch exploit wasn't discovered while the second 4444 was in office. A much more logical explanation than assuming the administrator saw it and chose to ignore it. And based on this information, it wasn't hard to conclude the second 4444 administrator in the game had weaker authority. Most likely, the Black Cross that originally belonged to the 4444 administrator had ended up in the hands of the apartment boss. At this point, the connections between the game and reality were becoming clear. Many game players, including Yang Wenchao, used to think that the kill on-site order was issued by the apartment boss because a player had killed the 4,444 administrator. But now that they knew the apartment boss had planned to kill 4,444 anyway, Jiang Ye realized the unlucky guy in the game who got hunted down across the entire server and even died in real life. His role was likely the same as Zhou Qiming. That guy probably went after the 4444 administrator not on a whim, but because he was instructed by the apartment boss or the duo organization. He may have even been able to succeed in killing 4444 thanks to their support. But what he didn't realize was that from the start, he was just a pawn. In order to obtain the Black Cross, the apartment boss had probably made other arrangements. And in that setup, the pawn who killed 4444 was sacrificed. That's how the apartment boss managed to get the cross smoothly. And in that same setup, the player who fulfilled the global kill on-site order was probably someone who had cozied up to the apartment boss and the duo organization, which let him rise quickly and become the so-called strongest player. Right now, Zhou Qiming was playing the role of that player who went to kill the 4444 administrator in the game. It wasn't clear whether he realized this himself or stumbled into it by accident. He didn't seem to intend to kill 4,444 personally, instead seeking Jiang Ye's help and asking the white-clad woman to make the move. And now, one very important question remained. Whether in the game or in real life, when trying to kill the 4444 administrator, what method did the apartment boss actually use to finish him off? Was that method related to light? Jiang Ye's thoughts had gone back and forth on this. After learning that 4444 had death state and was hard to kill, he once again believed that the player who killed 4444 in the game must have had light-type powers. But now, that idea was overturned again. Back to his earlier thought. If the player really had light-type abilities, it'd be hard to keep hidden. And Zhou Qiming, who was working for the apartment boss now, didn't have light abilities either. Even when he looked for someone to help kill 4444, he didn't consider partnering with a light-type Huang Bo. So it was very likely that there really were non-light-type methods that could deal with an administrator's death state. No, maybe it wasn't about targeting the death state, but rather targeting the weakness of the 4444 administrator himself. And in that targeting, what role did the raven egg buried in the graveyard play? Jiang Ye couldn't figure out for now, but one thing was certain. Now that his administrator replica had become the new 4444, he too would be a target the apartment boss wanted to eliminate. But then again, it wasn't the first time one of his replicas had become a thorn in the side of the big shots. He was used to it, unshaken. Still, this deep comparison between the game and real life had sparked a new thought. That game version of Doomsday Apartment experienced by Yang Wenchao and the others. Was it really just a bunch of virtual data? Or had it actually existed? And regardless of whether it was just virtual or once real, could it be considered a previous cycle of the entire Doomsday Apartment? Or maybe it wasn't just the previous cycle? Could it already have been the nth cycle? And if the nth cycle theory holds, then Jiang Ye, his classmates, and every Doomsday Apartment player might not be experiencing this cycle for the first time. And the moment that idea popped into his mind, Jiang Ye couldn't help but recall some sci-fi short videos he had seen. According to them, Northern Song Dynasty philosopher Shao Yong once calculated that all things in the world go through a cycle every 120,000 years. It was said that even modern scientists had theories about a cyclic universe. When Jiang Ye watched those videos, he just treated them as jokes. After all, whether the universe cycled or not didn't seem to have much to do with him. But now, the creation, destruction, and reincarnation of the Doomsday Apartment seemed like a microcosm of universal evolution. A microcosm? Then were they all just part of an experiment conducted by some mysterious being to explore the secrets of the universe? Or perhaps this was simply the natural form of how the universe operates. Philosophical questions always have a way of shaking a person's core and making them doubt their existence. So Jiang Ye didn't like to think too deeply about them. His musings only scratched the surface, and he quickly stopped there. But the mention of reincarnation reminded him of the legendary mythological figure, Sisyphus. Sisyphus angered the gods by kidnapping death itself, halting death from the world. As punishment, the gods condemned him to roll a massive boulder up a hill. Yet every time he pushed it to the top, it would roll back down, nullifying all his efforts. So Sisyphus was doomed to endlessly repeat the task of pushing the rock uphill. The gods believed this was the harshest punishment they could inflict. That myth has inspired many interpretations. Many writers and directors have drawn from it to create loop-themed stories. The most classic example being Triangle, where the female lead encounters versions of herself from previous and earlier loops. Of course, some people believe Triangle contains two loops, Loop A and Loop B. Some even argue it includes three, Loops A, B, and C, with the female lead existing in all three states simultaneously. Just thinking about that movie gave Jiang Ye a headache, so he quickly shook it off. Replica number 1 exchanged a glance with Yang Wenchao. Clearly, Yang Wenchao had also connected the dots between the game and reality. Before, he had only viewed the game Doomsday Apartment from a single perspective. But now, from a new angle, he realized that the game, for players, might seem like a fleeting moment of fun. But in reality, it spanned across an entire timeline. And that full timeline had its own internal system. Each point in time saw a different version of the Doomsday Apartment. The one they were experiencing now seemed to align with the time point where the 4444 administrator was about to be killed. Of course, there were still many differences between the game and real life. After thinking for a while, Yang Wenchao couldn't help but ask Jiang Ye. According to the Apartment Fusion announcement, the original 4444 administrator has been replaced by the 1010 administrator. So, does the current new administrator still have access to the secret graveyard 4444? If not, who holds that authority now? Jiang Ye knew the answer, but didn't say it aloud. After all, there was no way he'd reveal the secret that he had become the 4444 administrator. He checked the time, then turned to Yang Wenchao and Wan Xin and said, "It's almost midnight. Do you dare go to the so-called secret graveyard in Mecha undead mode?" As soon as he said that, Wan Xin's face twisted like he was constipated and shook his head immediately. "Of course I don't dare. I only buried my account once in the game. If I die again, that's real death. Besides, with my BA, D-Luck, and after midnight, I'm heading straight to apartment 0000 to take revenge on Changkun." Jiang Ye wasn't surprised. He didn't expect much from Wan Xin anyway, so his attention focused mainly on Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao actually wasn't that bold. If it were just the game, of course he wouldn't hesitate. But then he realized that fearless state of mind he used to have in the game was exactly what he was lacking now. So, after a moment of thought, he asked Jiang Ye in return, "You dare?" Jiang Ye raised a brow. "Of course I do." Yang Wenchao took a deep breath. "You haven't even buried your account, and you still dare? Then I've got no excuse not to." And he glanced at one Xin and added, "To get to apartment 0000, we have to go through the administrator. Right now, 4,444 is hiding like a turtle. We can't even get to 0000. So, we got to figure out how to deal with 4,444 first. It'd be best if we uncover the secret of the graveyard before going to 0000. That's the smart move." He looked at Jiang Ye and raised his brows. "Who knows? Maybe after digging up the graveyard secret, you'll get an infinite revive account too." Jiang Ye grinned, looking like he was quite looking forward to that infinite revival. One Xin, hearing that, couldn't help but waver again. The asterisk imminent. If there really is such a thing as infinite revives, then going to the secret graveyard at midnight might actually be worth it. But with his terrible luck, what if Jiang Ye and Yang Wenchao both get infinite revive accounts, and he alone ends up dying in the graveyard? One Xin couldn't make up his mind, so he offered instead. "There's not much time left until midnight. How about I help you guys trade for mechanical cores?" Jiang Ye thought for a moment, then shook his head. "We don't really trust each other that much. The mechanical core, just buy your own. Let's split up now. We'll meet back here at 2359. Yang Wenchao had long wanted to split up. Being around Jiang Ye made him feel a weird kind of pressure, so he nodded without hesitation. One Xin had no objections either, so the three of them immediately split up to act separately. And at that moment, Jiang Ye came up with a bold new idea. Originally, he had planned to focus entirely on his main body's personal instance after killing the administrator. But now, plans couldn't keep up with change. The changes brought about by this administrator identity were just too significant. Of course, he could try seeing if his administrator replica could also enter the personal instance. If an administrator replica with death state could enter, it might provide even more benefits to the main body. However, the privileges tied to the administrator identity made him hesitant to act rashly. Back when a fake 1010 administrator impersonated him, he gave Zhang Jintian a small iron chip. That item was actually called an administrator substitution badge. It really could let someone act with administrator authority, but only as a temp. The true administrator authority was held by the official administrator work badge. This badge looked very similar to the basic badges Jiang Ye had received earlier for errands, cleaning, and other service jobs. But its craftsmanship was much more refined. The jet black color also made it look more high-end and elite. The administrator work badge was not only a symbol of the administrator identity, it also recorded all the administrator's rights and restrictions. As for rights, those were relatively straightforward. Collecting rent, issuing loans. What was worth noting, if a player was erased due to unpaid rent or overdue loans, the survival points generated by that erasure would be directly credited to the administrator's account. In this sense, a player's life was essentially passive income for an administrator. Administrators should, in theory, be hoping for players to fail at paying rent or loans and get erased. But in practice, players could exchange survival stones for game coins, and one survival stone could be converted into a survival point. So even players who survived could still indirectly provide extra income for administrators. Besides privileges, administrators also had many strict restrictions. First, they had to provide service promptly when players paid rent. They couldn't refuse. Second, loans couldn't be issued arbitrarily just to trap players into default. Loan limits were restricted by the badge and followed strict rules and procedures. In addition, there were two very serious limitations. They could not leave their assigned apartment. They could not proactively kill players. If an administrator left their assigned apartment, they'd be instantly erased. If they actively killed a player, they would be penalized 10,000 survival points. A deduction of 10,000 survival points might as well be a death sentence. Of course, If attacked by a player, they could retaliate with erasure authority. That was considered self-defense, which wouldn't deduct points, but also wouldn't earn any. So compared to self-defense, administrators would clearly prefer players to get programmatically erased due to unpaid rent or loans. After reviewing these permissions, Jiang Ye hesitated about letting his administrator replica enter the personal instance. He had learned from the white-clad woman that the personal instance space was a special kind of space. Even Zhang Jintian had mentioned that its time flow was different from the outside world. A space like that might no longer fall under the apartment's jurisdiction. If his administrator replica entered the personal instance and ended up being erased for leaving his jurisdiction, that would be a total loss. So, Jiang Ye made a decision. He needed a different candidate. In other words, he had to get Wu Ying into his hands as soon as possible. Making this decision naturally involved many considerations. The most crucial point was, there were several usable identities in Wu Ying's phantasm parasitism, and the fact that he happened to be using the Jiang Ye identity was Wu Ying's own choice, not something under Jiang Ye's control. Jiang Ye had thought about waiting until everything was ready to deal with Wu Ying. But what if, by the time everything was ready, Wu Ying had already switched identities again? So dealing with him now, while he was still using the Jiang Ye identity, was a way to avoid any unforeseen complications. Besides, it's like how someone who owes a lot of money stops caring. When Jiang Ye had just arrived at the apartment, he was indeed very cautious, only wanting to live low-key and honestly. But after experiencing the disappearance of his main body, being targeted by a kill-on-sight order as a light-type player, and his replica becoming the 4444 administrator, he came to deeply understand the kind of fearless mindset that comes with owing the bank billions. At this point, he'd already mastered the art of turning his back on everyone, all by himself. Still, just because he'd grown bolder didn't mean he was reckless. Jiang Ye, to be precise, Jiang Ye in the identity of the 4444 administrator. Right after the PK battle during the apartment fusion ended, he appeared directly at the front desk workstation in the first-floor lobby. And from that lobby vantage point, one could clearly see Zhang Jintian, who was still looking a bit dazed. Jiang Ye pointed at him and said calmly, "You, come here." The moment Zhang Jintian felt that gaze on him, his whole body stiffened. But after receiving the little metal piece, the administrator substitution badge, he already knew administrators weren't allowed to kill players at will. So he forced himself to walk over. Before Jiang Ye even spoke, he took the initiative and handed over the badge. However, Jiang Ye didn't reach for it. Instead, he raised his brows. Suddenly, his entire face changed from that of the middle-aged administrator to that of Jiang Ye. Zhang Jintian saw this transformation with his own eyes and instantly widened them in disbelief. You. Jiang Ye gave him an eerie smile and turned back into the administrator's middle-aged face, saying meaningfully, "I was the one who gave it to you, so naturally I won't take it back. Now, I need to step out for a bit. Help me manage this administrator job temporarily." Zhang Jintian was still too shocked to react, and the administrator's figure had already vanished. He stood there in shock for a while, still unable to process it. Did that mean the Jiang Ye he interacted with not long ago was fake? Was the Jiang Ye who killed fake Lingjie the fake one? Or was it the one he met earlier in the hallway on the 20th floor? He couldn't tell at all. He didn't understand why the administrator would impersonate Jiang Ye, but he vaguely realized. When it came to the competition between real big shots, players like him who weren't on the same level might never truly comprehend it. Just like how he still couldn't figure out. Was there some deeper reason behind the sudden fusion of apartments 1010 and 4444? And was this deeper reason related to Jiang Ye or the administrator? Besides, this newly merged apartment 4444 was clearly not normal. So many big shots, so many grayed-out names. There was even the resurrected Yang Wenchao. Zhang Jintian still couldn't make sense of it. Did Yang Wenchao actually resurrect after dying? Or had he simply used some other method to move from 1010 to apartment 4444? At this point, he didn't even dare be sure. Could this apartment fusion have something to do with Yang Wenchao? Once, he'd been a young man with lofty ambitions, swearing to become the top in the world. But now, Jiang Ye just felt wave after wave of helplessness. It was like a boy raised in the safe ivory tower had finally stepped into society and, for the first time, felt the real world was far beyond his imagination. No wonder the youthful arrogance of boys often got ground down over time. This world was just too profound and too cruel. Jiang Ye held the little metal badge and sat down at the administrator's workstation. But the joy of gaining administrator privileges had already faded from his eyes. And now, looking again at the apartment group chat, where his classmates were still excitedly chatting, he couldn't tell whether he should feel sorry for their ignorance, or maybe envy them. Sigh. Jiang Ye sighed, for no clear reason, not even in the mood to mock Wang Lingling anymore. As for Jiang Ye, the administrator who had disappeared, he wasn't elsewhere. He had gone straight into that secret graveyard. Yes, no need to wait until midnight. Not even any teleportation item required. Just with a single thought, he entered directly. It felt like the entire secret graveyard was part of his own pocket space. Thinking back on it, that time the 4444 administrator disappeared after seeing light, he probably didn't go to the visible underground graveyard at all. He had likely gone straight into this secret graveyard instead. Now that Jiang Ye had entered himself, he realized it was somewhat different from what Yang Wenchao had described. According to Yang Wenchao, the secret graveyard was similar to the visible underground graveyard. The difference was that the plants in the green zone of the underground graveyard were black, while those in the secret graveyard were red. But what Jiang Ye saw in the secret graveyard? First of all, space-wise, it looked boundless, as if it had no limits at all. Secondly, the red plants Yang Wenchao mentioned, he didn't see any. The green zone plants were still black. However, the tombstone zone had a clear difference. The tombstones in the underground graveyard looked like normal upright rectangles. But in the secret graveyard, the tombstone was shaped like a pure black cross. And there was only that one cross-shaped tombstone, tightly bound with eerie blood-red chains. The red color on those chains looked like some kind of flowing red energy. The other end of the chain was buried deep in the soil beneath the tombstone. At first glance, it resembled a slender human figure being tightly restrained by chains. The whole scene gave off an inexplicable eerie feeling. And as soon as Jiang Ye entered this environment, his state automatically shifted into death state. He had experienced this before at the administrator's workstation. In death state, he had no heartbeat. Even his entire body felt cold. But now, even in death state, when his eyes fell on that eerie, crossed tombstone, he inexplicably felt a heavy, suppressed heartbeat. In fact, that heartbeat felt a little familiar. This felt exactly like before. That heavy, oppressive heartbeat that appeared out of nowhere after the comprehension replica grabbed the dice of fate. Back then, after grabbing the dice of fate, Jiang Ye had directly died twice from the pain. More precisely, it should have been heart failure due to the overload that led to his death. So that sensation had practically become a psychological trauma for him. Now, just seeing the eerie heartbeat triggered by that strange tombstone gave him a PTSD-like flashback to that pain. He even had the illusion that if he stared at that eerie tombstone any longer, he'd die again, just like when he grabbed the dice of fate. Of course, that had to be an illusion. He was in death state right now. It shouldn't be that easy to die. But the problem was, he was in death state. There shouldn't be any heartbeat at all. This indescribable sense of eeriness finally made Jiang Ye look away quickly, no longer staring at the creepy black crossed tombstone. Only when the death state heartbeat calmed and he returned to a heartbeat-less, cold state did he take a deep breath and shift his gaze to the grave mound zone. He had speculated before that the Raven Egg was likely in the grave mound zone of the secret graveyard. At the time, he thought the administrator must have moved the Raven Egg from the underground graveyard to this secret graveyard. In his view, the Raven Egg had been stolen by the administrator. But after becoming the 4444 administrator and gaining more intel, he suddenly felt Maybe the Raven Egg had been in the secret graveyard from the start. It wasn't something Zhou Qiming had placed here as a bargaining chip to request the white-clad woman's help. In other words, the Raven Egg wasn't compensation from the Duo organization at all. Instead, it was something meant to be acquired by whoever killed the 4444 administrator and obtained the Black Cross, using something others could have gotten anyway as a bargaining chip that technically didn't violate any contract clauses. Thinking about it this way, maybe the Duo organization and the apartment bosses had also wanted to kill the 4444 administrator because they were after the Raven Egg, but this secret graveyard was just too big. Not only was it endless at a glance, the dim lighting also hindered vision. Since this was his territory, Jiang Ye wasn't in a rush to find the Raven Egg. Instead, he planned to use this space, which belonged to him, to fully turn Wu Ying into one of his replicas. After all, this secret graveyard had an extremely unique spatial structure. Normal spatial items couldn't break in or escape. So in here, Wu Ying wouldn't be able to use any tricks to run. However, because of this space's uniqueness, Jiang Ye had a concern. According to Yang Wenchao, he only entered the secret graveyard accidentally through Mecha Undead mode. And Jiang Ye himself had automatically shifted into death state the moment he entered. He worried that a living being might die instantly upon entry. So he decided to test by sending in another replica, to see if a non-death state replica would instantly die upon entering. For this, replica number 2 used the threaded blood puppet item, and first created 10 thread puppets. These puppets had no life, and, when killed, didn't yield energy points or survival points. So using them for the experiment wouldn't be representative. But they could serve as material for replica substitution in the future. Jiang Ye planned to swap in a living waste replica. But the administrator replica itself wasn't going to leave. So he used the replica reflection mirror to create a mirror replica of the administrator. Then he swapped this mirror replica with a waste replica in apartment 9669. That's when Jiang Ye discovered something unexpected. The waste replica that entered the secret graveyard didn't die, but the swapped-out mirror replica died instantly. What was that about? It couldn't be that the waste replica was originally supposed to die and the mirror replica died in its place, right? That'd make sense. In replica substitution, the lowest attribute replica is supposed to die by default. But very quickly, Jiang Ye realized, could it be that the mirror replica's death was due to administrator authority-based erasure? In other words, administrator restrictions have extremely high priority. Even replicas created by an administrator couldn't leave their jurisdiction. Or maybe the replica reflection mirror was just so OP, it even copied the administrator authority, which meant the mirror replica also inherited the administrator restrictions. Thinking along those lines, Jiang Ye then pulled out the phantom lantern, planning to use it to create a phantom replica of the administrator and see the difference. But upon attempting it, the result shocked him again. The phantom lantern couldn't reflect the administrator's shadow at all in death state, meaning it couldn't be used on the death state administrator. Jiang Ye tried testing with several other items. Eventually, he discovered, while in death state, not only could he not be targeted by items like the entropy scythe or the dice of fate, no other items could lock on him either. None could affect him. That meant commonly used tools for making replicas also didn't work on him in this state. And yet, the replica reflection mirror actually could. What did this mean? It meant the replica reflection mirror was even more insane than the entropy scythe and the dice of fate. A concept-level weapon, an S-tier fate-type ultimate, couldn't lock onto him, but the replica reflection mirror could. D*MN. This thing was seriously broken OP. At that moment, Jiang Ye couldn't help but think of the previous owner of the replica reflection mirror, Huang Qi. He started to suspect, how come Huang Qi just happened to deliver his head across apartments, bringing the replica reflection mirror to him? Did he choose Jiang Ye's apartment randomly? Or was he somehow influenced to pick it? With that thought, Jiang Ye even had the urge to resurrect Huang Qi and interrogate him again. But right now, the main focus was still dealing with Wu Ying. since the waste replica didn't die upon entering the secret graveyard, then Wu Ying probably wouldn't die either. Even if the waste replica survived only because of a replica connection, like how a dark-type replica isn't harmed by a light-type replica. Wu Ying, who is currently using his identity, was technically also his replica. So Wu Ying should receive the same treatment and not die immediately. But then, thinking of that, Jiang Ye suddenly realized, if just impersonating him made someone his replica and let them share the same privileges, like how his dark replicas weren't afraid of his light replicas, then would that mean any dark-type being who disguised themselves as him would also become immune to light? LL no. That idea was kinda nuts. Originally, light-type replicas were unbeatable, targeting enemies with precision. But now, if dark-type beings could just shapeshift into his form to ignore light's threat. On the surface, it looked like he was getting scammed. But to ignore light's threat, they had to turn into him. And the moment they became him, they became his replica. So in the end, it wasn't really a loss. It was just that for now, there were too few players and eerie beings disguising as him. Currently, only Wu Ying had his phantasm parasitism, and the 1010 administrator, when staging his fake death act, had also used his identity. Back when he killed the 1010 administrator, Jiang Ye had used the entropy scythe. So this theory hadn't been tested then. Perfect chance to test it now, with Wu Ying. With that, Jiang Ye brought in a light-type sub-replica into the secret graveyard. Then, with all preparations complete, he had the waste replica and Wu Ying perform a replica swap. Holy SHD? What the hell is this? Wu Ying had just been lounging in the duo organization dorms, humming a little tune, petting a cat, and happily chatting in the group. In the blink of an eye, the environment around him suddenly dimmed. The abrupt change was like falling into an illusion. The most absurd part, holy F*******. Light. Out of the corner of his eye, Wu Ying caught sight of two figures. But he didn't even have time to see clearly before instinctive fear kicked in. Almost reflexively, his legs turned to jelly, his vision darkened, and his heart started racing. Still, he was a seasoned player who had seen quite a lot. At that moment, all instinct left him with only one word in his head. Run. Run now. He had taken on the Jiang Ye identity while in the dorms because it was a safe place. But now, clearly in danger, it was a fight for survival. Without a second thought, he immediately ditched this most useless identity. So, Jiang Ye's first reaction when he saw Wu Ying was, this guy's still afraid of light? Second reaction, wait, no. This guy instinctively switched out of the Jiang Ye identity. He transformed into a different person, taking on the appearance of a sinister young man. Then he turned and bolted. While running, he stabbed a black iron shard into his right leg. The black shard was instantly stained red with blood. However, Wu Ying's face changed drastically, and he cursed in his heart. What the hell? Why isn't the anchored teleport shard working? Because of Wu Ying's sudden transformation, Jiang Ye couldn't tell for the moment. Was this guy really afraid of light? Or did he only become afraid because switching identities broke his immunity? So, Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed. He had his light-type sub-replica use light and shadow escape to blink ahead of Wu Ying. At the same time, his administrator replica chased from behind, wielding the entropy scythe. The administrator replica shouted angrily, "Stop! You're not Jiang Ye." Seeing that the teleport item failed and that light had flashed right in front of him, Wu Ying had no choice but to freeze. He turned around, nearly in tears, and replied, Yes. I'm not Jiang Ye. Boss, you've got the wrong guy." Jiang Ye deliberately darkened his face, looking furious at having caught the wrong person. "You're not Jiang Ye? Then why are you presenting yourself as Jiang Ye?" Wu Ying hurried to explain, I have a glyph pattern ability called Phantasm Parasitism. This ability lets me replicate other people's identities. I replicated Jiang Ye's identity, which is how I was able to impersonate him. The reason I used it was because we were talking about Jiang Ye in the group chat, so I just happened to be using it. Jiang Ye already knew the reason, of course. but he still feigned suspicion and sternly ordered Wu Ying, "Now, switch back into Jiang Ye's identity and let me see." Wu Ying didn't suspect anything. He had no idea who this mysterious boss was. But even an idiot could see this dark-type being was working in tandem with light-type. What the H*LL kind of insane combo was that? In this creepy place, the environment was weirdly eerie too. The distant cross-shaped tombstone radiated an overwhelmingly powerful dark-type suppression. Most absurdly, that suppression actually scared him as much as light did. To get that kind of fear from the same attribute. Just what tier was that cross supposed to be? Aside from that, the bulging grave mounds scattered everywhere, the gloomy setting. He was starting to feel like he'd accidentally wandered into the mists. DMN at all? Could it be he'd been dragged in by some presence from the mists? If so, what a F***ing injustice. But it didn't make sense either. Why would a mist-dwelling entity target Jiang Ye? Wu Ying couldn't figure it out, but he knew this. A being that could ignore the rules and grab someone straight out of the Doomsday Apartment was way out of his league, so he didn't even dare think of resisting. He could only obediently follow orders and switch back to Jiang Ye's identity. Jiang Ye kept a close watch on his expression, seeing that even after switching to Jiang Ye's form, he was still stiff, lifeless, and terrified. He felt a bit doubtful. He had the light sub-replica move closer to Wu Ying. Then, the administrator replica asked in a low voice, "Well, do you still feel afraid of light now?" Wu Ying, body frozen, nodded stiffly while silently grumbling. "Isn't that obvious? What dark-type being wouldn't fear light?" Well, the boss in front of him sure didn't. Jiang Ye's doubts deepened. Could it be he was wrong? Were replicas created by him somehow different from others, simply imitating his form? Thinking that, he didn't rush to kill Wu Ying. Instead, he used his observer identity to try activating Fate Thread on Wu Ying. The first-tier ability of Fate Thread was the power to influence the memories of bonded targets. If it could influence memories, it could naturally also read memories. Since he decided to infiltrate the Doomsday Apartment using Wu Ying's identity ahead of time, having access to Wu Ying's memories would be a huge advantage. The only question was, would establishing this Fate Thread be as difficult as it had been when trying it with Apartment 4444? Jiang Ye made a simple attempt, and almost instantly, to be precise, the moment he thought about forming a bond with Wu Ying, a strand of bright white thread shot out from the center of his forehead, flying straight toward Wu Ying and coiling several times around his head. What? It actually succeeded, just like that. Why was it so smooth this time? Was it the death state of the 4444 administrator that had made forming the Fate Thread so difficult before? Or was it because of Wu Ying's current replica identity that bonding became easier? Jiang Ye figured it was probably both factors at play. In any case, since it was so easy to establish the bond, he could now steal Wu Ying's memories. With a shift of intent, white light flashed from the center of his brow. In his mind, Wu Ying's memories flowed in with ease. The memories were a bit fuzzy, not as clear as HD video, but still, he could deduce quite a lot from them. However, just as he was immersed in Wu Ying's memories, Wu Ying, still frozen in place, suddenly went pale. Why? Because this sensation, it was exactly like when he'd first joined the Duo organization and had his soul forcibly scanned by a mecha unit. All new members of Duo went through this soul search as standard protocol. But the process was excruciating. It felt like your soul was being squeezed and ripped from your body. Your brain would buzz with pain, and the hazy consciousness made you feel nauseous. Yes, this exact feeling. It was seared into his memory. He couldn't possibly mistake it. So, who the H*LL was this boss? He actually had the ability to soul search remotely. That was terrifying. No, he couldn't just sit here passively, hoping the boss would let him off. Wu Ying's face was ghostly pale now, and even his eyes had rolled back into whites from the dizziness. But even so, he bit down hard on his tongue. The intense pain gave him a moment of clarity. His eyes narrowed fiercely, and he suddenly slapped a strange talisman paper onto his forehead. The paper instantly turned into a swirl of black mist, letting out an eerie jia laugh as it merged into his brow. Then, Wu Ying's whole body dissolved into shadow and vanished. Still immersed in Wu Ying's memories, Jiang Ye suddenly snapped out of it, partly because what he saw in Wu Ying's memories was surprising, and also because how the H*LL did Wu Ying manage to escape the secret graveyard. But soon, with his underground graveyard access, Jiang Ye sensed Wu Ying hadn't just disappeared. He had reappeared directly in the visible underground graveyard of apartment 4444. Yes, not the secret graveyard, but the publicly known one. Wu Ying, now in the underground graveyard, was equally stunned. The item he'd just used was a rare resurrection item. Logically, he should have respawned at his preset point, the duo dorms. But this place, holy sh*T, wasn't this the underground graveyard of the beginner apartment 4444 he'd seen during his rookie days? But how is that possible? Even veteran players rack their brains trying to enter the beginner apartment early, and yet he had somehow respawned here. What the H*LL was going on? Did someone tamper with his resurrection item? Before Wu Ying could figure anything out, his vision blacked out again. His consciousness flickered, and his entire being was pulled back into that mysterious space where the boss had grabbed him earlier. F******. Caught again. Now completely rattled, Wu Ying's fear doubled. His mind was fuzzy, emotions spiraling out of control. He shouted in the direction of Jiang Ye. If you can read my mind, then you must have confirmed. I'm really not Jiang Ye. Why won't you let me go? Clearly, Wu Ying was cracking under pressure. Jiang Ye raised a brow and, in a tone that was almost considerate, explained. Do you remember? There was a time on the duel arena when you stood above everyone and said, this is what happens when you offend Duo. Well now, I'm giving your words right back to you. Jiang Ye smiled gently and enunciated word by word. This is what happens when Duo offends me. As he spoke, the entropy scythe, like a spatial rift, slammed down onto Wu Ying. Maybe it was due to the strange nature of the secret graveyard, but the scythe's power felt even stronger than usual. In just a few seconds, Wu Ying completely dissolved into glowing particles. And then, a familiar system prompt echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding! Replica has killed a replica. You may choose. 1. Convert the replica into survival points. 2. Replica revival. No hesitation needed. Jiang Ye chose 2. Replica revival. In an instant, the just-dead Wu Ying came back to life right in front of him. At the same time, more of Wu Ying's memories surfaced in Jiang Ye's mind, possibly because he had already stolen some of Wu Ying's memory earlier. At this moment, Wu Ying's memories were clearly much clearer than those of Administrator 1010. Of course, even this clarity was far from high-definition video quality. But still, some information could be pieced together. What had shocked Jiang Ye earlier when using Fate Thread to steal Wu Ying's memories was actually the memory of Wu Ying before he entered the Doomsday Apartment. Yes, although Wu Ying was a veteran player, he had also gone through the process of entering the beginner apartment as a regular human, clearing it, and only then entering the Doomsday Apartment. But what set him apart from ordinary people was Wu Ying had already died before entering the Doomsday Apartment. And when he entered, it wasn't as a player, but as an eerie being. As an eerie, he didn't possess memories of his past life. Only after possessing a player and obtaining the status of eerie player did he gradually recover his memories from when he was alive. His previous life had been quite tragic. It was probably similar to one Xian's, dropped out of school as a teenager, left home behind, then drifted through internet cafes, working daily gigs. Basically, what people called a Sanha god. As for how he died, it was a rough one. During the pandemic, some sketchy friends introduced him to a money-making scheme through vaccine trials. These vaccines were unfinished, experimental products in the testing phase. He volunteered for these tests, One shot earned him 300. Ordinary volunteers didn't usually have any problems after a shot. But Wu Ying, he got greedy. To make more money, he asked friends to hook him up with multiple sources, taking shots here and there. 300 here, 300 there. It beat doing daily labor, didn't it? Sure enough, the result also beat daily labor. He dropped dead. It's hard to say whether it was greed or ignorance. Or maybe it was just the sad, shared fate of those at the bottom of society. A life that cheap was never worth more than a bit of cash. Wu Ying's memories as an Eerie were very hazy. He vaguely remembered that on the 8th day in the beginner apartment, he possessed a level 10 player, which made him quite a standout among newcomers. Then he cleared the beginner apartment using that newbie's identity. Maybe it was all those vaccines he took before dying. But Wu Ying's glyph pattern ability turned out to be incredibly powerful. His first ability was the super common flesh weaving. But each of his organ-based abilities had been pushed to the limit. According to his own memory, it might have even been stronger than Lin Jing's. Back in his batch of beginner apartment players, Wu Ying had his moment of glory. With his powerful glyph pattern ability, he managed to cozy up to a veteran player. It was under that veteran's guidance that he cleared the beginner apartment. But hey, people are fickle, and the world is cruel. Upon entering the Doomsday Apartment, Wu Ying, following that veteran's advice, refused Duo Organization's recruitment. The reason? Joining Duo meant having your soul searched, no privacy at all. Also, Duo was known for focusing on duel rooms. And since fights there didn't result in real death, it was like working a government job, stable but dull. Such comfort could blunt a person's ambition and limit growth. When Wu Ying first got into the Doomsday Apartment, he was young, cocky, and strong. Naturally, he didn't want to sacrifice his privacy, nor did he care for an easy but stagnant life. So he took the veteran's advice and joined an organization called Azura. What did Azura do? They raided secret realms to collect resources. These secret realms were the top-tier resource systems that powered the entire Doomsday Apartment. Most players in the Doomsday Apartment lived off of secret realm raids, and organizations built around raiding them were the most common. These orgs came in all sizes. Smaller ones were 3-man, 5-man, or 10-man teams. Larger ones had dozens or hundreds of members. Azura had thousands. A first-class organization by scale. Above the first-class groups were the 4 top-tier orgs, each boasting over 10,000 members. That might not sound like a lot, but based on Wu Ying's memory, the casualty rate for secret realm orgs was sky-high. Any team that could consistently maintain over 10,000 members long-term deserved to be called a top-tier org. What's more, these top-tier groups had a solid number of core members. Hundreds in each one, all of them VIP players. To the just-arrived Wu Ying, VIP players were too powerful even to dream of. Still, at the time, Wu Ying secretly made a vow. One day, he'd become the strongest in Azura. He'd lead the organization into becoming one of the 4 top-tier powers ruling over the secret realm apartments. Those VIP players who seemed untouchable. One day, he'd become one too. Of course, dreams are just dreams. Very few people actually live them out. Wu Ying clearly did not. Not only did he fail to achieve his dream, following that damn veteran, he ended up having a miserable time in Azura. Just 3 secret realm runs, and he went through more brushes with death than he could count. And aside from the deadly challenges within the secret realms, there was the despair he learned about human nature, thanks to betrayal. But even after 3 runs, he wasn't quite broken yet. It wasn't until the 7th secret realm, when his powerful glyph pattern ability was crippled, that he barely clung to life, reduced to a cripple. The key point was, unlike human players, who could possess multiple glyph pattern abilities, Wu Ying, as an Eerie player, was inherently limited to just one glyph pattern ability. So, once that single ability was crippled, an Eerie player was basically done for. Generally speaking, there'd be no coming back from that. But Wu Ying, of course, you could call him unlucky, but when luck turned in his favor, it was downright ridiculous. In theory, Eerie players could undergo a process called tattoo cleansing to completely erase their existing glyph pattern ability. After that, they could attempt to channel another Eerie to acquire a new ability. Sounds simple in 2 lines, but in reality, both steps were life-threatening trials. A glyph pattern ability, at its core, was a form of Eerie's soul power. To remove it entirely meant cleansing the soul itself. The entire tattoo cleansing process was incredibly dangerous, almost on par with a human player acquiring 10 glyph pattern abilities. Keep in mind, even the most elite VIP players in the Doomsday Apartment usually only had 7 or 8 abilities. Those with 9 were extremely rare. As for 10, Wu Ying had never even heard of anyone with 10, let alone confirm they existed. That alone showed how insanely difficult it was for an Eerie player to cleanse their tattoo. It was 1,000 times harder than Wu Ying ever becoming a dream achiever. And on top of that, having become a cripple, it was nearly impossible for Wu Ying to find a reliable player willing to help with the procedure. So, when Memory Wu Ying decided to go through with it, even he didn't believe he'd survive. He told others he was going for a tattoo cleanse. But in reality, it was nearly the same as giving up on life. But then, that near-impossible event actually happened to him. He really did manage to cleanse his flesh-weaving ability, and survived. But the second step, obtaining a new glyph pattern ability, was equally brutal. Eerie players couldn't be possessed twice, so they couldn't acquire a second ability the same way. Even without his previous ability, Wu Ying's nature as an Eerie remained. And for an Eerie to be possessed by another Eerie, that was basically instant death. The only way forward was to call down an Eerie into his body while standing at death's edge. And that kind of survival rate, even lower than tattoo cleansing. But again, that near-zero probability, Wu Ying hit it. It was during that do-or-die moment that he acquired a brand new glyph pattern ability, Phantasm Parasitism. Come to think of it, the ability suited him well. It, too, was something you could only obtain through high-risk, high-reward situations. So, having turned the impossible into possible, Wu Ying instantly bounced back from despair. He felt like he was chosen by fate. After all, he beat such absurd odds. If that wasn't divine favor, what was? He felt like a main character, crushed by setbacks, only to make a grand comeback. At that point, Wu Ying was more fired up than ever, even more so than when he had first entered the Doomsday Apartment. At the time, he still had no intention of joining Duo. He was determined to keep raiding secret realms, level up fast, and take revenge on the veteran who screwed him over. He joined one third-rate secret realm org after another, the kind where the entire team wiped out every single run. He believed that through grit and his chosen one luck, he'd definitely rise quickly. But the result? Every run brought more misfortune, more brushes with death. And in the end, before he could get much stronger, he was crippled again. Yes, Wu Ying was back to square one. This time, he was infected with an untraceable dark-type curse. It caused his Phantasm Parasitism ability to stall at Tier 3, unable to progress. And he had no clue how to break the curse. What made it worse was, Phantasm Parasitism's first 3 tiers only increased the number of identities he could replicate. It wasn't until Tier 4 that the ability not only doubled his Eerie count, but also boosted resurrection priority, meaning he could resurrect at higher death priorities. So being stuck at Tier 3 essentially crippled the ability's full potential. In those memories, when Wu Ying realized this, he was devastated, questioning his entire existence. He even considered, what if he tried tattoo cleansing again? If he truly was fate's favorite, maybe he'd survive again? But come on, what kind of chosen one gets this unlucky? Clearly, the countless failures in secret realms, the repeated beatdowns after being crippled, and all the bad luck that clung to him had gradually crushed his spirit. In the end, Wu Ying stopped gambling. Even if he succeeded, there was no guarantee the new ability would be better than Phantasm Parasitism. But if he failed, he'd be dead for real. Wu Ying was just like most idealistic young men who eventually got worn down into numb middle-aged shells. Like all run-tuss who would, in the end, bow their heads and cry master. Eventually, the cruel reality broke him. He gave in, gave up, resigned himself to fate. He accepted the lack of privacy, the soul-searching. He joined the group that Doomsday Apartment players joked was the retirement home. Duo. Low risk, low reward. The core was comfort. Through Wu Ying's memories, Jiang Ye now had a decent grasp of how Duo operated. The org always maintained over 10,000 regular members, so it counted as a top-tier force in the Doomsday Apartment. It was also a very unique organization. Unlike others, Duo had no competitors. For example, the Secret Realm orgs had the four giants, constantly competing. The resurrection-based orgs had three giants dominating the field. The glyph cultivator orgs that helped players awaken abilities had four major guilds, setting the industry standard. But only Duo monopolized its field, dual rooms, with just one organization. And Duo was deeply mysterious. Even after joining, regular members had zero access to the org's core, and those who became core members vanished. They were never seen interacting with regulars again. There were conspiracy theories in the Doomsday Apartment that core members were sacrificed the moment they were promoted, dying quietly and without a trace. But the more popular theory was, every core member received a shared new identity, Duo. Yes, all of them became Duo. They shared that single identity and jointly ran the entire organization. Supporters of this theory believed, in any normal top-tier org, you'd expect not just 10,000 regulars, but hundreds of VIP players. Duo's regular members had zero VIP players, so those must be hidden among the core, shared identity members. Otherwise, without that many VIPs backing them, how could a single organization dominate the entire industry? And because it had total monopoly, no one could even get a foot in the door. The number of VIP players in the outside world speculation about the Duo organization varied widely. Some guessed 200, some guessed 500, and the more outrageous even said over 1,000. In any case, while Duo might look like a chill retirement group, its position in the Doomsday Apartment remained mysterious, unique, and absolutely unshakable. As for Duo's business operations, they mainly fell into three categories. First, dealing with new players through Win Street blocker sales and Win Street packages. Second, everything related to veteran player battles, duels, sparring, wager matches, and so on. The third was a bit more unusual, referred to as guiding the fated ones, or more accurately, guiding the resourceful ones. Any player in the Doomsday Apartment who was willing to spend money could buy services from Duo. As long as the price was right, anything was possible. Fake matches, fame farming, revenge contracts, secret realm coaching, and so on and so on. If it could be solved with money, Duo would take the job. Of course, the prerequisite was the money had to be worth it. Since Wu Ying's phantasm parasitism was stuck at Tier 3, he could only handle business on the new player end. The other two arms, dealing with veterans and handling monetary contracts, he only knew a rough outline, with no insider access. Aside from that, Wu Ying's memories finally helped Jiang Ye understand what VIP players really were. As the name implied, VIP players were a privileged subset of players, and they mainly came from the three core ranking boards in the Doomsday Apartment: the Combat Power Ranking, the Survival Ranking, and the Secret Realm Ranking. The first two were easy to understand, ranked by combat power and survival points. The Secret Realm Ranking was based on cumulative points from Secret Realm runs. Each board had 10,000 slots, so in theory, up to 30,000 VIP players could exist. But in practice, the boards could overlap. One top player might appear on all three: combat, survival, and secret realms. Such a player was referred to privately as a VVVIP. A player on two boards could be called a VVIP. Of course, these are just terms players used among themselves. In official Doomsday announcements, only VIP was used, because one player could occupy up to 3 board slots. The actual number of VIP players was less than 30,000. Wu Ying had once heard rumors while in the Azura organization that there were other ways to become a VIP player, though someone at his level would never come close to that knowledge. In short, VIP players were the ones sitting at the very top of the Doomsday Apartment hierarchy. Symbols of identity, wealth, power, and privilege. The kind of players ordinary ones could only dream of becoming. Naturally, they enjoyed all kinds of special perks. From what Wu Ying knew, VIP players could post announcements, found first-tier organizations, access higher floors of the apartment, gain certain privileges in secret realm apartments, and even get interest-free survival point credit loans. And, as Jiang Ye was already familiar with, they could fuse beginner apartments. Though, in truth, fusing beginner apartments wasn't as simple as just spending a privilege point, because right before being teleported to the secret graveyard, the members in Wu Ying's duo group chat had been discussing the fusion of apartment 4444 and apartment 1010. At that time, they only knew that the fusion was happening. They hadn't yet learned the outcome. Still, just like the administrator, they all assumed 4444 would come out on top. There was no suspense there. What everyone was really debating was the VIP player who triggered the fusion, Mo Chayuan. Because VIP players also had the ability to hide their names on the ranking boards. Not all VIPs were publicly known. In fact, nearly half of all names on the three boards were anonymized. So this was the first time many duo members had even heard the name Mo Chayuan. What really caused a stir, though, was when a seasoned player in the group dropped this bombshell. Z sang Haoyan. This is insane. Completely insane. I just confirmed it with a VIP I know. Special apartments like 4444 can't be fused by regular VIPs at all. So this obscure guy, Mo Chayuan, is most likely a VVP, or even a VVVP. An apartment fusion isn't just some privilege you spend. It comes at a cost. In all previous years, there's never been a fusion involving a special apartment. This 4444 fusion is totally bizarre. And this VIP Mo Chayuan must be something else. Tong sang. Could he be at the level of an apartment boss, trying to save 4444 from early destruction by pulling off a fusion as a last resort? Tong Sang's theory got widespread agreement from the other duo members. But from his administrator perspective, Jiang Ye knew. The one who contacted Mo Chayuan was likely the 4444 administrator himself. Based on Jiang Ye's earlier analysis, 4444 and the apartment bosses were enemies. So there was no way Mo Chayuan was an apartment boss, which meant maybe 4444 had already planned to save itself via fusion all along. They just hadn't chosen the right target. Then Jiang Ye showed up, so 4444 went with the flow. And judging by how much these duo members were hyping up Mo Chayuan, it was clear he was no ordinary VIP. So how exactly had 4444 met this mysterious VIP and convinced him to act? Naturally, Mo Chayuan became one of Jiang Ye's top priority people to track. And beyond that, Jiang Ye also uncovered another intriguing bit from Wu Ying's memories. The VIP player Yu Yuan, who had previously fused apartment 1008 and 1010. Jiang Ye had barely noticed her name back when it appeared in the fusion announcement. But now he suddenly realized Yu Yuan had participated in Duo's I That Sees Heroes event, and had predicted early on that Jiang Ye would become this year's Rookie King. The H*LL? Coincidence? Did this VIP notice him during a duel and then choose to fuse his apartment? Or had she been watching him from the very start? Jiang Ye had a hunch. It was probably the latter. After all, before the apartment fusion, he had only fought a handful of duels in the duel room. Maybe only the one against Xing Xiu, a 3-win streak, and the one with Zhao Yudi, which was only slightly noteworthy. Was that enough to get him noticed by a VIP? If not, what was it that drew her attention from the beginning? After going through all of Wu Ying's memories, Jiang Ye just felt mentally drained. He briefly organized the information in his mind. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Replica number 1, who had split off from Yang Wenchao and Wan Xin, had gone to meet up with a white-clad woman. He was ready to collect the Phase 2 task reward from her. then arrange for a replica to enter the personal instance. Following the apartment fusion, the white-clad woman was once again in room 2064. Also in her room was a figure in red. Guan He. More precisely, the red-clad Guan He was now a reincarnated Eerie. When replica number 1 Jiang Ye arrived at room 2064, the white-clad woman immediately barked at him. You really sent that light-type player into the administrator's PK battle arena? Otherwise, how the H*LL did that loser 1010 manage to kill someone with death state from 4444? Obviously, Lil Bai was visibly shocked. After all, back when they communicated via the glass orb, she had already admitted it. Her earlier judgment had been wrong. With her real strength, she couldn't possibly kill someone with death state from 4444. So her shock now was exactly the same as the 9999 administrators. But Jiang Ye had no obligation to explain anything to her. As he followed the white-clad woman into the room, he wore the dazed expression of a complete newbie. I don't know. I just privately contacted Huang Bo and gave him this idea. Whether he actually got into the administrator's PK arena, I really don't know. While speaking, he feigned confusion again, thoughtfully asking, but probably not, right? If it really was Huang Bo who entered the PK arena and killed 4444, would the administrator rights still have been passed to 1010? And if he was already able to kill one administrator, why not just take both of them out? He only asked these things offhandedly to reinforce his clueless newbie persona. But to his surprise, Red Guan He actually answered seriously. If he only entered the PK arena, killed 4444, and then left, then of course, the administrator rights would have gone to 1010 as planned. As for why he didn't kill 1010 too, that's simple. Jiang Ye waited intently for what this simple reason was. But halfway through, her expression paused, as if she suddenly thought of something. A short moment later, she came back to herself and turned to the white-clad woman. Such a simple reason, but Huang Bo himself might not even know it. So maybe the reason he didn't kill 1010 is something else. Huh? Jiang Ye blinked in confusion. He wondered if this lady had figured out there was some connection between 1010 and light type. But then she said, I'm thinking, maybe that key was picked up by Huang Bo. The white-clad woman was stunned. But didn't you just say that thing can't even be touched by normal people? Huang Bo's light type. How could he have picked it up? Red Guan He shook her head. No idea. But if he really had a way to get into the administrator's PK arena, maybe he really did prepare something to grab that key. He didn't kill 1010 just so everyone would believe. The key's still on 1010. She said it like it was set in stone. Jiang Ye listened and started to piece together what she was thinking. Seems like this Eerie Guan He really believed that Huang Bo had gone to the PK arena and used light-type abilities to kill the 4444 administrator, and that Huang Bo got the cross. But in order to hide that he had the cross, he didn't kill 1010, letting 1010 be the scapegoat, drowning in a storm of blood and fury, while he disappeared with a flourish, hiding his success and name. This deduction, to be honest, kind of made sense. If 1010 and Huang Bo weren't the same person, that is, of course Jiang Ye knew all the inside details. But to keep playing his newbie persona, he kept up the act with clueless questions. What are you guys talking about? What key? So the 4444 administrator really was hiding some treasure? Is that why everyone wanted to kill him? For this so-called key. But didn't you say earlier there's no way to get someone into the administrator's PK arena? If even you reincarnated Eerie's can't do it, how could a newbie like Huang Bo possibly pull it off? But Guan He didn't answer any of those questions. Still, from her expression, Jiang Ye could tell. This Eerie Guan He probably knew about the existence of light-type reincarnated players. She likely thought the light-type had already teamed up with a light-type reincarnated player, and it was through that reincarnated player's power that he got into the PK arena. But here came another problem. If the light-type reincarnated player really had that kind of power, why not do it himself instead of sending Huang Bo? Maybe it was because Huangbo was the only one exposed as light type, and the others couldn't afford to be? But that cross looked obviously evil. Could it really be something a light type could take? A flood of thoughts rushed through Jiang Ye's mind. He even had a reckless idea. Why not use a fate thread on this chick too and steal her memories directly? But obviously that idea was way too bold. He'd already seen from Wu Ying's reaction. Using fate thread to steal someone's memory could definitely be felt. And the reaction wasn't subtle. Wu Ying instantly thought it was soul-searching. So from now on, if he used that trick again, he'd better make sure to kill the target first. As he was thinking, Guan Yi spoke again. You're still in contact with Huangbo, right? Jiang Ye nodded. Guan Yi asked again, that madman mask, it's still on Huangbo, right? Jiang Ye nodded again. A flash of red flickered in Guan Yi's eyes, and she said decisively, then contact Huangbo now and borrow that madman mask again. Then wear it and go take out the substitute administrator on the first floor. Maybe you'll flush out the 4444 administrator. As she spoke, she explained to Jiang Ye, just say that to Huangbo and see how he reacts. Jiang Ye thought, what kind of reaction? Whatever my reaction is, Huangbo's will be the same. He immediately frowned and said, you didn't answer any of the questions I asked, but now you've got no problem assigning me tasks? Real convenient, huh? Before Guan Yi could respond, he turned to the white-clad woman and said, I came here to claim my Phase 2 task reward, and you also mentioned a surprise for killing the administrator. However, before the white-clad woman could speak, Guan Yi frowned and said, but technically speaking, you never completed Phase 1, which means you didn't actually kill any administrator. Seeing her, but in again, Jiang Ye frowned on the spot, and his aura shifted. When it came to knowledge and intel, sure, he had to act clueless. But when it came to power, he wasn't a newbie at all. Right then, the tone of his voice shifted too, and he fired straight at Guan Yi. My task, did you assign it to me? My task prompt already says it's complete. Why should your word override that? Guan Yi had originally planned to use borrowing the madman mask from Huangbo as a condition of exchange. Let him finish the job, and then give him the reward. She hadn't expected this brat to be so uncooperative. Just a mere newbie, yet so aggressive with his words. She was just about to say something more, when suddenly her face turned pale and her pupils trembled violently. Even the red glow surrounding her instantly became blurry and faded. And just before she changed from eerie Guan Yi to human Guan Yi, Huangbo's voice rang out incredibly fast. Whatever you want to ask, say it to my face. You want to see my reaction? I'm right here for you to see. The F*******. Huangbo's tone was 100 times more arrogant than Jiang Ye's had been earlier. He directly sneered at Guan Yi, who had completely lost her red hue. She was the one who wanted to see my reaction, right? So now I show up, and she suddenly doesn't dare look? Guan Yi really did have a strong personality. But human Guan Yi was actually the gentle, soft-spoken girl who didn't like to argue. Facing Huangbo's questions now, her face was full of awkwardness, and she even took a step back involuntarily. The white-clad woman instantly vanished with a swoosh. So human Guan Yi also went swoosh and darted behind Jiang Ye, stammering out, let's talk this out nicely, okay? Jiang Ye thought to himself, you had the chance to talk nice earlier and didn't. Now that I'm done being nice, suddenly you want to be civil? TCH. Seriously. He ignored human Guan Yi and pulled out the glass orb again to contact the white-clad woman, complaining. Seriously? You ran off again? I still haven't gotten my reward. But the white-clad woman didn't respond for a long time. Maybe she was still running like mad. Instead, human Guan Yi took the initiative and said, I have a suggestion. She stepped half a pace forward and said to the still fierce-looking Huangbo, I have a semi-finished item over here. It can mask the aura of light type. Although you've already been exposed, masking the aura won't cancel the kill on-site order. But after all, Doomsday Apartment is mostly filled with dark-type beings. Masking the light aura should still make things easier for you. The ability to hide a light aura, of course, that tempted Jiang Ye. But he raised a brow and questioned, what do you mean by semi-finished? I can't use it as is. Guan Yi pressed her lips together and said cautiously, semi-finished means it still needs preserved AIDS blood, you. She hesitated, glanced at Jiang Ye, thought for a moment, and then continued. Since you were even able to enter the administrator's PK arena, I figure you should be able to get your hands on AIDS blood too. The implication was clear. Go to whoever sent you to the PK arena and get the AIDS blood from them. Meaning, go to Xingyue. From that, it seemed likely that Xingyue, the unexposed light-type reincarnated player, really did have preserved AIDS blood on her. But Huang Bo raised his brow again, tone sharp. Who said I've ever been to the administrator's PK arena? And what the H*LL is AIDS blood supposed to be? Just hearing about that filthy stuff makes me want to puke. And you think I'd actually use something made from it? Guan Yi stayed silent for a moment, ready to try persuading him again. But Huang Bo still looked thoroughly annoyed and cut her off before she could speak. Just give me that so-called semi-finished item, and let me take a look first. Deep down, Guan Yi was definitely scared of Huang Bo. She actually wondered, what if the moment she handed over the semi-finished item, this Huang Bo just snatched it like he did last time with the Madman mask? But this guy had a concept-level weapon. If he wanted to take something, she really couldn't stop him. So Guan Yi didn't dare hesitate long. She directly pulled out a tiny porcelain vial. It was only about the length of a finger joint. Huang Bo didn't snatch it. Instead, he casually asked, using this thing with AIDS blood can hide a light-type aura? So, does that mean you use this to hide your own light-type aura too? That question came out of nowhere. Of course, Jiang Ye was just testing her. One body was replica number 1, the other was Huang Bo. 2 angles, 2 perspectives, both watching Guan Yi's reaction as they asked. Honestly, this thought had flashed through Jiang Ye's mind before, but he'd immediately dismissed it, thinking it was totally impossible. But then, back in the tombstone zone of the graveyard, that mysterious other version of himself had boasted that he'd once had more than 10 SSS tier abilities, more than 10 9th tier glyph pattern abilities. He even casually claimed something about a multi-soul body, light and dark in one. Sure, that guy's tone was kind of crazy and made it all sound like the ramblings of a madman. But it did open up Jiang Ye's mind. Things he thought were impossible might have just been him being naive. So this time, he gave a try. Of course, it wasn't some baseless wild guess. He had one very strong piece of evidence. The existence of light-type reincarnated players in the beginner apartment had to be a closely guarded secret. Jiang Ye only found out about it after getting Huang Bo's light-type replica. And even then, the only light-type reincarnated player he'd encountered was Xingyue. He hadn't dug deep into any broader info about light. And if someone like Xingyue could hide their light aura and identity, there's no way they'd expose themselves so easily. But somehow, Guan Yi also knew about this secret. Even a 99.99 administrator and others hadn't guessed that Huang Bo got into the PK arena, because they assumed he didn't have the power. They didn't know he had someone backing him. But Guan Yi did. She knew someone was backing Huang Bo. How could she know? Why would a light-type reincarnated player like Xingyue let Guan Yi in on that secret? It was that detail that made Jiang Ye seriously suspect. Guan Yi was also a light-type player who had hidden her aura. And after that probe, sure enough, Guan Yi's reaction looked completely unnatural. In that moment, with a face full of shocked disbelief, she blurted, "What did you say? You're saying I'm a light-type player? A light-type player coexisting with a dark-type reincarnated Eerie? Don't you think that's a little too absurd?" Huang Bo gave a cold laugh and instantly used light and shadow escape, sweeping the porcelain vial from her hand as he passed. Then he vanished without a trace, leaving only Jiang Ye, who turned to Guan Yi with a surprised look. "You're a light-type player in hiding?" Now that Huang Bo was gone, Guan Yi's expression was a lot more natural. She frowned and said directly, "How could that be possible? Even if there really were hidden light-type players among the others, it couldn't possibly be me. If he's guessing someone's hiding their light-type identity, that would make way more sense if it's you, not me. After all, I've got a symbiotic reincarnated Eerie with me.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.